Like, subscribe, add, share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 54. After hearing what Ichino's Maki said, Yamamoto Hong scratched his head and recalled the development of the plot. After Aizen Kusuk defected, it seemed that a race called Bavant would attack Seireitei. Bavant, also known as the Soul Hunter, is a chain reaction caused by the Soul Society's failed research on eternal life. The explosion caused by the failed experiment caused a large number of upgraded soul particles to spread rapidly, spreading to the human world and mixing with human bodies, thus giving birth to a life that is human but not human. They have human appearance, but possess inhuman strength, which is even close to that of the Shinigami living in the Soul Society. However, they do not have the same ability to control spiritual power as the Shinigami. Therefore, they cannot be recognized by the Soul Society that created them, nor can they be recognized by humans. They are immortal and extremely powerful, which has long exceeded human standards. This has destined them to struggle painfully in the cracks. Although the Bavantus are humans with special spiritual powers, they can achieve immortality by absorbing souls. They were supposed to only absorb the souls of the dead, but now they have turned their target to the living. After receiving reports from Rukia Kukaki and Abarai Renji who were in the real world, Kuratsuka Mayuri finally recovered the historical data of the Soul Hunters. It is learned that Bavant wants to use Ishida Uryu, a Quincy, to open the Soul Society's portal. To this end, they will begin to attack humans and absorb the souls of the living to accumulate power. After Ichino's Maki received the news, he immediately reported it to Yamamoto Hong. After listening to it, Yamamoto Hong said, "Oh, Maki, you can go to the human world and kill those dangerous Bavants for me. It should be okay, right?" Ichino's Maki nodded and said, "Hey, Maki, I promise to complete the task." After saying that, Ichino's Maki immediately went to the World Gate and went to the real world through the World Gate. Not long after arriving in the real world, he found Kurosaki Ichigo based on Ryutsu's perception. On the other side, Yamamoto Hong went to find Byakuya Kukaki, hoping to find some information about Bavant from him. Among the four noble families, the Kukaki family has the longest history of compiling Soul Society. Byakuya Kukaki readily let Yamamoto Hong check the records. In the records, Yamamoto Hong saw that a mysterious person had sneaked into Jinglingting many times to collect experimental materials, and the most recent record was no more than 100 years ago. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "It seems that this so-called mysterious person must be Landeo." Landeo was originally sent to the human world to deal with the impact of the experimental explosion on the human world, actually, to eliminate the Bavanti people who were created by the mutation of the soul particles. However, Landeo believed that the existence of the Bavanti people should be recognized, so he protected the Bavanti people. As a result, he was exiled for 1,000 years. During his exile, Landeo waited for the Bavanti people to return to Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong carefully recalled the characters in the Bavant clan. There were 3 female characters, one was Randeo, and the other was Soma Yoshino, who looked very similar to Randeo. She has long hair with side bangs, wears a fine leather jacket and tight leather pants, a red tie, and a bracelet on her right hand. The bracelet on her left hand can summon a puppet. Bavant, who is called the only one with maternal instincts by Korea, is indecisive and questions Korea's behavior but is hesitant because of his past feelings for Korea. Her puppet, Gate, is a puppet made of flames and magma. It has the ability to fly and attack from a distance. Because of its unstable shape, it is resistant to physical attacks. It seems that there is a subtle mother-son relationship between it and Yoshino, and it shoots fireballs and flames to attack the enemy. It can fuse with its master Yoshino Soma, and its color will turn blue when it fuses. Its relationship with its master Yoshino Soma is not a master-servant relationship like other Bavants, but is maintained by admiration. Its weakness lies in the nail cover summoned by Yoshino Soma. Once pressed, Gate will be unable to move. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "It looks like I can harvest a mother and daughter this time." I just wonder if Soma Yoshino has been killed by the leader of the Bavant tribe, the one called Kari Shishin. Yamamoto Hong's desires have become stronger and stronger. I don't know if it's because of the ultra ego, or because Yamamoto Hong had no outlet for his desires in his previous life, but now he has become a person dominated by desires. On the other side, Ichino's Maki and Kurosaki Ichigo arrived at the base of Bavant, where Soma Yoshino was fighting with a man with white hair. The man who fought against Soma Yoshino was the leader of the Bavant clan, Kari Shishin. Kari Shishin had a pair of red eyes, which were sharp and dangerous, as if he could see through everything, revealing a mysterious and cold aura. He wore a fine leather jacket and tight leather pants, showing his competence and agility. He also wore a red tie and a bracelet on his right hand. When Ichino's Maki and Kurosaki Ichigo arrived, Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, "Karishi!" Kari Shishin saw Kurosaki Ichigo and said with a smile, "Kurosaki, you came here to help this woman, but you are no match for me." Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out his Zangetsu and slashed directly at Kari Shin. Kari Shin laughed and dodged Kurosaki Ichigo's attack. Then a gust of wind pushed Kurosaki Ichigo back and looked at Ichino's Maki. Ichino's Maki said, "Are you the leader of Bavant?" Xiao Shishin bowed slightly and said, "Yes, my name is Xiao Shishin." "May I know what this gentleman's name is?" Ichino's Maki said, "I, Ichino's Maki, the 4th seat of the 1st Division, have been ordered by Master Hong to kill you." At this moment, 2 figures appeared behind Xiao Shishin. One was a man dressed like an English gentleman, and the other was a man with orange-yellow hair and a tangled tongue. The man dressed like a British gentleman is called Udagawa Rei, doll. It's called Flit. Wherever Flit touches, the matter will transform into an aggressive snake. Once it is shattered, it will turn back into the matter itself. Flit itself can transform into a sword and shield, and is Udagawa Rei's weapon of attack and defense. The man with a tongue stud is called Machiao, who is good at physical skills. His puppet is called Liz, who usually wears a necklace around Machiao's neck. When used, it is like a seed that reproduces on the ground. It can live in other people's bodies and control them. The puppet's head looks like a Mickey Mouse and its lower body is a flower. Ichino's Maki pulled out his Zanpakut and said, "What? You, the leader, won't come out, and you want these 2 losers to stop me?" Kari Shishin smiled and said, "I do have some interest in fighting you, but there's no need now. I'm already opening the door to Soul Society. If you want to fight me, then even Soul Society can find me. Mabushi, Udagawa, I'll leave this Shinigami to you." As he spoke, Kurosaki lost his mind and walked towards the cave behind him. Soma Yoshino shouted, "Kurosaki-kun, stop him. He's going to Soul Society." When Kurosaki Ichigo heard Soma Yoshino's cry, he was extremely anxious. He didn't care about the pain of being repelled by Kari Shishin just now, and rushed towards Kari Shishin with gritted teeth. But just as he took a few steps, Machiao's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. With a playful smile on his face, Machiao suddenly raised his foot and kicked Kurosaki Ichigo in the abdomen. Kurosaki Ichigo groaned, and flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground. Machiao spat in disdain and sneered, "Hey, hey, hey, can't you see I'm still here? You think you can just chase after me so easily? You're too naive." Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of anger. He clenched his Zangetsu and glared at Mabushi. At the same time, Ichino's Maki's face was cold as he slowly pulled out his Zanpakut. Zanpakut's blade flashed with a cold light as it pointed directly at Udagawa Rei. He said in a sinister tone, "Does this mean I have to kill both of you before I can catch up with Kari Shin?" Udagawa Rei bowed slightly, a polite smile on his face, yet a chilling ruthlessness emanated from it. He responded, "Indeed, if you want to get past us, you'd better consider your abilities first. I want to see what you, the 4th seat of the 1st Squadron, are capable of. As he spoke, the puppet flesh in Uedegawa's hand instantly changed into a sharp sword, with the blade flashing with a strange light. Ichino's Maki snorted coldly and rushed towards Uedegawa Ryo like lightning. Uedegawa Ryo was not to be outdone. He swung the sword in his hand, and the blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The two of them fought in an instant, with swords and shadows intertwined, and every collision splashed dazzling sparks. Over there, Kurosaki Ichigo also cheered up and rushed towards Makiao. Makiao laughed strangely and muttered something, and the Liz doll slipped from his neck. They multiplied rapidly on the ground and instantly turned into a group of strange parasites, rushing towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo waved Zangetsu and chopped the parasites into pieces, but more parasites surged up and the battle fell into a stalemate. On the other side, Ichino's Maki and Udagawa Rei were fighting with swords flashing and shadows intertwined, and every collision splashed dazzling sparks. Uedegawa's eyes flashed. He swung the sword in his hand violently, and shouted, "Snake of the underworld, fletch!" In an instant, the bricks and stones on the ground touched by the sword instantly transformed into giant black snakes with bared fangs and claws. These snakes pounced madly towards Ichino's Maki, exuding a strange aura, and their blood-red tongues carried a deadly threat as they moved. Ichino's Maki's eyes were calm. Facing the swarm of snakes rushing towards him, he remained calm and composed. His figure flashed like a ghost. The Zanpakuto in his hand glowed faintly as he shouted, "Nine-headed dragon flash!" 9 giant dragons formed from pure energy roared out from his blade, and with overwhelming momentum, they slammed into the giant black snakes. The giant dragon and the black snake collided with each other, making a dull roar, and the powerful impact force distorted the surrounding air. Under the impact of the 9-headed dragon flash, the black snakes shattered into pieces and turned into black light points that dissipated in the air. However, Uedegawa Ryo was not at all panicked. He tapped his feet on the ground and leaped back, creating some distance between him and Ichino's Maki. He then quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Absolute barrier, snake net!" Black whip marks instantly appeared on the ground where the puppet fled in his hand touched. These whip marks quickly spread and formed a formation with 10 octagonal diamond outer circles. Uedegawa's eyes turned red instantly, and the formation diagram emitted a strong light. Wherever the light reached, the same formation diagrams appeared on the surrounding ground and walls. In the blink of an eye, a huge snake net was formed. Request flowers, 0. Maki Ichinos felt threatened by the snake net. He knew that the snake net was not only faster than Shunpo, but also had a strong conditioned reflex pursuit ability. He did not dare to be careless and displayed his superb Shunpo, moving quickly through the snake nets. However, the snake nets were like living things, chasing him closely. Every time he set foot, a group of snakes would instantly appear and bite him. "Humph, it's not that easy to trap me." Ichino's Maki snorted coldly, placed his left hand on his forehead to gather strength, and 30 seconds later a dazzling light shot out from his fingers, which was the demonic light cannon. This ray of light, with a powerful impact, shot straight at the snake net. The magic light cannon collided with the snake net, making a deafening noise. A huge gap appeared where the snake net was hit by the light, and part of the snake group dissipated under the impact of the light. But Udagawa Rei was not discouraged. He controlled the snake net to quickly repair the gap and continued to approach Ichino's Maki. Ichino's Maki was dodging the pursuit of the snake net while thinking about how to deal with it. He knew that if he continued to hide like this, he would get into trouble sooner or later. "Since I can't avoid it, I'll just face it head-on." Ichino's Maki's eyes were determined. He took a deep breath and concentrated all the Ryutsu in his body on Zanpakuto. His momentum instantly climbed to the peak, and the whole person seemed to turn into a lightning and rushed towards Udagawa. In the process of rushing, he once again used the 9-headed dragon flash, 9 giant dragons. With even more powerful momentum, he pounced towards Uetagawa Ichi and his snake net. When Uetagawa saw this terrifying attack, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. He waved the sword in his hand and controlled the snake net to meet the nine-headed dragon flash. The snake net and the nine-headed dragon flash collided with each other, and the two powerful forces intertwined madly, forming a huge energy uzumaki. The surrounding ground was cracked by this force, gravel flew everywhere, and a pungent smell filled the air. In this fierce confrontation, each attack of Ichinomi's nine-headed dragon carried a powerful impact, trying to break through the defense of the snake net. While Uetagawa continued to control the snake net, using its tenacious power to resist the attack of the nine-headed dragon. Suddenly, a giant dragon suddenly crashed into the snake net, and the snake net tightened instantly, trapping the giant dragon. The dragon was tightly wrapped around it, but it struggled hard, and the power in its body burst out, and it actually broke part of the snake net. However, the resilience of the snake net was beyond imagination. It quickly recovered and continued to attack the dragon. Ichinomaki was secretly surprised when he saw this scene, but his fighting spirit remained strong. Completely ignited. He shouted loudly, pushing his Ryutsu to its limit, the light on his Zanpakuto becoming increasingly dazzling, sky-soaring dragon flash. Ichinomi's figure disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning, and then appeared in front of Uetagawa Rei at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand, bringing out several sharp sword energies. These sword energies were like giant dragons, carrying the power to destroy everything, and slashed towards Uetagawa fiercely. Uetagawa Rei felt this powerful threat. He opened his eyes wide, wanted to dodge but found it was too late. He quickly swung the sword in his hand, trying to resist Ichinomi's attack. However, the power of Ichinomi's sky-soaring dragon flash was too great, and the sword energy instantly broke through Uetagawa Rei's defense and slashed him. Ah! Uetagawa Rei let out a scream, his body cut into several pieces by the sword energy, turning into dots of light and dissipating in the air. His puppet, Flet, also lost his power and fell to the ground. It went up and returned to its original appearance. The battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Makiao becomes more and more intense, but it also puts Kurosaki Ichigo into an unprecedented predicament. Makiao's puppet Liz is like an endless nightmare. They continuously poured out from the ground and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Every time Kurosaki Ichigo swung Zangetsu to chop off a group of parasites, new ones would instantly fill the gap, as if they could never be killed off. These parasites are not only numerous, but also extremely agile. They can easily avoid Kurosaki Ichigo's attacks and even launch surprise attacks from unexpected angles. Kurosaki Ichigo has a lot of wounds on his body, blood seeping out of the wounds, staining his clothes red. His breathing has also become rapid, and his physical strength has been exhausted in this difficult battle. It is consumed rapidly. Humph, what do you think, Kurosaki Ichigo? You think you can stop us with your limited skills? Machiao looked at the embarrassed Kurosaki Ichigo with a smug smile on his face and his eyes full of mockery. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth, anger burning in his heart. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be dragged down by Machiao. Damn, this guy's ability is too annoying. Kurosaki Ichigo cursed in his heart. Without Bankai, he couldn't find any effective way to deal with the parasites that were flooding like a tide. Response methods. I can't go on like this. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his Zangetsu tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. He decided not to hold back any longer and was ready to use Bankai, even if it would consume a lot of his energy. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Chapter 55. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to release Zanpakuto and enter Bankai, a dark figure flashed past him like lightning. It was Ichinomaki, who had just dealt with Uetagawa Rei. Noticing Kurosaki Ichigo's predicament, he rushed over without hesitation. Kurosaki, let me help you. Ichino's Maki shouted, and his aura instantly reached its peak. The Zanpakuto in his hand emitted a dazzling light, which was the powerful sky-soaring dragon flash. Ichino's Maki's figure disappeared in an instant like a flash of lightning, and then appeared in front of Mabushi at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand, bringing out several sharp sword energies. These sword energies were like giant dragons, carrying the power to destroy everything, and slashed towards Machiao fiercely. Machiao had never expected that Ichino's Maki would suddenly attack him. A look of horror appeared on his face. At this critical moment, he tried to control the Liz doll to defend himself, but it was too late. The sharp sword energy instantly penetrated Machiao's body. He let out a scream and his body was cut into several pieces by the sword energy, turning into points of light and dissipating in the air. The Liz puppet also lost control and fell to the ground, no longer moving. "Hey, finally done." Ichino's Maki put away his Zanpakuto and said with a slight gasp. That full-strength attack just now had also taken a lot of toll on him. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Ichino's Maki, his heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Ichinos. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead right here today. Don't be polite. This is not the time for us to relax. Karishin has not been dealt with yet. If he really opens the door to Soul Society, the consequences will be unimaginable." Ichino's Maki said seriously. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, his eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. "That's right, let's go after him." At this moment, a huge light emerged from the cave, and Ichino's Maki shouted, "Oh no! They have entered Soul Society. I need to contact Master Hong immediately." As he said 107, Ichino's Maki used the messenger god machine and sent a message to Yamamoto Hong. At this time, Yamamoto Hong was about to go find Sui-Feng. Seeing the message from Ichino's Maki, he chuckled and said, "I can't believe that in the original story, Maki followed the Bavant family to seek revenge on Soul Society, but now he has actually killed Bavant. It seems that I have changed a lot." Yamamoto Hong looked at the message from Ichino's Maki, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he immediately replied to Ichino's Maki, saying, "Maki, bring Soma Yoshino back to me." After receiving the message, Ichino's Maki did not hesitate at all and immediately used Zanpakuto to prepare to open the gate. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was full of doubts. He stepped forward and stopped her. "Ichinos, what are you doing? Although Soma Yoshino is related to Bavant, she is not a bad person. She has been trying to stop the crazy plan of Karishin. You can't take her back." Ichino's Maki frowned, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his eyes, but he still said firmly, "Kurosaki, this is Master Hong's order, I cannot disobey." Kurosaki Ichigo refused to give in. He clenched his fists and said excitedly, "No, I can't watch you take her back and put her in danger. Soma Yoshino has been helping us all along." As he spoke, Kurosaki Ichigo flashed and stood between Ichino's Maki and Soma Yoshino, showing a determined attitude of not giving in. Ichino's Maki sighed helplessly. He knew Kurosaki Ichigo's character very well. Once a decision was made, it would be difficult to change it. But he could not disobey Yamamoto Hong's orders. He was caught in a dilemma for a while. "Kurosaki, please don't embarrass me. I don't care about Yamamoto Hong. I only know that Soma Yoshino is innocent. If you insist on taking her away, then defeat me first." As soon as the words fell, the Ryotsu on Kurosaki Ichigo's body instantly erupted, and the air around him trembled. He clenched his Zangetsu, and his eyes revealed a resolute momentum. Ichino's Maki also realized that if he didn't deal with Kurosaki Ichigo today, he wouldn't be able to take Soma Yoshino away. He slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto, and his Ryotsu also rose. He said, "Kurosaki, I don't want to fight you. Don't force me." The two men were facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Soma Yoshino looked at this scene, her heart filled with anxiety. She didn't want to cause a conflict between the two because of herself. "Kurosaki-kun, Ichino-san, please stop fighting. Perhaps we can talk and find a better solution." However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and Ichino's Maki were in a difficult situation, and their Ryutsu collided with each other, making a sizzling sound. Ichino's Maki and Kurosaki Ichigo were facing each other. The sizzling sound produced by the collision of Ryutsu echoed in the air, and the Ryutsu around Kurosaki Ichigo was surging. The blade of the Zangetsu blade flashed with a sharp light, and Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes were fixed on Ichino's Maki, his gaze full of determination. "Kurosaki, I don't want to fight with you, don't force me," Ichino's Maki said helplessly. The Zanpakuto and Maki Ichino's hand trembled slightly. He didn't want to hurt this partner who had fought side by side with him. "I don't care about Yamamoto Hong. I only know that Soma Yoshino is innocent. If you insist on taking her away, you have to defeat me first." Kurosaki Ichigo did not retreat. He swung Zangetsu and a blue blade light slashed towards Ichino's Maki. Ichino's Maki sighed lightly, dodged the fierce attack with a flash of his body, and then, holding the knife in one hand and clenching the other into a fist, he faced Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo's attack became more fierce, and he swung his sword several times in succession, each sword carrying great power and momentum. However, Ichino's Maki was like a ghost, and he was able to block Kurosaki Ichigo's attack with his sword just right every time, and his other hand's fist hit Kurosaki Ichigo from time to time. Puff! Kurosaki Ichigo was hit in the abdomen by a punch, his body bent slightly, and a mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he quickly adjusted himself and attacked again. Although Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has improved, he is still no match for Ichino's Maki even with Bankai, not to mention that he doesn't have Bankai now. "Kurosaki, stop struggling. I don't want to hurt you," Ichino's Maki persuaded while resisting the attack. "Impossible, I will never let you take her away," Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, and slashed with all his strength. The power of this sword was even stronger than before. Ichino's Maki frowned slightly, and while blocking the attack with his knife, his other hand's fist hit Kurosaki Ichigo's chin hard, causing Kurosaki Ichigo to fly backwards and fall to the ground. Seeing this, Soma Yoshino was extremely worried and rushed forward. "Kurosaki-kun." She helped Kurosaki Ichigo up, her eyes full of worry. Then, she looked at Ichino's Maki and said, "Mr. Ichino's, I am willing to go with you. Please stop hitting Kurosaki-kun." Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to stand up, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and said, "No, I can't let you go with him. I don't know what they will do to you." Ichino's Maki looked at the two of them, feeling very conflicted. He knew that Yamamoto Hong's orders could not be disobeyed, but he did not want to hurt Kurosaki Ichigo. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to use the white hits that Yamamoto Hong had taught him. "Kurosaki, I'm sorry," Ichino's Maki said in a low voice, and then the Zanpakuto in his hand shone brightly. "Paradise lost," he shouted, and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo like lightning. Ichino's Maki swung his fists rapidly, and the flurry of blows made Kurosaki Ichigo's body fly high into the air involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, Ichino's Maki flew into the air, and Kurosaki Ichigo's limbs seemed to be fixed by Ichino's Maki's power, and then the whole person was knocked heavily to the ground. Boom! A huge crater was smashed into the ground, and Kurosaki Ichigo lay in it, eyes closed, unconscious. 0147090224 Phila 1235320000. "Kurosaki-kun!" Soma Yoshino exclaimed and wanted to run over to check on Kurosaki Ichigo, but was stopped by Ichino's Maki. "He's fine, he just fainted. I have to take you away. This is Master Hong's order," Ichino's Maki said with a hint of unquestionable tone. Soma Yoshino looked at the unconscious Kurosaki Ichigo, his eyes full of reluctance and worry. You must promise not to hurt him or me. She looked at Ichino's Maki and said. I will, don't worry. Ichino's Maki said, and then he used Zanpakuto to open the door. Let's go. Ichino's Maki took Soma Yoshino into the gate and returned to Soul Society. On the other side, Yamamoto Hong was waiting for the return of Ichino's Maki in the secret base. When he saw Ichino's Maki appear with Soma Yoshino, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Well done, Maki, said Yamamoto Hong. Then Yamamoto Hong looked at Soma Yoshino and said, You must be Soma Yoshino, welcome to Seireitei. Soma Yoshino looked at Yamamoto Hong warily without saying a word. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. As long as you behave, I promise you'll be fine. Yamamoto Hong said stupidly. Ichino's Maki looked at Yamamoto Hong and said, Master Hong, Kurosaki Ichigo's side. Don't worry, he's strong enough and will be fine. The matter with Bavant is not over yet. Shao has lost his mind and entered the Soul Society. We must find him as soon as possible and stop his plan. Yamamoto Hong said with a serious look in his eyes. When Soma Yoshino heard the name of Kari Shishin, his body trembled slightly. Kari Shishin, he must be planning something terrible. I know some of his plans. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this. Oh? Tell me about it. Soma Yoshino said, he wants to obtain the Pure Land chapter and take revenge on Ling Ting. What is the Pure Land chapter? Back then, the explosion of just one purification chapter destroyed 1/10 of Soul Society. This is why the Seireitei hate that accident and its derivative, the Bavant clan, so much. Soul Society still has 10 purification chapters. Korea God intends to enter Soul Society, fuse with one of them, and then detonate all of them. The power of this explosion is enough to destroy the entire Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, It seems quite complicated, but it's not a big deal. Maki told my dad about it. Ichino's Maki said, Hi. After receiving the order, Ichino's Maki turned around and hurried towards where Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni was. He walked quickly, his heart full of worry about the matter of Bavant. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, Soul Society would face a huge disaster. After Ichino's Maki left, Yamamoto Hong turned his attention back to Soma Yoshino. He looked Soma Yoshino up and down with a playful look in his eyes, which made Soma Yoshino feel uneasy. In her eyes, Yamamoto Hong was like a wild beast ready to hunt at any time. That look made her feel uncomfortable and she subconsciously took a few steps back. You have a really nice figure. Yamamoto Hong said jokingly with a sly smile on his face. When Soma Yoshino heard this, her face turned red instantly, and she was embarrassed and angry. She shouted, Please be respectful. However, Yamamoto Hong didn't seem to care about her anger at all. Instead, she thought her appearance was even more interesting. Yamamoto Hong raised his hand and waved it gently, chanting, Bakud's 63 chain bindings. In an instant, thick snake-like chains appeared out of thin air, like flexible pythons, quickly wrapping around Soma Yoshino's body, making her unable to move. Soma Yoshino shouted in horror, What are you doing? Yamamoto Hong just smiled and replied, You will know later. UBD. Let me go. Soma Yoshino struggled desperately, but the chains bound her tightly and she couldn't break free at all. Her heart was filled with fear and despair, not knowing what Yamamoto Hong would do to her next. I just wanted to stop Shao from losing consciousness, why did you do this to me? She kept crying in her heart. Yamamoto Hong had no intention of stopping. He approached Soma Yoshino and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As long as you cooperate with me, maybe. It can also help you get out of your current predicament. After hearing this, Soma Yoshino was furious and anxious, Cooperate with you? Who knows what you're up to? You're just like Shao Shishin, both are bad people. Yamamoto Hong burst into laughter and said, I'm a bad guy? Then I'll show you how bad I am. As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong rushed towards Soma Yoshino. His brutality made Soma Yoshino scream for help, but no one came to save her even though she shouted at the top of her lungs. Ichino's Maki hurried to the captain's room of the first team. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni was sitting in the main seat with a dignified look. He nodded slightly. Ichino's Maki bowed respectfully, and then quickly reported the details of the plan to kill the god to Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni. As Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni listened, his originally calm face changed. An expression of shock gradually appeared on his face, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Is this really possible? The Soul Society actually possesses something as dangerous as the Purification Seal. If it were to explode, the entire Soul Society would be doomed. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered, "Go and call the captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuka Mayuri." Ichino's Maki received the order and left quickly. Soon, Neely strode into the captain's room. His signature mask obscured his face, but it couldn't hide the shrewdness and sharpness in his eyes. "Captain, are you looking for me?" Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni said solemnly. "Kuratsuka Mayuri, Maki just reported that the leader of the Bavant tribe, Karishin, is attempting to obtain the Purification Seal and detonate it to destroy Soul Society. You must immediately find the location of the Purification Seal." Kuratsuka Mayuri was slightly startled, and a complex emotion suddenly surged in his heart. As the captain of Godai 13, it was his unshirkable responsibility to protect Soul Society. But as a scientist obsessed with research, the attraction of something like the Pure Land chapter, which contains huge unknown energy, is too great for him. He thought to himself, the chapter of purification. If I could obtain it and study it, perhaps I could open up a whole new field of science and discover the secrets of unprecedented power. But right now, I must find it first. Yes, Captain. I'll go look for information right away. Neely looked calm and firm on the surface, but in his heart he couldn't wait to start exploring the secrets of the Pure Land chapter. After leaving the captain's office, Kuratsuka Mayuri returned to the 12th Division's Research Institute and immediately dove into the piles of documents. He flipped through the ancient files while muttering to himself. Purification Chapter, the explosion that year destroyed 1/10 of Soul Society. What kind of structure is it, and what kind of energy does it contain? Xiao Shishan wants to merge with it and detonate it. There must be something inside it. Is there some special connection? His eyes gleamed with excitement, a desire to explore unknown scientific realms. 0147090224 Phila 123532000. In the process of looking up information, Kuratsuka Mayuri encountered many difficulties. Some records were unclear, and some information was even contradictory, but he was not discouraged at all. Humph, this little difficulty can't faze me. The more mysterious it is, the more worthy of study it is. He relied on his penultimate wisdom and rich experience to continuously analyze and reason, trying to find clues to the Pure Realm chapter from these complex information. At the same time, he was still thinking in his mind, after I find the Pure Land chapter and stop the plan of hunting loss of spirit, I must find a way to keep it for research, maybe I can transform it. Immersed in her own thoughts and research, Kuratsuka Mayuri completely forgot about time and devoted herself to the task of finding the Pure Land chapter, a battle that concerns the survival of Soul Society. And the curtain quietly opened with his actions. On the other side, in the secret base, Soma Yoshino's clothes were torn, her hair was messy, and tears were streaming down her face, washing away her originally delicate makeup. Chapter 56. Her eyes were red, full of anger and humiliation, and she screamed at Yamamoto Hong who was putting on his clothes. Yamamoto Hong, you are a BD. A beast. You will not die well. Every word was filled with hatred from the bottom of her heart, and her voice became hoarse due to excessive anger. At this moment, she was full of regret and unwillingness. She had wanted to stop Xiao Shishin's crazy plan, but she didn't expect that she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and fell into the hands of the devil Yamamoto Hong. She couldn't understand it. She just wanted to do the right thing, so why did she have to suffer such torture? In her eyes, Yamamoto Hong and Xiao Shishin were both inhuman villains. Their actions completely shattered Soma Yoshino's only remaining beautiful fantasy about this world. Yamamoto Hong seemed not to hear Soma Yoshino's curse. He raised his hand and gently touched her face, with a bit of teasing in his tone. "I didn't expect this is your first time." These frivolous words, like a sharp blade, once again hurt Soma Yoshino's heart. "Don't touch me! You pervert!" Soma Yoshino twisted his body desperately, trying to avoid Yamamoto Hong's touch, but he was tightly bound by the 63 lock bars of Bakud and could not break free at all. Those thick, snake-like chains dug deep into her skin, causing waves of pain, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the trauma she felt in her heart. "Do you think you can succeed like this? Even if I die, I will not let you off easily." Soma Yoshino continued to curse, with anger burning in her eyes. She wished she could cut Yamamoto Hong into pieces. But Yamamoto Hong didn't care about it at all. He just smiled coldly, as if Soma Yoshino's resistance was just a boring farce. "Take your time to curse. I have plenty of time to play with you." After saying that, Yamamoto Hong turned and left the base, leaving Soma Yoshino alone here. Soma Yoshino looked at Yamamoto Hong's departing back, and the anger in her heart reached its peak. She secretly swore in her heart that as long as she had the chance, she would make Yamamoto Hong pay the price for his actions. She struggled continuously, trying to break free, but every effort only made the chains tighter, and blood slowly flowed down her skin and dripped onto the ground. "Xiao Shishin, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this?" Soma Yoshino blamed Xiao Shishin in his heart. If he hadn't been so obsessed with revenge, he wouldn't have been involved in this terrible disaster. But what's the point of complaining now? She is now trapped in this 24-hour period, isolated and helpless, and she doesn't know what will be waiting for her. In this silent secret base, Soma Yoshino's crying and cursing were intertwined. She felt extremely desperate, but did not want to give up hope. She hoped that someone would come to save her, whether it was Kurosaki Ichigo or other righteous people, as long as they could rescue her from the clutches of this devil. On the other hand, after leaving the base, Yamamoto Hong's expression became cold and serious. He knew very well that the matter of Bavant was far from over. Hunting lost his mind and entered the Soul Society in an attempt to detonate the Purification chapter, which was a huge threat to the entire Soul Society. Although he had just done that to Soma Yoshino, in his heart, it was just a small episode to satisfy his desires. Now, he must concentrate on dealing with the crisis of Soul Society. After all, only when Soul Society is safe and sound can he continue to enjoy all this. After Yamamoto Hong walked out of the secret base, his expression was grim. Just as he was about to search for the trace of Xiao Shishin, he suddenly sensed a strong Ryutsu fluctuation in the direction of Rukanga. In that Ryutsu, there was the familiar aura of Byakuya Kokaki and Kurosaki Ichigo, and there was also a strange and dangerous Ryutsu intertwined with it. Yamamoto Hong's heart tightened, and he no longer hesitated. He used the shrinking technique and rushed towards Rukanga. In the blink of an eye, Yamamoto Hong arrived at the place where the spiritual temple erupted. Byakuya Kokaki stood tall with a serious look on his face, while Kurosaki Ichigo was breathing heavily with traces of battle on his body. Yamamoto Hong looked around and didn't see the owner of the strange Ryutsu. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Byakuya Kokaki nodded slightly, his tone calm but tinged with annoyance. "We just encountered the leader of the Bavant tribe, Xiao Shishin. He exudes a strange power and seems to have bad intentions." Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. "That guy attacked us the moment he showed up. Yamamoto Hong frowned and asked, why would he attack you? Given his purpose, he shouldn't cause trouble at this time. Byakuya Kokaki pondered for a moment and analyzed, perhaps he's aware of our investigation into his plans and wants to eliminate us first so he can obtain the Pure Land Seal. Kurosaki Ichigo continued, he was very powerful, with strange moves, and he escaped quickly. Yamamoto Hong's eyes glared, and he said in a deep voice, it seems we underestimated him. How did he escape? Kurosaki Ichigo continued, he's very powerful, and his moves are bizarre. Even Byakuya and I couldn't suppress him together. His puppets are incredibly powerful, able to control wind and lightning attacks. Those winds are ridiculously strong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes glared, and he said in a deep voice, it seems we underestimated him. How did he escape? Byakuya Kokaki narrowed his eyes slightly and recalled, when the battle was stalemate, he drove the puppet to release a strong wind, and the wind spun around him rapidly, forming a huge tornado. Misa also continuously shoots out lightning, interfering with our vision and movements. Kurosaki Ichigo added, the power of that tornado was astonishing. I couldn't break it up even with my crescent moon sky strike. Moreover, under the cover of the tornado, he used the power of the wind to fly up, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Byakuya Kokaki nodded and said, by the time we finally managed to break through the obstacles of thunder and lightning and strong winds, he had already disappeared into the vast night. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and blamed himself, if I were stronger, I wouldn't have let him get away. Yamamoto Hong patted Kurosaki Ichigo on the shoulder and comforted him, it's not your fault. To be able to plot such a large conspiracy, Kari-shin must have his own methods. The most urgent task now is to find his whereabouts and prevent him from obtaining the Pure Land property. Byakuya Kokaki nodded in agreement. Yes, he must still be in Soul Society, and he can't be far from here. We must act quickly. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were determined as he said, all right, we'll split up. Byakuya, you and Ichigo return to Seireitei to discuss countermeasures with the other captains. I'll search for clues along the direction Kari-shin escaped. This time, we must not let him succeed. Then Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kokaki left here directly. Yamamoto Hong remembered that in the original work, Byakuya Kokaki was interrupted by Landao when she fought with Korea God for the first time, and then she said that she lived nearby. But according to Byakuya Kokaki and Kurosaki Ichigo, Kari-shin escaped on his own, which means Landao is still watching nearby. Yamamoto Hong looked towards the additional area. Although he didn't know which direction Landao was, he still shouted loudly, come out. Not long after Yamamoto Hong's voice fell, a wave of Ryutsu suddenly hit, and Yamamoto Hong directly performed Bakude's 81st Splitting Void. As soon as the Splitting Void appeared, a silver-white light suddenly hit it. Boom! With a loud noise, the Splitting Void that Yamamoto Hong used to chant and destroy was shattered on the spot. Then, a figure walked out. It was Landao. She wore a pair of exquisite glasses, her eyes were sharp and bright, revealing intelligence and determination. She had a unique hairstyle, with her hair tied up on one side, which made her look capable and neat. Dressed in the traditional 12th Division's Death Hegemony uniform, the simple lines outline a dignified temperament, giving people an overall feeling of calmness, wisdom, and majesty. Moreover, Yamamoto Hong also discovered that Landao's figure seemed to be better than Soma Yoshino's. Yamamoto Hong murmured to himself, she is worthy of being Soma Yoshino's mother. Even the feeling is different. I am eager to try it. Landao said, who are you? Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, my name is Yamamoto Hong, Yamamoto Genryūsai, the son of a country. You are Landao, right? Yes, I'm Landao. It seems like your target is me. I never thought this day would come. As he spoke, Landao raised the kid gun in his hand again. Yamamoto Hong's eyelids jumped. It seemed that Landao had misunderstood something, but the impact of the gun muzzle told him that there was no time to explain. The white light attacked again, and Yamamoto Hong simply shrank back to avoid it. When he appeared again, he was already on Landao's left side, with golden light flashing in his hand, and the 63 chains of Bakud were binding him, and the snake-like chain rushed towards Landao. Landao immediately dodged away, but her Ryutsu was still sealed, and the power she could mobilize was very limited. She was no match for Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong raised his hand and threw the beam of light out. The round stick column instantly split into 30 or 40 pieces in mid-air, Bakud's 6200 step railing. Landao had just stopped and hadn't yet stood firm, but she still took out a red ball and crushed it. An explosion sounded, shattering the bamboo railing. Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, as expected of a member of the 12th Division, even though Ryutsu is sealed, he still has ways to protect himself, and it's spicy enough, I like it. Landao snorted and said, it seems that Captain Yamamoto's son is not a good person. Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, yes, I'm not a good person, but I will be your man from now on, your only man. You're delusional. As he spoke, a beam of light shot out from the kid gun in Landao's hand and hit Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong dodged it directly. At this moment, Landao took out the other kid gun. Landao kept pulling the trigger of Kid's gun, and rays of light shot towards Yamamoto Hong like lightning. 0147090224 Phila 123532190. Yamamoto Hong dodged as nimbly as a ghost, the light brushed past his body, blasted big holes in the ground, and raised a cloud of dust. You are not a man if you can only hide. If you have the guts, don't run away and fight me head-on. Landao cursed loudly while shooting, his eyes full of anger and disdain. Yamamoto Hong was not in a hurry, with a wicked smile on his face. In between dodging, he responded, you want me not to run away? Then you better be careful. You'll know if I'm a man or not. While dodging, Yamamoto Hong was thinking rapidly in his mind how to beat Landao so that he could not move, but at the same time let her retain consciousness. After all, he did not like dead fish. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a solution. Since you are so eager to see my abilities, let me show you the Shining Dragon's Stone Heaven. Yamamoto Hong shouted. The instant he unleashed the Shining Dragon's radiant stone heaven, dazzling holy light bloomed from around his body, forming a gigantic domain. Within the realm, holy light surged like a tide, purifying all negative forces. As soon as the light emitted by Landao entered this realm, it was purified without a trace, as if it had never appeared. What a weird kid! Landao was horrified upon seeing this, but he did not intend to retreat. He moved his hands faster, trying to break through the defense before the field was fully formed. Humph, are you scared now? Too late. Flash time cone. Yamamoto Hong sneered, and then he used the flash time kung fu. The time around his body seemed to be distorted, and in the blink of an eye he jumped through time and came in front of Landao. Before Landao could react, Yamamoto Hong suddenly swung a punch, hitting the kid gun in her hand directly. With two crisp cracks, the two kid guns were instantly shattered by Yamamoto Hong's punch, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Scattered on the ground. You! Landao was shocked and angry. He wanted to step back and create some distance, but he found that Yamamoto Hong was already very close. Don't be impatient, this is just the beginning. Phoenix Magic Fist. Yamamoto Hong raised his mouth corner, revealing a wicked smile, and then punched Landao's head, and a series of phoenix-like. A phantom flew out from his fist, carrying a strange power, and instantly entered Landao's mind. Landao gradually regained consciousness in the darkness. Her head felt dizzy, as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. She slowly opened her eyes, and the scene before her instantly sobered her up. This is not Soul Society's Rukonga at all. She was in a strange place, surrounded by tall buildings. The streets were wide but empty, and the silence was eerie. Randao felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. She struggled to stand up, but found that her Ryutsu was still sealed and her kid gun was broken. Ability. At this moment, a ferocious-looking hollow suddenly jumped out from the corner and pounced towards her with its fangs and claws bared. Randao widened his eyes in fear and had no time to think. She turned and ran. But Nagzu would never let her go so easily and chased after her relentlessly. Immediately afterwards, several more hollows emerged from all directions and joined the brutal hunt. Randao ran desperately, her steps became heavier and heavier, her breathing became more rapid, she felt her strength was fading away bit by bit, but the number of ghosts behind her was increasing. There. The roar sounded like a death warrant from hell. After running for an unknown amount of time, Landao's legs finally gave out and she fell to the ground, watching helplessly as the monsters surrounded her. The monsters' huge mouths were getting closer and closer to her. Devour her completely. Ah! Landao suddenly woke up and found herself back in the same place. The surrounding scene was still familiar yet strange. She gasped for breath, and fear still remained in her eyes. At this time, she saw Yamamoto Hong standing beside her, looking at her with interest. "Are you awake?" Yamamoto Hong had a smirk on his face that disgusted Landao. "You just had a nightmare, don't worry, I won't let those virtual beings hurt you. After all, you are still useful to me now." Landao glared at Yamamoto Hong angrily, his anger burning like a raging fire. "Yamamoto Hong, what on earth did you do to me? All this is your fault." Yamamoto Hong walked forward slowly, squatted down, and gently lifted Landao's chin with his hand. "I just let you experience the feeling of losing power and being at the mercy of others. How is it? Are you scared? As long as you behave well, you won't have to go through this again." Landao slapped Yamamoto Hong's hand away and struggled to stand up, but found that her body was soft and she had no strength at all. Yamamoto Hong just hugged her. Landao struggled and said, "Don't dream. I will never yield to you even if I die." Yamamoto Hong raised his mouth corners and revealed a wicked smile. "You just experienced being killed, do you need me to let you experience being toyed with by hundreds of Rukonga beggars? You should be able to see. I have the ability to create this kind of illusion." Landao heard Yamamoto Hong and imagined the scene. She suddenly became afraid. Looking at Landao's panic, she whispered, "Don't waste your energy. Next. Enjoy the future, you will be mine from now on, don't think about resisting." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong carried Landao to a dense forest nearby and began to satisfy Yamamoto Hong's desire. Landao gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment and humiliation. She never thought that she would fall into the hands of a man like Yamamoto Hong and be tortured by him. She secretly swore in her heart that as long as she had a chance to escape, she would make Yamamoto Hong pay a heavy price. After the incident was over, Yamamoto Hong asked, "Where is the location of the Pure Land chapter?" Although Landao did not want to answer Yamamoto Hong's question, she had to answer, "There is a Pure Land chapter under the Central Technology Development Bureau of the 12th Division, but Korea Shinkai. Go get that Pure Land chapter." Yamamoto Hong asked, "Why does Kari Shin want revenge on Soul Society?" Chapter 57. Landao begins by telling the story of hunting lost god. Thousands of years ago, the Bavant clan was unable to master the powerful strength, and they possessed the spiritual power of Shinigami. They did not gain the recognition of the Shinigami, and were hunted by the Hollows. They suffered heavy casualties, and only a few members of the clan were left. Later, Korea, who was still a child, mastered the power in his body and survived with his people. As time went by, more and more people mastered the power. Korea Gami wants to join Soul Society again. After all, the reason they were rejected back then was that they couldn't control the power in their bodies. Now that they have mastered the power, he thinks they can join Soul Society. Unexpectedly, Shinigami launched a surprise attack while they were fighting the Hollows, killing a large number of Bounts who were about to join the Soul Society. From then on, Korea God no longer had any intention of joining the Soul Society and only planned to destroy it. After some research, he discovered that when scientists back then were studying the immortal soul, there was one thing that was crucial, and that was the chapter of the Pure Realm. There are 10 purification chapters in Seireitei, so Korea God intends to enter Soul Society, merge with one of them, and then detonate all of them. The power is enough to destroy the entire Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong sighed and said, "It looks like this was an order from Central 46 back then. But they're dead, so it doesn't matter. We should return to the 12th Division first. After all, that's where Karishin's target is." With that, Yamamoto Hong took Landao back to Seireitei, and at the same time used Bakude's 77 Heavens to pass the message to Yamamoto Yu and Ryuzai Shigakuni. Yamamoto immediately gave the order, having hit Shugoichi lead the 10th Division to guard the front gate of the 12th Division, and Komamura Seijin lead the 7th Division to guard the back gate of the 12th Division. Kuratsuka Mayuri was responsible for guarding the purification seal beneath the Central Technology Development Bureau, and asked the other members of the 12th Division to find the remaining clues about the purification seal and then report them to the captains of the other divisions in turn. After receiving the news, the other captains led their men to seal the Pure Realm chapter in other parts of Seireitei. Sui-Feng led the territory guards to search for the 10 Bavant tribes in Pure Konantine. Sui-Feng led the members of the second team to carefully search for the traces of the Bavant clan in the Jingling Court. Her eyes were sharp and she did not miss any corner. The team members dispersed and checked various areas. The atmosphere was tense and depressing. Just as Sui-Feng was searching an area, she suddenly felt an unfamiliar Ryutsu fluctuation. She immediately became alert, signaled the team members to stop, and she carefully approached the direction of the Ryutsu source. Walking around a wall, Sui-Feng spotted a man wearing glasses. It was Yu Shi from the Bavant clan. Yu Shi, sensing someone approaching, slowly raised his head, a strange smile on his face. He pushed his glasses up, a cold light flashing across the lenses. "Are you from the Bavant tribe?" Sui-Feng asked coldly, his eyes full of hostility. Yuki smiled lightly and said, "That's right, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly, but do you think you can catch me so easily?" As he spoke, a card appeared in his hand, which was his puppet Gazelle. Gazelle instantly transformed into a long sword. Yu Shi held the sword and took a stance. His glasses began to emit a faint light, and various data and images kept flashing on the lenses, obviously monitoring Sui-Feng's every move. Sui-Feng snorted coldly and rushed towards Yu Shi like lightning. Her speed was so fast that it made a gust of wind. Yu Shi's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly calmed down and swung his sword to meet Sui-Feng. The two instantly engaged in a battle, swords flashing and shadows intertwined. Sui-Feng's attacks were sharp and swift, each strike carrying a powerful force, aiming directly at Yu Shi's vital points. Yu Shi relied on Gazelle's changing weapons and the monitoring of the glasses to resist Sui-Feng's attack. Gazelle turned into a spear and stabbed Sui-Feng. Then it turned into a saw, trying to cut Sui-Feng's body, but Sui-Feng was agile and could always cleverly avoid Yu Shi's attacks while looking for his flaws. "Humph, is that all you can do?" Sui-Feng mocked as she attacked. Her figure moved around Yu Shi so quickly that Yu Shi was a little overwhelmed. Yu Ji was angry but helpless. He knew that he was facing the captain of the second team, but he did not believe that he was no match for Sui-Feng. "Don't be too proud!" Yu Shi shouted. The card in his hand quickly transformed, and Gazelle transformed into a sledgehammer. He gripped the handle with both hands and slammed it down towards Sui-Feng. The sledgehammer whirred with force, its power astonishing. Sui-Feng was not in a hurry. He turned his body slightly and easily avoided the attack. The sledgehammer hit the ground, creating a big hole and sending dirt flying. Sui-Feng seized the opportunity when Yuki's attack missed and attacked quickly. Her fist, with powerful Ryutsu, hit Yuki's chest hard. Yuki was hit by the punch and flew backwards, hitting the wall beside him. Cough cough. Yuji coughed out a mouthful of blood, but a strange smile appeared on his face. Do you think you can defeat me like this? He said, and several cards appeared in his hand again, instantly summoning multiple weapon puppets, including swords, sickles, ropes, etc., attacking Sui-Feng from different directions. Sui-Feng's eyes flashed, and her figure flashed quickly. She used her superb shunpo to move freely between the puppets' attacks. Although there were many puppets with weapons, they were no match for Sui-Feng. But it couldn't hurt her to share. You really don't know your own limitations. Sui-Feng said disdainfully. She began to speed up her attack rhythm, her hands dancing quickly, and fist shadows formed by Ryutsu attacked Yukeki. Yukeki could only fight back desperately. Danger warnings kept appearing on his glasses, but he was already a little powerless. During the fierce battle, Yushi found that he could not hurt Sui-Feng at all. Instead, he was gradually suppressed by Sui-Feng. He began to feel fear in his heart and realized that he might not be Sui-Feng's opponent. Am I going to fail like this? Yushi thought to himself, and the attack in his hands gradually slowed down. Sui-Feng keenly noticed Yushi's changes. She knew that the opponent had no more cards to hide, so she decided to end the battle. Since you have run out of tricks, then try my Suzumibaki. I will kill all enemies with my claws, Suzumibaki. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zanpakuto in Sui-Feng's hand was released instantly. Suzumibaki appeared at her fingertips, like the sting of an ordinary wasp, emitting a cold light. Sui-Feng stared at Yushi with cold eyes, ready to launch a fatal blow. When Ashiki saw Suzumibaki, he felt a strong fear in his heart. He knew how powerful this Zanpakuto was, but he had no way out and could only bite the bullet and prepare to resist. The Suzumibaki in Sui-Feng's hand quickly stabbed towards Yukeki. Yukeki tried to dodge, but Sui-Feng's speed was too fast and he had no time to react. The next moment Suzumibaki stabbed his arm, and instantly, a black butterfly pattern appeared on his arm, which was the symbol of Feng Wenhua. Ah! Yuki cried out in pain. He could feel 10 powerful forces eroding his body. 2 hits to kill. Sui-Feng did not give Yuki a chance to breathe, and swung Suzumibaki again, stabbing towards the center of the B pattern Hwa. Yuki widened his eyes and wanted to dodge but was powerless. Suzumibaki accurately stabbed the center of the B pattern Hwa, and the black butterfly patterns instantly crossed and overlapped, forming an 8-sided B pattern Hwa. No! Yuji cried out in despair, but it was too late. A powerful force burst out in an instant, and his body gradually dissipated in the light, turning into points of light and disappearing in the air. Sui-Feng looked at the place where Yuki disappeared, breathing heavily. She put away the Suzumibaki, her eyes still cold. I'll take care of one, but there are others waiting for me, she muttered to herself. At this time, the members of the second team gathered around, and the vice-captain Omadame Rekiyo asked, Captain, are you okay? Sui-Feng shook his head and said, keep searching. Don't let any bavant go. The team members responded in unison and continued to move towards other places. On the other side, Hitsugaichware led Matsumoto Rangiku and the members of the 10th Division to guard the main gate of the 12th Division, vigilantly searching for any traces of the Bavant clan. Suddenly, a strange Ryutsu wave came from the front, and 2 children appeared not far away. The one wearing a baseball cap was Peng, and standing next to him was Pan wearing a woolen hat. Both of them exuded a dangerous aura, and behind them each controlled a strange-looking puppet, Guru and Hintai. Peng looked coldly at Hitsugaichware and the others, and challenged them, Humph, you guys from the Tianban team? Today is the day you die. As he spoke, the puppet Guru in his hand instantly emitted a faint blue light. Wherever the light reached, the accumulated water on the ground quickly gathered together, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge water man. The water man was more than 2 people tall, emitting cold water vapor all over his body. Every step he took left deep footprints on the ground. He waved his thick water arms and smashed towards Suigetsu. At the same time, Pan also controlled the puppet Jintai to join the battle. Pan muttered something, and sharp ice spikes instantly grew out of the water man's body, like sharp blades, and attacked Suigetsu together with the water man's attack. Upon seeing this, Matsumoto Ranjaku immediately drew his sword and prepared to charge forward. "Captain, let me meet them." The other team members also grasped their weapons, eager to give it a try, but Suigetsu stopped them with a firm and confident look. "No need, these 2 guys are enough for 10 of us." Suigetsu's eyes were fixed on the water man, and the zanpakuto in his hand trembled slightly, as if he could sense his master's fighting spirit. Then, Suigetsu suddenly raised the zanpakuto in his hand and shouted, "Sit upright in the frost sky, Haranmaru." In an instant, a majestic and cold Ryutsu erupted wildly with him as the center. This Ryutsu seemed to carry the breath of winter. Wherever it went, the temperature dropped sharply. The surrounding air instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals, sparkling brightly under the sunlight. The originally ordinary zanpakuto underwent an astonishing transformation. A thick iron chain grew out of the end of the knife, and at the end of the chain was a crescent-shaped blade. The blade looked like the tail of an ice dragon, emitting a cold, chilling light. The entire blade seemed to come alive, with strands of cold air emanating from the blade, swirling in the air. Suigetsu controlled Haranmaru, his eyes stern. "Your little tricks end here." After saying that, he flashed and instantly appeared in front of the water man. With a wave of Haranmaru, a gust of cold air swept towards the water man. Under the attack of this cold air, the water man was instantly frozen. His originally agile body became extremely stiff, and those sharp ice spikes lost their thread and fell off one after another. "Is that all you're capable of? You dare to act so arrogant in front of me?" Suigetsu said with a mocking smile, "You're really unlucky to have run into me." Peng was furious when he saw this, and the veins on his face bulged. "Don't be so complacent." He controlled the puppet golem again, and saw Golem's body shining brightly, and a water man even bigger than before appeared on the battlefield again. This water man was surrounded by stronger water vapor, and his power seemed to be even greater than before. He roared and attacked Suigetsu with overwhelming force. "You don't know what life and death are." Suigetsu's eyes flashed, and he waved the Haranmaru in his hand again. This time, his movements were faster and more powerful. A huge ice dragon emerged from the blade, roaring to the sky with a deafening sound. It opened its huge mouth and bit directly at the water man. The powerful freezing force instantly enveloped the water man. Under the attack of the ice dragon, the water man was completely frozen before he could get close to Suigetsu. Then, with a crack, 2. It turned into countless ice cubes and scattered all over the ground. When Pan saw that Peng's attack was easily resolved, he felt a surge of fear in his heart. He knew that he and Peng were in a desperate situation at the moment, but as Baunt, he was unwilling to give up easily. However, before he could do anything, Suigetsu had already come in front of him. "It's your turn." Suigetsu's voice was icy cold. Haranmaru's cold light shone on Iwa's face. Iwa tried to control the puppet Hintai to resist, but Suigetsu was too fast and he had no time to react. A cold light flashed, and Iwa's body was instantly frozen. Then, with a light wave of Suigetsu, it turned into ice chips and floated in the air. Peng looked at Pan's fate, his heart filled with despair and anger, but at this moment, he was no longer able to revolving heaven. Suigetsu looked at him, without a trace of pity in his eyes. "Now. It's time to end it." After saying that, Haranmaru launched another attack. An ice blade shot towards Peng like lightning. Peng had no way to avoid it. He was hit by the ice blade and his body turned into ice and shattered. After dealing with the two, Hit Shugeich put away her Meru, breathing slightly heavily. Matsumoto Rangiku and the team members gathered around him, their faces full of admiration. "Captain, you are awesome," the team members exclaimed. Hit Shugeich nodded slightly, his eyes still alert. "Everyone, don't let your guard down. The base T clan has other enemies. We must continue to be vigilant and not let them." Our conspiracy succeeded. The team members responded in unison. On the other side, Yamamoto Hong and Landao had just stepped into Seireitei when they heard a noisy fighting and painful cries coming from not far away. Yamamoto Hong quickly took Landao to the source of the sound. When he arrived, he saw 4 or 5 ordinary Shinigami lying on the ground with blood spreading all over the ground. A woman was standing in a pool of blood, her eyes full of disdain and coldness. This woman was none other than Yuki of the Bavant clan. She had long blue hair that flowed like a waterfall, gently fluttering in the breeze, and a faint luster shone between her hair. Her skin was as white as snow, with a hint of coldness. On her delicate face, her eyes were deep blue, like a dark pool, hiding endless secrets. She was wearing a purple robe that perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and the beige trousers added a touch of professionalism. Yamamoto Hong's eyes swept over her, and an irresistible desire surged in his heart. He thought secretly that the 3 of them had already joined forces. Yuxi noticed someone approaching, slowly turned his head, and his eyes met Yamamoto's. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes challenging. "Who are you? Are you here to die?" As she spoke, the puppet in her hand, the house with a sword connected by an iron chain, made a slight noise, as if protesting to Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong didn't care about her provocation at all, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. "My little beauty, you killed my people, and this account must be settled. However, since you are so beautiful, for Liang's sake, I can give you a chance. Just follow me and I will forgive you for what happened before." Landao looked at the way Yamamoto Hong was staring at Yuxi with lustful eyes, and her anger suddenly rose. She bit her lower lip tightly and clenched her hands into fists unconsciously. Her nails dug deep into her palms, but she was completely unaware. She never imagined that Yamamoto Hong, who had just done such a shameful thing to her, would now openly reveal such ugly desires towards another woman. This BD is simply a complete scum. Landao kept cursing in her heart. She was full of humiliation and anger. She had no good feelings towards Yamamoto Hong. Feeling, now it is disgusted to the extreme. What does he think of me? A plaything? As soon as he succeeds, he's already thinking about the next one. Landao's eyes were slightly red because of anger and grievance. She felt that she had been greatly insulted, but she knew very well that she was powerless to resist Yamamoto Hong, Ryutsu. She was sealed, previously restrained by Yamamoto Hong, and now her body was limp. Kidō's gun was also destroyed, leaving her completely unable to move. Chapter 58. "I can't just let him control me like this," said Landao. Landao secretly swore, "When I recover my strength, I will make him pay a heavy price for what he did today." She looked at Yamamoto Hong, her eyes full of hatred, but she had to suppress her inner anger and unwillingness. Now Landao can only stand aside, tormented in her heart. On the one hand, she is worried that Yamamoto Hong will really do something to Yuxi, and on the other hand, she is afraid that she will be tortured by Yamamoto Hong again. Am I going to be trapped by this demon for the rest of my life? Landao was filled with despair, but the stubbornness in her bones made her unwilling to give up hope. She kept thinking about ways to escape in her mind, just waiting for the right opportunity. Hearing this, Yuxi's eyes flashed with anger. "You're dreaming. Do you think you can make me surrender?" After saying that, she violently waved the puppet in her hand, and the fan instantly unfolded. A strange light flashed on the fan, and then a sharp sword energy accompanied by the sound of whipping iron chains mocked Yamamoto Hong's swift and fierce attack. Yamamoto Hong dodged the attack with ease, chanting, Bakud number 61, 6 Staff Light Prison. In an instant, the golden light of 6 paths shot out from his hands, interweaving in the air to form a huge light prison, covering Yuxi. Yuxi's eyes narrowed. He immediately controlled the puppet to spin rapidly, trying to break free from the constraints of the light prison. The fan and sword created a gust of wind during the rotation, blowing the surrounding dust and debris everywhere. Yamamoto Hong watched her struggle and found it very amusing. Don't waste your energy, you can't escape. If you obey me obediently, you will enjoy endless benefits in the future. Yuxi gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. The two of them were in a stalemate. Yuxi kept trying to break through the light prison, while Yamamoto Hong admired her resistance from the side, and his desire to conquer became stronger and stronger. This contest is destined not to end easily, and Yamamoto Hong is secretly planning to take Yuxi into his pocket and make her his woman no matter what. Yuxi struggled frantically in the 6-rod light prison, his eyes burning with rage as he cursed Yamamoto Hong, "You shameless BD! Dirty BD! You're dreaming of making me surrender. I'd rather die than let a scum like you succeed. You think you can conquer me with these tricks? Don't be delusional, you don't deserve it." Yuxi's voice trembled with anger, and every word was filled with deep hatred. Yamamoto Hong didn't care at all, with that sly smile still on his face. He looked at Yuxi and said, "The more you resist now, the more interesting it is for me. Once you obey me, you will know how wise it is to follow me." At this moment, a strange Ryutsu wave was heard, and a grey-haired old man slowly appeared. His face was weathered, but his eyes revealed a firmness. When Yuxi saw the old man, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and immediately shouted, "Zedu! Zedu! Come and save me!" Sawatari nodded slightly, his eyes falling on Yamamoto Hong with a hint of scrutiny. A huge grey petrified whale appeared beside him. It was his puppet Bola. Bola exuded a mysterious aura, and its huge body gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Sawatari said nothing, directly directing the action of the Baala. The Baala opened its huge mouth, and a powerful suction force gushed out from it, sucking in the 6-stick light prison that Yamamoto Hong had cast. In the blink of an eye, the prison disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong smiled and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Your ability is quite interesting. Let's see if you can absorb it." As he said, he took a stance. "First bend the index finger and middle finger of your right hand and bring them together, then separate the distance between the ring finger and middle finger, bend the ring finger and little finger and bring them together, and slightly bend the thumb." The forward movement is similar to the posture of 3 dragon claws. Immediately afterwards, flames blazed in his hands, and the scorching heat spread instantly. The air around him seemed to be ignited, making a sizzling sound. "Burning Dragon Claw Fist Flame Dragon King!" Yamamoto Hong shouted. A huge fire dragon flew out from his hand, with its fangs and claws bared and flames surging all over its body. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be distorted. It rushed straight towards Luodu and Baola with the momentum of destroying the world. Zedu's face changed slightly, but he did not retreat. He calmly commanded Bola to absorb the power. Bola opened his mouth again and exerted all his strength to absorb the power, but the power of the fire dragon was far beyond his imagination. The flames of the Flame Dragon King were like a surging tide, impacting Bola's absorption power wave after wave. "Hey, you think you can stop me with just this little bit of strength?" Yamamoto Hong said disdainfully. In his eyes, his Flame Dragon King was not so easy to resist. This move combined the powerful Ryutsu and the power of fire. Once unleashed, its power was enough to make many enemies flee. The power of the fire dragon continued to grow, and the flames burned more and more vigorously, gradually breaking through the absorption range of Bola. The flames licked Bola's body, instantly burning its surface red. Bola let out a painful roar, and cracks began to appear on its body, and it was crumbling under the scorching flames. Zedu frowned, knowing full well that the situation was dire, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted, "Bora, hold on. We can't lose." However, his shouts did not change the situation. The power of the Flame Dragon King was too great, and Zedu's puppet, Bora, was finally overwhelmed. With a loud bang, it turned into countless fragments and flew everywhere. "No!" Zedu cried out in despair. Before he could react, the fire dragon rushed in front of him. The scorching flames instantly engulfed him. His body quickly burned in the flames and he screamed. In just a few seconds, Zedu and Bola were burned to ashes and drifted away in the wind. Yamamoto Hong watched this scene and nodded with satisfaction. "You are overestimating yourself and still want to fight me." After saying that, he turned to look at Yuxi, with that malicious smile on his face again. "Now, no one can save you, little beauty, you'd better obey me obediently." Yuxi looked at the place where Zedu and Baila disappeared, tears welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. She gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Yamamoto Hong, don't be so complacent. I will definitely avenge you today. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. People like you will get your comeuppance sooner or later." Yamamoto Hong walked forward, stretched out his hand and gently lifted Yuxi's chin. "It's useless for you to be stubborn now. Once you have tasted my power, you will know that resistance is meaningless." Yuxi wanted to break free from Yamamoto Hong's hand, but found that he could not move at all. "Let me go! You devil!" Yuxi struggled desperately, but Yamamoto Hong's hands were like iron clamps, holding her tightly. "Stop struggling, be good and I will let you enjoy the best things in the world." Yamamoto Hong continued to seduce Yuxi. "Va! I tell you, even if I die, I will never be your plaything." Yuxi responded angrily. Yamamoto Hong was not anxious. He knew that Yuxi was just putting up a last stand. He loosened his hand and slowly walked around Yuxi. "Do you think you have any other choice? Look at your current situation. No one can save you. No matter how much you resist, it will be useless." Yuxi didn't say anything, but just stared at Yamamoto Hong with eyes full of hatred. She secretly swore in her heart that as long as she had the chance, she would kill the man in front of her and seek justice for herself. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You're wrong. You're just a BD who does whatever he wants just because he has a little power. You won't have a good end." Yuxi started cursing again. Yamamoto Hong was still smiling. He knew that Yuxi's resistance would continue for a while, but he had plenty of patience. "You can scold me as much as you want. When you get tired of scolding me, you will realize how stupid it is to go against me." At this moment, there was dead silence all around, with only Yuxi's angry breathing and Yamamoto Hong's laughter. This contest of unequal power seemed to have come to an end, but the hatred in Yuxi's heart was like a burning flame that would never be extinguished. Yamamoto Hong was also thinking about how to completely conquer this stubborn woman in front of him. His desires were constantly expanding, and his possessiveness of Buddha was becoming stronger and stronger. Landao stood aside and witnessed all this, with mixed feelings in her heart. The powerful strength of the Fire Dragon King displayed by Yamamoto Hong made her fall into the abyss of despair. The blazing fire dragon easily burned Zedu and his powerful puppet Baila to ashes. Such terrifying strength made Landao clearly realize how huge the gap between himself and Yamamoto Hong was. Her hands began to tremble unconsciously, and her eyes were full of fear and helplessness. Recalling the scene where she was easily subdued by Yamamoto Hong, Landao felt a wave of sadness in her heart. Once upon a time, she was a member of the 12th Division, with her own pride and dignity, but now she is trapped by this man, like a caged bird, with no freedom at all. Can I really escape from his control? Landao kept asking himself in his heart, but he could never find the answer. Yamamoto Hong's methods are endless, and his desires are like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Landao knows that as long as she is by his side, she may suffer even more terrible torture at any time. Seeing Yamamoto Hong's smug expression, Lan Dao's heart was filled with hatred, but even more so with a sense of powerlessness. She recalled the time when Yamamoto Hong tortured her with illusions. The feeling of being powerless and at the mercy of others haunted her like a nightmare. She was afraid that she would be imprisoned like this forever, becoming Yamamoto Hong's plaything, losing herself and everything. Lan Dao knew that Yamamoto Hong would not let her go easily, and his control over her would only become tighter and tighter. She tried to find a way to escape in her heart. But every time she thought about it, she was hindered by Yamamoto Hong's powerful strength and means. She didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that if she was not careful, she would suffer more severe punishment. At this moment, Lan Dao hoped that she could recover Ryutsu, pick up Kid Gun again, and fight to the death with Yamamoto Hong, but she knew that this was just her fantasy. Under Yamamoto Hong's strict control, it was not easy to recover Ryutsu. She could only wait silently, waiting for the opportunity that might never come. Is my fate controlled by him like this? Tears welled up in Lan Dao's eyes, and she tried hard to hold them back. She told herself that she couldn't give up just like that. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she would fight for it. But she was confused as to where the hope lay. The dead silence around her seemed to declare her helplessness, and Yamamoto Hong's laughter was like the devil's whisper, constantly eroding her heart. Lan Dao secretly vowed in her heart that if she could escape one day, she would make Yamamoto Hong pay a heavy price for his actions. But now, she could only continue to struggle in despair, waiting for an unknown future. 0147090224 Fila 1235325560. Komamura Seigen stood majestically at the back door of the 12th Division, with the members of the 7th Division beside him on high alert. His gaze was piercing, and he shouted loudly, "Everyone, cheer up! We must not let Master Yuan Liuzai down by trusting us to guard this place." The members of the 7th Division shouted yes, sir in unison, and the sound echoed all around, demonstrating their firm determination. Not far away, Xiao was watching this scene in a daze and said to the man with headphones and mohawk hair next to him, "Koga Tsuyoshi, please attract their attention and let me." "You can go in." Koga Tsuyoshi nonchalantly replied, "No problem." He then sent out his puppet, Darku. Darku looks like an iron spider, emitting a cold metallic light. It rushes towards Komamura Seigen with its claws and fangs bared. Darku is extremely narcissistic, muttering as he advances. "A perfect puppet like me can easily deal with you guys." Its special ability is to assimilate iron. Any iron object in front of it can become a weapon of attack. Seeing Darku rushing towards him, Komamura Seigen was not afraid at all. He suddenly threw a punch. This punch contained great power and made a whistling sound, which directly knocked Darku back several meters. Komamura Seigen asked in a low voice, "Are you from the Bavant clan?" Koga Tsuyoshi sneered and responded, "I am Koga Tsuyoshi of the Bavant clan." At the moment when Komamura Seigen and Koga Tsuyoshi were talking, Kari seized the opportunity, turned into a gust of wind, and sneaked into the 12th Division silently. After being repelled, Darku became furious and its 8 iron claws scratched the ground with a harsh sound as it pounced on Komamura Seigen again. The metallic luster on its body became more and more dazzling, and it was obviously using its ability to assimilate iron. Some scattered iron nets around it gathered towards it, strengthening its attack. Komamura Seigen glanced at him once. He knew very well that the doll in front of him was weird, so he didn't do anything. He dodged a lunge from Darku and then raised his leg to kick Darku in the stomach, but Darku twisted his body flexibly and grabbed Komamura Seigen's leg with his claws, trying to pull him away. After stumbling, Komamura Seigen took advantage of the situation and swung Darku hard, throwing him out. At this time, the members of the 7th Division also joined the battle. Vice Captain Shooting Field Tetsuzumon rushed towards Koga Tsuyoshi with Zanpakuta in hand, shouting, "You, don't even think about fighting here. Make trouble." Koga Tsuyoshi was not in a hurry. He controlled Darko to cooperate with the puppet. Darko spit out some filamentous metal substances, which quickly solidified in the air and turned into sharp lines. The metal spikes shot towards the members of Team 7. The members of the 7th Division used their own skills to dodge. Some members used Shunpo to move like lightning, others used Zanpakuto to chop the flying metal spikes into pieces. The knife flashed and the sound of metal clashing was endless. Komamura Seijin rushed towards Dalko again, his Ryutsu starting to climb, and a powerful aura emanated from him. "Let me show you the strength of the 7th Division!" He shouted, clenched his fists, and swung several punches in succession. The wind of his punches was like a knife, directly knocking out several pieces of the metal shell on Darko's body. A crack! Although Darko was injured, he still fought tenaciously. He let out a sharp cry and used his iron assimilation ability to the ultimate, turning the surrounding ground into a layer of hard gold. The armor not only protected himself, but also extended many metal spikes from the ground and stabbed towards Komamura Seijin. Komamura Seijin dodged most of the spikes, but one of them still scratched his arm, blood oozing out. Komamura Seijin didn't feel the pain at all, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was more and more prosperous. "Humph, is that all you can do?" He rushed towards Darko again, and this time his attack was more fierce, with each punch carrying a powerful impact. Koga Tsuyoshi raised his head with a sinister smile and suddenly shouted, "Tienerku!" Before he finished speaking, the metal around Darko suddenly twisted and reorganized. Amidst the harsh sound of metal friction, it turned into a giant double-edged axe that was 2 people tall. The axe body was covered with strange dark purple lines, the sharp axe blade was shining with a cold blue light, the axe handle was wrapped with a chain-like metal bar, and there was a sharp barb at the end, which moved with the air flow. The movement makes the mouth make your teeth ache. The giant double-edged axe slashed down, cracking the ground wherever it passed, and the air was cut into several white marks. Before the axe blade even touched the ground, the fierce wind pressure had already carved 3 deep grooves on the ground. Flying gravel and metal fragments came like a rainstorm. Komamura Seijin roared, and slammed his palms out, the powerful force collided with the blade, and a dazzling spark burst out in an instant. However, the giant body that Darko transformed into twisted and slashed out with the blade. Tricky curve. The chain barbs wrapped around Komamura Seijin's arms like a lion majesty, and the dark purple lines suddenly emitted electricity, and Wanwani immediately drilled into the muscles. "Is this your trump card?" Komamura Seijin asked in a deep voice. Chapter 59. Koga Tsuyoshi, with a smug grin on his face, shouted, "That's right, this is my strongest power. This move of Darko is enough to show you Shinigami that Bavant is not to be trifled with." Koga Tsuyoshi's eyes were filled with madness and confidence, as if he was sure that this attack would completely defeat Komamura Seijin and others, and then he could wait for Kari to come back from his trance. Komamura Seijin's eyes glared, and Ryutsu began to surge crazily around him. His aura suddenly surged. He looked at Koga Tsuyoshi with a determined gaze and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll be serious too." Roar, divine punishment. As Komamura Seijin spoke the Shikai language, a majestic Ryutsu spread out from him, and a huge hand holding a huge blade appeared behind Komamura Seijin. This hand was formed from pure Ryutsu, with black ropes wrapped around its surface. It exuded a chilling aura, and the shadow of the blade flashed with a cold light, as if it could easily tear through space. What is this?" When Koga saw the arm of black rope heavenly punishment Myoko appear, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But he still pretended to be calm and shouted, "Don't think you can scare me like this." Komamura Seijin snorted coldly, controlling the arm of the black rope heavenly punishment Mayu and slashing down fiercely at Koga Tsuyoshi. The huge blade brought up a gust of wind, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be cut by the sharp blade, making a hissing sound. Under the pressure of this powerful force, cracks instantly appeared on the ground, and the cracks quickly spread in all directions, as if the earth was shaking under this blow. Humph, let's see how powerful this move is. Komamura Seigen said loudly, his voice full of majesty and power. Koga Tsuyoshi did not dare to be careless and quickly controlled the giant double-edged axe transformed by Darko to resist. The axe blade and the knife blade collided with each other, making a deafening sound. Powerful energy waves spread out from the collision point to the surroundings. The surrounding members of the 7th Division used Shunpo to retreat backwards to avoid this powerful impact. How is this possible? Koga Tsuyoshi exclaimed. He could feel that he was unable to resist the attack with all his strength. The giant double-edged axe that Darko transformed into actually had cracks appearing on the axe blade under the attack of the Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King's arm. Your power is just that. Komamura Seigen said disdainfully. The Bavant family attempted to destroy Soul Society. Today is your end. After saying this, he increased his Ryutsu output once more. The light on Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King's arm grew even brighter, and the black ropes kept twisting, as if they had life, reinforcing the power of these 10 strikes. No. I won't lose. Koga Tsuyoshi shouted madly, veins bulging on his forehead. He tried his best to resist, but in front of Komamura Seigen's powerful strength, his resistance seemed so powerless. With a crack, the giant double-edged axe that Darko transformed into finally couldn't bear the weight and broke into 2 halves, turning into points of light and dissipating in the air. Koga Gang lost his weapon and was completely exposed to the attack of the Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King. It's over. Komamura Seigen shouted, and the arm of the Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King smashed towards Koga Tsuyoshi with the momentum of destroying the world. Ah! Koga just let out a desperate scream, and his body was instantly blown away by this powerful force, hitting the distant wall heavily. The wall collapsed under the huge impact, and Koga Tsuyoshi was buried in the rubble. Captain, you are awesome! The members of the 7th Division gathered around and looked at Komamura Seigen with admiration. Komamura Seigen put away the heavenly punishment, panting slightly, and said, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. The Bavant clan's conspiracy has not been completely crushed. We must hold our ground." At this time, Yamamoto Hong is still trying his best to conquer Yuxi, while in various corners of Seireitei, Karishin has sneaked into the 12th Division and is looking for the Pure Land chapter. Karishin hid in the darkness of the 12th Division, looking towards the Central Technical Development Bureau, his heart filled with resentment and anger. Am I such a failure? Xiao gritted his teeth and murmured in a daze, his knuckles turning white from the force of his fists. He had been planning this trip for a long time, in order to take revenge on Seireitei and make those Shinigami who had hurt the Bavant banner pay the price. The hatred from 1,000 years ago was like a sharp blade, constantly piercing his heart. The scene of his tribe being ambushed by the Shinigami and suffering heavy casualties kept appearing in his mind. It was a pain that he could never forget. We, Bavant, wanted to join Soul Society with all our heart, but we got such a result. Why? The flame of revenge burned in Xiao's dazed eyes, and his body trembled slightly with anger. Looking at Kurotsuka Mayuri who was waiting at the main gate, Shushishin felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. He knew that with Kurotsuka Mayuri's strength, it was almost impossible for him to break through the defense line and get the purification seal. Am I going to fail at the last moment? No, I won't accept that. Xiao roared in his heart full of struggle. So many years of preparation, countless sacrifices of my clansmen, all for this day. I can't give up, and I won't give up. Xiao Shishin clenched his fists and encouraged himself in his heart. Xiao lost his mind and began to think frantically about countermeasures, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find a way to the Pure Land chapter. There must be a way, there must be, he muttered to himself, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. If we retreat now, the Bavant clan will never have a chance to turn things around. I can't let down the dead members of the clan, and I can't let the living ones continue to struggle in pain. Xiao's dazed eyes gradually became firm. He knew that he was carrying the hopes of the entire Bavant clan on his shoulders. Those Shinigami, they enjoy the peace of soul society, but they want to kill us. I must make them taste the pain. A ferocious expression appeared on Kirishi's face, and the desire for revenge had completely occupied his heart. The Pure Land Seal is right there. It will be my weapon of revenge. I must get it. He observed quietly in the dark, not missing any details. Looking at Kuratsuka Mayuri and the Shinigami around him, Kirishishin gradually came up with a risky plan. Although it's dangerous, this is the only chance. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. Even if I die, I will fight. I will make Seireitei pay a heavy price for their actions and let them know that Bavant is not easy to bully. A trace of determination flashed in Xiao's dazed eyes, and he sneaked in one direction quietly. Kari is dazed and wanders through the shadows of Seireitei like a ghost, with the flame of revenge burning in his heart. His target is the first squadron. He wants to deal a fatal blow to Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni and seek justice for the Bavant clan. At this time, Ichinos Maki and Chijiro Sasakaibe were patrolling near the first squadron. Ichinos Maki had sharp eyes and was always paying attention to the Ryutsu fluctuations around him. Chijiro Sasakaibe followed calmly beside him, holding a long sword. Suddenly, Ichinos Maki frowned, sensing something strange about Ryutsu. He whispered to Chijiro Sasakaibe, "Vice Captain Sasakaibe, there's something wrong. This Ryutsu is unfamiliar, and I'm afraid they're up to no good." Chijiro Sasakaibe nodded slightly, tightened his grip on the knife, and the two of them quickly approached the direction of the Ryutsu's source. Soon, they discovered Xiao Shishin's whereabouts. When Xiao Shishin saw the two people appear, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Humph, I was discovered by you. But don't even think about stopping me." After saying that, he summoned his own puppet Maisha. Maisha looked like a blower, with strange light flashing around her body. As soon as she appeared, a strong wind blew up. There was a hint of electricity in the wind. Undeterred, Maki Ichinos drew his Zanpakut, the blade flashing with a cold light. "Kirishishin, your plot will not succeed. Today is your end." Chijiro Sasakaibe also took up his stance and said in a deep voice, "If you want to get through here, you'll have to get past us first." Kari sneered and controlled Misa to attack. Misa spun, and the powerful wind formed a series of wind blades, which flew towards Ichinos Maki and Chijiro Sasakaibe like sharp blades. Ichinos Maki flashed and displayed superb shunpo, moving flexibly between the wind blades while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Chijiro Sasakaibe swung his long sword, cutting off the approaching wind blade. The sword flashed, and the wind blade collided with it, creating dazzling sparks. "Is that all you can do?" Ichinos Maki scoffed loudly, trying to irritate Kirishin. Xiao Shishin was indeed enraged. He roared, "You will pay the price for your arrogance." Then, Maisha's power exploded further, summoning a huge whirlwind. This whirlwind was like a raging dragon, rushing towards the two with its fangs and claws bared. Wherever the tornado passed, rocks on the ground were picked up and splashed everywhere, and the surrounding buildings were also tottering under the raging wind. Chijiro Sasakaibe felt this powerful force and his eyes became stern. "Maki, be careful, this whirlwind is extremely powerful." Ichinos Maki nodded, took a deep breath, and gathered all his Ryutsu into Zanpakut, 9-headed dragon flash. 9 giant dragons formed from pure energy roared out from his sword, and with overwhelming momentum, they crashed into the whirlwind. The giant dragon collided with the whirlwind, making a deafening roar, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center. Under the impact of this energy, the whirlwind was slightly suppressed, but soon recovered its strength and continued to attack the two. Seeing this, Xiao Shishin smiled smugly, "Do you think you can stop me like this? You are so naive." He controlled Maisha, increasing the power of the tornado again, and at the same time summoned lightning. Thick lightning bolts fell from the sky, cooperating with the tornado to form a terrifying attack area. Ichinos Maki and Chijiro Sasakaibe were forced to retreat by this powerful attack. Chijiro Sasakaibe was struck by lightning, his clothes were burnt, and his hair was a little messy, but he still held his ground. Damn it, this guy is even stronger than I thought. Ichinos Maki also felt the immense pressure, but he did not back down. Vice Captain Sasakaibe, we can't give up, we must kill him. At this moment, Xiao Shishin took advantage of the gap when the two were suppressed by the attack and controlled Misha to fly up and fly quickly towards the direction of the first team. Seeing this, Ichinos Maki was extremely worried. Oh no, he's trying to escape. He immediately used Shunpo and chased after Kari Shishin. Chijiro Sasakaibe followed closely behind. Kari Shin flew through the air, using Misa's power to create wind barriers, trying to stop Ichinos Maki and Chijiro Sasakaibe from pursuing him. A trace of determination flashed in Ichinos Maki's eyes. He used the sky-soaring dragon flash and disappeared from the spot in an instant like lightning. Then he appeared in front of Kari Shishin at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand, bringing out several sharp sword energies and slashing towards Kari Shishin. Kari Shishin didn't expect that Ichinos Maki could catch up so quickly. He hurriedly controlled Misa to defend himself. Misa released a powerful condensed wind, forming a solid defensive wall in front of Kari Shishin. The sword energy hit the defensive wall, making a bang-bang sound, but the defensive wall did not move at all. Hey, you think this? Can you stop me like this? Ichinos Maki snorted coldly and increased the output of Ryutsu again, making the power of sword energy even stronger. Under the fierce attack of Ichinos Maki, cracks began to appear in the defense wall. Kari Shin was shocked. He knew that he could not continue to passively defend like this, so he controlled Misa to launch a counterattack. Misa summoned a huge bolt of lightning and struck towards Ichinos Maki. When Ichinos Maki saw the lightning coming, he remained calm. He held Zanpakuto horizontally in front of him and released Ryutsu to form a shield. The lightning struck the shield with a loud bang, and a powerful electric current spread along the shield, but Ichinos Maki relied on his tenacious will to withstand the blow. At this time, Chijiro Sasakaibe also caught up, waving his long sword and slashing at Kari Shishin. Kari Shishin turned around and controlled Misa to use the wind blade to resist Chijiro Sasakaibe's attack. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while, and no one could easily break through the other's defense. Xiao Shishin was anxious. He knew that the longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. So he decided to take a gamble and use his strongest skills. He controlled Misha, frantically gathering the surrounding wind and lightning forces. Misha's body began to emit a dazzling light, and a huge energy ball formed in front of it. This energy ball contained terrifying power, and the surrounding space was distorted by its existence. Try this. This is a great gift I prepared for Seireitei. Since you want to stop me, I will use it on you first. Xiao laughed wildly and then the energy ball was launched towards Ichinos Maki and Chijiro Sasakaibe. Ichinos Maki and Chijiro Sasakaibe felt this suffocatingly powerful force, and their faces became very solemn. Ichinos Maki knew that if he took this blow head-on, he would. They are doomed to die. He thought about countermeasures quickly, and suddenly, he came up with an idea. He turned to Chijiro Sasakaibe and shouted, "Vice Captain, let's attack the edge of the energy ball together, maybe we can change it. Change its trajectory." Chijiro Sasakaibe nodded without hesitation. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and Ichinos Maki shouted loudly, "Shine, Kazumi!" The Zanpakuto shone brightly, and countless rays of light shot towards the energy ball. Chijiro Sasakaibe also injected all his Ryutsu into the long sword and swung out a huge sword energy. The light and sword energy hit the edge of the energy ball, and the powerful force caused the trajectory of the energy ball to deviate and fly to the side. The energy ball exploded not far away, making a loud noise that shook the earth. The powerful energy impact completely destroyed the surrounding buildings, raised the ground, and raised a cloud of smoke and dust. Xiao Shishan saw that his strongest attack was broken, and his heart was filled with resentment and anger. Damn it, you ruined my good thing. Xiao Shishan controlled Misha and attacked again. Nose's Maki and Chur Sasakai brushed over, ready to fight them to the death. Ichino's Maki and Chur Sasakai did not flinch either. Their eyes were determined, ready to face the final frenzy of Kari Shishin. In this tense atmosphere, a life and death contest unfolded again. No one knows what the final outcome of this battle will be, but Ichino's Maki and Chur Sasakai have only one belief in their hearts, which is to protect Seireitei, never let the hunting red god. The conspiracy succeeded. Chapter 60. Chur Sasakai watched as Kari Shishi rushed towards him again, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew very well how dangerous this battle was, but his belief in protecting Seireitei was unwavering. At this moment, he had no time to care about the loss of his own spiritual power. He raised the long sword in his hand high and shouted loudly, "Pierce him, Yan Lingwan!" As the words of liberation fell, a strange light enveloped Chur Sasakib's long sword. After the light dissipated, the long sword had transformed into a western sword. The sword body flashes with a sharp cold light, the gems inlaid on the hilt emit a mysterious glow, and the guard of the western sword has a unique pattern, as if it hides an ancient power. When Xiao Shishan saw Chur Sasakai free Zanpakut, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes and he sneered, "Humph, even if Zanpakut is freed, what can it do? You won't be able to stop me alive today." After saying that, he controlled Misa and blew up a strong wind again. The wind was intertwined with thunder and lightning, and it attacked Ichino's Maki and Chur Sasakai madly. Ichino's Maki's eyes flashed, and the Zanpakut Najigashumi in his hand shone brightly, sparkling sunshine, broken jade Najigashumi. Maki Ichino's moved like lightning through the raging wind and lightning, searching for an opportunity to strike back. He shouted, "Vice Captain Sasakai, this guy is tough to deal with. We must be careful." Chur Sasakai nodded slightly, gripped Yan Lingwan tightly, and rushed forward against the strong wind. The rapier was brandished in his hand, bringing up sharp sword shadows, blocking the approaching wind blades and lightning. Every time the sword collides with the wind and lightning, dazzling sparks splash and crisp sounds are emitted. "Humph, stop being so arrogant. Today I will make sure your conspiracy is thwarted." Kui Buletin Kojiro shouted. Seeing this, Xiao Shishan controlled Misha to increase the intensity of the attack. The wind howled and thunder roared, like a mad beast. "Is this all you can do? Prepare to die." He laughed wildly, his eyes full of madness and determination. Ichino's Maki and Chur Sasakai cooperated with each other. Ichino's Maki used Shunpo to flexibly dodge attacks, and occasionally used Jutioyu Longshan and Tianxiang Longshan to counterattack. Chur Sasakai relied on Yan Lingwan's western sword moves to deal with Kari Shin in close combat. Although the attacks of the two posed a certain threat to Xiao Shishan gradually gained the upper hand with the power of Misha and his own ability to absorb spirit particles. "Your spiritual power is almost exhausted, isn't it?" Xiao sneered, "Give up resistance, and perhaps I can leave you with an intact corpse." Ichino's Maki gritted his teeth and retorted, "Don't dream. Even if we die, we won't let you succeed." Chur Sasakai also said, "If you want to destroy Seireitei, you must first step over our corpses." Although his voice was a little tired, his eyes were still determined. As the battle continued, the spiritual powers of Ichino's Maki and Chur Sasakai gradually ran out, and their movements began to become sluggish, which Kari Shishin keenly noticed. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he increased the frequency and strength of his attacks. Die! He controlled Misha to summon a huge pillar of lightning, which struck the two of them fiercely. Ichino's Maki and Chur Sasakai exchanged glances and simultaneously exerted their strength. Ichino's Maki injected the remaining Ryutsu in his body into Najigashumi, slashing out a powerful sword energy. Chur Sasakaibe danced Yan Lingwan tightly, forming a huge defensive barrier. The sword energy collided with the lightning column, making a deafening sound. The powerful energy impact caused the two men to retreat repeatedly, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, but they still did not give up, and supported each other to stand up again. "We can't go on like this, we have to think of a way," said Ichino's Maki, panting. Chur Sasakaibe looked at the Yan Lingwan in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I might be able to find his weakness. You help me contain him, and I'll look for an opportunity to strike and defeat him." Ichino's Maki nodded, took a deep breath, and rushed towards Karishin again. Ichino's Maki used various moves. Although the power was not as great as before, he successfully attracted Karishin's attention. Shao snorted coldly, controlling Misa to counter Ichino's Maki's attack. "With your current limited strength, you still want to stop me? You really overestimate your own abilities." Just as Karishin focused his attention on Ichino's Maki, Chur Sasakaibe quietly circled behind him. He focused his Ryutsu on Yan Lingwan. The blade of the western sword shone brightly. "Now!" Chur Sasakaibe shouted and thrust out Yan Lingwan. Shao Shishin sensed the attack from behind. His eyes narrowed and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned instantly, and Maisha blew out a powerful whirlwind, which directly shattered Chur Sasakaibe's attack. The whirlwind brought with it a powerful tearing force, crushing Yan Lingwan's sword energy into pieces, turning it into specks of light that dissipated in the air. "You think you can hurt me with just this sneak attack?" Shao sneered absent-mindedly, his eyes full of disdain. He controlled Misa, and the wind blade and lightning rained down on Chur Sasakaibe. Chur Sasakaibe was unable to dodge and was struck by several lightning bolts. His body was wrapped in a powerful electric current. He groaned in pain and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Vice Captain Sasakaibe. Seeing this, Ichino's Maki was anxious and rushed forward without hesitation. At this moment, the fatal blow of the hunter had been delivered. A huge lightning spear with the power to destroy everything pierced towards Chur Sasakaibe. Ichino's Maki desperately stood in front of Chur Sasakaibe, releasing all his Ryutsu to form a shield. However, the power of the lightning spear was too great, the shield shattered instantly, and the lightning spear pierced into Ichino's Maki's shoulder. The powerful force knocked him away, and blood splattered in the air. "Maki!" Chur Sasakaibe struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the seriously injured Ichino's Maki, his heart filled with anger and self-blame. His eyes became extremely firm, and he slowly stood up, with the Yanling pill in his hand shining brightly. "Hori Shishin, you must pay the price today." Chur Sasakaibe's voice was low and powerful, filled with endless murderous intent. "Humph, just you." Shao looked at Chur Sasakaibe absent-mindedly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but more of it was disdain. Chur Sasakaibe did not respond to Shao's absent-minded taunting. He took a deep breath, raised Zanpakut high, and shouted loudly, "Huang Huang Yan Ling Li Gong." In an instant, a majestic and ancient Ryutsu erupted wildly with him as the center. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thick black clouds rolled, as if to swallow the whole world. Under the influence of this powerful Ryutsu, the electrons in the air quickly condensed, forming a huge elliptical electric light. The electric light flashed with dazzling purple light, as if a mysterious door opened in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the elliptical electric light split into 11 thick lightning pillars, circling like giant dragons and converging on the blade of Yan Lingwan. Yan Lingwan's sword blade became transparent, the power of thunder and lightning coursing within, emitting a chilling aura. At this moment, Chur Sasakaibe seemed to have become the master of thunder and lightning, surrounded by powerful force. His eyes were filled with majesty and determination. "The last time I performed Bankai was 2000 years ago. You are honored this time." Genryūsai said coldly, his voice carrying far in the strong wind. He swung the Yanling pill and slashed fiercely at Xiao Shishan. The 11 lightning pillars whizzed out with the force of the sword. Wherever they went, the air was torn apart, making a sizzling sound. The ground was also plowed with deep grooves by the power of lightning, and gravel flew everywhere. When Xiao Shishan saw this terrifying attack, his face instantly became solemn. He knew that the power of this attack was far beyond his imagination and he did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately controlled Misha, frantically gathering the surrounding wind and lightning forces to form a huge defensive barrier in front of him. The barrier was composed of swirling winds and interwoven lightning, like an indestructible shield. "I want to see how powerful your Bankai is," Xiao shouted in a daze, trying to give himself courage. But as soon as he finished speaking, Genryūsai's Bankai attack arrived. 11 lightning pillars slammed into the defensive barrier with a deafening roar. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the two people as the center. The surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to dust under the impact of this force, and the ground collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. Xiao Shizi only felt a powerful force rushing towards him, his arms were numb from the shock, and Misha also let out a painful cry under the impact. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain the defensive barrier, but the power of the lightning pillars came in waves like a tide, making him feel powerless. How is it possible? Karishin was horrified. He didn't expect that Genryūsai's Bankai would be so powerful. Just when he thought he was about to be unable to resist, he suddenly thought of his ability to absorb spirit particles. His eyes hardened and he decided to take a risk. He concentrated his mind and brought his ability to absorb spirit particles to the ultimate level, trying to absorb Genryūsai's Bankai power. A huge Uzumaki appeared around the body of the hunter. The Uzumaki spun madly, sucking in the surrounding air and spirit particles. Half of Genryūsai Bankai's power was absorbed by this Uzumaki, and its power was instantly reduced a lot. "Humph, even if you Bankai, I can still resist it." Xiao laughed triumphantly. "Don't be too happy too soon." Genryūsai snorted coldly. Although he saw that the power of his Bankai had been weakened, his eyes remained firm. He swung Yanling again, and the remaining lightning pillars attacked Xiao Shishan again. Xiao Shishan hurriedly resisted again. Although the pressure he felt this time was a little smaller, he still didn't dare to slack off. He controlled Misa, constantly adjusting the strength and shape of the defense barrier, and barely withstood Genryūsai's attack. "You think you can defeat me like this?" Xiao gasped. "Today, I will make Seireitei pay for what they did." "You won't succeed." Genryūsai responded firmly, "As long as I am here, I will not let you hurt Seireitei sharing." The two of them were in a stalemate, and the powerful Ryutsu kept colliding, emitting dazzling light and deafening sound. The surrounding space began to distort under the influence of this force, as if it could collapse at any time. Not far away, the seriously injured Maki Ichinos struggled to stand up. He watched the battle between Genryūsai and Karishin, his heart filled with admiration and worry. He knew that the outcome of this battle was related to the safety of the entire Seireitei. He endured the pain and was ready to join the battle at any time and fight alongside Genryūsai. At this time, the captain of the 2nd Division, Sui-Feng, accompanied by the vice-captain of the 2nd Division, Omadame Rekio, and other members of the 2nd Division arrived. They surrounded Karishin, but Karishin was not afraid at all, and instead became more and more arrogant. After absorbing Genryūsai's Bankai spirit, Karishin's injuries rapidly healed. Ryutsu, who had been slightly weakened, now surged with energy. His eyes flickered with a strange light, and a more powerful and sinister aura surrounded him, his strength increasing to an unprecedented level. "Ha ha ha!" Xiao laughed wildly and arrogantly, his laughter echoing in the air, full of provocation and pride. "Just you! You guys want to stop me? Today is the end of Seireitei." He glanced at Sui-Feng and others who surrounded him, his eyes full of disdain. Sui-Feng frowned, his eyes were as cold as ice, and he thought to himself, this guy has absorbed the power of Seisaku's Bankai, and his strength has increased greatly. He is more difficult than I imagined. But I can't. Don't let him succeed. We must protect Seireitei. She gripped the Zanpakuto tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort, and winked at the team members, signaling them to proceed with caution. Omadame Arekiyo and his team were on high alert. Although they were somewhat nervous in the face of the powerful Kari Shishin, their belief in protecting Seireitei prevented them from backing off. Just as Sui-Feng was about to launch an attack, a teasing voice came over, "Hey, isn't this hunter lost 3.3? What, still thinking of wreaking havoc?" Everyone looked closely and saw Yamamoto Hong walking slowly towards them with Randeo and the tied-up Yuxi. Xiao Shishin saw this scene, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Quickly release my people!" Yamamoto Hong lazily scratched his ears and responded jokingly, "Come on if you have the guts." His tone was full of contempt, as if the threat of hunting was just a waste of time for him. "It's a joke." Sui-Feng saw this scene, and his anger suddenly rose up. He gritted his teeth secretly, this BD has hooked up with two women again. He is really hopeless. But now, it's true that I, Yoruichi-sama, and Kaku alone are no match for him. But no matter what, we must first deal with this big problem of Kari Shin today. She suppressed her dissatisfaction with Yamamoto Hong and turned her attention back to Xiao Shishin. Yamamoto Hong, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He walked over to Sui-Feng and even teased him, "Sui-Feng, don't be so angry. I'm here to help you deal with this guy." Sui-Feng snorted coldly and ignored him, instead staring at Xiao Shishin intently, ready to attack at any time. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as if a needle falling to the ground could trigger a big war. Yamamoto Hong suddenly broke the silence, "Hun Shishin, do you think you can escape today? Just surrender yourself, and maybe I will consider sparing your life." Xiao was so angry that he laughed, "Don't be too proud. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me." As he said that, the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly again, and the puppet Misha in his hand also, emitting a strange light, ready for a desperate fight. Chapter 61. Xiao Shishin condensed the power of wind in his left hand and the power of thunder and lightning in his right hand. The two forces surged wildly, making crackling sounds. Under his control, the wind and lightning gradually combined into a huge blade, which flashed with dazzling light. The surrounding air was distorted by this powerful force, emitting bursts of explosive sounds. "Die!" Xiao roared in rage and slashed the huge blade in his hand towards Yamamoto Hong. This strike contained all his anger and strength. He vowed to kill the arrogant man in front of him, avenge his people, and complete his plan to destroy Seireitei. Yamamoto Hong looked at the huge blade whistling towards him and pretended to be shocked and shouted, "Wow, how scary!" But there was no fear in his eyes, instead there was a hint of teasing, just when everyone thought he was going to dodge the attack from Queen Ling. He threw a punch calmly. The punch seemed ordinary, but it contained great power. The wind from the fist was whistling, as if it could tear the space apart. When Yamamoto Hong's fist collided with Xiao Shishin's attack, there was a deafening sound, and the powerful impact force spread to all directions, making everyone's clothes rustle. Immediately afterwards, Xiao's attack was easily shattered like bubbles, turning into countless wind and lightning fragments that dissipated in the air. Everyone present was stunned. They could all feel the power of Xiao Shishin's move. The force was enough to scare most of them away. But no one expected that such a powerful attack could be easily broken by Yamamoto Hong. Sui-Feng secretly gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Hong has become stronger again. His strength is unfathomable. I really don't know how many tricks he has hidden. I must become stronger too." She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes revealing a firm determination. Ichino's Maki looked at Yamamoto Hong with his eyes full of admiration, and said to himself, as expected of Master Hong, his strength is truly amazing. With him around, Seireitei might be able to escape this time. He endured the pain in his shoulder and was ready to fight again at any time. Chijiro Sasaki shook his head slightly, feeling in his heart, I am indeed getting old. Compared with these young people, the gap is getting bigger and bigger, but I will never slack off in my responsibility to protect Seireitei. He clenched the Yanling wand in his hand. Although his spiritual power was greatly consumed, his eyes were still firm. Randao and Uxi were becoming more and more desperate. They looked at the terrifying strength displayed by Yamamoto Hong and knew that they could not escape from his clutches at all. Randao bit his lip, his heart filled with resentment, yet he felt helpless. Uxi's eyes flashed with hatred, but his body was bound. Song Nang cursed silently in his heart. Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted in disbelief, Impossible! How is this possible? How could my attack be easily broken by you? His voice was filled with shock and anger. He was originally full of confidence, but this punch from Yamamoto Hong completely shattered his illusions. Yamamoto Hong did not give Xiao a chance to react. While everyone was still immersed in the shock of the previous scene, he used the shrinking technique. In an instant, his figure disappeared like a ghost, and the next second, he appeared in front of Xiao Shishin. Yamamoto Hong crossed his arms and shouted, The great illusion of the universe. In an instant, a strange space opened up behind him, with the galaxy world and the fantasy world intersecting and dancing, emitting a mysterious and terrifying aura. This was an alien space filled with powerful force, as if it could devour everything. Immediately afterwards, a strong suction force sucked Xiao Shishin in, and Xiao Shishin only felt a powerful force wrapping him tightly. Xiao's conscious body was uncontrollably sucked into that terrifying space. The moment he entered the space, he felt the spatial pressure from all directions, as if his body was about to be crushed. At the same time, he was also attacked mentally. Countless hallucinations flooded into his mind, causing him to fall into confusion. He saw the death of his tribesmen and his own failure. These hallucinations entangled him like nightmares. On the physical level, his body was in immense pain. The force in the space was constantly tearing at his body. Every 10 inches of his skin and every 10 bones were under unimaginable pressure. No. I won't give up. Xiao Shishin struggled desperately in the space, shouting in despair. He tried to resist this force, but everything was in vain. Yamamoto Hong watched coldly as Xiao Shishin struggled in the alien space, without any pity in his heart. In his eyes, Xiao Shishin was just a clown who tried to destroy his life. You think you can destroy Seireitei? You are too naive. Yamamoto Hong whispered. Sui-Feng felt a chill in her heart as she watched Yamamoto Hong perform this terrifying move. She knew very well that Yamamoto Hong's strength was far beyond her imagination. Maki Ichino's face was full of excitement. He knew that Yamamoto Hong still had many powerful moves. Every time he saw Yamamoto Hong display new power, he was full of expectations for his future. He longed for the day when he could also possess such powerful strength. Chijiro Sasaki looked at the mysterious space and marveled in his heart. He understood that Yamamoto Hong's move was beyond his comprehension. It seems that as long as Master Hong and the captain are here, nothing will happen to Seireitei. He muttered to himself. Landao and Uxi watched how easily Yamamoto Hong controlled life and death, and the fear in their hearts became stronger. Landao remembered the experience of being tortured by Yamamoto Hong with illusions before, and now he felt like a bird trapped in a cage, without any power to resist. Although Uxi's heart was full of hatred, he had to admit that Yamamoto Hong's strength made her feel desperate. In the alien space, Xiao's unconscious struggle gradually weakened, his body began to break under the strong pressure of space, turned into points of light and dissipated in the air. His consciousness gradually blurred under the mental attack, and finally disappeared completely. As Xiao's distraction faded, the alien space behind Yamamoto Hong slowly closed, and everything seemed to have returned to calm. However, the turmoil in everyone's hearts could not be calmed for a long time. Yamamoto Hong turned around and looked at everyone with a smug smile on his face. "Okay, the trouble is solved," he said lightly, as if the battle just now was just a small episode. Sui-Feng walked forward and looked at Yamamoto Hong with a complicated look in his eyes. "You have done a good job this time, but don't be too proud," Sui-Feng said. Although Sui-Feng was dissatisfied with some of Yamamoto Hong's actions, he had to admit that he was powerful. Yamamoto Hong smiled nonchalantly. "I know, Sui-Feng." Ichino's Maki walked up to Yamamoto Hong and said, "Master Hong, if it weren't for you this time, it would have been difficult for us to deal with Karishin." His tone was full of gratitude. Yamamoto Hong patted him on the shoulder. "You did a good job too, Maki. Keep working hard and follow me, and you will become stronger," he encouraged him. Chijur Sasakaibe also came over and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Master Hong, for your help. If it weren't for you, Maki and I might have..." He didn't finish his words, but Yamamoto Hong understood what he meant. "Vice Captain Sasakaibe, you are also very powerful. The Bankai you just used was amazingly powerful," Yamamoto Hong said. He still recognized Chijur Sasakaibe's strength. At this time, Randao and Yuxi were tied aside, watching Yamamoto Hong talking with everyone, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Randao thought to himself, "Although he is powerful, he is a demon. I must find a chance to escape from his control." Yuxi glared at Yamamoto Hong fiercely, his heart filled with hatred. "You will not have a good ending. Even if I die, I will not let you go." Yamamoto Hong seemed to notice their gazes and turned to look at them. "You two, don't even think about running away. Just stay by my side and maybe I'll treat you better," he said in a voice transmission, but that smile looked extremely ferocious in the eyes of Randao and Uxi. Randao and Uxi knew that resistance was useless, so they could only follow Yamamoto Hong obediently. They were filled with helplessness and despair, not knowing what would be waiting for them. Yamamoto Hong led them and strode towards the secret base. His figure looked particularly tall in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if he was in control of everything. 5 days passed, and Yamamoto Hong lived quite comfortably during this period. No one, not even the newly formed Central 46, questioned him about placing the 3 women, Randao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki, in the secret base. That day, Yamamoto Hong was soaking in the hot spring pool to make some money. Randao was holding a cup and feeding him wine on his left, Soma Yoshino was massaging his hands from behind, and Yuki was massaging him in the pool. On the surface, everything is peaceful, but life is as heavy as a curse. The hatred in the hearts of Randao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki grows like wild weeds, but under the absolute control of Yamamoto Hong, they have to bury this hatred deep in their hearts and continue to compromise in pain. Randao, once a member of the 12th Division, has his own pride and dignity. But now, under Yamamoto Hong's torture, she felt that her soul was slowly decaying. Every time Yamamoto Hong threatened her with the Phoenix Magic Fist, those horrific illusions would haunt her like a nightmare. She looked at the man in front of her, her heart filled with resentment. "Yamamoto Hong, you devil! I was once a person of dignity, but you trampled on me like this. Countless times I have imagined piercing your heart with the kid gun, but now even my Ryutsu is sealed. I am no match for you. I can only endure it for now. As soon as I can regain my strength, I will make you pay with blood." While feeding Yamamoto Hong wine, she secretly swore in her heart. A hint of determination occasionally flashed in her eyes, but the moment she saw Yamamoto Hong, it was covered by fear. Soma Yoshino originally just wanted to stop Xiao Shishin's crazy plan, but he didn't expect to fall into the more terrifying abyss of Yamamoto Hong. Her eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. "I was wholeheartedly fighting for justice, but this is what I ended up with." Yamamoto Hong, how could I forget what you did to me? Every time I refused your unbearable demands, I had to endure the torture of the illusion of killing thousands of people. My spirit is about to collapse. Kurosaki-kun, where are you? If only you could come and save me. But I know that even if you came, facing such a powerful Yamamoto Hong, you might just die. I can't let you get in trouble, so I can only find a solution myself. Her hands gently massaged Yamamoto Hong's back, but her movements were a bit mechanical. Her thoughts had already drifted away, thinking about how to escape from this devil's den. Yuxi, already stubborn by nature, was now filled with hatred. She cursed inwardly, Yamamoto Hong, UBD. You think you can conquer me like this? I will never surrender. Every time I see that smug look on your face, I long to bite you, but I know resistance will only bring me more cruel torture. The illusion brought on by the Phoenix Demon Fist is a shadow I will never be able to erase. I can only endure it for now. One day, I will kill you with my own hands and make you pay for your actions. As she massaged Yamamoto Hong in the pool, she unconsciously exerted force, and her nails almost dug into Yamamoto Hong's skin, but at the last moment, she reluctantly relaxed. Yamamoto Hong seemed to have noticed their abnormality, but laughed without caring. You three, you'd better be obedient, so that you can suffer less. His laughter echoed in the hot spring pool, like the roar of a devil, making the three of them tremble in their hearts. Yama 337 Ben Hong looked at Yuxi and said, Hey, don't try to use your teeth and nails to hurt me, otherwise you will be in trouble, keep working harder. Yuxi looked up and said yes, then lowered his head and continued working. At night, the three of them were locked in a small room. In the darkness, Yuxi couldn't help but whispered, We can't go on like this. We must find a way to kill him. Soma Yoshino cried and said, We are no match for him at all. He is so strong and has those terrible moves. Landao was silent for a moment and said, It is indeed impossible now, but we cannot give up hope. First, pretend to obey him. I will find a chance to recover Ryutsuo and then find a way to escape from here. Then, find another opportunity to take revenge. The three of them snuggled up to each other in the dark. They knew that the compromise they made now was for the chance of revenge in the future. Although the road ahead is dark, the flames of hatred burn in their hearts. What supports them is that they continue to struggle in this painful abyss, waiting for a turning point that may never come. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, they will never give up. And outside, Yamamoto Hong was feeling the growing strength in himself. During these 3 days, Randao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki had personally admitted defeat. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 95 years old. Ryutsu, top captain, 13%. White hits, centennial captain, 3%. Kid, captain of the century, 87%. Slashing technique, 100 years captain, 72%. Shunpo, elite captain, 32%. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Strong City Breaking, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Drawing Technique Abyss Dark Refining Slash of Hades, Shrinking the Earth, Flash Time Skill, Magical Light Killing Cannon, 9-Headed Dragon Flash, Flash. Light Dragon's Brilliant Stone Heaven, True Dragon, High Level Edition, Absorption Spell, Mirror Shisui, Red Lotus Thunder Blade, Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Glory, all deleted, Fang. Zero Style, Fire Spirit, Uzumaki Reversal, Prison Dragon Break, Ultra Ego, Use Period Ryutsuo Upgrade to 100 Years Captain, White Hits Upgrade Shunpo Upgrade to Top Captain, White Hits, Kid. The power of the slashing technique is doubled, Fistbone Impact, Thunderbolt Flash, Flame Dragon King, Collapse Star Roaring Cannon, Phoenix Phantom Fist, Galaxy Starburst, Holy Sword Draw, Black Whirlwind, Holy Shadow Dragon Fang. Flash. Yamamoto Hong muttered to himself, I never thought that among these 3 women, Landao has the most potential and can even provide me with divine skills. Yamamoto Hong said as he looked at the small house next to the hot spring. This was built by Yamamoto Hong. There was a prohibition on it issued by Kid. No one could enter from there without Yamamoto Hong's permission. Come out. Although Kid is on the same level as Godi 13, it is actually Godi 13's subordinate unit. It is a unit that specializes in using Kid to operate. It specializes in opening channels, supporting. Tasks such as opening barriers and seals are performed. The team is well organized, with clear division of labor and diverse skills. Chapter 62. Yamamoto Hong wants to take a break today and learn about and test his new skills, the Holy Sword Drawing, the most commonly used inscription by the Capricorn Gold Saint Shura from Saint Seireitei. It is a move that gathers the microcosm on the wrist and cuts everything apart. Just a light swing can split the star shield formed by the compression of several planets and cut everything apart. No matter what kind of blade it is, it cannot compare to its sharpness. It can be said to be a simple yet powerful move. In addition, the Holy Sword does not have a certain degree of sharpness. With the level of Shura's microcosm, it can even be sublimated into a slashing blow that cuts off the products of God. In Yamamoto Hong's hands, it became a move of gathering Ryutsu at the wrist or Zanpakuto to cut everything apart. Yamamoto Hong estimated that with his current strength, he could even cut apart the splitting void performed by the elite captain. Black Tornado, a divine skill from Hyperion, the sun god and one of the 12 titans in Saint Seireitei, which traps the opponent in the black tornado he created. It then causes rapid changes in air pressure, making the opponent's blood boil, and finally uses strong wind pressure to chop the opponent's body into pieces. The tornado will not disappear until the opponent's body completely disappears. Holy Shadow Dragon Fang Flash, a combined attack technique from Fairy Tail by Christine Eucliffe and Roger Chaney, but in the hands of Yamamoto Hong, it can be performed by one person. At the same time, a large amount of white light and a large amount of dark shadows were released. The two instantly merged their power into a white shadow light ball that attacked forward, causing huge damage. Just as Yamamoto Hong was thinking about who to test his moves on, Ichino's Maki ran in and said, "Master Hong, something bad has happened. A Vasto Lord level Arrancar has appeared in the world." Arrancar is a nickname for a hollow that has mastered Shinigami abilities, also known as a Shinigami-ized hollow. Usually, only hollows of Minos Grande Jillian or above can evolve into Arrancar. Arrancar's characteristics are that his mask of hollow is broken, revealing his human face, and he carries a knife, shaped like Zanpakuto, which is sealed by the spiritual core of Arrancar's power, has an indestructible outer skin, and still has a brutal nature and devours the spirit world. The Vasto Lord is the highest-ranking Minos Grande. Vasto Lords possess powerful abilities, surpassing even the elite Shinigami captains, and there are only a handful of them in the entire Hueco Mundo. Minos Grandes of higher ranks possess a more human-like form, and their transformations after liberation are minimal. Yamamoto Hong burst into laughter, and just when he was about to go to sleep, someone brought him a pillow, so Yamamoto Hong took Ichino's Maki and immediately went to the real world. At this time, in an empty park in Karakura town, Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji nodded to each other and shouted at the same time, "Bankai!" Kurosaki Ichigo, Tensa Zangetsu. Abarai Renji, Zabimaru the Baboon King. Powerful Ryutsu instantly erupted with them as the center, and Kurosaki Ichigo's figure changed in the light. The original huge Zangetsu disappeared, replaced by Tensa Zangetsu. The blade was shrunken, and the all-black blade gave off a mysterious and cold aura. The handle was black and red, and the small piece of iron chain at the end of the handle swayed gently, making a crisp sound. The swastika shape on the handguard shines with a strange light, as if telling of the powerful power contained in the sword. Kurosaki Ichigo is wearing a black robe with red lining. His whole temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his eyes reveal unprecedented determination and confidence. With Tensa Zangetsu in hand, Kurosaki Ichigo's combat, movement, and attack speed instantly increased to a terrifying level. He disappeared from the spot in a flash, leaving only a blurry afterimage in the air. Then, he unleashed Crescent Sky Strike, and a black crescent-shaped energy wave shot towards the Vasto Lord-class Arrancar like black lightning. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn into a black crack, making a sizzling sound. On Abarai Renji's side, Zabimaru transformed into a giant creature after Bankai, coiling around Abarai Renji like a giant python. Brown fur covered his shoulders. The fur on his right shoulder reached his wrist, and the fur on his left shoulder reached his elbow. It was decorated with skulls, and the skull-embellished chain on his chest also flashed with a strange light. Abarai Renji controlled Zabimaru, and the huge snake body swayed flexibly, ready to attack Arrancar at any time. The Vasto Lord-class Arrancar faced the attacks of the two without showing any fear. It let out a deafening roar, and an evil and powerful Ryotsu emanated from its body. The Ryotsu burned like a black flame. It moved at a surprisingly fast speed, easily avoiding Kurosaki Ichigo's Crescent Moon Sky Strike and rushing towards Abarai Renji. Abarai Renji's eyes flashed, and he controlled Zabimaru to throw it towards Arrancar. Zabimaru's huge tail slammed into Arrancar with overwhelming force. Arrancar did not dodge or evade, but used its indestructible skin to take the blow. A huge crash sounded, and the energy fluctuations generated caused the surrounding ground to crack. Kurosaki Ichigo took advantage of the stalemate between Arrancar and Abarai Renji to launch another attack. He unleashed black flow fangs, and the black Ryotsu enveloped Tensa Zangetsu like a surging tide, then rushed towards Arrancar at an extremely fast speed. The moment he cut into Arrancar, Kurosaki Ichigo released all of his Ryotsu, erupting with maximum destructive power. Boom! Arrancar was hit by this powerful force, its body shook a few times, and cracks appeared on its body, but it still resisted stubbornly, let out a roar, and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo again. At this critical moment, Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki arrived at the scene. Yamamoto Hong watched the battle in the field, a smile on his face. "You've come just in time. I want to see how powerful this Vasto Lord-class Arrancar is." Arrancar looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji in front of him, with a disdainful smile on his face. His long, light golden hair fluttered freely in the wind, and his deep purple eyes flashed with pride and wildness. The exquisite face is as perfect as a sculpture, revealing an innate elegance, but with that wicked smile, it has a bit of unruliness. The unicorn-shaped mask on the left side of his head not only does not destroy his beauty, but instead adds a mysterious and dangerous aura to him. "Humph, you two think you can stop me? You really overestimate your abilities," Arrancar said coldly, his voice full of arrogance. He looked down at the cracks on his body caused by the attacks of Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji, and gently stroked them with his slender fingers. Under the effect of high-speed regeneration, the cracks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, his body was back to normal. "I am Ilford Grans. Today, you will all become stepping stones to my power," he declared loudly, his eyes full of arrogance. After saying that, Ilford Grans slowly drew out the Zanpakuto. The blade flashed with a cold light, as if telling of its sharpness and cruelty. Kurosaki Ichigo gripped Tensa Zangetsu cautiously, staring firmly at Ilford Grans. He knew very well how powerful the Arrancar in front of him was, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. "No matter who you are, if you want to do evil in this world, I will not let you go," he responded loudly. Ilford Grans snorted coldly and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo like lightning. He was moving so fast that he created a gust of wind, and the air around him seemed to be torn apart. Kurosaki Ichigo reacted quickly and raised Tensa Zangetsu to block. However, Ilford Grans's attack was too sudden, and although Kurosaki Ichigo blocked most of the force, his right hand was still scratched by Zanpakuto, and blood gushed out instantly. "Haha, is that all you can do?" Ilford Grans laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his right hand, the anger in his heart burning even more fiercely. He gathered his Ryutsu into Tensa Zangetsu and shouted, "Get Shuga Tenko!" A black crescent-shaped energy wave shot towards Ilford Granz like black lightning. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn into a black crack, making a sizzling sound. Seeing this, Ilford Granz narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt the powerful force of this move, but he was not afraid at all. He dodged Yuiot Yenchong with ease, muttering, "How dare he use such a trivial trick to embarrass himself?" Abarai Renji was very anxious when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo was injured. He poured a large amount of Ryutsu into the blade of the Baboon King Zabimaru, that is, the snake head, and then aimed and shot forward. The snake opened its mouth and spewed out huge red energy, and blasted towards Ilford Granz at the speed of a cannon. "Boiling bone cannon," he shouted. Ilford Granz sneered, he concentrated his Ryutsu highly and shot out a Siro. Siro flashed like a dazzling ray, heading straight for Abarai's boiling bone cannon. The two collided with each other, making a deafening sound. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center, and the surrounding ground was cracked and gravel flew everywhere. Ilford Granz's Siro directly shattered Abarai Renji's boiling bone cannon. He looked at the two and laughed, "You two are such rubbish. With such little strength, you dare to fight me? It's a joke." Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji looked at each other, and they saw unwillingness and determination in each other's eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, "Don't be so arrogant, we haven't lost yet." Abarai Renji also nodded and said, "That's right, I must defeat you today." Ilford Granz curled his lips in disdain. "Just you guys? Don't dream. I'm an Arrancar of Vasto Lord rank. You're nothing but ants in my eyes." Maki Ichinos was a little worried when he saw the powerful strength of Ilford Granz. Facing such a strong opponent, even he would be in danger of his life if he did not take it seriously. Ilford Granz looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji, who were in a mess but still stubborn, and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. "Since you still refuse to give up, I will make you completely despair." He roared and launched another attack. He spun around, wielding the Zanpakuto in his hand, releasing a series of sharp blades. Like materialized blades, they whistled like wind as they madly attacked Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. Kurosaki Ichigo brandished Tensa Zangetsu, trying to block the deadly sword beams with the blade, but the impact of the sword beams was too great. Every time he blocked a sword, his arms became numb and his body kept retreating. Abarai Renji controlled the Baboon King Zabimaru, letting the huge snake body coil around him to form a defensive barrier, but Zabimaru and himself were constantly cut by the knife, leaving shocking wounds and blood constantly gushing out. In just 5 minutes, Kurosaki Ichigo's death suit became tattered, with strips of cloth fluttering in the wind. His body was covered with wounds, and blood stained his clothes red. Abarai Renji was not in much better condition. He and the Baboon King Zabimaru were covered with knife wounds, and Zabimaru's movements became slow. But the fighting spirit still burned in the eyes of the two men, and they showed no intention of retreating. Ichinos Maki looked at the tragic scene with great anxiety in his heart. He looked at Yamamoto Hong and asked hurriedly, "Master Hong, aren't you going to help them? If they continue like this, their lives will be in danger." Yamamoto Hong, however, remained calm, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared intently at Ilford Granz in the field, saying, "Let's see." He thought to himself, "Although I don't have much of an impression of this Ilford Granz, he's at least a Vasto Lord level Arrancar. He shouldn't be this weak. This Arrancar is too weak. He can't even compare to the Vasto Lords in the original novel. There must be something fishy going on here. I want to see what else he has up his sleeve." Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji were still holding on, Ilford Granz's fury was ignited. "You two fools, kings, dare to resist. He exerted his strength again, unleashing a more powerful attack. He poured Ryutsu into the Zanpakuto frantically, causing the blade to glow brightly. Then, with a fierce swing, a massive, crescent-shaped wave of yellow energy swept towards the two men. This yellow crescent energy wave was even bigger and more powerful than Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon sky strike. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn into a deep gully. The surrounding air seemed to all drained. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji felt this suffocatingly powerful force, and their faces turned grave. They knew that if they took this blow head-on, they would surely die. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, gathered all his Ryutsu into Tensa Zangetsu, and shouted, "Renji, let's go together." Abarai Renji nodded firmly, and injected all the remaining Ryutsu into the Baboon King Zabimaru, and the two attacked at the same time. Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho and Abarai Renji's Zabimaru energy collided with each other, colliding head-on with Ilford Granz's black crescent-shaped energy wave. Boom! With a deafening sound, the powerful energy impact sent the three of them flying out of the county. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji fell heavily to the ground, spurting blood from their mouths, but they still struggled to stand up. Seeing this, Ichino's Maki could no longer bear it and said, "Master Hong, we can't wait any longer." Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly and said, "Well, it seems he doesn't have any other tricks up his sleeve." As he spoke, he flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ilford Granz, his eyes cold as he said, "It's time for your performance to end." Ilford Glance was startled when he saw Yamamoto Hong suddenly appear, but he pretended to be calm and said, "Who are you? Don't meddle in other people's business." Yamamoto Hong sneered and said, "I am here to send you to hell." Chapter 63. When Ilford Glance heard what Yamamoto Hong said, he was startled at first, then he threw his head back and burst into laughter, his laughter full of disdain and arrogance. "Another idiot, don't you see my power?" There was a fierce light flashing in Ilford Granz's eyes as he stared at Yamamoto Hong, as if he wanted to crush him with his eyes. Yamamoto Hong looked calm and nodded slightly, his tone still cold. "I see, your power is very weak." Yamamoto Hong said these simple words, but they were like sharp thorns that pierced straight into Ilford Granz's heart. Ilford Granz was so angry that he was shaking all over. He never thought that after he became a Vasto Lord-level Arrancar, there would still be people who dared to look down on him like this. "Do you know who I am?" he roared. Yamamoto Hong said, "You are a weakling." Ilford Granz is the older brother of number 8 Sail Aporo Granz in Espada. He was indeed weak before, and was swallowed by that BD brother along with the souls of other experimental subjects. Unexpectedly, his younger brother split himself apart after degenerating. Ilford Granz originally thought that he would only reach the level of Ajichas in his lifetime. But Aizen-sama gave me a new chance, forcing me to evolve, turning me into a Vasto Lord-level Arrancar. Who dares to call me weak? An ordinary Shinigami dares to say that. He is simply courting death." The rage in his heart burned fiercely, and the past humiliation and current unwillingness all burst out at this moment. "Now, I will make you pay for your arrogance." Ilford Granz roared, waving the Zanpakuto in his hand and slashing at Yamamoto Hong fiercely. The speed was so fast that it brought up a sharp sound of wind. The blade flashed with a cold light, like a lion majesty choosing its prey. Yamamoto Hong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He dodged the fierce blow with ease, his movements graceful and natural, as if Ilford Granz's attack was nothing but child's play to him. "You are too weak." Yamamoto Hong spoke again coldly, his voice was not loud, but full of contempt. "Draw the holy sword," he shouted, drawing out his sealed sword. Instantly, a powerful force converged on the sword, and a dazzling slash lashed out like a bolt of lightning, carrying a devastating momentum, and attacked Ilford Granz directly. 797 Ilford Granz's eyes widened. He felt the terrifying power of this blow, and a strong fear surged in his heart. But he was unwilling to be defeated like this. He gritted his teeth and tried to block the attack with Zanpakuto. But how could he easily resist Yamamoto Hong's attack? The slash hit him hard, making a dull loud noise. Ilford Granz's body was instantly knocked out, drawing an arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Puff! Ilford Granz spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to stand up, but found that he felt a sharp pain in his body, which almost made him unable to move. A huge wound appeared on Ilford Granz's chest, deep enough to see the bone. Blood continued to flow out, staining the ground beneath him red. How is it possible? He muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief. I'm a Vasto Lord-level Arrancar, how could this happen? He was filled with resentment. He had finally gained powerful strength, but he was so vulnerable in front of this Shinigami. Yamamoto Hong slowly walked towards Ilford Granz with cold eyes, as if looking at an ant. I told you that your strength is too weak. In the face of absolute strength, your struggle is meaningless. He said coldly. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong seemed to be the master who controlled life and death, and Ilford Granz was the poor guy who was about to be sentenced to death by him. As Ilford Granz watched Yamamoto Hong approach step by step, the fear in his heart became stronger and stronger, but the stubbornness in his bones prevented him from giving in. Don't be so complacent. I won't be defeated by you so easily, he said through gritted teeth, with a hint of trembling in his voice. However, to Yamamoto Hong, his words sounded like a death struggle. Yamamoto Hong did not give him any more chances and raised the sealed state again, ready to give him a fatal blow and completely end the fight. Ilford Granz placed the Zanpakuto on his chest and shouted, "Crush it, Prince Ashenhorn!" Instantly, a powerful and strange Ryutsu erupted wildly with him as the center. His body began to change drastically. His originally humanoid body, Sita, gradually twisted, and a pair of huge ram horns grew on his head. His legs became thick and strong, supporting his huge body. The whole person turned into a two-legged white boy with large ram horns on his head. The shocking wounds on his body quickly disappeared under the cover of light, and were replaced by a huge layer of armor that protected him tightly and emitted a cold and hard luster. This is the liberation of our Arrancar's sword. After liberation, Arrancar will return to its original form. Only when Arrancar transforms his own abilities into swords can he release the blade state and return to his normal appearance. Ilford Granz said. There was a condescending arrogance in his voice, as if he had become invincible in his heart. The power he had after releasing his return blade was enough to make Shinigami Yamamoto, who looked down on him, pay a heavy price. He had once used his large ram horns after releasing them to kill a released Ajichas. This record made him full of confidence in his new form. After hearing this, Yamamoto Hong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, and said, "Is it only this extent? If it is only this extent, then you are still a weakling." His tone was calm but full of contempt. In his eyes, even if Ilford Granz was freed and returned to his original form, he would still not be his match. When Ilford Granz heard what Yamamoto Hong said, the anger in his heart suddenly rose up, his eyes widened in an instant, and flames of anger burned in his eyes. "UBD! How dare you look down on me like that?" he roared, and suddenly exerted force with his huge body, rushing towards Yamamoto Hong frantically. He was moving at an extremely fast speed, creating a strong wind pressure. The ground was shaking slightly under his impact, and the air around him seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, making a hissing sound. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ilford Granz, who was rushing towards him, smiled, and calmly put the sealed state back into the sheath. His left hand instantly condensed a large amount of white light, which was as dazzling as the sun, emitting a sacred and powerful aura. His right hand condensed a large amount of shadow, which was as deep as the abyss, as if it could swallow everything. The power of the two merged instantly under his control, forming a huge white shadow ball of light. Holy Shadow Dragon Flash Fang! Yamamoto Hong shouted and fired the white shadow ball in his hand towards Ilford Granz. The white ball of light rushed towards Ilford Granz with overwhelming momentum. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be distorted, and visible ripples appeared. When Ilford Granz saw this terrifying attack, he felt a strong fear in his heart, but he had no way to retreat and could only bite the bullet and face it. He concentrated all his Ryutsu on the armor in front of him, trying to block the attack with the armor's defense. Boom! The white shadow ball collided with Ilford Granz's armor, making a deafening sound, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center. The force was so strong that the surrounding ground was instantly cracked and countless pieces of rubble flew out like cannonballs. The surrounding buildings collapsed under the impact and turned into ruins. Ilford Granz only felt a huge impact force coming towards him, his body flew backwards uncontrollably, drew a long arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Ilford Granz spurted out large mouthfuls of blood, and cracks appeared on his armor, some parts even broke directly. He struggled to stand up, but found that the severe pain in his body made it almost impossible for him to move. How is it possible? His eyes were full of disbelief and he was roaring in his heart. I've become so powerful, why is Gyren still so vulnerable in front of him? In his cognition, he would be able to dominate this battlefield after unleashing Gyren, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. Yamamoto Hong looked at the seriously injured Ilford Granz who fell to the ground, shook his head, and said with a disdainful expression on his face, he is indeed a weakling. Forget it, I just have one last move left, the Black Whirlwind. His voice was not loud, but it was like a death sentence, filling Ilford heart with despair. As Yamamoto Hong's hands danced, a huge black tornado appeared out of thin air next to Ilford Granz in an instant. The tornado rotated at an extremely fast speed, making a whoosh sound, as if it was a roar from hell. The tornado was extremely powerful, and Ilford Granz's body was violently sucked into it. He felt as if he was in an endless dark abyss, and the pressure from all around him continued to squeeze his body. No! Ilford Granz shouted in horror as he struggled desperately, trying to break free from the black tornado. He mobilized the remaining Ryutsu in his body, trying to break through this terrible force, but it was all in vain. Under the influence of the black tornado, the rapid change in air pressure made his blood boil. He felt as if countless fires were burning in his body, causing him unbearable pain. I can't die here. I won't accept this. He screamed madly in his heart. His former ambitions and desire for power now turned into endless regret and fear. Why? Why is this happening? I paid so much for power, betrayed Grimjo and the others, and abandoned everything. Ilford Granz struggled. While thinking in my heart, I was devoured by my brother and transformed by Aizen-sama. I endured so much pain to gain this power. How can I be defeated like this? He recalled his days in Hueco Mundo, where he had constantly struggled to survive and finally gained great strength, but today he met a formidable opponent, Yamamoto Hong. As the tornado continued to spin, strong wind pressure began to cut Ilford Granz's body. The armor on his body gradually broke under the influence of the wind pressure, turning into pieces of metal fragments flying everywhere. Wounds began to appear on his body, and blood continued to flow out, which was quickly blown away by the black tornado. Ah! Ilford Granz screamed in pain, but his voice seemed so weak in the tornado. Is this my end? Ilford Granz's consciousness gradually became blurred. He looked at the darkness around him, his heart filled with despair. I hate this world, I hate everyone who looks down on me, and I hate my own incompetence even more. Grimjo, Xiaolong, Adorad, Nakim, D. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I miss the time we spent together. His eyes lost their former arrogance and wildness. All that is left is endless regret and unwillingness. In less than 10 seconds, Ilford Granz's body completely disappeared in the dark whirlwind, leaving only a devastated battlefield. Yamamoto Hong looked at the scene in front of him and sighed slightly. He knew that in this world where the strong are respected, only by constantly improving his own strength can he remain invincible. Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji struggled to get up from the ground. They looked at Yamamoto Hong with admiration in their eyes. "Hong, you're so awesome. If it weren't for you, we would probably be." Kurosaki Ichigo said, feeling very grateful to Yamamoto Hong. Abarai Renji also nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yamamoto Hong, the 3 moves you just performed are simply too powerful." Ichino's Maki walked up to Yamamoto Hong and said excitedly, "Master Hong, your Holy Shadow Dragon Flash Fang and Pitch Black Whirlwind are so powerful. The power of the Holy Shadow Dragon Flash Fang is perfectly integrated, and the power is amazing, which directly seriously injured Arrancar. And the Pitch Black Whirlwind is simply indestructible, and instantly," he said while gesturing, his face full of admiration. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "This is just the kid and slashing techniques I developed. There are more powerful moves waiting to be developed in the future. In this dangerous world, we must continue to become stronger." Ichino's Maki nodded quickly and said, "Hi." Yamamoto Hong then left with Ichino's Maki. He felt a familiar Ryutsu. Although this Ryutsu seemed to be suppressed by something, it still revealed some aura. Soon, Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki arrived in front of a building called Kurosaki Hospital. Yamamoto Hong looked up at the small clinic and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. "Before I traveled through time, when I was watching anime, I really wanted to come to Kurosaki Ichigo's clinic. I didn't expect that I would actually succeed now." Ichino's Maki asked, "Master Hong, what are we doing here?" Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "I came to see an acquaintance." Chapter 64. Yamamoto Hong relied on the fact that he was a spirit and simply jumped into the room through the window with Ichino's Maki, but they entered the corridor instead of Ichigo's bedroom. As soon as he stood still, he saw a middle-aged man standing at the end of the corridor looking at him in surprise. This person was Shiba Ishin. No, now he should be called Kurosaki Ishin. Yamamoto Hong bowed slightly and saluted Kurosaki Ishin. "Long time no see, Captain Ishin." Kurosaki Ishin also smiled and replied, "Yeah, long time no see." Kurosaki Ishin is Shiba Kyokaku's uncle, and as Shiba Kyokaku's man, Yamamoto Hong must respect him a little. If it were the family of those toys on the peninsula, Yamamoto Hong would not do this. When Ichino's Maki saw Kurosaki Ishin, he froze, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He never imagined that the middle-aged man in front of him would be the former captain of the 10th Division who had been missing for 20 years. After a long pause, he stammered, "Captain Shiba, how come you're here? Didn't you disappear? What happened back then?" Kurosaki Ishin looked at Ichino's Maki's shocked expression and smiled gently. A complex look flashed in his eyes with nostalgia and helplessness. "It's a long story, Maki. A lot of things happened back then, and some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface." He paused slightly, as if he was organizing his thoughts or as if he was recalling the past that he didn't want to mention. Yamamoto Hong watched from the side and said, "Maki, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a quiet place to have a good chat." Kurosaki Ishin nodded, took Yamamoto Hong and Ichino's Maki to a room, closed the door, and made sure that no one would disturb them. Kurosaki Ishin smiled and said, "Thank you for taking care of my child." "Of course not. You know your child best. I didn't do anything wrong. But how come you become like this after not seeing you for decades? You used to be a handsome and energetic young man." Yamamoto Hong said half-jokingly. Kurosaki Ishin smiled and shook his head, "I'm old, I can't compare to you young people." Hearing this, Yamamoto Hong almost laughed out loud, "Captain Shiba, you are only about 70 years older than me, not even 80. What are you talking about?" Kurosaki Ishin, as Shiba Kaku's uncle, is actually only about 50 years older than Shiba Kaku. His own age difference is only about 10 to 20 years between him and Shibakaku, so the age difference between the two is actually not that big. However, Yamamoto Hong now looks like a young man while Kurosaki Ishin looks like a middle-aged uncle. In addition, the relationship between the two is not ordinary now, so Yamamoto Hong is also happy to joke with him. Kurosaki Ishin also laughed out loud, "When you become a father, you will understand how you age overnight. Also, you should be nicer to Konghi in the future. Although I am old now, I can still lift a knife." Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "How about we go and have a sparring match? Although I just fought with Ilford Grands, does a fight like that with an elementary school student count as a fight? Fighting someone of Kurosaki Ishin's level counts as a fight." Kurosaki Ishin shook his head and rejected Yamamoto Hong's challenge. Yamamoto Hong observed Kurosaki Ishin turning his head and then asked, "Your Ryutsu looks much weaker than before." Kurosaki Ishin did not hide it and immediately restored his spiritual body. His artificial body was different from that of ordinary people. It was a very special artificial body formed by his own Zanpakuto. So when Kurosaki Ishin put away his sword, the prosthetic body also disappeared. Feeling the Ryutsu on Kurosaki Ishin, Yamamoto Hong frowned, "How long will your Ryutsu last?" Only then has he fully recovered to his peak. Kurosaki Ishin said, "It will take about 2 months for my strength to recover to its peak, but this is also good, then I can surprise Aizen. Also, don't tell Ichigo about this yet, I haven't thought about how to tell him yet." Yamamoto Hong complained, "You are not a qualified father." Hearing this, Shiba Yuxin scratched his head in embarrassment and remained silent. "Never mind. As long as you like it, I'm going back to Soul Society now. Bye." Yamamoto Hong said as he took Ichino's Maki out of the window again. Ichino's Maki asked, "Master Hong, shouldn't we report Captain Shiba's situation to the captain?" Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, "No, he is no longer Shiba Ishin now, he is just an ordinary Dr. Kurosaki Ishin in the world." At this moment, Yamamoto Hong's messenger machine rang. Yamamoto Hong took out the messenger machine and took a look. It was a message from Ichimaru Jin. It turns out that the Ilvert Grands just now was just a failed experiment of Aizen Koyusuke. His qualifications could only reach Ajichas at most. It was Aizen Koyusuke who used Hagyaku to force him to evolve into Vasto Lord. Although this forced evolution could give them power comparable to that of Vasto Lord, they were unable to fully utilize it. Yamamoto Hong muttered to himself, "No wonder they are so weak." Ichino's Maki asked, "Master Hong, what are you talking about? Who's weak?" Yamamoto Hong told Ichino's Maki about the matter, and then asked him to return to Seireitei and report to Yamamoto Motoyazu Shigakuni. This told him the information Ichimaru-jin had collected about the Espada before the phone call. After returning to Seireitei, Ichino's Maki immediately reported to Yamamoto Motoyazu Shigakuni, while Yamamoto Hong went back to the secret base to play. Randeo, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki are still treated as toys by Yamamoto Hong. Although the three of them were filled with hatred, they could only continue to compromise under the absolute control of Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong continues to improve his strength. He knows that there will be more challenges waiting for him in the future. Only by becoming stronger can he protect everything he wants to protect and satisfy his ever-expanding desires. In the captain's room of the first squadron, the atmosphere was solemn and depressing. Ichino's Maki stood respectfully in front of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni and reported everything that Yamamoto Hong had instructed him to do. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni's originally calm face now showed a ripple. In other words, even if those hollows are strengthened by Aizen using Hagyaku, they are still weak. There is nothing to worry about. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. In his mind, hollows are just second-rate beings. Even if strengthened by Aizen Kusuke, they seem unlikely to pose a real threat to Soul Society. Ichino's Maki nodded slightly, but he felt a little anxious in his heart. He knew very well that Aizen's conspiracy would never be so simple. Captain, according to the intelligence from Master Hong's undercover agent, Aizen has an organization under his command called Espada. They are the perfect Arrancar, each of them has the strength of a captain, and can also use Wang Su's flash, which only Espada can use. It is Espada's exclusive Zero. Because it is too powerful and can distort time and space, it is forbidden by Aizen to be used within Sui Palace. He finished speaking in one breath, his eyes revealing worry. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's eyes suddenly became sharp, he sat up straight and his expression became serious. Is this really true? He thought to himself. He originally thought that all the Hagyaku produced by Aizen Koyusuke were garbage, but he didn't expect that he actually succeeded in making 10 of them. Each of the Espada possesses the strength of a captain and possesses Wang Su's flash, which can distort time and space. These people are undoubtedly a huge threat. Is there any specific information? He asked. Ichino's Maki cleared his throat and continued, there are only 3 at the moment. 1. Yami Largo, is the number 10 Espada. He's irritable, bloodthirsty, and exudes a powerful aura. He possesses both formidable destructive and defensive abilities. One is called Araniro Arururi, a Jillian Arrancar with unlimited evolutionary abilities. There's another one called Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, who's the number 6 in the Espada. He's an Arrancar with great destructive power. Although he's only at the Ajicha's level, he has combat power comparable to that of Vasto Lord. He said as he observed the expressions of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni nodded, and his fear of Aizen increased a little. Then do you know who Honger's hidden man is? Yamamoto asked, hoping to get more information from this hidden man. Ichino's Maki shook his head and said helplessly, Master Hong never told me. He was also very curious about the identity of this hidden person. He must be a very important person who was hiding very deeply. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni waved his hand and said, go ahead. If Honger has any new information, please send it back. Yamamoto knew that it was useless to be anxious at the moment and could only wait for more news. Ichino's Maki bowed and turned to leave. He thought to himself that Aizen Kusuke's plan was becoming more and more complicated, and Seoul society must prepare early. This Arrancar crisis might be more serious than imagined. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni sat alone in a chair, lost in thought. He originally thought that Aizen Kusuke's defection was just an accident and could be easily resolved. But the appearance of Espada made him realize that Seoul society was facing an unprecedented crisis. It seems that we can no longer take it lightly. He muttered to himself. Yamamoto decided to call together the captains of each team to discuss countermeasures. Aizen Koyusuke's ambition is already obvious. If it is not stopped in time, Seoul society will be doomed. His eyes were firm, and a sense of determination surged in his heart. No matter what Aizen Koyusuke's scheme was, he would not let Seoul society fall into danger. In this turbulent situation, he must lead Godi I-13 and protect the peace of Seoul society. On the other side, in the secret base, Yuki was lying on the ground unconscious. Although Soma Yoshino was not unconscious, she didn't want to move at all at this moment. Landao begged Yamamoto Hong to stop torturing her. Yamamoto Hong pinched Landao's chin and said, you said you don't want to, so why don't you? Landao cried and said, Master Hong, please, please let me rest for a while, or please withdraw your moves. Because Yuxi's resistance was too fierce, Yamamoto Hong directly used the Diamond Dragon's strong city breaking to increase his impact. The powerful impact knocked her over again and again, making her completely unconscious. As for Soma Yoshino, seeing that Yamamoto Hong still wanted to continue, he came out to plead for Yuki and said that he was willing to be a substitute. As a result, Soma Yoshino became what he is now, and then it was Randao who was frightened when he saw the powerful impact of Yamamoto Hong. Yuki and Soma Yoshino, both of whom have Ryutsu, have become like this. Wouldn't it be even more miserable for me, a person whose Ryutsu is sealed? Yamamoto Hong ignored Landao's request and directly used his own attack. Peninsula didn't even last half of Soma Yoshino and used time before he fainted. Yamamoto Hong was a little depressed. These three guys can't even admit defeat? How boring. More than 10 days passed quickly. On this day, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was attending high school in Karakura Town in the real world, was thinking about how to improve his strength. Suddenly, he felt two powerful Ryutsu and hurriedly ran out. Inu Orium and Sato Yasutora also appear in Kurosaki. The guards ran out, and while they were jogging, they looked at the passers-by who fell around them. The three of them could not help but be surprised at the destructive power of this move. Compared to ordinary people, Arrancar's existence was. He is simply like a god, and there is no way to stop him. When the three of them arrived, they saw two Arancars, one with dark skin and black hair, and characterized by a very large body. There are 4 strangely shaped protrusions on the top of the head, and symmetrical red Madara patterns on both cheeks. The remaining hollow mask after Arrancar is at the chin, shaped like a mandible, and the hollow hole is located in the center of the chest. 0. The other one has short black hair, pale skin, green eyes, and dark green Arrancar lines on his face that resemble tear marks. The upper body is wearing a high-necked, long-sleeved jacket with a white surface and a black base and black edges. The jacket can be opened by a zipper. She wore a white kimono skirt, tied with a black wide waist belt, with the zanpaka inserted into the waist belt, and black socks and white shoes on her feet. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, "You two are Arrancar, right? What do you want to do?" Arrancar, with his shaggy black hair, said, "My name is Ulquiera Sifur." The tall Arrancar said, "My name is Yami Largo, and our target is you, Kurosaki Ichigo." As he said that, Yami Ryergo instantly appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and slapped Kurosaki Ichigo, but Jugo dodged it immediately. Sato Yasutora came to Yami Largo and shouted, "The right arm of the giant." Sato Yasutora's originally strong right arm began to swell wildly, strange black lines appeared on the surface of his skin, and red lines like lava flowed between the lines. The shoulder bones made a teeth-grinding cracking sound, continuously expanding outward, and the muscles swelled rapidly as if inflated. In the blink of an eye, his right arm transformed into a giant arm half a person's height. Beneath the dark skin, fiery energy was beating, as if it contained a power enough to shake the mountains. Sato Yasutora growled, raised his giant arms high, and shouted. The next second, his entire arm was like a heavy hammer, carrying tremendous force, smashing towards Yami Largo's face. The air let out a sharp hiss under the pressure of the giant arm, and the ground cracked inch by inch under this terrifying force, raising a cloud of dust. Sato Yasutora's massive arms clasped Yami Largo's angular face, unleashing a deafening roar. The airwave spread outward from the collision point, blowing the sand and rocks on the ground dozens of meters high. However, the moment the smoke and dust cleared, Yami Largo stood motionless, a mocking sneer slowly spreading across his face covered with hideous scars. "Are you tickling me?" His muffled voice was full of contempt, and his scarlet vertical pupils burned with a flame of mockery. Before Sato Yasutora could react, Yami Largo's arm, as thick as a stone pillar, shot out at lightning speed, and his 5 fingers gripped the upgraded giant arm tightly like an iron clamp. The muscular arm suddenly exerted force, and the fist wrapped in dark purple Ryutsu slammed heavily into Sato Yasutora's right arm joint. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking mixed with the muffled sound of flesh bursting came at the same time. Sato Yasutora's right arm instantly exploded into a cloud of blood, with flying flesh and broken bones scattering everywhere. Juhan swept over his body like a surging tide. Yasutora let out a heart-wrenching scream and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He slammed heavily onto the rubble of a building 100 meters away, raising a cloud of choking dust, and his body left a long trail of blood on the ground. "You dare to challenge me with just this little ability?" Yami Largo looked down at Cha, who was lying on the ground, with the cruel arc on the corner of his mouth. He raised his foot and stepped hard on Sato's chest. The severe pain made Sato's eyes go black and his consciousness began to blur. Chapter 65. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw the miserable state of Sato Yasutora, his eyes widened instantly, his eye sockets were about to burst, and the anger in his heart suddenly burned up. Anger, self-blame and worry intertwined together, hitting his heart like a surging tide. Sato! He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice filled with endless sorrow and anger. At this moment, he was filled with guilt for Sato Yasutora's injury. If it weren't for him, Sato Yasutora wouldn't have suffered such pain. He secretly swore in his heart that he would make Arrancar pay a heavy price. As Kurosaki Ichigo roared inwardly, powerful Ryotsu erupted wildly with him as the center. Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu. He suddenly drew out Zanpakuto, and his figure changed in the light. The original huge Zangetsu disappeared, and was replaced by Tensa Zangetsu. The blade was shrunken, and the all-black blade gave off a mysterious and cold aura. The handle was black and red, and the small piece of iron chain at the end of the handle swayed gently, making a crisp sound. The swastika-shaped handguard shines with a strange light, as if telling of the powerful force contained in this sword. Kurosaki Ichigo is wearing a black robe with a red lining. His whole temperament has changed drastically, and his eyes reveal an unprecedented firmness and determination. Kurosaki Ichigo gripped Tensa Zangetsu tightly and rushed towards Yami Largo like lightning, each step filled with firm determination. Kurosaki Ichigo leaped high, Tensa Zangetsu flashing coldly in the sunlight, and slashed fiercely at Yami Largo's arm. This sword contained all his anger and strength. He longed to avenge Sato Yasutora and to repel the enemy before him. However, 893, with a crisp sound, Tensa Zangetsu chopped on Yami Largo's hand, but it was like chopping on hard steel, only splashing a string of sparks, without hurting Yami Largo at all. Seeing this, Yami Largo burst into a wild laugh, his voice filled with contempt and disdain. Don't you know that we Arrancar have steel skins? You can't break our steel skins so easily. As he spoke, he swung his strong arm suddenly, with a whistling sound, and punched towards Kurosaki Ichigo. The force of this punch was so immense that the air whistled sharply under the pressure of the wind, as if it were being torn apart. Kurosaki Ichigo was unable to dodge and was hit hard and sent flying. His body streaked across the sky like a meteor and slammed heavily into a building in the distance. The entire building collapsed instantly under the huge impact, bricks and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to get up from the rubble, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained firm. He knew that the enemy before him was extremely powerful, but he would never retreat. Sato Yasutora's injury made him more determined to fight. Get Shuga Tensho! Kurosaki Ichigo roared. Kurosaki Ichigo gathered Ryotsu onto Tensa Zangetsu, and a black crescent-shaped energy wave shot towards Yami Largo like black lightning. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn into a black crack, making a sizzling sound. This is one of his strongest moves, and he hopes to use it to inflict damage on Yami Largo and turn the tide of the battle. Yami Largo saw Uiot Yenchong coming, but he was not panicked at all. He snorted coldly, clenched his fists and struck out quickly, shouting, "Empty bullet!" In an instant, spherical hollow bullets condensed with Ryotsu shot towards Kurosaki Ichigo like a rainstorm. The speed of the virtual bullet was extremely fast, 20 times that of Zero, and it arrived in front of Uiot Yenchong in the blink of an eye. The black crescent-shaped energy waves collided with the virtual bullets, emitting a series of deafening noises. Powerful energy fluctuations spread outward from the collision point, causing the surrounding ground to crack and shatter, with gravel flying everywhere. Under the impact of the virtual bullet, Crescent Moon Sky Chong was gradually broken apart and turned into countless black energy fragments that dissipated in the air. Humph! You dare to fight me with such little ability! Yami Largo sneered disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. He waved his hands again and instantly fired out more than a dozen hollow bullets. These hollow bullets carried great power and flew towards Kurosaki Ichigo like cannonballs. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the flying hollow bullet with a stern look in his eyes. He knew he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, he had to find a way to deal with it. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and used Shunpo, moving quickly between the virtual bullets. However, there were too many virtual bullets and they were extremely fast, making it very difficult for him to dodge them. Puff! A hollow bullet hit Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder. The powerful impact made his body shake slightly, and blood gushed out instantly. Immediately afterwards, several more hollow bullets hit his arms and legs, and Kurosaki Ichigo instantly had several wounds on his body, and blood stained his clothes red. But Kurosaki Ichigo showed no sign of backing down, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. "Damn it, I won't lose to you!" He roared in his heart, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't fall down like this. He still had companions to protect, and he had to defeat the enemy in front of him. "Tensa Zangetsu, give me more power!" Kurosaki Ichigo shouted loudly, and he released all the Ryutsu in his body and tried to attack again. At this time, his Ryutsu became more violent, and the blade of Tensa Zangetsu flashed with a more dazzling light. "Oh? Still want to resist?" Yami Largo saw Kurosaki Ichigo's actions, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but soon returned to a look of contempt. "Then let me show you my true power." As he spoke, his body began to swell, Ryutsu blazing like a black flame, and his aura became even more powerful. At this critical moment, a figure appeared beside Kurosaki Ichigo like lightning. Kurosaki Ichigo looked closely and saw that it was Shihoran Yoruichi. He quickly said, "Yoruichi-san, why are you here?" Shihoran Yoruichi said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Inu is helping Sato with his treatment. You are no match for this Arrancar. Leave it to me." Yami Largo saw Shihoran Yoruichi and said disdainfully, "You're a woman, can you beat me? Stop kidding." Shihoran Yoruichi smiled and said, "Don't underestimate the power of women." Yami Largo laughed heartily. "Women's power? Then go ahead and show me your so-called women's power." When Shihoran Yoruichi heard Yami Largo's ridicule, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but the smile on the corner of his mouth became more intense. "Since you look down on women so much, then I'll let you see for yourself." Before she finished speaking, her figure had disappeared from the spot. Yami Largo felt his eyes blurred, and before he could react, he was punched hard in the abdomen. The punch was extremely fast, yet the force seemed small. However, the impact caused his body to stagger forward a few steps involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, another punch hit his side of the face, followed by his shoulder and chest. Shihoran Yoruichi's fists fell on Yami Largo like raindrops, and each punch hit him accurately and so fast that he had no time to resist. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen muffled sounds rang out one after another. Yami Largo was beaten back repeatedly, and bruises appeared on his body. He steadied himself, his eyes filled with anger and resentment, and roared, "Even if you're faster than me, so what? Your attack is so weak, it'll only cause me a minor injury at best. It won't hurt at all." Shihoran Yoruichi paused, a confident smile on his face. "Really? Then try this again." Instant hoodie. With a soft shout from her, Yoruichi's back and shoulders were instantly enveloped by highly concentrated and compressed Kid. The Kid took on a deep purple color, emitting a mysterious and powerful light. The clothes on her back and shoulders ripped apart instantly under the powerful force, and Purple Kid quickly injected into her hands and feet like a nimble snake. At this moment, Shihoran Yoruichi exuded a strong sense of oppression, and his momentum suddenly rose. "Now, I'll let you know the price of underestimating me." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shihoran Yoruichi's eyes. She suddenly exerted her strength and rushed towards Yami Largo like a cannonball. This time, she did not use ordinary attacks, but instead unleashed a fist-bone impact. Shibakako learned Kid from Yamamoto Hong. As the first woman he got, how could Chihao and Yoruichi not learn Yamamoto Hong's moves? She jumped high into the air, her whole body suspended in mid-air, with a faint layer of Ryutsu wrapped around her arms. The Ryutsu shone with golden light in the sunlight, like a burning flame. She shouted loudly and smashed down towards Yami Largo with an indomitable momentum. The power of this punch was beyond imagination. Wherever the fist went, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, making a hissing sound. The ground below cracked instantly under the pressure of the fist wind, and cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. Yami Largo felt an overwhelming force rushing towards him. He wanted to dodge, but found that his body was a little slow under this powerful momentum. With a loud bang, the impact hit Yami Largo accurately. The force of this blow was so great that it smashed him directly into the ground, forming a huge deep pit. Smoke and dust filled the air, and rubble flew everywhere. The surrounding buildings shook under the impact, and some even collapsed. When the smoke and dust cleared a little, everyone gasped when they saw the miserable state of Yami Largo. His hands were twisted and deformed, with bones completely broken, and were obviously useless. One of his legs also disappeared, and blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. His body was covered with wounds and his blood dyed the ground around him red. Ah! Yami Realgo roared in pain. He never expected that Chihao and Yoruichi's attack power would become so terrifying after activating the instant roar. His eyes were filled with anger and fear, but the cruelty in his bones made him unwilling to give up. He endured the severe pain, mobilized the strength in his body, and prepared to use high-speed regeneration to recover from his injuries. At this moment, Ulquiorra, who had been standing by and watching the battle, spoke up, "Enough, Yami, let's go." His voice was still cold, without any emotion. Yami Largo turned his head and looked at Ulquiorra, his eyes full of unwillingness, "But I haven't, not yet." Ulquiorra frowned slightly, his tone unwavering, "Now is not the time to act rashly. Our mission isn't to fight them to the death here. Let's let them go this time. They won't be so lucky next time." Yami Largo gritted his teeth and finally nodded. He knew that Ulquiorra was right. In his current state, it would be futile to continue fighting. Ulquiorra raised his hand and muttered something. In an instant, a black crack slowly opened in the air, emitting a strange aura. This was the black cavity, the passage leading to Hueco Mundo. "Next time, I will tear you all into pieces," Yami Largo said viciously. He stared fiercely at Chihao and Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo, said some harsh words, and then followed Ulquiorra into the dark chamber. As the black cavity slowly closed, Chihao and Yoruichi also released the instantaneous state. She was breathing heavily. Although the battle just now was short, it was quite exhausting. 1.1 Kurosaki Ichigo hurried over and looked at Yoruichi with gratitude in his eyes. "Yoruichi-san, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today." Chihao and Yoruichi waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be so formal, you are my partner, how can I watch you fall into danger? Besides, I also want to try anew. Learn the tricks." Kurosaki Ichigo said, "That punch just now should have been an impact from Hong's fist bone." Chihao and Yoruichi nodded and said, "Yes, I asked Hong to teach me." At this time, Inu Orium also completed the treatment of Sato Yasutora. Sato Yasutora struggled to stand up, looked at Chihao and Yoruichi, and said, "Ms. Yoruichi, thank you for saving me." Chihao and Yoruichi looked at him and said, "I'm glad you're all right. However, this Arrancar is very strong. You must be careful when you meet them next time. The Yami just now was just the N in the Espada. 010 has such strength. The other Arancars must be more difficult to deal with." And the guy who didn't take action can order Yami around, which shows that he is stronger. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists and said with a firm look in his eyes, I understand, Yoruichi-san. I will work hard to improve my strength. Next time I meet them, I will not lose again. Shihao and Yoruichi nodded and said, well, it's good that you have this determination, but improving your strength is not something that can be done overnight. This Arrancar incident seems not that simple. Dan, I have to go back and discuss countermeasures with Captain Yamamoto. Everyone nodded. They knew that Arrancar's appearance foreshadowed a greater crisis, and they had to be fully prepared. Chapter 66. Shihao and Yoruichi observed that Yami Largo's Ryutsu was of average strength, and a captain-level player could easily deal with it before returning to the blade. However, the other Arrancar Ryutsu is extremely powerful. Even in its normal state, it has the strength of a captain. Its strength after returning to the sword is probably far beyond the captain level. After combining these information, Shihao and Yoruichi reported to Yamamoto, and Yamamoto got the news about Shihao and Yoruichi. He immediately summoned the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsuga Ichiware, the vice-captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice-captain of the 6th Division, Aburai Renji, the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, Madarame Ikeku, the 5th seat of the 11th Division, Ayasukawa Yumichika, and the 13th Division, Rukia Kukaki. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni sat at the head of the table with a dignified look, his sharp eyes scanning all the people standing in neat rows below. Shihao and Yoruichi had just finished reporting on his encounter with Arrancar in the present world when a solemn atmosphere suddenly filled the conference room. Humph! Arrancar's frequent activities in the real world are a provocation to Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni snorted coldly, and his powerful voice echoed in the house. We can't just sit back and watch. The advance team, led by Captain Hitsuga, will be stationed in the real world to eliminate all incoming Arrancars and protect the peace of the real world. We must not let Aizen's conspiracy succeed. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful. Hitsuga Ichiware frowned slightly, his eyes shone with coldness and determination. He spoke first, Captain, Arrancar's strength should not be underestimated this time. Yami's defense and attack power are both astonishing. And Ulquiorra, who commanded him without even taking action, must be even stronger. Our advance team must proceed with caution. Matsumoto Rangiku nodded slightly and added, that's right, and the Arrancar's appearances are erratic. We need to develop detailed patrol and combat plans to ensure that we can detect and stop their actions in time. Aburai Renji clenched his fists, a look of resentment on his face. Last time we fought the Arrancar, Ichigo and I both suffered heavy losses. This time, I'm going to let those Arrancars taste my strength and avenge our previous defeat. Madarame Ikeku crossed his arms and shouted, who cares about Arrancar? If they come one at a time, we'll kill them all. If they come two at a time, we'll kill them both. I want to see what they can do. Ayasukawa Yumichika's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. With us here, Arrancar won't be able to act recklessly in the real world. However, we must also be careful of Arrancar's special abilities and not underestimate him. Rukia Kukaki's eyes were firm. Captain, I've lived in the real world for a while and am familiar with the environment there. I can help you. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with everyone's opinions. You all have a point. Hitsuga, you will lead the advance team and station them in Karakura town. You and Matsumoto will focus on gathering intelligence on Arrancar. Aburai, you will be a team with Rukia Kukaki, responsible for searching for ordinary hollows. If you encounter an Arrancar, do not act rashly and report to Captain Hitsuga immediately. Madara, you and Ayasukawa will be ready to support the others at any time. Yes. Everyone responded in unison again. This mission is difficult, but you are all the elites of Godi I-13. I believe you can complete the mission. Remember, you must not let Arrancar cause greater harm in the world. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's eyes revealed unquestionable majesty and trust in everyone. Please rest assured, Captain, we will not fail our mission. The voices of the crowd resounded throughout the conference room, with the determination to face death head-on. Afterwards, everyone began to discuss the specific action plan in a heated and tense atmosphere. Hitsuga Ichiware and Matsumoto Rangiku remained silent, while Abarai Renji and Rukia Kukaki discussed possible situations and how to deal with them. Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika are eager to compete with Arrancar. In this tense situation, the elite members of the advance team united as one, preparing to face the upcoming Arrancar crisis and fighting to protect peace. Before leaving for the human world, Rukia Kukaki felt that she still had to go and see Yamamoto Hong. Ever since she saw her grandfather Yamamoto Hong fight Shibakaku, Rukia Kukaki had never seen Yamamoto Hong again. An hour later, Rukia Kukaki stood outside the door of Yamamoto Hong's secret base, feeling mixed emotions. The breeze blew gently, ruffling her hair, but it couldn't soothe her chaotic thoughts at the moment. Recalling the time when Yamamoto Hong forced me to practice my mouth, shame and anger still follow me like a shadow, but as time goes by and I have experienced so many things, those complex emotions have slowly changed. Especially in the desperate moment when he was sentenced to death, Yamamoto Hong said, "I will come to save you." Like a ray of light in the darkness, he gave her hope of life. And he did it, taking action at the critical moment and snatching her back from the Shinigami's scythe, gradually planting a different seed in her heart. Why am I here? Rukia Kukaki kept asking herself in her heart. Is it to thank him? Or because? She didn't dare to think further, but her cheeks turned slightly red involuntarily. She knew very well that her feelings towards Yamamoto Hong were no longer just aversion. Over the years, that complex emotion had been quietly growing in her heart, causing her heart to surge with unspeakable waves every time she thought of Yamamoto Hong. Ichino's Maki saw Rukia Kukaki and asked, "Ms. Kukaki, why are you here?" Rukia Kukaki said, "I have joined the advance team in the present world and come to meet Master Hong." Ichino's Maki nodded, said to be careful, and then let Rukia Kukaki in. After Rukia Kukaki entered the secret base. Seeing the scene that made her angry, Randao fed Yamamoto Hong wine again, while Soma Yoshino and Yuki helped Yamamoto Hong practice mouth massage in the hot spring. This scene made Rukia Kukaki's face turn red all of a sudden, and she felt a strange disgust in her heart, not towards Yamamoto Hong, but towards the 10 women in the bed. Soma Yoshino and Yuki are from the Bavanti clan. Bavanti attempted to destroy Seireitei. These 2 women did not die. Instead of hiding themselves, they dared to seduce Yamamoto Hong. They were really courting death. Although Randao is a member of the 12th Division, he was a criminal 100 years ago. This kind of person did not go to prison for reform honestly, but even seduced Yamamoto Hong with Baunt. He is definitely not a good person. Yamamoto Hong saw Rukia Kukaki coming and said with a smile, "Isn't this Rukia? Why did you suddenly come to see me today?" Rukia Kukaki said, "Master Hong, I have joined the advance team and will be going to the real world to carry out the mission today." Yamamoto Hong nodded and said, "Well, then you must work hard." Rukia Kukaki said, "Master Hong, can you please temporarily dismiss these 3 shameless people?" As soon as Rukia Kukaki said this, the hot spring area fell into dead silence. Randao's hand holding the wine glass froze in mid-air, Soma Yoshino's massage movements also came to an abrupt halt, and Yuki suddenly looked up, with anger suddenly flashing in his eyes. Yuki has always had a hot temper, and now that he was being accused by Rukia Kukaki, he couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up from the hot spring with a bang, water droplets sliding down her graceful figure, but she ignored it, pointing her finger at Rukia Kukaki and shouting back, "You say we are shameless? What about you? You just barged in to see Master Hong, what is this? Isn't this even more shameless?" Rukia Kukaki was already filled with shame and dissatisfaction, and after being scolded by Yuxi, her face turned red, and she was so angry that her whole body was shaking slightly. He cursed inwardly, "This woman is totally unreasonable. I came to see Master Hong out of good intentions, yet they're doing such shameless things here, and they even dare to bite me back. You're talking nonsense. I came to see Master Hong to discuss serious matters, unlike you." Rukia Kukaki raised her voice, trying to suppress Yuxi's arrogance, her eyes full of anger and disdain. "Serious business? What serious business do you have to talk about at this time? Don't use this as an excuse." Yuxi didn't give her a chance to breathe and pressed on step by step. "What's wrong with us? We were captured by Master Hong and had no choice. Unlike you, you came up to me on your own initiative and acted so noble." Randao and Soma Yoshino also came back to their senses. Randao's eyes were complicated. Although she felt wronged, she knew better than to make a big fuss at this moment. Soma Yoshino whispered, "Yuki, stop arguing." But Yuki was so excited that he couldn't hear anything. Soma Yoshino lowered her head and bit her lips tightly. Rukia Kukaki's words were like a knife, piercing her already broken heart. Soma Yoshino was filled with helplessness and sorrow. "We are already pitiful, tortured by Yamamoto Hong, and now we are misunderstood by her like this." Seeing that Yuxi was not giving in, Rukia Kukaki felt a burning anger in her chest, and her rationality was gradually swallowed by anger. Her eyes widened in anger as she shouted, "You ungrateful person! How can you casually speculate about the relationship between Master Hong and me? Master Hong and I have been in contact for more than 10 years. Rukia Kukaki felt a little regretful after saying this, but she was in a difficult situation and could only grit her teeth and persevere. After hearing this, Yuxi was stunned at first, then burst into laughter, and the laughter was full of ridicule. "Really? Master Hong likes people like us with good figures. How can someone like you with a flat figure be qualified? Look at your flat figure, will Master Hong be interested in you? Don't dream." Rukia Kukaki's face turned pale instantly. Yuxi's words were like a sharp arrow, shooting straight into her heart. She subconsciously looked down at her figure, the inferiority and anger in her heart intertwined, like a surging tide that was difficult to suppress. You've gone too far." Rukia Kukaki was so angry that her voice trembled, and her hand unconsciously grasped the handle of the Zanpakuto. He was torn between his conscience and his desires. How could I let her humiliate me like this? But, what would happen if I really drew my sword? What would Master Hong think of me? But at this moment, anger had taken over her entire body and mind, and her sanity completely collapsed at this moment. With a swish, Rukia Kukaki pulled out the Zanpakut, the blade flashing coldly in the dim light. She gripped the knife tightly, her arms trembling slightly, her eyes filled with determination and anger. She stared at Yuxi intently and shouted, "If you dare say another word, I'll fight you to the death today." She thought to herself, "Even if I risk my life, I can't let her humiliate me like this again. Even if Master Hong blames me for this, I can't care." At this moment, the entire secret base was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Randao and Soma Yoshino watched this scene in horror, not knowing what would happen next. Yamamoto Hong sat aside, watching the farce with interest, with a playful smile on his face, as if waiting for something more interesting to happen. Yuxi looked at Rukia Kukaki drawing her sword. Not only was she not afraid at all, but a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she laughed loudly. "You can't compare with me in terms of figure and mouth, so you want to use a knife, right? I'm not afraid of you." As soon as she finished speaking, an iron fan and a long sword appeared in her hands. The iron fan was connected to the long sword by an iron chain, and it flashed a cold light in the dim light. This sword is used to attack the enemy. This fan has perfect defense, it can withstand the enemy's attacks, and it can also transform into an umbrella to resist large-scale attacks. Today, I will let you know, don't mess with me. Rukia Kukaki was shaking with anger. He roared, "Shut up!" She was filled with anger, thinking that she had come to visit Yamamoto Hong out of mixed emotions, but was humiliated by this woman. If she didn't teach her a lesson today, how would she be able to maintain her dignity in the future? "Today, I will make you pay for your rudeness," said Rukia Kukaki. Yuki walked out of the hot spring, the water droplets on her body sparkling in the light, but she ignored it, her eyes full of provocation, and rushed straight towards Rukia Kukaki. Seeing this, Rukia Kukaki immediately swung Zanpakuto and slashed at Yuki, thinking to herself, "I don't believe that I can't deal with a woman like you who doesn't know how to be high and low." But Yuki remained calm, and the iron fan in his hand instantly unfolded, turning into a solid defensive barrier, easily blocking Rukia Kukaki's attack. "Humph, you think you can hurt me with just this little attack?" Yuki said disdainfully, and Ming Ming took the opportunity to move his sword towards Rukia Kukaki. Rukia Kukaki dodged sideways quickly, but she was still a step too slow. Yuxi's sword drew a long sword mark on her Death Hater suit. "You!" Rukia Kukaki was shocked and angry. She didn't expect Yuxi's attack to be so fierce. She was actually at a disadvantage in just a few moves. "I absolutely cannot lose." She encouraged herself secretly in her heart, and waved Zanpakuto again, performing her signature cutting technique. Yuki, however, showed no fear at all. He nimbly dodged Rukia Kukaki's attacks while mocking her, "Is this all you can do? I thought you were so powerful." The iron fan and long sword in her hands work in perfect harmony, her defense is impeccable and her attacks are fast and fierce. "Do you think you're so great just because you have a relationship with young Master Hong? Stop dreaming. In young Master Hong's eyes, you might be nothing." Rukia Kukaki's anger burned even more fiercely after hearing this, but she also knew that she couldn't continue to attack blindly like this. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and thought, "I can't be affected by her words. I have to find her weakness and win with one blow." So, she changed her attack method and began to look for loopholes in Yuxi's defense. Yuxi seemed to have sensed Rukia Kukaki's intentions and sneered, "What? You know you can't do it, so you start thinking of other ways? It's too late." As she spoke, she launched another attack, waving her iron fan violently, bringing up a gust of wind towards Rukia Kukaki. Rukia Kukaki quickly used Zanpakuto to resist, but the wind was too strong and she was blown back repeatedly. "Let's see how long you can hold on." Yuxi pressed on step by step, and stabbed Rukia Kukaki again with his sword like a lion majesty. Rukia Kukaki gritted her teeth, her heart filled with resentment. She thought of all the battles she had been through, how she had survived all those difficult times. Was she going to lose to this woman today? "No, I won't lose." A hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she decided to use the moves that Shibukayan taught her. The light on Zanpakuto shone brightly, and she slashed at Yuki with all her strength. "Try this." When Yuki saw this fierce attack, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly calmed down, and the iron fan instantly turned into an umbrella, protecting herself tightly. "With just this little attack, you still think you can break through my defense?" When Rukia Kukaki's attack hit the umbrella-shaped fan, there was a loud noise, and the powerful impact made Yuki take a few steps back. "Humph, interesting, but that's all." Chapter 67. At this moment, Rukia Kukaki felt a little regretful. She had just used all her strength to attack, but failed to break through Yuxi's defense. Instead, she consumed a lot of her physical strength. "What should I do?" She was extremely anxious, but on the surface she still pretended to be calm. "Don't be complacent, this is not over yet." Yuxi didn't intend to give her a chance to breathe and launched another attack. "Do you think you can still hold on? Today, I will let you know how foolish it is to go against me." The long sword and iron fan in her hands worked together again to launch a more fierce attack. Rukia Kukaki fought back desperately, and several more sword marks appeared on her body. Blood oozed from the wounds, staining her death tyrant outfit red. Ah! Rukia Kukaki cried out in pain, her heart filled with despair. She knew that she might really fall into Yuxi's hands today. Am I going to fail like this? At this moment, she suddenly thought of Yamamoto Hong and the help he had given her, and a surge of strength surged in her heart. No, I can't lose. I want Master Hong to see how strong I am. Then, Rukia Kukaki gathered herself together again, and she gathered all the Ryutsu in her body into Zanpakuto, preparing to launch the final attack. This is my last chance, I must succeed. She looked at Yuxi with firm eyes and swore secretly in her heart. When Yuxi saw the change in Rukia Kukaki, he no longer dared to be careless. He held the weapon tightly in his hand, ready to meet her attack. The atmosphere in the entire secret base is extremely tense. A life and death battle is about to begin, and no one knows what the final outcome will be. Rukia Kukaki took a deep breath, a determined glint in her eyes. She raised the Zanpakuto high in her hand and shouted, "Dance, Sodi no Shirayuki." As the words of liberation fell, a cold and holy Ryutsu quickly spread out from her. The originally ordinary Zanpakuto underwent an amazing transformation in an instant. The blade, guard, and handle all turned pure white, just like the purest snowflakes of the day. The hilt is oval in shape, with 6 hollow designs that make it look delicate and unique. The pattern on the front end of the handle and the white ribbon connected to the end flutter gently in the breeze, as if carrying a lively rhythm. Rukia Kukaki could clearly feel a chill spreading from the palm of her hand to her entire body. She knew that this was the power of Sodi no Shirayuki awakening. At this moment, she seemed to have become one with the Zanpakuto, which was hailed as the most beautiful sword in Soul Society. She could feel the powerful freezing power flowing through her body with every breath. Humph, so what if you release Zanpakuto? You are destined to lose to me today. Although Yuxi said it tough, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive when he saw the powerful Ryutsu emitted by Rukia Kukaki after releasing Zanpakuto. However, her inherent stubbornness and resentment towards Yamamoto Hong made her unwilling to retreat. She suddenly clung the iron fan and the long sword in her hands together. A strange light flashed, and the two weapons merged together, turning into a string of sharp blades flashing with sharp sword energy, which was her secret 8 swords formation. Try my 8 sword formation! Yuxi shouted and threw the sword in his hand towards Rukia Kukaki. The sword energy was like a living thing, drawing arcs in the air and rapidly attacking Rukia Kukaki with a sharp whistling sound. Each sword energy contained powerful force. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sizzling sound. Rukia Kukaki's eyes flashed, not wanting to be careless. She knew the power of Yuki's move, and if she was hit, she would be seriously injured. She quickly waved the Sodi no Shirayuki, first dance, moon white. She quickly drew a circle on the ground with the tip of the Sodi no Shirayuki. In an instant, the world enclosed by the circle fell into the frozen field of the Sodi no Shirayuki. A thick layer of frost quickly spread across the ground, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The flying sword energy slowed down significantly when it entered this frozen area, and a layer of frost began to condense on the surface. Is that all you can do? Yuxi's anger intensified when he saw his sword energy was blocked by the frozen field. She flashed and instantly arrived at the edge of the frozen area. The sword energy in her hand turned into a long sword and stabbed towards Rukia Kukaki fiercely. Seeing this, Rukia Kukaki immediately unleashed her second dance, White Ripple. She stabbed the ground with the tip of her knife in all directions, then exerted force, unleashing a powerful avalanche of cold air. Countless cold air currents swept towards Yuxi, freezing everything in their path. Yuxi only felt a biting chill coming towards her, her body was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and her movements became slow. Damn it! Yuxi gritted his teeth and tried desperately to mobilize the Ryutsu in his body, trying to dispel the coldness on his body. She swung the sword in her hand to cut off the approaching cold air, but a lot of it still penetrated her body, causing her to shiver. "Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are so naive." Rukia Kukaki's confidence increased greatly when she saw Yuxi's embarrassed look. She knew very well that she had to take this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Yuxi, otherwise once Yuxi recovered, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to her. Rukia Kukaki shouted, "Look at my move, Sanzaiwa White Sword." She quickly condensed the moisture in the atmosphere onto the tip of the Sodi no Shirayuki, and in the blink of an eye, a crystal-clear ice blade appeared in her hand. This ice blade is not only extremely sharp, but the length of the blade can also be controlled freely. Rukia Kukaki controls the ice blade and stabs it towards Yuxi at a rapid speed. Yuxi was horrified at the sight of this fierce attack. She knew she couldn't just sit there and wait for death, she had to find a way to resist. Yuki danced the sword in his hand tightly, trying to form a defensive barrier to block Rukia Kukaki's attack. Dang! The ice blade and the sword energy long sword collided with each other, making a crisp loud sound. The powerful impact made both of them take a few steps back. A crack appeared on the ice blade in Rukia Kukaki's hand, and the sword in Yuxi's hand trembled slightly. "Humph, quite interesting." Yuxi snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. She swung the sword in her hand again, performing another variation of the 8 swords formation. The sword energy in her hand suddenly split into 8, attacking Rukia Kukaki from different directions. Rukia Kukaki's heart tightened. She didn't expect that Yuxi's 8 swords formation would have such a change. She quickly swung Sodi no Shirayuki, forming an ice wall in front of herself, trying to block Yuki's attack. Bang! 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 The 8 sword energies slammed heavily into the ice wall, making a series of deafening noises. Under the powerful impact, cracks began to appear on the ice wall, and it could break at any time. "No, I won't be able to hold on if this goes on." Rukia Kukaki was extremely anxious. Rukia Kukaki knew that she had to find a way to break through Yuxi's attack, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. When Rukia Kukaki was filled with anxiety but had not yet figured out a plan to defeat the enemy, Xi's attack had already hit like a storm. The 8 sword energies, with the power to destroy everything, slammed fiercely into the ice wall. Under this powerful impact, cracks in the ice wall spread rapidly and it was about to be completely shattered. Rukia Kukaki knew that once the ice wall broke, she would be injured by the sharp sword energy. At this critical moment, she closed her eyes in despair, waiting for the moment of attack, her heart filled with unwillingness and regret. However, the expected pain did not come. Rukia Kukaki only heard a dull thud, as if an invisible force instantly disintegrated Yuxi's attack. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that Yamamoto Hong had stood in front of her without her knowing when. His right fist was still in a forward swinging posture, and the wind from his fist seemed to be vibrating in the air. Yamamoto Hong looked at Yuxi with disdain and said coldly, "You want to open a dyeing shop just by giving you a little color." After saying that, he swung his arm and slapped Yuxi in the face. The slap contained such powerful force that Yuxi didn't even have a chance to react before he was knocked unconscious and fell limply to the ground. Yamamoto Hong turned to look at Randao and Soma Yoshino, and ordered in a cold tone, "You two take her to my room." Randao and Soma Yoshino did not dare to disobey in the slightest, and hurried forward to carry the unconscious Yuxi and walked towards the room. During this process, a thought involuntarily popped up in the minds of the two people: if they were in danger, would Ben Hong help them in the same way? Landao recalls the painful past when she was tortured by Yamamoto Hong through illusions, and her heart is filled with complicated feelings. She longs for Yamamoto Hong's protection, but she also knows that he is cruel and ruthless. Soma Yoshino recalled the experience of how he tried to stop Xiao from losing his mind, but ended up falling into the hands of Yamamoto Hong and suffering humiliation. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know what he meant to Yamamoto Hong in his heart. Yamamoto Hong watched them take Yuki away, then turned his attention to Rukia Kukaki. He frowned slightly, a look of scrutiny in his eyes as he spoke, Rukia, your current strength is still too weak. With the little you just learned, if you were to go into the real world and encounter a truly powerful enemy, what would you do? Rukia Kukaki felt a tightness in her heart when she heard this, and she felt a little ashamed, but then a warm feeling welled up in her. She knew that although Yamamoto Hong's words were sharp, it was also a kind of concern for her. She lowered her head slightly and whispered, Master Hong, I understand. I will work hard. Yamamoto Hong looked at her like this, and a ripple appeared in his heart. He remembered that when he first met Rukia Kukaki, she was still a young and naive girl. Now she had experienced so much and had grown a lot, but in his eyes, she was still not strong enough. He sighed softly and said, the Arrancar of this world isn't so easy to deal with. This time you're joining the advance team, you must be cautious. Don't be impulsive when you encounter danger, and hide if you can. Okay. Rukia Kukaki raised her head, eyes filled with emotion, and nodded vigorously, okay, Master Hong. I will definitely be careful. In fact, I have always wanted to tell you that if you hadn't saved me when I was bipolar, I would have died. I really thank you. Yamamoto Hong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, you are quite grateful, girl, but gratitude alone is useless. Rukia Kukaki bit her lip, her eyes revealing determination, Master Hong, I will definitely work hard to grow until Master Hong recognizes me. Yamamoto Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment and then said, okay, but don't be too impatient. More haste makes waste. You can try drinking more milk. The two of them chatted back and forth, from their experiences in growing up to the practice of speaking, and before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. Rukia Kukaki suddenly remembered that she still had to go to the real world to carry out a mission. When she looked at the time, it was almost time to leave. She was startled and said quickly, Master Hong, it's bad, I'm going to be late. Yamamoto Hong looked at her anxious look and couldn't help laughing, see how anxious you are, go quickly. Remember what I told you, don't be stubborn when you encounter danger. Rukia Kukaki hurriedly said goodbye to Yamamoto Hong and rushed to the meeting place. On the road, she was in a bad mood for a long time. Yamamoto Hong's words kept echoing in Wang Zhao's ears. She knew that she was now shouldering the responsibility of protecting the world, and she also knew that she still had a long way to go. When Rukia Kukaki arrived at the meeting place, Hitsugayichwir and others had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing her late arrival, everyone looked puzzled. Hitsugayichwir frowned slightly and asked, Kukaki, why are you so late? Rukia Kukaki lowered her head a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Captain Hitsugaya, I was delayed by something. Abarai Renji teased, Rukia, are you lost? Rukia Kukaki blushed and quickly explained, no, I went to see Master Hong and chatted with him for a while. When everyone heard the words young Master Hong, their expressions varied. A complicated look flashed in Hitsugayichwir's eyes. He remembered that he had once asked Yamamoto Hong for advice on Ultra Ego but was rejected. Abarai Renji curled his lips, feeling somewhat disdainful, thinking that Yamamoto Hong was merely relying on his family background and his own powerful strength. Hitsugayichwir didn't ask any more questions. He looked at everyone and said seriously, okay, everyone is here, let's go. This mission is difficult, everyone must be careful and be careful. Everyone responded in unison, and then followed Hitsugaya Shiro into the passage leading to the real world. Rukia Kukaki walked in the team, secretly cheering herself up in her heart. She knew that unknown challenges were waiting for her, but she was no longer afraid because she had a stronger belief and was supported by Yamamoto Hong's words. She believed that as long as she worked hard, she would be able to protect the world and become stronger in this battle with Arrancar. Chapter 68. After Rukia Kukaki left, the secret base fell into silence. At this moment, Randao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki felt as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, especially Yuki, who had just woken up from a coma. There was still a red mark on his cheek from the slap from Yamamoto Hong. Humiliation and anger were intertwined in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. Yuki gritted his teeth, tears of resentment flashing in his eyes, and was the first to break the silence. Why did that little girl deserve Yamamoto Hong's attention? We have been serving him like slaves for so long, and he attacked me for her. Her voice trembled slightly, expressing jealousy towards Rukia Kukaki and resentment towards Yamamoto Hong. Soma Yoshino sighed softly, his eyes full of helplessness. Yuki, stop complaining. We have no ability to resist now. Instead of this, we should think about how to make Yamamoto Hong trust us, or at least stop treating us as playthings. She now knew that if they resisted, they would only bring themselves more cruel punishment, so she tried to find another way out. Randao nodded slightly and said solemnly, Yoshino is right. We must show him our value. Perhaps then he will change his attitude towards us. I used to be in the 12th division and have some technical knowledge. Perhaps I can help him. Randao tried to find something from his past experiences that could attract Yamamoto Hong. Yuki snorted disdainfully, that's all? He doesn't care about our abilities at all. He only sees us as tools to satisfy his desires. She felt desperate about Yamamoto Hong's behavior and felt that he didn't care about their efforts at all. Soma Yoshino shook his head and patiently advised, Yuki, now is not the time to be angry. We can only take it one step at a time. First, try to obey him and let him down. Maybe one day when he's in a good mood, he'll treat us better. Soma Yoshino hopes to exchange his obedience for better treatment. Randao looked at Yuki and said seriously, Yuki, think about it. We have no other choice now. If we continue to resist, it will only make our lives more difficult. Only by gaining his trust first can we have a chance to change the current situation. Randao tried to calm Yuki down and make her accept the situation. Yuki was silent for a while. Although she was still filled with anger, she also understood that they really had no better solution at the moment. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I'll try, but if he dares to hit me again, I will never let him go. Although Yuki compromised temporarily, the resentment in his heart did not disappear. From then on, the three of them began to deliberately please Yamamoto Hong. Randao used his understanding of Kid to take the initiative to explain some of Kid's subtleties to Yamamoto Hong, hoping to arouse his interest. But Yamamoto Hong had little interest. All his skills were acquired from the system and he did not need to practice or develop them himself. He was too lazy to learn these things. Soma Yoshino took even more care of Yamamoto Hong's daily life, striving for perfection in every detail. Although Yuki was reluctant in his heart, he also put away his temper and behaved obediently in front of Yamamoto Hong. However, Yamamoto Hong did not seem to notice their changes, and still treated them as objects to vent his desires, ordering them around whenever he was not satisfied. This made the three of them feel more and more desperate, but they still did not give up. One day, Randao gave Yamamoto Hong a new skill because she admitted defeat. Yamamoto Hong laughed and gave her a little reward, which was that she had 1 hour every day to go out for a walk. However, Randao thought that he had been recognized by Yamamoto Hong, so he worked harder to learn the technology and often told Yamamoto Hong about his kid. Soma Yoshino and Yuki were envious and anxious when they saw that Randao was recognized by Yamamoto Hong. Soma Yoshino worked harder to prepare various services for Yamamoto Hong, hoping to impress him, while Yuki took the initiative to offer a massage to relax Yamamoto Hong, and his technique became more and more skilled. But Yamamoto Hong did not give them the same treatment as Randao, but instead looked at his new skills. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 95 years old. Ryutsu, top captain, 13%. White hits, centennial captain, 17%. Kid, captain of the century, 87%. Slashing technique, 100 years captain, 72%. Shunpo, elite captain, 32%. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon's Stronghold Breaker, Paradise Lost, Hades Style Sword Art, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shikuki, Flash Time Cone, Demonic Lightning Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Heaven, True Dragon, High Level Attachment, Absorb Spell, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Thunder Blade, Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, All Delete, Fang Zero, Fire Spirit, Uzumaki Twist, Hell Dragon Break, Ultra Ego, use after Ryutsu. Upgrades to Centennial Captain, White Hits upgrades Shunpo upgrades to Top Captain, White Hits, Kid, and slashing techniques double their power, Fistbone Impact, Thunderbolt Flash, Flame Dragon King, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon, Phoenix Phantom Demon Fist, Galaxy Starburst, Holy Sword Draw, Black Whirlwind, Holy Shadow Dragon Fang Flash, Black Stab. Black Thrust, a move from Kuz, the god of thunder, one of the 12 titans in Saint Seiya. He concentrates his ultimate power, automatically converted into Ryutsu due to the different worlds, on his arms, forming a black lightning, and directly punches through the enemy. Its power is enough to destroy everything, and it can be said to be the greatest skill of the thunder god Kuz. Even if the first strike does not destroy the enemy, the remaining lightning will entangle and restrain the enemy's movements. A few days later, Shihao and Yoruichi came to Seireitei to report the advance team's achievements to Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Shigekuni. Not long after the advance team arrived in the human world. Number 6 Grimjo Jaeger Jacques in the Espada brought his subordinates to attack the present world, but except for Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, all other Arancars were killed by the advance team. Shihao and Yoruichi also saw the strength of Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. Kurosaki Ichigo was unable to fight back against Grimjo Jaeger Jacques in the state of Bankai. In the end, he had to rely on Hollow's Getsuga Tensho to cause some damage to Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. If Tosen Kaname had not appeared, Grimjo Jaeger Jacques' return to Hueco Mundo and Kurosaki Ichigo's safety might not be guaranteed. After Shihao and Yoruichi reported the matter, he came to the secret base and couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw Yamamoto Hong enjoying himself. Shihao and Yoruichi directly teased Yamamoto Hong a few words, and Yuxi said directly, "Where did this woman come from? How dare you act wild here? Do you believe it?" Before Yuki could finish her words, Yamamoto Hong slapped her in the face and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so rude to Yoruichi baby?" At this point, Yuxi finally couldn't help it, tears welling in his eyes, and he shouted, "Master Hong, we've tried so hard to please you, why do you still treat us like this? Who are we?" Yamamoto Hong looked at her coldly, "You are nothing more than my playthings and slaves. Don't think that being a little useful can change anything." After saying that, Yamamoto Hong turned around and hugged Shihao and Yoruichi and left. Shihao and Yoruichi gave the three women a provocative look, and the three of them returned to the room and cried desperately. Landao bit his lip, his heart filled with bitterness. "It seems that our efforts are not enough. He doesn't even treat us as human beings." Soma Yoshino cried and said, "Are we going to live like this for the rest of our lives?" She felt extremely confused about the future and didn't know when these days would end. Yuxi clenched his fists, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "No, I won't give in. Even if I die, I will let him know that we are not ants that he can trample on." The flame of resistance ignited in her heart again. Although she knew that she might face more serious consequences, she could no longer endure such a life. The three of them clung to each other in despair. They knew that changing the status quo was harder than climbing to the sky. But the desire for freedom and dignity in their hearts is like a weak flame, burning tenaciously in the darkness and refusing to go out. They are waiting for an opportunity that can allow them to escape this tragic fate. Even if this opportunity may never appear, they are unwilling to give up their last hope. Yamamoto Hong brought Shihao and Yoruichi to the second team, but Sui-Feng was not there. The second team vice-captain Omida Xi Shendai came out to receive the two. Omida Marekyo looked at Yamamoto Hong and Shihao and Yoruichi with a respectful smile on his face. He respected these two people for many reasons. Shihao and Yoruichi holds a very high position in his heart. Back then, when Shihao and Yoruichi was the captain of the second division, Omida Marekyo's father, Omida Nozomi, was her vice-captain. The Omida family, as a subsidiary of the Shihaoran family, has had a close relationship with the Shihaoran family for generations. It can be said that Shihaoran Yoruichi is his boss's boss. This connection makes Omida Marekyo respect Shihaoran Yoruichi from the bottom of his heart. As he was growing up, he often heard his father tell stories about Shihaoran Yoruichi's heroic deeds. The extraordinary strength and penultimate leadership skills displayed in battle had long been deeply imprinted in his mind, making him full of admiration for Shihaoran Yoruichi. As for Yamamoto Hong, Omida Marekyo also has some respect for him. First of all, Yamamoto Hong is the son of Yamamoto Motoyasu Shigekuni, who holds a very important position in Seoul society. This identity alone is enough to make Yamamoto Hong the focus of attention. Furthermore, Yamamoto Hong himself is very powerful, and the amazing strength he has demonstrated in various battles has made Omida Marekyo well aware of his strength. He had heard that Yamamoto Hong had fought against many strong opponents and had always won by relying on his powerful strength. The rumors of those battles spread in Seoul society, which made him admire Yamamoto Hong's strength. Moreover, Yamamoto Hong is Sui-Feng's man. Sui-Feng has a very high prestige in the second team. As the vice-captain of the second team, he naturally understands the importance of clinging to Yamamoto Hong's thigh. Whether for his own future position in the second division or out of respect for the strong, he showed great respect to Yamamoto. 0147090224 Phila 1235823880. At this moment, Omida Marekyo stood before the two men, bowing even lower, his tone particularly humble. "Excuse me, Master Hong, Master Yoruichi, Captain Sui-Feng is out investigating something. I can convey whatever you two need." Omida Marekyo is looking forward to working for the two of them, hoping to win more recognition from them through his performance. To put it bluntly, he is almost asking the two of them if they need lackeys, and he is a perfect fit. Shihaoran Yoruichi was about to say something when suddenly the messenger on Omida Marekyo's waist started to ring rapidly. He quickly took it out to check, his expression instantly becoming serious. He then said, "Master Hong, Master Yoruichi, a large number of hollows have appeared in Area 35 of Rukanga, devouring souls. The situation is extremely critical." Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this, and a sly smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. "Wow, there's something fun going on. I just wanted to find someone to try out my new trick. Omida, take us there right away." Omida Marekyo didn't dare to hesitate at all and nodded quickly, "Yes." Then he quickly turned around and loudly called a team of 15 people. The orderly footsteps echoed in the corridor, showing their actions. Strength. Strength. The scene in Area 35 was in a mess. The houses were destroyed and in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere. The air was filled with the smell of decay and blood. Dozens of souls have been devoured by the void, leaving only some faint traces of spirit particles, indicating the tragic scene that has just occurred here. Not far away, a little boy was running away frantically with his sister. His little face was flushed red with fear, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his eyes were filled with endless panic. The younger sister clung tightly to the corner of her brother's clothes, and her crying sounded particularly shrill in this chaotic environment. Behind them, a ghost was chasing them slowly. It was tall, more than 2 people tall, covered in black scales, with a strangely twisted triangular head. A pair of blood-red eyes flashed with cruelty, and disgusting green mucus kept flowing out of his mouth. The little boy ran while screaming in his heart, what should I do? What should I do? I must protect my sister and never let her be eaten by this monster. His legs were a little weak due to excessive tension and fatigue, but the desire to survive and the desire to protect his sister made him burst out with amazing strength, and he ran much faster than usual. He looked back at the ghost from time to time, his heart filled with despair. Why is this ghost chasing us all the time? We can't escape at all. If only someone could come and save us. 3. The younger sister cried and said, "Brother, I am so scared. Are we going to die?" The little boy suppressed his fear and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, sister, I won't let anything happen to you. We will definitely escape from the hospital." But he was unsure how long he could hold on. Chapter 69. The brother and his sister ran wildly in the ruins. The bricks and broken tiles under their feet kept tripping them up, but they didn't dare to stop for a moment. The hollow creature followed slowly behind, uttering a creepy laugh, "Haha, I'm about to catch up with you." This voice was like a curse from a nightmare, striking my brother's heart again and again. My brother's legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and he had to use all his strength to take each step. He felt his strength fading away bit by bit, his lungs felt like they were burning, and his breathing was rapid and painful. But whenever he heard Sue's teasing voice, a strong sense of resentment and anger welled up in his heart. I must not let it hurt my sister. This belief burned like a flame in his heart, supporting his shaky body. The sister's crying had become hoarse. She hugged her brother's arms tightly, and her small body trembled with fear. "Brother, I can't run anymore." The sister's crying voice made her brother's heart wrench even tighter. He gritted his teeth, endured the fatigue of his body, and comforted her, "Sister, hold on a little longer, we will be to a safe place soon." But he himself didn't know where the so-called safe place was. Sue's laughter was getting closer and closer. The brother looked back and saw Sue rushing towards him with bared fangs and claws, his blood-red eyes full of cruelty and excitement. "Haha, you can't escape, just let me eat you." Sue's voice was full of pride. The brother felt a surge of despair, but looking at his sister's terrified eyes, he roared in his heart, "No, I won't let you succeed." With a force that came from nowhere, he suddenly quickened his pace, pulling his sister around in the ruins, trying to shake off Sue behind him. "Brother, I'm so scared." The sister's tears kept flowing, wetting her brother's clothes. The brother ran and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, sister. No one can hurt you while I am here." He knew that he had to stay calm in order to have a chance to survive, but every time he heard Sue's footsteps and laughter, his heart beat faster and fear spread in his heart. Sue seemed to enjoy this game of chase. He deliberately slowed down his pace to give his brother and sister a glimmer of hope, and then ruthlessly broke it. "Hee, let's see where you can run to. I have plenty of time to play with you." Sue's words were like a cold blade, piercing his brother's heart again and again. My brother kept thinking in his heart, "What should I do? If this goes on, it will catch us sooner or later. There must be a way." After running for a while, my brother's physical strength had reached its limit. His steps became slower and slower, and his body was shaking. Seeing this, Sue burst into laughter, "This time, you can't escape." Just when the brother was about to despair, he suddenly found a dilapidated house in front of him with a narrow hole in the wall. "Sister, let's go there." The brother pointed to the cave entrance, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. They ran desperately towards the cave entrance, with Sue chasing them closely. "Want to run? Not that easy!" Sue roared, speeding up. The brother and sister finally ran to the cave entrance. The brother pushed his sister in first and then struggled to get in himself. Sue's huge body couldn't fit through the hole, and it angrily slammed against the wall, making a dull sound. "Come out right here!" Sue's voice echoed outside the cave, filled with anger and unwillingness. The brother and sister hid in the cave, not daring to breathe. They hugged each other tightly, listening to the noise outside. The brother's heartbeat was like a war drum, and his hands were still shaking, but he still protected his sister tightly. "Sister, don't be afraid, it can't get in," the brother said softly, trying to reassure his sister. The younger sister nodded while sobbing, her little hands tightly grasping her brother's clothes, as if that was her only support. Su wandered outside the cave for a long time, roaring and threatening continuously. The brother and sister lay motionless in the cave, as if time had frozen. After a while, Su seemed to give up, and the sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. The brother breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew he couldn't let his guard down. "Sister, let's hide here for a while and wait until it's gone away before we go out." My sister nodded obediently, with tears of fear still in her eyes. The brother and sister hid in the cave for a long time. Only after they confirmed that Su's footsteps had completely disappeared did their tense nerves relax a little. The brother patted his sister's back gently, trying to soothe her still trembling body. "Don't be afraid, sister. The monster is gone. We are safe now." The younger sister raised her tear-stained face, fear still lingering in her eyes, and whispered, "Really, brother? It really won't come back?" The brother nodded with forced composure, but he was unsure and just didn't want to scare his sister even more. The two men climbed out of the cave carefully and looked at the dilapidated scene around them, their hearts filled with regret. The brother held his sister's hand and prepared to find a safer place. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the void had returned at some point, bringing with it a group of voids of various sizes. It stood in front of a group of ghosts and let out a terrifying laugh. "Haha, I knew you couldn't get far. This time, don't even think about escaping." As it spoke, it swung its huge claws and smashed them hard at the house they were in. The house collapsed in an instant, bricks and stones flew everywhere, and the brother instinctively held his sister in his arms, using his body to block the falling stones for her. Amidst the dust, the brother and sister were choked and coughed continuously, and fear once again overwhelmed them like a tide. The younger sister burst into tears in fear. "Brother, I'm so scared, are we going to die?" The brother gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, but he still said firmly, "No, sister, I will never let anything happen to you." But at this moment, he knew clearly that facing so many voids, they had no power to fight back. At this critical moment, a dazzling light flashed, accompanied by a loud bang, and the leading void and the other voids were split into two, turning into points of light and disappearing into this world. The brother and sister were stunned. Before they could react, they heard a voice, "Are you okay?" The brother and sister looked closely and saw a tall figure appear in front of them. It was Yamamoto Hong. He stood on the ruins, emitting a powerful Ryutsu, and the Haori with the word King written on it fluttered in the wind, looking majestic. The brother and sister looked at Yamamoto Hong, their eyes filled with shock and gratitude. The brother stammered, thank you for saving us." Yamamoto Hong smiled and waved his hand, "You're welcome, little guy. Where are the rest of the voids?" My brother quickly pointed in a direction, his voice trembling, "Over there are a lot of them. They have been eating people here." Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, "Don't worry, they can't run away with me here." After that, he turned around and strode in the direction his brother pointed. Looking at Yamamoto Hong's departing back, his brother felt a complicated emotion in his heart. He felt that Yamamoto Hong was like a hero who came from the sky and brought hope to them when they were most desperate. "Sister, look, he's so powerful. With him around, those hollows are definitely doomed." The younger sister wiped her tears and nodded vigorously, "Yes, brother, he will definitely be able to destroy the hollow." At this moment, in the eyes of the brother and sister, Yamamoto Hong's figure was extremely majestic, as if he was the guardian of Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong quickly came to where the group of hollows were. When these hollows saw Yamamoto Hong, instead of being afraid, they pounced on him with their fangs and claws bared. Yamamoto Hong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. How dare you act so presumptuously here? As he spoke, he quickly spread his hands and chanted, had number 9 Senju Jia Kingtai Cannon. In an instant, countless huge Ryotsu beams shot out from his hands, like 1,000 huge cannons, bombarding the group of hollows with devastating power. Under this powerful attack, the Su group instantly fell into chaos. Some voids were directly hit by the beam and turned into dust and dissipated, some voids barely avoided it, but were also knocked to the ground by the powerful impact force. No! How can he be so strong? A larger hollow roared in despair. Yamamoto Hong looked at these phantoms and said coldly, in the face of absolute strength, your struggles are meaningless. Not long after, this group of hollows was completely wiped out by Yamamoto Hong. He clapped his hands and turned back to the siblings. All right, the hollows are taken care of. You're safe. If you run into danger again, find a place to hide quickly. Got it. The brother and sister nodded quickly, and the brother said, we understand. Thank you, you are our savior. Can you tell me your name? Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, I am Yamamoto Hong from Godei 13th Division. At this time, Shihoran Yoruichi, Omadame Rekio, and the members of the second team arrived here. Shihoran Yoruichi smiled and said, how was it? Did you try out the new moves? Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, no, these are too weak. But there is one more, but I don't know if it is qualified. Dash. Yamamoto Hong looked up at the sky and saw a black cavity appear in the sky. A figure walked out of the black cavity. He smiled and said, I thought I would see a captain-level person, but I didn't expect it to be a bunch of trashed Shinigami. Omadame Rekio shouted, what are you talking about? Are you looking for death? Yamamoto Hong reached out to stop Omadame Rekio, his eyes fixed on Arrancar. His seemingly relaxed smile remained, but his eyes were now a bit more severe. Omada, stand down. I'll handle this guy. Since he's so arrogant, I want to see how much he's capable of. Omadame Rekio was stopped by Yamamoto Hong's hand, but the rage in his heart was still blazing. His face flushed crimson, and his knuckles turned white from the force of his clenched fists. He said unwillingly, Master Hong, this guy has gone too far. How dare he humiliate you and Master Yoruichi like this? I absolutely cannot let this go. He glared fiercely at Arrancar in the sky, wishing he could rush up and tear him into pieces. Yamamoto Hong patted Omadame Rekio on the shoulder and said firmly, I understand how you feel, but he is coming for me. You just watch from the side and see for yourself how to deal with Arrancar, and you can also learn some experience. After that, Yamamoto Hong immediately flew into the sky and confronted Arrancar. Shihoran Yoruichi stood aside, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes filled with vigilance. She stared at Arrancar, thinking to herself, although this guy looks like a sissy, he must have his strengths. Aizen's arrangements are never simple. Hong must not underestimate the enemy. She clenched her fists, ready to help Yamamoto Hong at any time when he needed it. Point 0. Arrancar twisted her slender waist and looked at Yamamoto Hong with a frivolous look. He has short black hair. The side bangs slightly cover the forehead, and the 3 pink diamond-shaped tattoos on the left forehead are particularly eye-catching. His light purple eyes emitted a strange light, and he still wore the remains of a mask on the left side of his head. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt that exposed his waist, and the faintly visible 6 mark on his right waist seemed to reveal his identity. He said in a sarcastic tone, Hey, look at your confident look, quite interesting. Let me introduce myself, my name is Ruby Antenor, Espada. Number 6 in the list, he said, deliberately puffing out his chest and shaking the mark on his right waist. After hearing this, Shihoran Yoruichi frowned and asked, Isn't number 6 Grimjo? When did it become you? Ruby Antenor snorted disdainfully and said in a shrill voice, Humph, that guy is just an idiot who doesn't know how to obey the orders of Master Aizen. I rely on my own strength too. She fought her way through Hueco Mundo, earning the recognition of Aizen-sama, and finally taking the number 6 position. Now, everyone in Hueco Mundo knows how powerful I, Ruby-sama. Yamamoto Hong snorted coldly, and responded fearlessly, just you? Don't talk big too early, do you think being the number 6 of Espada is great? Today, I will let you. You know, in the face of absolute strength, your so-called pride is not worth mentioning at all. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Ryotsu on his body began to surge slowly, and the air around him seemed to be slightly distorted by the Ryotsu. Ruby Antenor didn't care about the Ryotsu that Yamamoto Hong was exuding. He shook his hair lightly, and a strange light flashed in his light purple eyes. Humph, you are just being stubborn. You'll be crying soon. I've dealt with Shinigami like you many times in Hueco Mundo. I know your moves inside and out, and today is no exception. As he spoke, he moved his wrists, pretending to be ready for a big fight, and deliberately threw a wink. Yamamoto Hong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Really? Then I want to see how much you know about my moves. He stretched his body and prepared for battle, secretly thinking about how to deal with Arrancar, who called himself Espada No6. With all kinds of powerful skills at his disposal, he wouldn't take Ruby Antenor seriously. Shihao and Yoruichi watched the tense confrontation between the two and felt a little worried, but she was full of confidence in Yamamoto Hong. She whispered to Omida Marekyo, Omida, please pay attention to Hong's fighting style. This will be very helpful for us to deal with Arrancar in the future. However, if we really encounter danger, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Although Omida Marekyo was still furious, he nodded, his eyes fixed on the two people in the field, ready to obey Shihao and Yoshi's orders at any time. Chapter 70. Ruby Antenor looked at Yamamoto Hong and suddenly burst into a chuckle, a laugh that seemed particularly eerie amidst the ruins. You think you can scare me? Don't be naive. I've fought countless life and death battles in Hueco Mundo to reach this position today. You're just a tiny ant in my path. I can crush you with just a flick of my finger. As he said this, he looked at Yamamoto Hong provocatively and deliberately gestured in the air with his fingers, as if he was really crushing an insignificant insect. Yamamoto Hong did not get angry but laughed, his laughter full of confidence. It's easy for you to say it. However, all talk is empty talk. Just show me what you can do. He stared closely at Ruby Antenor's every move, not missing any subtle movements or changes in her expression. When fighting against a strong opponent, it is crucial to find the initiative and flaws. As long as you seize the opportunity, you can defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. At this moment, the atmosphere around was extremely tense, as if the air was frozen by this tense atmosphere. Everyone stared at Yamamoto Hong and Ruby Antenor, and a big battle was about to break out. The brother and sister hid in the distance, watching this scene in horror. The brother covered his sister's eyes tightly, not wanting her to see this terrible battle, but the sister couldn't help but peek through her brother's fingers, her eyes full of fear and curiosity. They didn't know what the outcome of this battle would be, but they all prayed silently in their hearts that Yamamoto Hong would win, because in their hearts, Yamamoto Hong was their savior, and they didn't want to see Yamamoto Hong get hurt. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were full of sternness, and the Ryotsu around his body gathered towards his right wrist like a surging tide. In an instant, his right wrist seemed to be covered by a layer of brilliant light. The light contained powerful power, as dazzling as the scorching sun and as deep as the abyss. The surrounding air made a sizzling sound under the pressure of this Ryotsu, as if it was suffering great pain. Draw the holy sword! Yamamoto Hong shouted. Immediately afterwards, Yamamoto Hong swung his arm violently, and his hand knife slashed towards Ruby Antenor like a flash of lightning. This knife may look simple, but it contains the power to destroy the world. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and twisted ripples appeared, as if the real world was torn open abruptly. Ruby Antenor was horrified when he saw this. He never expected that Yamamoto Hong would launch an attack so decisively, and at such a speed that he had almost no time to react. He instinctively wanted to dodge, and kicked his feet hard, trying to retreat backwards. However, Yamamoto Hong's speed was far beyond his imagination. He felt as if his body was stuck in a quagmire and his movements became extremely slow. No! Ruby Antenor yelled in horror. However, it was too late. Yamamoto Hong's knife slashed heavily on Ruby Antenor's right arm with unstoppable force. In an instant, a splash of blood splattered out, and Ruby Antenor's right arm was as if chopped off by an invisible giant axe. With a scream, the arm fell off his shoulder and fell to the ground, splashing a lot of blood. Ah! Ruby Antenor roared in pain, his face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He used his left hand to tightly cover the wound on his right arm. Blood kept flowing out from between his fingers, staining his clothes red. "You, how dare you?" Ruby Antenor said, gritting her teeth, her eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Yamamoto Hong showed no mercy. He looked at the injured Ruby Antenor and said coldly, "This is the price of your arrogance. In the face of absolute strength, your resistance is meaningless." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong once again gathered his Ryutsu, preparing to strike Antenor with a knife. Ruby Antenor was fully aware of the danger she was in. She endured the severe pain in her right arm, mobilized the Ryutsu in her body, and tried to launch a counterattack. I saw a layer of strange purple light around his body, and mysterious runes flashed in the light, which seemed to contain powerful power. "Hey, do you think you can stop me like this?" Yamamoto Hong said disdainfully. He swung the sword again, and this time, the light of Ryutsu was even brighter and the power was even stronger. The knife slashed towards Ruby Antenor again with unstoppable momentum. Ruby Antenor gritted her teeth and concentrated all her attention, trying to dodge the blow. His body twisted desperately, and his feet moved quickly in the air, trying to find space to hide. But Yamamoto Hong's attack was like a storm, making it impossible for him to dodge. The hand knife slashed at Ruby Antenor again, this time, it hit his chest. Ruby Antenor's body fell rapidly towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. A huge wound appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain, drawing a gorgeous yet miserable arc in the sky. Puff! Ruby Antenor fell heavily to the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. He lay on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. He knew that he had met a truly powerful enemy today. "It's over," Yamamoto Hong said coldly. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at Ruby Antenor, who lay dying on the ground, without a trace of pity in his heart. In this world where the strong are respected, only the strong can survive and the weak can only be eliminated. Everyone around was shocked by Yamamoto Hong's powerful strength. Shihao and Yoruichi's eyes flashed with surprise. She knew that Yamamoto Hong was very strong, but she didn't expect that he could defeat the number 6 in Espada so easily. Omadame Rekio's face was full of admiration. He looked at Yamamoto Hong and secretly made up his mind to work hard to improve his strength and become as strong as Yamamoto Hong. The brother and sister hid in the distance, looking at Yamamoto Hong with admiration in their eyes. In their hearts, Yamamoto Hong is their hero and the god who protects them. This battle made them deeply realize the power of Shinigami and filled them with hope for the future. Ruby Antenor lay on the ground, staring at Yamamoto Hong with eyes full of resentment, and the resentment in her heart burned like a raging fire. He could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary Shinigami in front of him was so powerful, and he had already ended up in such a miserable state before he could really exert his full strength. "I won't be defeated by you so easily." Ruby Antenor roared and struggled to get up from the ground. Ruby Antenor's body was shaking, and blood was constantly gushing out of his wounds, but he didn't care at all, his eyes filled with madness and determination. "Hang him, Tsuda!" Ruby Antenor shouted the blade language loudly, and in an instant, an evil and powerful Ryutsu broke out wildly with him as the center. The originally broken pieces of the mask quickly gathered together and reassembled into a complete mask, which was firmly worn in the center of his head. At the same time, 8 thick tentacles suddenly sprouted from his back. These tentacles twisted wildly in the air, making a sizzling sound as if they had life. After returning to the sword, Ruby Antenna's confidence instantly exploded. He felt the powerful force surging in his body, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Boy, do you think you can defeat me like this? Now, let me show you my true strength!" He shouted, and the 8 tentacles behind him instantly stretched out, like long spears, stabbing towards Yamamoto Hong with all his strength. This was his move, the touch gun. It was extremely powerful, and wherever it reached, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Yamamoto Hong looked at the tentacles that were coming at him, without any fear in his eyes, but rather with a hint of mockery. He dodged the fierce blow with ease, muttering, "My sword!" In an instant, the powerful Ryutsu gathered at his wrist again, and a dazzling slash came out like lightning, with a devastating momentum, and slashed straight towards Ruby Antenna's tentacles. With a few crisp crackling sounds, Ruby Antenna's tentacles were cut off like fragile branches under Yamamoto Hong's attack. The tentacles, broken into several pieces, fell to the ground, twisting and struggling continuously, green blood splattering everywhere, emitting a pungent smell. "Ah!" Ruby Antenna let out a shrill scream. He never expected that his attack after returning to the sword could be so easily broken by Yamamoto Hong. But he didn't intend to give up. He endured the severe pain, mobilized the Ryutsu in his body, and prepared to use high-speed regeneration to recover from his injuries. "My high-speed regeneration after returning to the blade is very fast. Let's see how many times you can hit me," Ruby Antenna said as she watched her wounds heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. New granulations grew rapidly at the broken tentacles, and soon 8 tentacles grew out again, but their color was slightly darker than before. Seeing this scene, Omida Marekio and the members of the second team couldn't help but worry. They knew very well that Arrancar's high-speed regeneration ability was extremely tricky. If Ruby Antenna continued to rely on this ability to recover from her injuries, Yamamoto Hong might be trapped in a protracted battle. In case of an accident. No one dared to think further, their eyes were filled with worry. The brother and sister beside them also hugged each other tightly, the brother holding his sister behind him, his eyes full of fear. 0147090224 Fila 123592160. Although they believed in Yamamoto Hong's strength, the strange ability displayed by Ruby Antenna at this moment still made their hearts rise to their throats. However, Shihao and Yoruichi was full of confidence in Yamamoto Hong. She knew Yamamoto Hong too well. From the previous battle, she could see that Yamamoto Hong was just testing Ruby Antenna's strength and was not using his full strength at all. She narrowed her eyes slightly, with a faint smile on her lips, and watched the situation on the field quietly. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ruby Antenna, who had recovered from her injuries, with a disdainful expression still on his face. "You think you can continue to fight against me like this? That's naive," Yamamoto Hong said coldly, his tone full of contempt. Ruby Antenna didn't care about Yamamoto Hong's ridicule at all. He waved his tentacles again and launched an attack. This time, his tentacles were faster and more powerful, and they kept changing shape during the attack, making it difficult to defend against. Yamamoto Hong's body was as fast as lightning, nimbly moving between the tentacles. While dodging the attacks, he put his hands together and shouted, "Six King Spear!" In an instant, 6 paths brilliant Ryutsu spears appeared out of thin air, like 6 nimble and deadly dragons, rushing towards Ruby Antenna's tentacles with majestic momentum. The 6 King Spear was the first skill Yamamoto Hong acquired. He hadn't used it for a long time, and just now he suddenly wanted to try out how powerful he was at using the 6 Ugly Spear now. This 6 King Spear contained a powerful force. Wherever it passed, the air was stirred violently and made a buzzing sound. Under the impact of the Six Kings' spear, Ruby Antenor's tentacles were like fragile vines encountering a sharp axe. With a few puff sounds, all the tentacles were instantly smashed to pieces, and green blood splashed out like raindrops, falling on the ground and emitting bursts of pungent smoke. Ruby Antenor felt pain and let out a painful roar. But just when everyone thought, just when he was about to lose his ability to resist completely, Ruby Antenor suddenly burst into laughter. As he smiled, the wounds on his body healed at an astonishing speed. New granulations quickly grew from the broken tentacles. In the blink of an eye, 8 tentacles appeared in front of him as intact as before. Behind. Didn't I tell you that I have high-speed regeneration? Ruby Antenor had a smug smile on her face, but there was a hint of madness in her eyes. Shinigami, you think you can defeat me like this? You are so naive. Today, you are destined to become a stepping stone to my power. Omadame Rekiyo looked at him, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Just you? Do you think this can make Master Hong helpless? Your high-speed regeneration is just... It's just a last-ditch effort. Ruby Antenor snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. If you don't accept it, then come over and give it a try. Today it's either you or me. Omadame Rekiyo snorted and said, Master Hong wants to try a new trick, and I don't want to destroy the experimental product that is not easy to appear. Ruby Antenor shouted, You fat pig, you're looking for death. Yamamoto Hong said, Hey, your opponent is here, don't look around. Ruby Antenor snorted and said, Try my Iron Maiden. As she spoke, Ruby Antenor's 8 arms were covered with countless sharp needles. She smiled and said, These needles can PK you. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, Come on then. Chapter 71. Ruby Antenor snorted coldly, a fierce look flashed in her eyes, and the tips of her 8 arms instantly grew with countless sharp needles, flashing an icy light in the sunlight. Come on. He laughed wildly, his 8 arms dancing like ghosts, and the long needles stabbed towards Yamamoto Hong with the sound of whistling wind. Yamamoto Hong was not afraid at all. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good timing! He shouted, and Ryutsu surged around him wildly. His right hand was ignited with raging fire, and the flame was like the fire from hell, burning with scorching power, which instantly wrapped around his right arm, forming a huge flaming blade. At the same time, lightning flashed in his left hand, and the thunder of the Thunder Dragon gathered in his left hand, turning into an equally huge thunder blade. Red Lotus Exploding Thunder Blade. Yamamoto Hong roared and waved his hands violently. Under his control, the blade of fire and the blade of thunder began to spin rapidly. Flames and lightning blended together to form a whirlwind of dual attributes. Accompanied by lightning, this huge whirlwind of fire swept towards Ruby Antenor with overwhelming force. Wherever the whirlwind of fire went, the air seemed to be boiling, making a sizzling sound, and the space was slightly distorted. A trace of fear flashed in Ruby Antenor's eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted, trying to use the Iron Maiden's long needle to resist this terrifying attack. However, the power of the Red Lotus Exploding Thunder Blade was far beyond his imagination. The flaming whirlwind instantly melted the long needles and then rushed towards his body mercilessly. Ah! Ruby Antenor let out a shrill scream, and her body was tightly wrapped by the whirlwind of fire. Flames raged over him, lightning struck him relentlessly, and under the combined force of fire and lightning, countless wounds instantly appeared on his body, blood splattering everywhere. His body was blown away by the powerful force, falling heavily to the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ruby Antenor, who was lying on the ground struggling in pain, and sneered disdainfully, with this little ability, you dare to act so arrogant in front of me? Your so-called Espada number 6 is nothing more than this. Ruby Antenor gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He endured the severe pain and mobilized the Ryutsu in his body, preparing to launch high-speed regeneration again. Don't be so complacent. I won't be defeated by you so easily, he roared. The wounds on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and new granulations quickly grew on the broken tentacles. After a while, he stood up again, but his face was still pale. There were still traces of flames on his body. Humph, you can still stand up. It seems that your high-speed regeneration is indeed interesting. But, do you think you can escape from my grasp like this? Yamamoto Hong said coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Ruby Antenor did not respond. He knew that he had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. If he did not use all his strength, he would surely die today. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his Ryutsu into the 8 tentacles behind him. You forced me to do this. Try my strongest move, the wrist-spinning formation. Ruby Antenor shouted. His 8 tentacles began to spin like propellers, their speed increasing, creating a powerful whirlwind. The spikes on the tentacles flashed coldly as they spun, like countless sharp knives. The swirling force grew stronger and stronger, stirring the surrounding air into a giant uzumaki, and cracks began to appear on the ground. Go to hell! Ruby Antenor roared, controlling the rotating tentacles to rush towards Yamamoto Hong. The speed was astonishingly fast, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed, he felt the powerful force of this move, but he did not retreat. You've come just in time. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. He clenched his fists, and Ryutsu erupted around him again, preparing to meet Ruby Antenor's attack. The rotating tentacles were like a torrent of steel, slamming towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong dodged and tried to avoid the fierce attack, but the tentacles were too fast and the range was too wide, so he was still hit by some of them. The sharp spikes on the tentacles pierced his body and blood gushed out instantly. Puff! Yamamoto Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes remained firm. With just this little attack, you still want to kill me? He roared, unleashing a powerful Ryutsu, while the tentacles on his body shook the area. Seeing this, Ruby Antenor laughed crazily. Boy, do you think you can still escape? Today is the day you die. He increased the output of Ryutsu, and the spinning tentacles became more frantic and more powerful. Yamamoto Hong knew that he could no longer underestimate his opponent, so he concentrated all his energy and prepared to launch a counterattack. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. He shouted and unleashed the Red Lotus Thunder Blade again. Flames and lightning gathered in his hands again, forming a powerful whirlwind of fire. However, this time Ruby Antenor was well prepared. His spinning wrist formation collided with the whirlwind of fire, making a deafening sound. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the two people in all directions, instantly destroying the surrounding buildings, razing the ground to the ground, and raising a cloud of smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, Ruby Antenor's tentacles gradually broke through the defense of the fire whirlwind and stabbed towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong fought hard, but the tentacles' attacks became more and more fierce. He was injured in many places on his body and his clothes were stained with blood. No! 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 I can't die here! Yamamoto Hong roared, mobilizing the last strength in his body and preparing to make a final struggle. However, Ruby Antenor didn't give him a chance. It's over. He laughed wildly, and his tentacles pierced Yamamoto Hong's body like lightning. Yamamoto Hong's eyes widened, and blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Hong! Shihao and Yoruichi exclaimed and tried to rush forward, but was stopped by Omadame Rekio. Lord Yoruichi, there's no point going over now. We are no match for him. Omadame Rekio said anxiously. Ruby Antenor looked at the fallen Yamamoto Hong and laughed triumphantly. Haha, you are finally dead. I am the strongest. His laughter echoed in the ruins, full of madness and pride. This won't end well for you. Shihoran Yoruichi looked at him angrily, his eyes burning with anger. Ruby Antenor didn't care at all. He turned around and prepared to leave. Today's victory belongs to me. The entire Soul Society will tremble at my power. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong, who had fallen down, suddenly moved. Ruby Antenor noticed something strange and looked back, only to see Yamamoto Hong slowly standing up, with a strange aura emanating from him. Why aren't you dead yet? Ruby Antenor said in horror. Yamamoto Hong looked at him coldly, with a strange smile on his face. You think you can kill me like this? You are so naive. Ruby Antenor looked at Yamamoto Hong, who stood up unharmed, and her eyes widened instantly with disbelief. How is this possible? His voice trembled unconsciously, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart, as if what he saw before him shattered all his cognition. After a brief moment of astonishment, a fierce look flashed in Ruby Antenor's eyes. He would never allow himself to be so embarrassed in front of this Shinigami. No matter what tricks you use, you can't escape the misfortune today. He roared with gritted teeth, and the 8 tentacles behind him began to twist wildly, making a sizzling sound. That was the manifestation of the violent surge of Ryutsu, as if these tentacles also felt the anger of their master and were eager to tear the enemy in front of them into pieces. Die! Ruby Antenor roared, controlling her tentacles like huge black spears, stabbing towards Yamamoto Hong swiftly. These tentacles were extremely fast. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to be cut by sharp blades, making a sharp whistling sound and leaving twisted traces in the air. Yamamoto Hong remained calm, his eyes filled with the same contempt as always, as if he didn't take these attacks seriously at all. However, Ruby Antenor's tentacles came with great force, and in the blink of an eye they were in front of Yamamoto Hong. A tentacle attacked first and hit Yamamoto Hong's shoulder hard. Yamamoto Hong slightly turned sideways, seemingly avoiding the attack easily, but the tentacle seemed to have life, turning flexibly in the air and wrapping around Yamamoto Hong again. At the same time, several other tentacles attacked from different directions, blocking all of Yamamoto Hong's retreat routes. Yamamoto Hong's body flashed, and he shuttled between the dense tentacle attacks, but the tentacle attacks became more and more fierce and dense, like an invisible big net, trapping Yamamoto Hong tightly. Ruby Antenor felt a surge of pleasure in her heart as she watched Yamamoto Hong dodge left and right under her attacks. Boy, is this all you can do? Let's see how long you can hide. He laughed wildly. The movements of his hands became more and more brutal, controlling the tentacles to constantly change the attack methods, sometimes piercing, sometimes sweeping, trying to find Yamamoto Hong's flaws. Just as Yamamoto Hong was dodging the sweep of a tentacle, another tentacle took the opportunity to attack from below and hit Yamamoto Hong hard in the waist. Yamamoto Hong groaned, his body being blown away by this huge force, drawing an arc in the air. But Ruby Antenor did not let him go. Her 8 tentacles were like 8 black pythons, chasing Yamamoto Hong closely and attacking him again the moment he landed. This time, all the tentacles gathered together to form a powerful force, smashing down towards Yamamoto Hong's body. Yamamoto Hong tried to resist, but the force was too strong. His arms trembled slightly under the tentacles. With a loud bang, Yamamoto Hong's body was smashed heavily to the ground. The ground cracked instantly and the soil flew everywhere. Seeing this, Ruby Antenor showed a ferocious smile on her face. It's over! He shouted, and the tentacles suddenly tightened. The tentacles, as hard as steel, burst out with power and began to tear Yamamoto Hong's body apart. Yamamoto Hong's body gradually cracked under the tentacles, and a large amount of blood splattered out from the wounds, dyeing the surrounding land red. Ruby Antenor's tentacles tightened and grew stronger, and Yamamoto Hong's body began to break under the enormous pressure. First, his arms were torn off by the tentacles, turning into a bloody mist floating in the air, then, his legs were not spared and were torn to pieces by the tentacles. Ruby Antenor watched Yamamoto Hong's body gradually break apart, and her heart was filled with joy. Haha, you're nothing special. Where are you now? He laughed wildly, and his laughter echoed in the ruins, full of gloom and triumph. Ruby Antenor watched Yamamoto Hong's body being torn into pieces by her own tentacles, and an indescribable joy surged in her heart. Her laughter echoed in the ruins, seeming particularly eerie. But when he saw that the remaining head of Yamamoto Hong was still opening its mouth in mockery, his laughter stopped abruptly and a chill ran down his spine. Is that all you can do, you weakest espada? Yamamoto Hong's voice sounded like a curse from hell, causing Ruby Antenor's hands to tremble slightly. But Ruby Tenor was quickly overwhelmed by anger and roared, "How long do you think you can keep being so arrogant?" As she spoke, Ruby Antenor controlled the tentacles and swung them violently, crushing Yamamoto Hong's head. The head turned into a cloud of blood mist and floated in the air. Say it again, say it again. Talk to me again. Ruby Antenor roared at the blood mist, her face full of twisted madness. However, at this moment, a strange voice came from all directions. The voice turned out to be Yamamoto Hong. How can you be so weak, you worst espada? Ruby Antenor looked around in horror, only to see Shihao and Yoruichi, Omadame Rekio, the other members of the 2nd Division, and even the brother and sister, all with their mouths open, using Yamamoto Hong's voice said the same thing. You, what the hell are you doing? There was obvious fear in Ruby Antenor's voice, his eyes widened as he stared at the strange people in front of him. Ruby Antenor's hands clenched unconsciously, and her tentacles twisted wildly behind her, making a sizzling sound, as if venting her inner anxiety. You must have used some kind of evil magic. Ruby Antenor thought wildly in her heart. This is impossible. He's clearly dead. That BD is clearly dead, so how could he still be talking? Return your normal voices to me. Yamamoto Hong is clearly dead, his body has been torn into pieces by himself. How could he still speak? This must be an imitation, for these people must be imitating. Imitate his voice. Chapter 72. At this moment, Shihao and Yoruichi wore a half-smile on her face, but her eyes were as cold as the icy pond of 10,000 years. She continued in Yamamoto Hong's voice, You think you can defeat me? That's just wishful thinking. Despite his portly figure, Omadame Rekio wore a serious expression. The voice that emanated from him added a touch of strangeness, You are nothing but a disgrace to the espada. You are not worthy of being my enemy. The members of the 2nd squad also echoed, their voices uniform, like a judgment from hell. You, the worst espada, today is your death. The brother and sister were not spared either. The brother protected his sister tightly, but he couldn't control himself and kept saying Yamamoto Hong's words. Tears welled up in the sister's eyes, a mixture of fear and helplessness, but her voice seemed controlled. You are so weak, even worse than those little hollows. Listening to these voices, Ruby Antenor felt as if her head was about to explode. These words were like sharp knives, constantly piercing her heart. Shut up! Shut up! Ruby Antenor waved her tentacles wildly and rushed towards the crowd. He had lost his mind and had only one thought in his mind, which was to make these voices disappear. His tentacles were like deadly spears, carrying such powerful force that wherever they reached, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Shihao and Yoruichi dodged his attack easily, but he still said, Come on, kill me if you dare. Seeing this, Ruby Antenor became even more furious. He changed direction and attacked Omadame Rekio. Although Omadame Rekio dodged awkwardly, he still shouted, You think you can kill me like this? You are not far off. The members of the 2nd team used their own skills to try to resist Ruby Antenor's attack, but their voices were still those of Yamamoto Hong. For a moment, various riot soul lights flashed and collided with Ruby Antenor's tentacles, making a deafening explosion. The ground in the ruins was bombed into potholes, with rubble flying everywhere and smoke and dust everywhere. Ruby Antenor was rampaging in the chaos. He was bloodthirsty and left a mess wherever he touched. Some team members were unable to dodge and were pierced by the tentacles, dissipating into a ball of light. Others were blown away by the powerful force and hit the wall of the ruins heavily. It is unknown whether they are alive or dead. Omadame Arekiyo was furious when he saw his companion injured. He rushed forward regardless of the danger, wanting to give Ruby Antenor a fatal blow, but as soon as he got close, he was hit by a tentacled fly and flew away. Haha, you all must die. Ruby Antenor laughed wildly. He felt his strength increasing in anger, and those mocking voices seemed to have become a catalyst for his power. He rushed towards the brother and sister. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind and didn't care whether the brother and sister were innocent or not. The brother hugged his sister tightly, his eyes full of despair, but he still spoke Yamamoto Hong's mocking words. You are the worst espada. The younger sister finally couldn't help crying out, but the voice was still that of Yamamoto Hong. Ruby Antenor had no intention of stopping. His tentacles smashed towards the brother and sister with great force. Just when the tentacles were about to hit them, the brother used all his strength to push his sister away, but he was hit by the tentacles himself and his body was torn into pieces in an instant. You are the worst espada, the sister shouted, but the voice was still that of Yamamoto Hong, which sounded particularly strange in this bloody battlefield. Ruby Antenor looked at her sister, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. He waved his tentacles again, and her sister could not escape. She turned into light and disappeared in the ruins. As lives faded away one by one, the surroundings finally became quiet, and the mocking voices completely disappeared. Ruby Antenor stood in the middle of the ruins, breathing heavily, his body covered in blood, unable to tell whether it was his own or someone else's. He looked at the dead silence around him, feeling a sense of emptiness and confusion in his heart. I did it, the voices finally disappeared. Ruby Antenor murmured to herself, her voice filled with a hint of relief. Then Ruby Antenor laughed out loud, and just as he was laughing wildly, a voice like a ghost drilled into his ears, You are the worst espada, you trash. Ruby Antenor froze suddenly, the smile on her face froze instantly, and her eyes were full of astonishment and anger. He turned his head frantically, looking for the source of the sound, and shouted loudly, Who is it? Come out here. However, the only response he got was the voice that drove him crazy, and this voice seemed to come from all directions at the same time, echoing throughout the entire space. He was horrified to find that the world of Soul Society, the broken houses, stones, grass, trees, everything in front of him was emitting the sound of Yamamoto Hong. The clouds floating in the sky seemed to be mocking him, and those white clouds seemed to transform into Yamamoto Hong's playful face. The ground beneath his feet kept shaking, and every tremor was accompanied by a harsh, mocking sound, as if the earth was ruthlessly spitting on him. The rustling of the broken wreckage of the house seemed to be repeating the words that had humiliated him. The stones, grass, and trees seemed to be given life, shouting out their contempt for him in unison. No. This is impossible. Ruby Antenor was filled with fear and resentment. He couldn't accept being humiliated like this. In Hueco Mundo, he had climbed to the position of Espada No. 6 through cruelty and cunning. He had always been the one to laugh at others. He had never suffered such humiliation. Yamamoto Hong, don't be so complacent. I won't be scared by you. He roared hysterically, waving his tentacles wildly with both hands and smashing towards everything around him. He rushed towards the dilapidated house, and his tentacles fell like a storm, smashing the remaining walls into pieces and sending bricks and stones flying. Let you laugh at me! Ruby Antenor roared as she smashed the things. He used his tentacles to roll up the broken stones, threw them into the sky, and then smashed them into pieces with Ryutsu. Let's see how you can make any sound. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked like a madman. Looking at the grass around him, the rage in his heart grew stronger. With a wave of his tentacles, the powerful Ryutsu instantly raised a patch of grass to the ground. The soil was turned up, and the grass roots were exposed, trembling in the wind. "How dare you, lowly creatures, laugh at me with him?" He continued to vent his anger, rushing towards the nearby tree, wrapping his tentacles tightly around the trunk, and twisting it hard. Thick trees were uprooted and torn into pieces in the air by his Ryutsu. "Yamamoto Hong, I won't let you scare me. Do you think it will be useful to use witchcraft to make these things make sounds before you die?" Ruby Antenor shouted while destroying them. His heart was full of contradictions. He was afraid of the unknown power hidden behind the ubiquitous voice, and he was extremely angry at Yamamoto Hong's humiliation. "I'm Espada number 6, I won't lose. No." He kept encouraging himself in his heart, trying to regain his shattered confidence. But no matter how he tried to destroy it, Yamamoto Hong's voice still echoed in his ears. That voice was like a sharp knife, constantly cutting his self-esteem. Why? Why is this happening? I clearly possess immense power, so why am I being humiliated by him? Ruby Antenor began to doubt herself, recalling her time in Hueco Mundo. 0147090224 Phila 1330122210. In order to gain the appreciation of Aizen Kusuk, he used all means and killed countless of his kind in exchange for his current status. He thought that becoming an Espada would allow him to be superior, but now he is so vulnerable in front of this Shinigami named Yamamoto Hong. After finally killing the Shinigami, the whole world is still laughing at him. But no matter how he destroyed it, Yamamoto Hong's voice still echoed in his ears. That voice was like a sharp knife, constantly cutting his unwillingness to believe this fact, and continued to destroy it madly. At this time, he had completely fallen into a state of madness. Everything around him became an enemy in his eyes, and was making sounds that he hated. Ruby Antenor was completely crazy at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was flying in disarray, and he kept roaring crazily. Just when he was almost going crazy, a black cavity suddenly opened in the sky. A strange yet familiar aura emanated from the black cavity, like a giant hand reaching out from the darkness, beckoning him. Ruby Antenor did not hesitate at all. He knew that returning to the Sui Palace was his only way out. Only there was his place. He stumbled into the black cavity. The moment he stepped into the Sui Palace, he was stunned. The Sui Palace before him was no longer the gloomy and monotonous place he remembered, but instead was filled with an atmosphere of luxury. The walls were inlaid with various gemstones emitting strange light, and the floor was paved with smooth black marble, reflecting his disheveled figure. The huge stone pillars are carved with exquisite patterns, which seem to be telling the unknown history of Sui Palace. What's going on? Why has the Sui Palace become like this? Ruby Antenor murmured to herself, her heart full of doubts. He walked forward vigilantly, taking every step carefully, for fear of encountering any more danger. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his sight, Grimjo Jaeger Jaques. Ruby Antenor's eyes widened. He clearly remembered that Grimjo Jaeger Jaques had his arm crippled by Tosen Kaname because of his last private action. But Grimjo Jaeger Jaques in front of him was standing there intact, emitting a powerful aura. How is this possible? Grimjo, your arm? Ruby Antenor asked in surprise, with a tremor in her voice. Grimjo Jaeger Jaques turned his head and looked at Ruby Antenor, a disdainful smile on his face. Why, are you surprised to see that I'm intact? A complex emotion surged in Ruby Antenor's heart, including surprise, jealousy, and a hint of fear. He couldn't help but wonder, was Lord Aizen going to let Grimjo Jaeger Jaques take over as Espada's number 6 driver again? If so, wouldn't he be losing the position he had worked so hard to obtain? Lord Aizen, does he intend to let you be number 6 again? Ruby Antenor asked with courage, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Grimjo Jaeger Jaques snorted coldly. Humph, of course. How else would you be qualified to sit in the number 6 position? You're just a loser who got to the top by using some tricks. Ruby Antenor's anger was ignited once again. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "What did you say? Don't be so arrogant. I became number 6 by relying on my own strength." Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques laughed disdainfully. Strength? Your strength is nothing in my eyes. Do you think defeating a few weak Shinigami is truly impressive? I won't give up the number 6 position to you. Ruby Antenor shouted loudly, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Do you think you are qualified to compete with me? Believe it or not, I will do it now. I'll kill you now. Ruby Antenor's heart tightened as he felt the strong murderous intent emanating from Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques. If Ruby Antenor was calm, she would be scared, but now she is almost completely crazy. When Ruby Antenor saw Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques, she was startled at first, and then a twisted hatred surged on her face. Grimjo, it's all because of you that I have been. Get down there, today is the day you die. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his 8 arms without hesitation, like a crazy octopus. Those sharp needles, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, pierced Grimjo at an extremely fast speed. Jack roared. Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques' eyes glared, and he was about to draw his sword to meet the enemy, but he discovered that Ruby Antenor's attack speed far exceeded his imagination. Before he could make an effective defense, the long needle had already pierced his body. There were a few muffled puff-puff sounds, and the long needle pierced his body mercilessly, and blood splattered out. Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques' eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Ruby Antenor did not stop there. He laughed crazily and tore Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques' body apart with both hands. It was easily torn into pieces. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere and fell to the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. Ruby Antenor looked at the piece of meat still dripping with blood in her hand, a look of perverted satisfaction on her face. Now, I am the real number 6, no one can stop me. Chapter 73. Just as Ruby Antenor was about to burst out laughing, Yamamoto Hong's voice thundered again in the Palace of Night, "You rubbish, do you really think you killed Grimjo?" This voice seemed to carry endless mockery, echoing in every corner of Sui Palace. Ruby Antenor's laughter stopped abruptly, his face turned pale in an instant, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Impossible! I've already returned to Sui Palace, how could he still? Ruby Antenor's voice trembled unconsciously. He couldn't believe his ears, and even more so, he couldn't believe what Yamamoto Hong said. At this moment, dark shadows appeared out of nowhere, and Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques, who was supposed to be dead, reappeared in front of Ruby Antenor. However, to his horror, not one Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques appeared, but many. These Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques were tall and muscular, and the fierceness and disdain in their eyes made Ruby Antenor feel a chill. They stood in a neat row and taunted in unison, "Ruby, you're the worst espada ever. You think you can replace me? That's a joke," said a Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques disdainfully. "You think you can secure the number 6 position by killing me? How naive," added another Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques. Ruby Antenor's eyes widened as he stared at the bizarre scene before him, his defenses completely crumbling. How is this possible? You're all fake, this must be his conspiracy." He shook his head frantically, trying to deny everything he saw, but Grim Rika-Jack stood before him so real. "You must be an illusion created by him. I am the real Espada no. 6. I have great power, and none of you can take my position away from me." Ruby Antenor shouted at the top of her lungs. His voice was filled with fear and unwillingness. He remembered how he had gone through countless life and death battles in Hueco Mundo in order to become an Espada, climbing up step by step on the corpses of his companions. He betrayed his former friends and abandoned all his feelings to get to where he is today, but now, it all seems to be coming to nothing. Look at you, "You're just a coward who used tricks to get to the top," a Grimjo Jägerjacques sneered. "That's right, you are not qualified to be an espada, let alone be compared with me." Another grim Fakajak echoed. Ruby Antenor listened to these taunts, and the anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. He waved his 8 tentacles wildly and rushed towards the Grimjo Jägerjacques. "I'm going to kill you. All of you die," he roared, his voice full of despair and madness. However, Grimjo Jägerjacques easily avoided his attacks. Their movements were swift, their eyes still filled with disdain. "With your limited abilities, you dare to act so arrogantly in front of us." Grimjo Jägerjacques sneered, then flashed behind Ruby Antenor and kicked him to the ground. Ruby Antenor fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to stand up, but found that his body was covered with wounds and no longer had the majesty he once had. Why? Why did it happen like this? He lay on the ground, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, his heart filled with regret. He regretted his original choice and regretted that he used any means to gain power and status. If he could do it again, he would rather be an ordinary person than fall into this endless pain and despair. The surrounding space twisted, and countless figures emerged from the black cavity. He looked closely and saw that they were countless Grimjo Jägerjacques. These Grimjo Jägerjacques exuded powerful and violent Ryutsu, and their eyes revealed disdain and anger towards him. Countless Grimjo Jägerjacques pounced on him like hungry wolves. They brandished their sharp claws with an indomitable momentum, instantly submerging Ruby Antenor in a wave of attacks. Ruby Antenor's eyes widened in horror and he tried to block with his arms, but those sharp claws easily tore through his defense, leaving shocking wounds on his body. No! How could this happen? Ruby Antenor cried out in despair. He could never have imagined that he would fall into such a desperate situation. His body began to twist and deform under the attacks of Grimjo Jägerjacques and others, blood gushed out like a fountain, and beautiful blood flowers bloomed in the air. "Sia, I'm Espada's number 6. You can't do this to me." Ruby Antenor was still stubborn, trying to use her status to intimidate these Grimjo Jägerjacques, but the only response was an even more violent attack. A Grimjo suddenly grabbed one of his arms and pulled it hard. With a crack, the arm was torn off. The severe pain instantly spread throughout his body, making him almost faint. "Ah!" Ruby Antenor roared in pain, her heart filled with resentment and fear. He looked at his body that was constantly injured and began to doubt himself for the first time. Am I really trash? Why am I so vulnerable in front of them? The pride and confidence that they once had in Hueco Mundo were now like bubbles, vulnerable to a blow and gradually shattered in front of the powerful Grimjo Jägerjacques. "You bunch of bastards!" Ruby Antenor cursed while trying to find an opportunity to escape. But Grimjo Jägerjacques surrounded him tightly, not giving him any chance to breathe. Several more Grimjo Jägerjacques rushed up, grabbed his legs and other arm, and pulled them outwards with force. Ruby Antenor felt as if his body was about to be torn into countless pieces, and the pain made him wish he could die immediately. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die here." Ruby Antenor's heart was filled with fear of death, and she began to regret what she had done. "If I hadn't been so greedy and selfish, perhaps I wouldn't be in this day." A deep regret welled up in his heart, and tears involuntarily slid from the corners of his eyes, mixing with the blood and dripping onto the ground. In these final moments of his life, Bai Antenor's inner defenses completely collapsed. 01470902 Phila 133012400. He finally admitted that he was nothing but insignificant trash in front of the real strong ones. "I'm just trash. I've been deceiving myself," he muttered silently in his heart, his eyes full of despair and helplessness. All his former ambitions and desires have now turned into nothing. He only hopes that all this pain can end as soon as possible. As the attacks of Grimjo Jägerjacques intensified, Ruby Antenor's body was gradually torn into pieces. His limbs and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. His consciousness gradually became blurred in the severe pain and eventually disappeared completely. When Ruby Antenor thought she was going to die, she suddenly heard a snap of fingers, and the scene before her eyes returned from the Night Palace to the Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong, Shihao and Yoruichi, Madame Arekio, the members of the second team and the two siblings appeared in front of him. Ruby Antenor was stunned. Hadn't he already killed them and returned to the Night Palace? In the eyes of Shihao and Yoruichi, Madame Arekio, the members of the second team and the two siblings, Yamamoto Hong just lightly punched Ruby Antenor, and then Ruby Antenor was stunned. It turned out that Yamamoto Hong had just used the Phoenix Phantom Fist, and Ruby Antenor had just fallen into the illusion created by the Phoenix Phantom Fist. Ruby Antenor was looking at her intact tentacles and laughing wildly, but suddenly she found that something was wrong with the surrounding scene. The battlefield, which was tense just now, was now filled with a strange atmosphere, and Yamamoto Hong's figure became somewhat illusory, as if separated by a layer of fog. "What's going on?" Ruby Antenor shouted in horror, her voice trembling as it echoed in this strange space. Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, "You are trapped in the illusion created by my Phoenix Magic Fist. How about it? Does it feel good?" His laughter was full of teasing, as if he was looking at a trapped prey. Ruby Antenor was furious, and the fear in his heart was instantly replaced by anger. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You despicable Shinigami! How dare you use this method against me?" After that, he used the spinning wrist formation again. Ruby Antenor's 8 tentacles began to spin wildly, driving the surrounding air to form small uzumaki. The sharp long needles flashed cold light in the uzumaki and stabbed towards Yamamoto Hong. But at this time, because he had been affected by the illusion in his heart, he began to admit that he was a piece of trash, and the power of the spinning wrist formation he performed was greatly reduced. The force that was originally enough to tear the space apart was now like a breeze. Those sharp long needles became soft and powerless. The moment they approached Yamamoto Hong, they were easily bounced away by the Ryutsu emanating from his body. Yamamoto Hong laughed, his eyes full of disdain. "This battle is over, rubbish, black stab." As he spoke, he concentrated his Ryutsu on his arm. In an instant, a dark lightning condensed and formed on his arm. The lightning flashed with strange and powerful power, as if it was going to devour everything around it. Yamamoto Hong suddenly swung out his fist with a dark lightning and hit Ruby Antenor hard. The punch came at such a fast speed that Ruby Antenor had no time to dodge. The pitch-black spike, with the power to destroy the world, pierced straight through Ruby Antenor's body. "Ah!" Ruby Antenor let out a shrill scream. Under the impact of the dark lightning, a huge hole instantly appeared in his body, and blood and green body fluids gushed out of the hole. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Ruby Antenor's eyes were full of disbelief. He never thought that he, the number 6 in the Espada, would be defeated so easily by Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong looked at Ruby Antenor and said coldly, "In the face of absolute strength, your struggle is futile. From the beginning, you are doomed to fail." Ruby Antenor's body was crumbling, and he tried to mobilize the Ryutsu in his body, hoping to rely on high-speed regeneration to recover from his injuries. However, the power of the pitch-black thorn was too strong. The remaining lightning wrapped around his body, restricting his movements and making it impossible for him to concentrate on recovery. The lightning continued to erode his body, devouring his Ryutsu bit by bit. "No. I won't give in. I'm an Espada." Ruby Antenor was still making her last struggle. Her voice was getting weaker and weaker, and the light in her eyes was gradually dimming. "So what if you're Espada? In my eyes, you're just a clown." Yamamoto Hong said mercilessly. Cracks began to appear on Ruby Antenor's body. Under the continuous attack of the dark lightning, these cracks spread rapidly, like a spider web. It covered Ruby Antenor's entire body. Ruby Antenor's body gradually became transparent, and finally turned into specks of light and dissipated in the air, leaving only a devastated battlefield. Yamamoto Hong clapped his hands, as if he had just done something insignificant. He turned to look at Shihao and Yoruichi, Omadame Rekio, and the members of the second team, a smug smile on his face. Okay, it's solved. Shihao and Yoruichi walked forward with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Hong, you are really amazing. Omadame Rekio also said with admiration, Master Hong, your strength really opened my eyes. I must work hard to practice and become as strong as you. The brother and sister who were hiding in the distance saw Yamamoto Hong win and cheered excitedly. The brother hugged his sister tightly, with tears of excitement in his eyes. Sister, look, that. The big brother won. We won't be afraid of losing anymore. The younger sister nodded vigorously, a happy smile on her face. Well, big brother is so awesome, he is our hero. Yamamoto Hong looked at them and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He walked to the brother and sister, squatted down, touched the sister's head and said, if you encounter danger in the future, remember to protect her. Myself and my sister. My brother nodded quickly, we understand, thank you, big brother. Yamamoto Hong stood up and looked at Shihao and Yoruichi and Omadame Rekio. Let's go back to Seireitei. Everyone responded and followed Yamamoto Hong in the direction of Seireitei. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The figure standing in the middle said, as expected of you, Hong. Your moves just now were beautiful. Yamamoto Hong and others turned their heads and saw that it was Aizen Koyusuke, Ichimaru Jin, and Tosen Kaname. Shihao and Yoruichi was about to take action when Yamamoto Hong stopped her directly. Yamamoto Hong smiled and looked at Aizen Koyusuke. Why? You want to fight me now? Aizen Koyuja chuckled and said, it's not the right time yet. I have only just begun to integrate Hagyaku, but I will accompany you for a few moves. Chapter 74. Yamamoto Hong heard Aizen Koyuja's provocation and laughed, his eyes full of confidence and disdain, and said, want to fight for a few moves? Then I'll play with you. Aizen Koyuja still had that signature indifferent smile on his face, but a barely perceptible ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand slightly. He recited the chant, a scattering of animal bones, spires, red crystals, wheels of steel. When in motion, it is wind, when still, it is nothing. The sound of lances clashing fills the empty city. Had S63 fiery lightning howl. Instantly, a breathtakingly powerful Ryotsu burst out from his hand, an explosion with intense lightning like a roaring dragon. Rushing towards Yamamoto Hong fiercely, wherever he went, the air was instantly torn apart, making a sizzling sound. Amidst flashes of lightning, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted under the pressure of this force. Shihao and Yoruichi was horrified when she saw this. She knew Aizen Koyusuke's strength well, having already been shocked by Aizen's instant kill of Komamura Seijin with the Black Spear at the Double Pole Hill. But now the Ryotsu released by this fiery lightning howl is several times more powerful than Black Coffin. Her eyes were filled with worry as she stared intently at the torrent of lightning. Her hands unconsciously clenched, her nails digging into her palms, but she felt no pain at all. She prayed silently in her heart, Hong, you must be okay, don't get hit by this move. She really wanted to rush forward to help Yamamoto Hong, but her reason told her that with her own strength, she could not help in such a battle at all, and might even become a burden to Yamamoto Hong. She could only watch anxiously from the side, the tension in her heart constantly rising. Yamamoto Hong was not afraid at all. He looked at the attacking fiery lightning howl with a firm gaze. Ryotsu surged wildly around him, and he took a deep breath. He roared out his move chant, gathering all the strength within me, I release this energy like the shattering of stars. Roaring Star Cannon. As his roar fell, a tremendous amount of energy gathered in his mouth, forming a huge energy ball. The energy ball emitted a dazzling light, as if it contained the power to destroy everything. Then, he suddenly spat out the energy ball, and a huge energy wave rushed towards Aizen Kyōsuke's fiery lightning howl like a surging tide. When Yamamoto Hong's collapsing star roaring cannon collided with Aizen Kyōsuke's fiery lightning howl, the whole world seemed to stop. The two powerful forces collided with each other, making a deafening sound. The powerful energy wave spread out from the collision point to the surrounding areas, forming 10 energy waves visible to the naked eye. Ripple. The surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to dust by the impact of this force, and the ground collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere like cannonballs. In the sky, the originally bright light was distorted by this force, becoming chaotic. The light flickered, as if the end of the world was coming. Shihao and Yoruichi and the others were knocked back by the powerful energy wave. Shihao and Yoruichi had to use Ryutsu to form a defensive barrier in front of him to barely withstand the impact. Her hair was blown wildly by the strong wind, but her eyes were always fixed on the center of the battlefield, her heart filled with shock. Shihao and Yoruichi had never imagined that there could be such a powerful collision of forces in the world. This was far beyond her understanding of combat. She looked at Yamamoto Hong and Aizen Kyōsuke, feeling proud of Yamamoto Hong's strength but also worried about his safety. She knew very well that the outcome of this battle was related to too much, not only the victory or defeat of the two of them, but also the future of Soul Society. If Yamamoto Hong failed, Aizen Kyōsuke would become even more unscrupulous, and Soul Society would probably never have peace again. Under the impact of this powerful force, Yamamoto Hong and Aizen Kyōsuke were both shocked and took a few steps back. Yamamoto Hong's clothes rustled in the strong wind. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He said, "Aizen, is this all you can do? It seems you're no better than this." Yamamoto Hong's voice was full of confidence. In his eyes, although Aizen Kyōsuke was powerful, he himself was by no means a pushover. Aizen Kyōsuke remained calm. He gently brushed his wind-torn hair, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes as he said, "Hong, you really surprised me. But this is just the beginning." As he spoke, Aizen Kyōsuke gathered Ryutsu again, preparing to launch the next round of attack. Shihao and Yoruichi looked at the two of them, feeling extremely anxious. She knew that the next battle would only become more intense, and Yamamoto Hong had to go all out to have a chance to defeat the current Aizen Kyōsuke. She silently cheered for Yamamoto Hong in her heart, and at the same time was thinking about how she should help if Yamamoto Hong was really in danger. She thought of the skills that Yamamoto Hong had taught her. Although she might not be able to compete with Aizen head-on, she might be able to provide some help to Yamamoto Hong at the critical moment. At this time, Yamamoto Hong was secretly calculating in his mind. He knew that Aizen Kyōsuke must have more powerful moves that he had not used yet. He couldn't let his guard down, so he mobilized the Ryutsu in his body and prepared to face the next round of attack from Aizen Kyōsuke. Aizen Kyōsuke had a faint smile on his lips, and that smile was filled with innate pride and confidence, as if everything was under his control. "Hong, today, I will let you witness the power of Hades 99 5 swirling dragons of destruction." Aizen Kyōsuke's voice was low and magnetic, yet it also revealed a chilling chill that made people shudder. Just as he finished speaking, Aizen suddenly muttered something, and in an instant, the air around him seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, and the ground began to tremble violently, and cracks spread out rapidly like spider webs. Then, 5 huge dragon-shaped Ryutsu roared out from around his body. Each dragon exuded a terrifying aura. Their bodies were condensed from Ryutsu, flashing with strange light. The huge dragon claws seemed to be able to tear through space, and their bloody mouths opened, emitting a deafening roar. The 5 swirling dragons of destruction had an extremely wide attack range. Wherever they went, everything was ruthlessly destroyed. Houses were instantly reduced to rubble, and layers of dust were raised on the ground. The powerful impact made it almost impossible for everyone to stand steadily. Yamamoto Hong felt this powerful threat, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. The 5 swirling dragons of destruction were indeed strong, but he did not feel the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he felt a strong fighting spirit. Want to see the stars explode? Then it's your wish. Galaxy Starburst. Yamamoto Hong stood firmly with his feet, as if rooted in the earth, and his Haori made a loud noise under the impact of the surging Ryutsu. He slowly raised his right arm, fist facing forward, arm slightly bent to gather strength, muscles tense and filled with a sense of power. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of faint golden light, within which countless stars seemed to be twinkling and spinning. Yamamoto Hong threw a punch, and golden rays of light scattered in all directions as if carrying the breath of destroying stars. Wherever the rays of light passed, the space twisted and cracked like broken glass, making a sizzling sound. The 2 powerful forces collided violently in mid-air, making a deafening noise, as if the whole world stopped breathing at that moment. Aizen Kyōsuk's 5 swirling dragons of destruction and Yamamoto Hong's galaxy starburst intertwined to form a huge energy Uzumaki. The light in Uzumaki was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the 2 people as the center, and everything around them was sucked into it. The ground was shaken and collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. Smoke and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. Under this powerful impact, Aizen Kyōsuk's 5 swirling dragons of destruction was actually broken up by Yamamoto Hong's galaxy starburst. Under the impact of the golden light, the 5 giant dragons roared in pain and gradually dissipated in the air. Aizen Kyōsuk was also slightly injured. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body shook slightly, but he quickly stabilized. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Yamamoto Hong's strength was so strong that he could easily break his powerful attack and injure him. The shock in Aizen Kyōsuk's heart surged like raging waves. Recalling the battle at the Double Pole Hill, Yamamoto Hong was able to win the battle against himself only after activating Ultra Ego. But now, he has already achieved a preliminary fusion with Hagyaku, and his strength has been greatly improved. He thought he could easily deal with Yamamoto Hong, but he didn't expect that he could pose such a great threat to him without activating Ultra Ego. There was a hint of disbelief in Aizen Kyōsuk's eyes. He stared at Yamamoto Hong, trying to find out the secret of his rapid growth in strength. Request flowers 00. How is this possible? How could he have made such terrifying progress in such a short period of time? Aizen Kyōja murmured to himself. His absolute confidence in his own strength was now shaken. But soon, the shock was replaced by excitement deep in his heart. Aizen Kyōsuk is a person who has a crazy pursuit of a higher realm. In his eyes, Yamamoto Hong's strength is not an obstacle, but a catalyst that inspires his fighting spirit. Haha, interesting, Hong, you really didn't let me down. Your progress makes this contest even more interesting. Aizen Kyōja's mouth curled up into a crazy smile. There was a fanatical glint in his eyes. Aizen Kyōja knows that Yamamoto Hong's growth means that he is facing unprecedented challenges, but this is exactly what he expects. In Aizen Kyōsuk's understanding, only by constantly confronting powerful opponents can he motivate himself to constantly break through his limits and move towards a higher level. Hong, do you think you can stop me like this? You are too naive. You are just a touchstone on my way forward. Aizen Kyōsuk thought secretly in his heart, full of anticipation for the future battle. At this time, Aizen Kyōsuk began to plan a plan to perfectly merge with Hagyaku. He knew that only by completely merging with Hagyaku could he gain the power to crush everything and realize his ambition to subvert the world. Hagyaku, you will be the key to my reaching the top. Once I merge with you perfectly, Hong and this entire soul society will tremble at my feet. Aizen's eyes revealed endless ambition, as if the whole world was under his control. He thought about his journey, from being a Shinigami of Soul Society, to defecting to Hueco Mundo, and now merging with Hagyaku. Each step was filled with hardships and challenges. But he never gave up, because he firmly believed that the realm he was pursuing was the true truth. Those foolish Shinigami will never understand what I am pursuing. Only I can break the shackles of this world and create a brand new order. Aizen Kusuk thought disdainfully in his heart, full of contempt for everyone in Soul Society. Aizen Kusuk turned his head to look at Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname beside him, a hint of indifference flashed in his eyes. "Let's go," he said lightly, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname looked at each other, nodded slightly, and followed Aizen Kusuk. Aizen raised his hand and muttered something. A huge black cavity slowly opened in front of him. A strange aura emanated from the black cavity, as if it was connected to an endless dark abyss. Aizen looked at Yamamoto Hong, a confident smile appeared on his face, and he said loudly, "Hong, wait until Hagyaku and I are perfectly integrated, then we will have another fight. You will then realize how foolish it is to become my enemy." Aizen Kusuk's voice echoed in the air, full of provocation and confidence. After saying that, Aizen Kusuk strode into the black cavity with Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname. Their figures gradually disappeared in the black cavity, leaving only Yamamoto Hong and the others standing there. Yamamoto Hong looked at the direction where Aizen Kusuk left, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "Aizen, I'll be waiting for you. No matter how strong you become, I will only become stronger." He swore silently in his heart, clenched his fists, and the Ryutsu in his body surged slightly. In the dark chamber, Aizen Kusuk's heart was still restless. He walked while thinking about the details of merging with Hagyaku. "I haven't fully mastered Hagyaku's power yet. I must be very careful in the fusion process. But if I succeed, I will become a unique existence in this world." Aizen suddenly. There was a determined glint in Yuzuk's eyes, and he was full of confidence in the future. He imagined the scene after he and Hagyaku were perfectly integrated. At that time, he would have power beyond Shinigami and Hollow, and be able to change the world at will. "Hong, and all those who stand in my way, you will all become sacrifices on my journey to the pinnacle. This world is about to usher in a new master." Aizen Kusuk was screaming madly in his heart, his ambition was growing wildly. At this moment, he couldn't wait to complete the perfect fusion with Hagyaku and start his own Era Zero. Chapter 75. After Yamamoto Hong dealt with Ruby Antenor and Aizen Kusuk in 2 moves, he returned to Seireitei with Shihao and Yoruichi and others. Yamamoto Hong went to the residence of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni without stopping and reported in detail what happened to Rukonga and Arrancar Ruby Antenor. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni looked solemn after hearing this. He knew very well that Arrancar's frequent appearances posed a huge threat to Soul Society and the real world. He told Yamamoto Hong to be careful and to pay more attention to Aizen Kusuk's movements. After leaving Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, Yamamoto Hong and Shihao and Yoruichi went to the secret base. As soon as he entered the base, Shihao and Yoruichi felt as comfortable as if he were back home, and Yamamoto Hong looked at the familiar environment and thought about the time he was about to spend with Shihao and Yoruichi, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. They sat down by the hot spring. Yamamoto Hong gently hugged Shihao and Yoruichi. Shihao and Yoruichi leaned in his arms. The two talked and laughed, enjoying this moment of tranquility and sweetness, and soon immersed themselves in their own world, spending a shameless and happy time. At this time, night has fallen in the real world. Hitsugaichware walks alone on the street in his first-year high school uniform, the cold moonlight shining on him, outlining his slightly lonely figure. He put his hands in his pockets and looked around vigilantly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was always wary of Arrancar's appearance in his heart. As for Matsumoto Rangiku, he went to stay at a new Orium's house. The two chatted and shared each other's interesting stories. Occasionally, they mentioned the experience of fighting with Arrancar and encouraged each other to protect themselves in the next battle. Rukia Kukaki also came to a new Orium's house. She squeezed into a bed with Matsumoto Rangiku and Inu Orium and talked quietly. Rukia Kukaki recounted her conflict with Yuki at the secret base, and Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't help but tease her about jealousy, which drew laughter from everyone. The tense atmosphere was also relieved a lot by the laughter. Abarai Renji came to Urahara's store to stay overnight, and Urahara Kisuk entertained him warmly. Urahara Kisuk gave some unique insights from time to time, and also took out his newly developed inventions and introduced their functions to Abarai Renji, hoping that it could help in future battles. Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika went to live with Kurosaki Ichigo's friend Kigo Asano, who was busy preparing a room for them. After walking around the streets for a while, Hitsuga Ichiware found a quiet corner of a park. He jumped onto a big tree, sat on a thick branch, leaned his back against the trunk, and looked at the night sky, lost in thought. He recalled that he had been rejected by Yamamoto Hong when he asked him for advice on Ultra Ego, and he secretly made up his mind to improve his strength through his own efforts and impress Yamamoto Hong. He knew that in the battle with Arrancar, he could no longer rely on others and had to become stronger in order to protect the present world and soul society. The night wind blew gently, and the leaves rustled. Hitsuga Ichiware sat quietly on the tree, like a statue, guarding this peaceful night, ready to respond to any danger that might arise. Suddenly Hitsuga Ichiware felt a surge of Arrancar's Ryutsu, so he quickly ran towards where the Ryutsu appeared. This Ryutsu was emitted by a gigantic Arrancar, with a body larger than a building, a ferocious face, and a pair of huge curved horns beside his neck. He carried a huge Zanpakuto on his back, emitting a terrifying aura. He seemed like a monster from the depths of darkness, every inch of his muscles surging with violent power, as if he was about to unleash a violent battle. The air around him froze at his presence. This Arrancar is called Grand Fisher, and is the murderer of Kurosaki Ichigo's mother. On June 17, when Kurosaki Ichigo was 9 years old, Ichigo and his mother Kurosaki Masaki were on their way home on a rainy day when they saw the spirit of a child, actually an illusion created by the virtual, on the riverbank and tried to approach it. As a result, Kurosaki Masaki, who lost her power due to the holy separation, was killed by a hollow in order to protect Kurosaki Ichigo. This incident caused Kurosaki Ichigo to feel depressed and even became a bit withdrawn from his usual cheerful personality. He believed that he had killed his mother and always felt guilty. Previously, on the anniversary of Kurosaki Masaki's death, Kurosaki Ichigo had an argument with Rukia Kukaki, who was asking about the cause of his mother's death. While visiting the grave, Kurosaki encounters the hollow Grand Fisher who killed his mother. In the confrontation with Grand Fisher, Kurosaki Ichigo gradually understood the truth about his mother's death. Kurosaki Ichigo decided to fight the Grand Fisher to the end, leaving his family to Rukia Kukaki and Tama, and faced the powerful enemy alone. After a fierce battle, both sides fought to the limit. Finally, Grand Fisher escaped, and Kurosaki Ichigo fainted in the rain due to exhaustion. He recovered after being treated by Rukia Kukaki. After a long period of recovery, Grand Fisher's injuries have long been healed. Now he has become Arrancar due to Aizen Kusuk's experiment, and his strength has increased rapidly. Now he comes to the human world to seek revenge on Kurosaki Ichigo. Grand Fisher walked down the road and roared like thunder, "Kurosaki Ichigo, get out here!" Grand Fisher's voice made the air around him buzz. The souls on the road felt the strong aura of Minos Grande emanating from him, and were so scared that they covered their heads and ran away, disappearing without a trace in an instant. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged. It was Kurosaki Ishin. He had transformed into a spirit, and the left sleeve of his Shinigami uniform, adorned with a partially tattered haori, fluttered gently in the breeze. Grand Fisher sensed someone approaching, turned to look at Kurosaki Ishin, and asked, "Who are you? You smell a bit like Kurosaki Ichigo." Kurosaki Ishin scratched his head, with a smile on his face, and said, "I am Kurosaki Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Ishin. I have been looking for you for a long time, Grand Fishy." Grand Fisher was slightly stunned, then said loudly, "Well, then please tell me the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo." Kurosaki Ishin raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile, and said, "I don't know, but you have to accompany me today." As he spoke, Kurosaki Ishin slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. The Zanpakuto shone with a cold light in the sunlight. Although it looked slender, it revealed a power that should not be underestimated. Grand Fisher was startled at first when he saw Kurosaki Ishin's move, then he burst into laughter. He pulled out his enormous Zanpakuto from behind, and the blade slashed through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The bigger the Ryutsu, the bigger the Zanpakuto, and the greater the power. Look at my huge Zanpakuto, and then look at your Zanpakuto that is as thin as a branch. Can you see the difference? Grand Fisher proudly showed off his weapon, his eyes full of disdain for Kurosaki Ishin. Kurosaki Ishin nodded and said calmly, "Yes, it seems the gap is indeed huge, but we still have to take action." As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Fisher couldn't wait to launch an attack. Grand Fisher held the huge Zanpakuto tightly in both hands and slashed towards Kurosaki Ishin. The blade carried a tremendous force, splitting the air apart with a hissing sound, as if it was going to cut everything in front of it in two. Kurosaki Ishin was not in a hurry, and there was a hint of calmness in his eyes. At the moment when Grand Fisher's knife was about to hit him, Kurosaki Ishin dodged and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Grand Fisher's knife missed, and the huge force made his body rush forward several steps, almost losing his balance. "Is that all you can do?" Kurosaki Ishin's voice came from behind Grand Fisher. Grand Fisher turned around angrily, only to find that Kurosaki Ishin had appeared behind him. The Zanpakuto in Kurosaki Ishin's hand flashed with light. He swung it lightly, and a sharp blade flashed. Grand Fisher only felt a chill, and before he could react, he saw his body slowly split into two. Grand Fisher's eyes were full of doubts. Until the last moment of his life, he couldn't believe that he was defeated so easily. How is it possible?" he muttered to himself. Kurosaki Ishin looked at the falling Grand Fisher and said with a smile, "Captain-level Shinigami have the ability to control the size of Zanpakuto, otherwise they would have to fight with Zanpakuto the size of a building. The size of Zanpakuto is not a proof of strength." After saying this, Kurosaki Ishin put away the Zanpakuto and watched Grand Fisher, whose body was cut horizontally, slowly fall behind him, raising a cloud of dust. At a street corner, Hitsugaichware, who felt the pressure from Grand Fisher, keenly sensed another familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar pressure. This Ryutsu made his heart tremble, and an indescribable premonition came over him. He looked in the direction of Ryutsu and saw a middle-aged man standing there quietly. He looked ordinary, but he exuded a unique aura. Hitsugaichware's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with shock, and the Haranmaru in his hand began to tremble slightly unconsciously. How is this possible?" he muttered to himself, his voice full of disbelief. That man turned out to be Kurosaki Ishin, the former captain of the 10th Division who had been missing for over 20 years. In Hitsugaichware's memory, Kurosaki Ishin was a senior whom he once admired and an important guide on his path to Shinigami. He still remembered that when Kurosaki Ishin disappeared, the entire Soul Society was shocked. Everyone searched everywhere, but there was no trace of him. Since then, Kurosaki Ishin has disappeared from the face of the earth, leaving behind only countless speculations and rumors. "Captain, is that you?" Hitsugaichware's voice trembled a little. He couldn't believe the facts before him, and was afraid that it was just an illusion. He once admired Kurosaki Ishin's powerful strength and calm temperament, and he always took Kurosaki Ishin as an example to practice hard. But now, this person who had disappeared for more than 20 years suddenly appeared in the world, which made him feel mixed emotions. "Chweer." Kurosaki Ishin nodded slightly, with a hint of emotion and relief in his eyes. As soon as Hitsugaichware joined the 10th Division, he was very optimistic about this child. He often hugged the child and said, "You are the future captain. Where have you been all these years? Why did you suddenly disappear? We've been looking for you for a long time." Hitsugayichware asked a series of questions, with doubts in his heart surging like a tide. He really wanted to know what Kurosaki Ishin had been through over the years and why he gave up everything in Soul Society and disappeared without a trace. Kurosaki Ishin sighed softly and said, "It's a long story, Chwere. There are some things you can't understand right now." Hitsugayichware felt a little lost. He didn't understand why Kurosaki Ishin couldn't be honest. The trust and admiration that once existed seemed to have a crack at this moment. 1.7 Captain, I'm not the child I was back then. I have the right to know the truth. A lot has happened to Soul Society over the years. Aizen defected, Arrancar appeared, and we're facing an unprecedented crisis. If you hadn't disappeared, perhaps everything would have been different. There was a hint of complaint in his tone. The pressure and confusion accumulated over the years could not help but burst out when he saw Kurosaki Ishin. Kurosaki Ishin looked at Hitsugayichware, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes. "Chwere, I know my departure has caused a lot of trouble for everyone, but I have my reasons. Now is not the time to explain. Aizen's conspiracy is terrifying, you must be careful." Hitsugayichware gritted his teeth. He knew now wasn't the time to dwell on the past, the most urgent task was to deal with the threat from Arranccar. "I understand, Captain. Regardless, since you've appeared, join us in protecting the present world. Soul Society still needs your strength." His eyes became firm again, and he secretly swore in his heart that no matter what Kurosaki Ishin had done in the past, now he only hoped to fight side by side with his predecessor and fight the enemy together. Kurosaki Ishin nodded slightly, "Don't worry, I won't stay out of this anymore." Hitsugayichware took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew that with the addition of Kurosaki Ishin, their chances of winning against Arrancar would increase. At this moment, he was filled with both joy at Kurosaki Ishin's return and anticipation for future battles. He firmly believed that as long as they worked together, they would be able to protect the present world, repel Arrancar, and restore peace to Soul Society. Chapter 76. Kurosaki Ishin looked at Hitsugayichware with a gentle smile on his face and concern in his eyes, and said, "Chwere, come on, I'll take you to eat sweet natto." When Hitsugayichware heard this, he was stunned for a moment. A hint of surprise appeared on his originally stern face. Then, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, including surprise, but more of it was touching. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but was speechless for a moment. After a moment, he said with a trembling voice, "Captain, you still remember?" There was an indescribable surprise and touching feeling in his words. Hitsugayichware never thought that after such a long time, Kurosaki Ishin still remembered the little thing that he liked to eat, sweet natto. Kurosaki Ishin gently patted Hitsugayichware's shoulder and said with a smile, "Of course. You've had a special liking for sweet natto since you were a child. You always enjoyed it so much. How could I forget it?" His smile became brighter and brighter, and it was filled with the doting of an elder towards a younger person, as if they had returned to the time they had spent together in the past. Kurosaki Ishin gently patted Hitsugayichware's shoulder and said with a smile, "Of course. You've had a special liking for sweet natto since you were a child. You always enjoyed it so much. How could I forget it?" His smile became brighter and brighter, and it was filled with the doting of an elder towards a younger person, as if they had returned to the time they had spent together in the past. Hitsugayichware's eyes were slightly red, and a warm feeling surged in his heart, which dispelled his usual coldness and alienation. He remembered that when he was a child, he always followed Kurosaki Ishin like a little tail. Every time Kurosaki Ishin went to buy sweet natto, he would take him with him. The two of them would sit in a small shop on the street, eating sweet natto and chatting. Those carefree times were the warmest moments in his memory. "Captain, thank you so much. Hitsuga tried hard to control his emotions, but his voice was still choked unconsciously. In this world full of challenges and dangers, this care from the past is particularly precious, allowing him to feel the long-lost warmth under fatigue and pressure. Kurosaki Isshin looked at Hitsuga's moved expression and was filled with emotion. He said, "Silly boy, why are you being so polite to me? Let's go now and see if that store is still there." As he said this, he took Hitsuga's arm and walked towards the small shop selling sweet natto in his memory. Hitsuga followed Kurosaki Isshin obediently. At this moment, he no longer felt the heaviness and seriousness of being a captain. Instead, he was filled with joy, like a child who had received a beloved gift. Along the way, the scene of eating sweet natto with Kurosaki Isshin kept appearing in his mind, and those scenes were played in front of him like a movie. Sweet natto is a traditional Japanese dessert made by steaming soybeans and adding sugar, soy sauce, and other seasonings. The round and plump soybeans are covered with sweet and rich syrup and have an attractive color. It tastes soft and sticky, sweet but not greasy, with the aroma of soybeans and a slightly salty taste, and the taste is very unique. For Hitsuga, sweet natto is more than just a food, it is a symbol of the deep friendship between him and Kurosaki Isshin, and carries his fondest childhood memories. The two came to a small shop that Kurosaki Isshin was familiar with, and fortunately, the shop was still there. Kurosaki Isshin walked into the store with Hitsuga and ordered 2 servings of sweet natto. After a while, the steaming sweet natto was served. Looking at the familiar food in front of him, Hitsuga's mouth corners unconsciously rose. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet natto and put it into his mouth. The familiar taste instantly spread on the tip of his tongue, and the sweet taste spread to his heart. "It still tastes the same," Hitsuga said softly, a happy smile on his face. Kurosaki Isshin looked at him and smiled, saying, "Yeah, after all these years, the taste hasn't changed." At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The two were immersed in this sweetness and warmth, temporarily forgetting the disputes and troubles in the outside world. Hitsuga knows that no matter what challenges he faces in the future, the care and warmth from Kurosaki Isshin will be his driving force and support him to move forward bravely. Kurosaki Isshin looked at Hitsuga with a gentle smile on his face and said, "Chweer, I'll need you to take good care of my child from now on." Hitsuga was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of confusion, and he subconsciously asked, "Captain, you have a child?" Kurosaki Isshin laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with emotion. "Yes, I am old too. You have met my son, Kurosaki Ichigo." Hitsuga's eyes widened instantly, shock almost overflowing from his face. "Kurosaki Ichigo? He's your son?" Hitsuga's voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, and his heart was filled with shock. Recalling the scene when he first met Kurosaki Ichigo, he felt that Kurosaki Ichigo had a sense of déjà vu and was somewhat similar to Shiba Kyan, but he never thought that there was such a close relationship between them. It turns out that Kurosaki Ichigo is Shiba Kyan's cousin, and that hidden blood relationship has stirred up waves in his heart. Hitsuga felt mixed emotions, and the image of Kurosaki Ichigo in Hitsuga's mind changed drastically in an instant. Once upon a time, Kurosaki Ichigo was just a Shinigami agent. Although he was quite powerful, he was just a newcomer who gradually grew up in battle. But now, he has become the son of the captain he once loved, just like his nephew. "Don't worry, Captain, I will take good care of him," Hitsuga said firmly immediately, his eyes revealing unquestionable determination. In his heart, this is not just a promise, but also a heavy responsibility. Back then, Kurosaki Isshin, as the captain, took great care of him, taught him fighting skills, and guided his growth. All those bits and pieces of the past were now playing in his mind like a movie. He still remembers that when he first joined Godai 13, it was Kurosaki Isshin's encouragement and guidance that helped him gain a foothold in this place full of strong people. Now that Kurosaki Isshin has entrusted his son to him, how can he not give his all? Ichigo is an impulsive kid, but he has a kind heart. His strength needs to be improved. Kurosaki Isshin frowned slightly, his eyes full of worry. Hitsugaya nodded seriously and said, "Captain, don't worry. Ichigo has great potential. I will watch him grow. If he encounters danger, I will do my best to protect him." He secretly vowed in his heart that he must take care of Kurosaki Ichigo in every possible way, just like Kurosaki Isshin took care of him, and help him become stronger in this cruel world. I feel much more relieved with your words. Kurosaki Isshin smiled with relief and patted Hitsugaya shoulder. "Chwir, you've grown a lot over the years. I believe you." Hitsugaya felt warm in his heart, and Kurosaki Isshin's trust made him more determined in his belief. He recalled how he had practiced day and night to improve his strength, and how he had suffered repeated setbacks in his battle with Aizen Kusuke, but he never gave up. Now, in order to protect Kurosaki Ichigo and live up to Kurosaki Isshin's expectations, Hitsugaya is willing to make greater efforts. "Captain, please be at ease," said Hitsugaya. "Ichigo is also making continuous progress. In time, he will become an outstanding Shinigami. Moreover, we at Godi 13 will not sit idly by and will all protect him together." Kurosaki Isshin looked at Hitsugaya with approval in his eyes. "With you guys here, I believe Ichigo will be fine." After Hitsugaya left, he walked alone in the quiet corridor, still thinking about Kurosaki Ichigo. "Kurosaki Ichigo, from now on, I will be your backer. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you through it." He clenched his fists and secretly encouraged himself. He knew that the road ahead was still long and Kurosaki Ichigo would face many challenges, but as long as he was there, Kurosaki Ichigo would not be hurt too much. Hitsugaya hopes that Kurosaki Ichigo can grow rapidly in battle and become a strong man who can stand on his own, just like Kurosaki Isshin in the past, leaving his own legend in the Soul Ghost. In Seireitei's secret base, the hot springs are steaming, and the hazy mist envelopes the surroundings, bringing warmth and comfort. Yamamoto Hong and Shihoran Yoruichi are enjoying a relaxing soak in the hot spring. Shihoran Yoruichi had a faint smile on his face, and he looked at Yamamoto Hong with a smart look in his eyes and said, "Hong, when you fought Aizen, the galaxy starburst you used looked like white hits to me." Yamamoto Hong nodded slightly and responded gently. He understood Shihoran Yoruichi's confusion and explained, "Galaxy starburst is indeed a physical attack. From that perspective, you're not wrong to consider it a white hits." Shihoran Yoruichi's eyes flashed with surprise after receiving the affirmation, and his smile widened. He leaned forward slightly and said with some anticipation, "Then can you teach me? The first time I saw you use Galaxy Starburst to injure Aizen Kusuke, I thought that if I could learn this move, I would have an extra layer of protection when facing strong enemies in the future. Besides, I'm really curious about this powerful skill. I feel that if I learn it, I will be more confident in battle." Shihoran Yoruichi's heart was filled with longing. She recalled the battle between Yamamoto Hong and Aizen Kusuke. The powerful force released by the Galaxy Starburst seemed to destroy all obstacles. The dazzling light and majestic momentum deeply shocked Shihoran Yoruichi. In her heart, Yamamoto Hong has always been a powerful existence, and this move made her witness a new and powerful force. Shihoran Yoruichi thought that if he could master it, he would have a stronger ability to protect himself in this dangerous world. Yamamoto Hong looked at Shihoran Yoruichi's expectant eyes and felt a little hesitant. Although this galaxy star explosion is powerful, it requires extremely high Ryutsu and is extremely difficult to practice. He is worried that Shihoran Yoruichi will be injured if he continues to learn it. But looking at Shihoran Yoruichi's eager look, Yamamoto Hong couldn't bear to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Yoruichi, although this galaxy starburst is powerful, it has extremely high requirements for Ryutsu, and the training process is also extremely difficult. If you are not careful, you may get hurt. I am afraid that you... Shihao and Yoruichi interrupted Yamamoto Hong eagerly before he could finish. I'm not afraid. Hong, you know I'm not easily intimidated by difficulties. I'm willing to try, no matter how difficult the process is. I want to learn this trick, and with you by my side, I'm sure I can do it. As he spoke, Shihao and Yoruichi looked at Yamamoto Hong with firm eyes, as if conveying his determination to him. Yamamoto Hong smiled helplessly. He knew Shihao and Yoruichi's stubbornness too well. Once she made up her mind, it would be difficult to change her mind. Okay, since you're so determined, I can teach you. But you must remember not to force yourself when practicing, and stop immediately if you feel any discomfort. Shihao and Yoruichi laughed excitedly. Like a child who gets a favorite toy. Great! Hong, don't worry, I will definitely learn it seriously. She thought silently in her heart that she must work hard to learn this move, not to disappoint Yamamoto Hong's trust, and for make yourself stronger. Yamamoto Hong began to carefully explain to Shihao and Yoruichi the principles and methods of Galaxy Starburst. The essence of this Galaxy Starburst is to release one's own power to the limit, and then concentrate it on the opponent. In the process of releasing, the Ryutsu must be highly concentrated and precise. Control the direction and intensity of the force. Try to feel how this force is concentrated. As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong stretched out his hand, condensed a small stream of Ryutsu in front of him, and showed it to Shihao and Yoruichi. Shihao and Yoruichi watched intently, not daring to blink, for fear of missing any details. She tried to condense her own Ryutsu according to Yamamoto Hong's guidance. But on the first try, Ryutsu dispersed uncontrollably as soon as it condensed. She was a little frustrated, but she quickly cheered herself up and encouraged herself in her heart, it doesn't matter. If I don't succeed the first time, there's always a second time. I will definitely learn it. Yamamoto Hong looked at her and encouraged her, don't be anxious, take your time. This is a process that requires patience. Pay attention to adjusting your breathing, calming your mind, and then guiding the spirit. Pressure. Under Yamamoto Hong's patient guidance, Shihao and Yoruichi tried again and again. The steam from the hot spring is still rising, and time is passing slowly. Every time she failed, Shihao and Yoruichi never got discouraged. She had only one belief in her heart, which was to learn this powerful Galaxy Starburst. Yamamoto Hong was always there, providing careful guidance, his eyes full of concern and expectation. Chapter 77. Time passed quietly, and 2 days flew by. During this time, Shihao and Yoruichi, relying on his exceptional talent for white hits, studied the techniques taught by Yamamoto Hong day and night, and finally mastered the method of releasing the Galaxy Starburst. She was extremely excited and couldn't wait to compete with Yamamoto Hong to see how big the gap was between her and him in this skill. That day, Shihao and Yoruichi approached Yamamoto Hong, his eyes full of eagerness to try, and said, Hong, I've learned Galaxy Starburst. I want to compete with yours and see how big the gap is. Yamamoto Hong looked at her, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, nodded, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, okay, Yoruichi, I also want to see your results. The two came to an open area, which was the place they chose for their competition. The air around them seemed to tremble slightly because of the upcoming fierce confrontation, and was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Shihao and Yoruichi was the first to stand still, her eyes instantly sharpened, and the Ryutsu around her began to slowly surge. As a white hits master, she has mastered her own power to perfection, which gives her a unique advantage when performing Galaxy Starburst. She took a deep breath, quickly gathered Ryutsu in her palm, and shouted, Galaxy Starburst. She pushed her palm forward suddenly, and in an instant, a bright starlight bloomed from her palm. The starlight was like a dazzling meteor at first, then quickly spread out, turning into countless twinkling stars, surging forward like a tide. Each star contains powerful power. They intertwine and collide with each other, emitting dazzling light and illuminating the entire sky. Wherever the stars passed, the air was violently disturbed, making a sizzling sound, as if the space was slightly distorted under the impact of this force. These stars rushed towards Yamamoto Hong with an indomitable momentum, as if to drown him in this vast sea of stars. Yamamoto Hong looked at the galaxy starburst released by Shihao Yoruichi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He knew that Shihao Yoruichi's ability to perform this skill to such an extent in just 2 days was a testament to his talent, but he also knew that his own galaxy starburst had even greater power. Yamamoto Hong calmly mobilized the Ryutsu in his body. His Ryutsu rolled and surged like surging waves, instantly filling the entire space. His eyes became deep and mysterious, as if containing endless star power. Then he also shouted, "Galaxy Starburst!" This sound resounded through the heavens and earth like a huge bell, with a shocking power. Yamamoto Hong pushed his palm forward, and an even more powerful force burst out from his hand. Unlike Shihao Yoruichi's galaxy starburst, his starburst begins like a vast and boundless galaxy with countless stars shining brightly. Not only were these stars numerous, but each one was much larger than the stars released by Shihao Yoruichi, emitting a more dazzling brilliance. These stars connected to each other, forming a huge energy uzumaki, and the center of the vortex contained the power to destroy everything. Yamamoto Hong's galaxy starburst rushed towards Shihao Yoruichi's starburst with an unstoppable momentum. When the two met, the whole world seemed to stop. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center. The surrounding ground was instantly cracked by this force, and the cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Gravel flew out like cannonballs, raising a cloud of dust. In this violent collision, Shihao Yoruichi's galaxy starburst was easily destroyed like a fragile bubble in front of Yamamoto Hong's powerful force. Under the impact of the Yamamoto star explosion, those twinkling stars shattered and dissipated, turning into points of light and disappearing into the air. However, Yamamoto Hong's galaxy starburst still maintained its powerful force and continued to move forward, as if nothing could stop it. Shihao Yoruichi watched his galaxy starburst being defeated so easily by Yamamoto Hong, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but more of it was admiration for Yamamoto Hong's powerful strength. She knew very well that although she was extremely talented, there was still a big gap between her and Yamamoto Hong. "Hong, your galaxy starburst is really powerful. I knew there was still a gap between us," Shihao Yoruichi said with a smile on his face, breathing heavily. Yamamoto Hong smiled and shook his head, saying, "Yoruichi, you're already amazing. Being able to perform galaxy starburst to this degree in such a short time is something no one else can do. Your white hit's talent is extremely high, and that's your advantage. As long as you keep working hard, you'll become even stronger." Shihao Yoruichi nodded slightly and said, "Well, I will continue to work hard. Today's battle made me realize my shortcomings. I will think about it carefully and strive to narrow the gap with you next time." Yamamoto Hong looked at her determined eyes and felt relieved. He knew that Shihao Yoruichi was a person who had a persistent pursuit of strength, and this competition would only make her work harder to improve herself. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "It's fun. I'll play with you again next time." Shihao Yoruichi looked up at Yamamoto Hong, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Okay, it's a deal. I lost this time, but next time I will definitely not let you win so easily." After Shihao Yoruichi admitted defeat, Yamamoto Hong heard a familiar voice in his mind, "Body replacement technique of the Great Snake, Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu from the Hokage ninja. Using the external body as a substitute, transferring itself from the mouth, no hand seals are needed, even Amaterasu can be avoided, but if used by anyone other than Orochimaru, it will consume a lot of their own chakra." The moment Yamamoto Hong learned that he had obtained the Orochimaru body replacement technique, his heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. His eyes widened, an irrepressible smile spreading across his face, as he kept shouting in his heart, I actually got this skill. This is simply a gift from God. He knew very well how powerful this skill was. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru had avoided countless fatal crises with it, and now he had it too. That means that in this world where the strong are respected and dangers are everywhere, he has several more lives. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Hong was so excited that his body trembled slightly. With this Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, I will be more confident when facing even the most powerful enemies in the future. Yamamoto Hong muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He began to imagine the scenario of himself using this skill in future battles. When the enemy's fatal attack came, he could instantly dodge it with the body replacement technique, making the enemy's attack miss, and he could take the opportunity to launch a counterattack and catch the opponent off guard. Those opponents that I once feared, now seem nothing special. Even if it's Aizen or Waiwak, no matter how weird or powerful their attacks are, I can rely on this body replacement technique to escape unscathed. Yamamoto Hong became more and more excited as he thought about it, and the smile on his lips became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have seen himself being invincible on the battlefield. The enemy's attacks became futile in front of him. Moreover, this skill can not only save your life, but also confuse the enemy in battle. Various tactics emerged in Yamamoto Hong's mind. First, use a stand-in to attract the enemy's attention, making them think they have hit themselves, and then at the moment the enemy relaxes their vigilance, launch a surprise attack from the dark and give the enemy a fatal blow. This is simply a magical skill in battle. Yamamoto Hong couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't wait to find an opportunity to test the power of this skill. Although there was no suitable opponent around him at the moment, he had already silently planned in his mind that the next time he encountered danger, he must use the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique as soon as possible to feel the powerful protection it brought. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong was filled with anticipation for future battles. He firmly believed that with this skill, his position in Soul Society would be more secure and he would be able to better satisfy his ever-expanding desires. 0147090224 Fila 1330222510. Shihoran Yoruichi looked at Yamamoto Hong's cheerful expression and couldn't help but feel a little curious. He nudged him gently and asked, "You look so happy, what's wrong? Is there something good happening again?" Yamamoto Hong turned his head and looked at Shihoran Yoruichi, a smirk on his lips, and suddenly leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Shihoran Yoruichi blushed at Yamamoto Hong's sudden action and said angrily, "What are you doing again?" Yamamoto Hong said with a smile, "I just thought of a new kid." Shihoran Yoruichi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Oh? Really? Tell me quickly, what kind of kid is it?" Yamamoto Hong deliberately kept it a secret. "I won't tell you yet. When we fight it next time, you'll know how powerful it is." After saying that, Yamamoto Hong suddenly remembered something and looked at Shihoran Yoruichi with a look of tenderness and doting in his eyes. "Yoruichi, I have to thank you for admitting defeat just now. It suddenly gave me an idea. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Shihoran Yoruichi rolled his eyes at him and said, "I knew you had bad intentions, but as for the reward, I haven't decided yet, so I'll owe it to you for now." Yamamoto Hong was not willing to give up. He pulled Yoruichi into his arms, grinned and said, "No way, I want to thank you right now." Shihoran Yoruichi struggled in his arms but couldn't break free. He blushed and said, "You are such a scoundrel." Yamamoto Hong ignored him and walked towards the hot spring with Shihoran Yoruichi in his arms, muttering, "We have to relax today." After entering the hot spring, Yamamoto Hong and Shihoran Yoruichi played around, and the room was filled with their laughter. Shihoran Yoruichi pretended to be angry and hit Yamamoto Hong, while Yamamoto Hong dodged while smiling and responded to Yoruichi's attack. When they were tired of playing around, they leaned against each other quietly. Yamamoto Hong looked at Yoruichi and said softly, "Yoruichi, it's great to have you by my side. Shihoran Yoruichi was slightly stunned, then leaned on Yamamoto Hong's shoulder and said, "Me too. I hope we can always be like this." In this warm atmosphere, the two of them started a shameless life, enjoying each other's company, temporarily forgetting the troubles and dangers of the outside world, and immersing themselves in their own sweet world. Randao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki hid in the room. Through the crack in the door, they saw Yamamoto Hong and Shihoran Yoruichi being intimate in the hot spring. The anger in the hearts of the three was ignited at once. Randao bit her lips tightly, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her nails dug deep into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks, but she felt no pain at all. I tried so hard to please him, thinking I could gain a little respect from him, but in his heart, I'm still worthless. Her eyes were slightly red. The pride she once had in the 12th division had long been trampled to pieces by Yamamoto Hong. Now, she was left with only resentment and humiliation. Am I going to be treated as a plaything by him forever? Will my dignity and my future be destroyed by him like this? She kept questioning herself in her heart, but could not find the answer. She could only stare at Yamamoto Hong in the hot spring with hatred. Soma Yoshino's eyes were full of despair, tears welled up in her eyes, and she tried hard to hold them back. I took such good care of. I don't dare neglect every detail of his life, but why does he still treat me like this? She thought of her experiences after being captured by Yamamoto Hong, and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. I originally just wanted to stop Xiao from losing his mind, but ended up like this. Now, I'm almost out of courage to resist. Am I really going to spend the rest of my life in this dark place? She felt extremely confused and helpless, and the road ahead was pitch black before her. Yuxi's anger completely erupted, her face turned red with anger, and her eyes were burning with flames. Wang knows, this BD. We tried so hard to please him, but he only cares about that woman. Yuxi could no longer suppress the resentment in his heart. He turned around suddenly and punched the bed, which made a dull bang sound. I won't accept this. I can't let this go. Her body trembled slightly with anger, and she was thinking about how to take revenge on Yamamoto Hong, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. She didn't want to give up either. Even if it costs me my life, I want him to know that we won't let him bully us. The anger in the hearts of the three people was like a burning flame, burning more and more fiercely. In this oppressive room, the atmosphere of hatred became stronger. They knew that their current strength was too weak to compete with Yamamoto Hong, but this anger made them. I am willing to sit and wait for death again. We can't just endure this. We must find a way. Yuxi said, gritting his teeth, with a hint of determination in his tone. Soma Yoshino wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded slightly, but what can we do? He is so strong that we are no match for him. Her voice was. Guangli was filled with helplessness and despair. Randao pondered for a moment, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. We must find a chance to escape. She knew that this was the only viable way at the moment. Although the hope was very slim, it was better than. It's better to sit back and wait for death. Yuxi clenched his fists and said fiercely, okay, I'll endure it for now. When I get the chance, I'll make him pay a heavy price. The three looked at each other, their eyes flashing with hatred and unwillingness. They secretly swore in their hearts that they must get rid of Yamamoto Hong's control and make him pay for his actions. Pay the price. At this moment, hatred became their driving force for survival, supporting them to continue struggling in this abyss of pain, waiting for a turning point that might never come. Chapter 78. While Yamamoto Hong and Shihoran Yoruichi were having fun, Shiba Kyōkaku was practicing in his own house. Shiba Kyōkaku lived in Rukanga. The house is not very big, about the same size as an ordinary family home, but there is a large chimney about 10 meters high behind the house. On both sides of the house are 2 tall stone arms, and between the 2 arms hangs a striking banner with 4 big characters on it, Shiba Konghi. Shiba Konghee's residence in Rukanga is not big but full of life. At this moment, she was concentrating on practicing in the house. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, but she was unaware of it. She was completely immersed in the desire to improve her strength. She knows that only by becoming stronger can she protect the people she cares about in this dangerous world, and have the opportunity to find the whereabouts of her eldest brother Shiba Kyan. Outside the house, a figure quietly appeared. This person was Tosen Kaname. Her brown skin glowed darkly in the sunlight, and her purple hair was carefully combed and spread out. The small brass decorative beads hanging under each braid swayed gently in the breeze, making a tiny sound. The pair of sunglasses covering his eyes added a touch of mystery and coldness to his appearance. Tosen Kaname stood in front of Shiba Kyokaku's house, feeling mixed emotions. Ever since he witnessed the battle between Aizen Koyusuke and Yamamoto Hong, the fear in his heart has grown like a weed. The powerful strength displayed by Yamamoto Hong made him fear that his plan to avenge his best friend would be ruined. In his heart, the death of his best friend is an indelible pain, and revenge is his only belief in living. For this reason, he is willing to embark on this bloody sure road. When he learned about the relationship between Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Konghee, a dangerous idea began to grow in his mind, to hold Shiba Konghee hostage to threaten Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong, do you think your strength can stop me from taking revenge? Today, I will use Shiba Kaku to restrain you. As long as she is in my hands, you will have to be cautious, and my revenge plan will be able to proceed smoothly. Ji Kuang, your spirit in heaven is watching over me. I will not let anyone ruin my chance to avenge you. Tosen Kaname whispered secretly in his heart, his clenched fists turning white with force. He approached the house cautiously, trying not to make any noise, like a wild beast lurking in the darkness, waiting for the perfect opportunity to hunt. With every step he took, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, thinking about how to successfully catch Shiba Konghee without being discovered by her. Shiba Kaku, don't blame me for being cruel. Blame your relationship with Yamamoto Hong. I can do anything for revenge. Tosen Kaname kept encouraging himself in his heart, trying to dispel the hesitation caused by his fear of Yamamoto Hong. Finally, Tosen Kaname came to the window of the house, looked inside through the gap in the window, and saw Shiba Kyokaku immersed in training. Tosen Kaname took a deep breath and prepared to break in through the window. At this moment, a struggle suddenly flashed through his heart. He knew that once he took action, there would be no turning back, and he and Yamamoto Hong would become mortal enemies. But the strong desire for revenge soon overwhelmed this struggle. No matter what, we must succeed today. Tosen Kaname gritted his teeth. The next second, he suddenly opened the window, rushed into the house like a ghost, and shouted, Shiba Konghee, don't move. You are under my control. When Shiba Kaku saw Tosen Kaname appear, he was stunned for a moment, and then showed an excited expression the next second. She had been diligently practicing the Red Lotus exploding lightning blade and the demonic lightning cannon taught to her by Yamamoto Hong during this period, as well as a new move. She was worried that she couldn't find a strong opponent to try out the new move, but unexpectedly, Tosen Kaname appeared automatically. Shiba Konghee rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, and said with a smile, Tosen, don't blame me if you walk into this trap. Tosen Kaname frowned slightly when he heard this. Although his blind eyes could not see Shiba Kaku's expression, he could feel the other party's hostility and excitement. Shiba Kaku, I have no intention of being your enemy, but you'd better not resist. Tosen Kaname said coldly, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his voice. Shiba Kaku ignored his warning and sneered, no intention of being an enemy? You followed Aizen around doing evil, and you still say you have no intention? Today, I will purge you, a traitor, for Soul Society. She thought to herself that Tosen Kaname was once a member of Godai 13, but now he has become an accomplice of Aizen Kusuke. She must let him taste the power of his new tricks, which can also be considered as contributing to soul society. Humph, just you. Tosen Kaname responded disdainfully. Don't think you can act recklessly in front of me just because you've learned a few moves. He slowly drew out the Zanpakuto. The Suzumushi flashed with a cold light in his hand, and the blade trembled slightly, as if in anticipation of the upcoming battle. Shiba Konghe watched his movements. Not only was he not afraid, but the fighting spirit in his heart burned even more vigorously. Tosen Kaname, today I will let you know the consequences of betrayal. She encouraged herself in her heart. Although she knew that Tosen Kaname was strong, with the blessing of new skills, she firmly believed that she had the strength to fight. Red Lotus Exploding Thunder Blade. Shiba Konghe shouted, and a ball of dazzling red lightning condensed in his hand. The lightning jumped and flashed like a living thing, making crackling sounds, and rushed towards Tosen Kaname with the momentum of destroying everything. Tosen Kaname felt this powerful force, his face changed slightly, and he quickly swung Suzumushi. The blade was surrounded by the green light of the Tenkongui fruit. 10 defensive barriers were formed. He was very familiar with Suzumushi's ability. As long as this barrier was attacked, he could judge the enemy's position and attack method through the sound and counterattack. The Red Lotus explosive blade hit the defensive barrier, making a deafening explosion, and powerful energy waves spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Shiba Konghe felt a little unwilling when she saw her attack being blocked, but she quickly adjusted herself. Humph, this is just an appetizer. She thought secretly, and gathered Ryutsu again, preparing to use the magic light-killing cannon. You think you can defeat me like this? You are too naive. Tosen Kaname snorted coldly, and took advantage of the smoke from the explosion to rush towards Shiba Sora like a ghost. Shiba Konghe's eyes flashed, and he quickly dodged sideways while thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. I can't let him get close to me. My Maken Kokatsu cannon needs some time to charge up. She dodged Tosen Kaname's attacks nimbly while looking for his weakness. Tosen Kaname's calm face seemed to conceal endless murderous intent. As he raised the Zanpakuto high in the air, he chanted the liberation words, "Scream, Suzumushi." In an instant, an even more powerful Ryutsu erupted with him as the center, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this force, making a sizzling sound. Tosen Kaname's Zanpakuto changed instantly, and the blade turned into countless tiny spirit particles, flashing strange light in the air. These particles quickly combined and deformed, and in the blink of an eye, a horrifying scene was formed. Countless sharp blades with pointed ends were densely suspended in the air, like a rainstorm cloud about to pour down, ready to strike. Tosen Kaname deadpanned, Suzumushi Type 2, Red Locust. As soon as he finished speaking, those sharp blades poured down towards Shiba Konghe and others like red locusts. Each blade flashed with a deadly cold light. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Countless traces of the blades appeared on the ground in an instant, bricks and stones were easily cut open, and smoke and dust billowed up. Shiba Konghe was shocked. She knew very well how powerful this move was and did not dare to be careless at all. She nimbly used Shunpo to dodge the sharp blade's attack while quickly accumulating strength. Her eyes were determined, and she secretly vowed in her heart, I must not be defeated here, I must find an opportunity to fight back. Tosen Kaname controlled the sharp blade, constantly adjusting the direction of attack, and closely chased Shiba Kaku. Those sharp blades seemed to have life, following Shiba Konghe everywhere, making him overwhelmed. Humph, don't think you can easily dodge my attack. Tosen Kaname said coldly, his tone full of confidence. 01470902441330328080. While dodging, Shiba Kaku kept looking for Tosen Kaname's flaws. She knew very well that although Tosen Kaname was blind, he had a strong sense of perception and ordinary attacks could hardly threaten him. While dodging, she was thinking of countermeasures in her mind. Sweat dripped from her forehead, but her eyes became more determined. Shibakaku's eyes were fixed on Tosen Kaname. When the sharp blade of Suzumushi's second style, Red Locust, came like a torrential rain, her figure was as agile as a ghost, and each dodge was just right. Those sharp blades flashing with cold light whizzed past her side, but they didn't even touch her clothes. She knew very well how powerful Tosen Kaname was, so she didn't dare to slack off. With her superb fighting skills and sharp reaction ability, she was able to escape danger time and time again. At the moment of dodging all the sharp blades, Shibakaku's right hand trembled slightly, and Ryutsu surged in his body like a surging tide, and then continuously gathered on his 2 fingers. The spiral energy surrounding the fingers became increasingly dazzling, as if accumulating enough power to destroy everything. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped for her, and the focus of the entire battlefield was on her. Finally, the charge was completed. Shibakuzuru suddenly stretched out her right hand, and a roar burst out from her mouth, magic light killing cannon. A super strong Ryutsu beam tightly surrounded by spiral energy, like a dazzling meteor, shot towards Tosen Kaname at an astonishing speed. Wherever this Ryutsu beam passed, the air was violently distorted, making a sizzling sound, as if it was under unbearable pressure. Tosen Kaname felt this unprecedented threat, and he did not dare to hesitate at all, and quickly deployed his protective shield. It was a barrier formed by Ryutsu, emitting a faint blue light and looking extremely solid. Tosen Kaname stood behind the shield, his eyes revealing a hint of nervousness, but more of a determination and resolve. He knew that if he couldn't block this attack, he would be in dire straits. The moment the magic light-killing cannon collided with the protective shield, a dazzling light flashed, and a strong energy fluctuation spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center. The entire battlefield was illuminated by this light as bright as day. Cracks appeared on the ground under the impact of the energy, and gravel flew everywhere, with smoke and dust filling the air. Under the attack of the Magwan light-killing cannon, the protective shield trembled violently, as if it was struggling to hold on. However, the power of the demonic light cannon far exceeded Tosen Kaname's imagination. After a brief stalemate, the protective shield, like fragile glass, cracked with a crack, and then with a loud bang, the protective shield completely shattered, turning into countless Ryutsu fragments floating in the air. The shattered shield fragments scattered like snowflakes, while the remaining power of the Maken Kokatsu cannon continued to attack Tosen Kaname's left hand. Tosen Kaname tried to dodge, but Ryutsu Azuma was too fast and he had no time to react. With a scream, the demonic light cannon ruthlessly broke Tosen Kaname's left hand. Tosen Kaname's left hand fell limply, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining his sleeve red. Tosen Kaname knelt on one knee with a painful expression on his face. He clenched his teeth tightly and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The severe pain of losing his left hand made his body tremble slightly, but his eyes. There is still an unyielding light in God. He knew that the battle was far from over and he couldn't just fall down like this. Shibakuzuru looked at the injured Tosen Kaname and did not let his guard down. She knew Tosen Kaname's strength well, and even if injured, he was still a formidable opponent. She gathered Ryutsu again, ready to launch the next round of attack. At this moment, her eyes were full of determination and confidence, as if she had seen the dawn of victory. Tosen Kaname was also quickly adjusting his state. He endured the severe pain, stood up, and clenched Zanpakut with his right hand. His eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness and secretly swear. Determined to teach Shibakaku a painful lesson, Tosen Kaname used high-speed regeneration to restore his left hand. In this tense atmosphere, the two faced off again. The battlefield was filled with thick smoke, and Ryutsu's fluctuations rose and fell like waves. Shibakong, he said with a smile, Tosen, you are worthy of being the former captain of the 9th Squad. You actually saved your body in time when the shield was broken and the magic light-killing cannon was about to arrive. Move. Tosen Kaname said, although I am blind, it does not mean that my feeling is bad. Shibakaku, if this is all you can do, then just surrender. Shibakaku said loudly, I am more than this, you blind idiot. Chapter 79. Shibakaku and Tosen Kaname fought again, and Shibakaku also drew his dagger. Although Tosen Kaname is blind, he is still able to deal with Shibakaku with his keen perception and rich combat experience. He kept waving the Zanpakuta in his hand, creating gusts of sword wind, trying to find Shibakaku's weakness. Shibasora is well aware of Tosen Kaname's power and dares not be careless at all. She nimbly dodged Tosen Kaname's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Her eyes were firm, the weapon in her hand was tightly gripped, and the Ryutsu on her body continued to surge, emitting a powerful aura. Suddenly, Tosen Kaname seemed to realize Shibasuru's intention. He turned around abruptly and rushed towards Shibasuru. He was extremely fast and closed the distance between him and Shibakaku in an instant. The moment he approached Shibakuzuru, he swung Zanpakuta and slashed at Shibakuzuru's head. Shibakaku's eyes flashed, and she quickly moved sideways to avoid Tosen Kaname's attack. At the same time, she thrust the weapon in her hand towards Tosen Kaname's abdomen. Tosen Kaname sensed danger and quickly blocked Shibakukaku's attack with his arms. The two men's weapons collided with a loud bang and sparks flew. Shibakaku was knocked back a few steps by Tosen Kaname's attack. His arms were shaking slightly, and he had obviously suffered some damage. But she was not discouraged. Shibakuzuru rushed towards Tosen Kaname again, and Tosen Kaname launched an even more fierce attack. His attacks were like a violent storm, one wave after another, making Shibakaku overwhelmed. Shibakaku gritted her teeth, she knew she couldn't take the beating passively like this anymore. She took a deep breath and focused all the Ryutsu in her body into the weapon. Then, she shouted loudly and launched a powerful attack towards Tosen Kaname. Her attack came with great force, like a bolt of lightning, striking Tosen Kaname. Tosen Kaname felt this powerful force and knew that he couldn't take it head-on. He quickly used Shunpo to avoid Shibakaku's attack. But Shibakuzuru did not give up. She continued to rush towards Tosen Kaname and kept attacking. Her attacks became more and more fierce, making Tosen Kaname unable to resist for a while. At this moment, Tosen Kaname suddenly changed his attack method. Instead of attacking Shibakuzuru directly, he started using Kid. He muttered something, and then, powerful Kid power attacked Shibakuzuru. Kid's power was so destructive that the ground cracked wherever it went. Shibakaku felt threatened by Kid's power and quickly used her weapon to resist. But the power of Kid was so strong that her weapon was knocked out of her hand. Her body was also shaken by this force and she took a few steps back, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. When Tosen Kaname saw Shibasuru injured, a smug smile appeared on his face. He thought he had the upper hand, so he continued to attack Shibakaku. But Shibasura did not give up. She secretly vowed in her heart that she must defeat Tosen. She picked up the weapon on the ground, and then she began to perform her special skills. A ray of light appeared around Shibakaku's body. The light became brighter and brighter, and finally, it formed a huge energy ball. She threw the energy ball towards Tosen Kaname. The energy ball, with powerful force, attacked Tosen Kaname like a cannonball. Tosen Kaname felt this powerful force, and his expression became a little solemn. He knew he could no longer underestimate Shibakuzuru, so he thrust the Zanpakuta into the ground, and then, a purple Siro appeared from his mouth. The next second, Siro ejected directly and attacked Shibakaku's energy ball. The two powerful forces collided with each other, making a deafening noise. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this force, the ground collapsed and the surrounding buildings were destroyed by this force. Shibakaku and Tosen Kaname were both shocked back a few steps by this force, and they both had varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. But they did not stop fighting because of this. They rushed towards each other again and started a life and death battle. Their attacks became more and more fierce, and the Ryutsu kept colliding, emitting a dazzling light. No one knows what the final outcome of this battle will be, but they are all fighting hard for their beliefs. Shibakuzuru could only retreat continuously under Tosen Kaname's fierce attack. Her steps staggered, each step filled with panic and unwillingness, and the dagger in her hand gradually lost its ability to resist under Tosen Kaname's fierce attack. Finally, with a powerful blow from Tosen Kaname, the dagger in Shibakaku's hand was knocked away. The sharp blade, flashing with cold light, drew an arc, and fell to the ground not far away with a clang, splashing a small cloud of dust. Although Shibakonghi lost his weapon, he had no intention of retreating. She clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with determination, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind as she thought about how to deal with the situation. At this critical moment, Shibakonghi shouted, "Red Lotus Explosion Thunder Blade!" The Ryutsu around Shibakaku surged wildly at this moment. The originally dim sky was illuminated by her powerful Ryutsu, giving it a strange red glow. Her hands danced rapidly, and red lightning gathered in her hands, making a crackling sound, as if countless agile lightning snakes were jumping. These lightning rays intertwined and entangled with each other, gradually condensing into a huge blade composed of pure lightning power. The lightning jumping on the blade flashed with a deadly aura, and the heat emitted made the surrounding air become scorching. Tosen Kaname saw Shibakaku perform this move, but there was no fear in his eyes. He stood there coldly, neither dodging nor evading, as if he was certain that this move could not pose a threat to him. The Zanpakuto in Tosen Kaname's hand trembled slightly, and a layer of faint blue Ryutsu slowly spread from the blade, enveloping his body, forming a seemingly indestructible defensive barrier. Shibakuzuru didn't care about Tosen Kaname's reaction and poured all her strength into this attack. The blade made of thunder force slashed towards Tosen Kaname with overwhelming momentum. The moment the blade was swung, a huge red pillar of lightning shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The strong light forced everyone around to squint their eyes. The lightning column roared like an angry dragon and rushed towards Tosen Kaname. Wherever it passed, the air was instantly torn apart, making a deafening roar. Under this powerful force, cracks appeared on the ground, as if it was torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Tosen Kaname felt the powerful force of the attack, but he remained unshaken. He controlled the dark blue Ryutsu barrier, ready to take Shibakaku's attack head-on. The moment the thunder blade came into contact with the Ryutsu barrier, a huge impact force spread out in all directions with the point of collision of the two moves as the center. The powerful energies collided with each other, causing a series of deafening explosions, like countless bombs exploding at the same time. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Billowing smoke and dust rose up like a mushroom cloud, completely enveloping the two figures. In the smoke and dust, Shibakaku looked nervously in the direction of Tosen Kaname. She didn't know whether this attack could cause any harm to Tosen Kaname. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her clothes were soaked with sweat, but her eyes remained firm, and her hands were still tightly clenched in fists that were trembling slightly from releasing Ryutsu, ready to deal with any possible counterattack from Tosen Kaname at any time. After the smoke cleared, Tosen Kaname appeared in front of Shibakaku unharmed, but he was now hollow and his hair had turned black. The face is covered by a white mask with unique stitching patterns and plant-like line decorations, leaving only a wide-open mouth. The overall shape is mysterious and oppressive. Shibasora looked at the hollowed-out Tosen Kaname in front of her, and the shock and anger in her heart surged like a surging tide. The Shinigami who once stood up for justice has now become a pawn of Aizen Kusuk and voluntarily accepted hollow transformation. This made her feel extremely sad and disgusted. Tosen, look at yourself now. You used to talk about justice, but what about now? You voluntarily accepted Aizen's transformation to hollow. You have completely thrown away your dignity as a Shinigami. Are you worthy of the oath you once made? Shibakuin's eyes were red as he questioned loudly, his voice filled with anger and disappointment that was difficult to conceal. Tosen Kaname felt no remorse, but instead a twisted determination. He spoke coldly, his voice low but brimming with ruthlessness. Shiba, you don't understand. From the very beginning, I became a Shinigami for revenge. Soul Society, a place ruled by the nobles, is filled with filth and darkness. Those nobles are high and mighty, wantonly trampling on the dignity and lives of ordinary people like us. Everything I do is for justice, for the evolution of Soul Society. Yamamoto Hong, he is a pawn of the nobles, and you, as his woman and a former noble, will never understand my pain and determination. I wasted too much time on you before, and now, I will show no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Tosen Kaname flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Shiba Kaku. The Zanpakuto in his hand flashed with an eerie light, and he slashed towards Shiba Kuzuru with a powerful oppressive force. After being hollowed, his speed, strength, and Ryutsu increased by more than 10 times. The power contained in this sword made the surrounding air seem to be torn apart, making a hissing sound. Shiba Konghe was unable to dodge and could only hastily raise his arms to block. Tosen Kaname's knife slashed her arm heavily, and in an instant, a flower of blood splashed out. A deep wound appeared on Shiba Kaku's left arm, and blood flowed like a fountain. But she did not retreat. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, and the anger in her heart burned even more fiercely. Don't think I will lose so easily to a fallen man like you. Shiba Kaku roared. She quickly adjusted her posture, first bending the index and middle fingers of her left hand together, then separating the distance between the ring finger and middle finger, bending the ring finger and little finger together, and slightly bending the thumb, making a posture similar to 3 dragon claws. Immediately afterwards, flames blazed in her hands, and the scorching heat spread instantly. The air around her seemed to be ignited, making a sizzling sound. Burning Dragon Claw Fist Flame Dragon King! Shiba Konghe shouted, and a large flaming dragon flew out from her hand. The fire dragon bared its fangs and claws, flames surging all over its body. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be distorted. It rushed straight towards Tosen Kaname with the momentum of destroying the world. Tosen Kaname's eyes froze slightly when he saw this terrifying attack, but he did not retreat. Tosen Kaname waved the Zanpakuto in his hand and faced the Flame Dragon King head-on. Zanpakuto and the Flame Dragon King collided with each other, making a deafening sound, and a powerful energy wave spread out from the collision point. The surrounding ground was cracked and rubble flew everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. 0. Under this powerful impact, Tosen Kaname was knocked back dozens of meters. His body drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Shiba Konghe was also knocked away by the recoil force. Her body rolled several times in the air like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Sister! At this moment, Shiba Yanjiu hurried over with 2 servants of the Shiba family, Jinyan and Yunyan. Seeing Shiba Konghe injured and falling to the ground, Shiba Yanji was extremely anxious and immediately rushed to her side and helped her up. Jinyan and Yunyan followed closely behind. Crane! Sister, how are you? Shiba Yanji's voice was full of worry. He carefully examined the wounds on Shiba Konghe's body, his eyes full of heartache. Shiba Sora wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said weakly, I'm fine, Ganju. I didn't expect Tosen Kaname to be so corrupted. He has completely fallen. Shiba Ganju gritted his teeth, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. This Tosen Kaname is so abominable. I will never let him go. Jinyan and Yunyan also clenched their fists and said, Miss, we will definitely protect you. Shiba Sora looked at them, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Thank you, but Tosen Kaname is very strong now, we can't underestimate the enemy. At this time, Tosen Kaname slowly stood up from the ground. The aura of emptiness on his body became stronger, and his eyes revealed an even more ferocious light. He looked at Shiba Konghe and the others and said coldly, Do you think you can stop me like this? You are too naive. Except for Shiba Konghe, Everyone else will die here today. Inside. As he spoke, Tosen Kaname launched another attack. He appeared in front of Shiba Genju in an instant, with the Zanpakuto in his hand flashing with a sharp blade, and stabbed Shiba Genju's neck. Wipe away the child. Shiba Genju quickly dodged sideways, but he was still a step too slow, and Tosen Kaname's knife cut a wound on Shiba Genju's shoulder. Genju! Shiba Kaku exclaimed and wanted to rush over to help, but because of his serious injuries, he staggered. Jinyan and Yinyan looked at each other and rushed towards Tosen Kaname at the same time. Jinyan held a naginata in his hand and slashed at Tosen Kaname fiercely. Yinyan brandished a big sword and slashed at Tosen Kaname from the side. Tosen Kaname sneered and easily dodged their attacks. At the same time, he turned around and swung the Zanpakuto in his hand like lightning, instantly leaving several wounds on Jinyan and Yunyan's bodies. Jinyan and Yunyan groaned in pain and fell to the ground. On the ground. You ants, you dare to challenge me? Tosen Kaname said disdainfully. Shiba Sora looked at the injured Shiba Iwa, Jinyan, and Yunyan, and the anger in his heart reached its peak. She struggled to stand up, and gathered all the Ryutsu in her body into her hands again. The power of the Flame Dragon King condensed in her hands again. Tosen Kaname, I will not let you succeed even if I risk my life today. Shiba Kaku shouted loudly. Tosen Kaname looked at Shiba Kaku, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Just you? Do you think you can do anything now? Chapter 80. Shiba Kaku did not respond to Tosen Kaname's ridicule. She took a deep breath and launched the Flame Dragon King in her hand towards Tosen Kaname again. This time, the Fire Dragon King's power was even stronger than before, the Fire Dragon's body became even larger, and the flames burned even more fiercely. Tosen Kaname felt this powerful force, and he injected the hollowed Ryutsu into Zanpakuto. The light on Zanpakuto became brighter, and he waved Zanpakuto, colliding with the Flame Dragon King again. This collision was more intense than before, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. Tosen Kaname and Shiba Kaku were both knocked back a few steps by this force. More wounds appeared on Shiba Kaku's body, and blood continued to flow. But Shiba Konghe did not give up. She knew that if she did not persist, Shiba Yanjiu, the gold merchant and the silver merchant would be in danger of their lives. She endured the pain and gathered Ryutsu again, preparing to launch the next attack. Sister, let me help you too. Shiba Genju struggled to stand up. He injected Ryutsu into his weapon and rushed towards Tosen Kaname. Jinyan and Yunyan also climbed up with difficulty. They supported each other and walked towards Tosen Kaname, their eyes full of determination. Tosen Kaname looked at them, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to indifference. Since you all want to die, then I will grant your wish. Just as Tosen Kaname was about to launch another attack, two figures flew over from a distance like lightning. The people who came were Yamamoto Hong and Shihao and Yoruichi. When they saw the scene, their eyes turned cold instantly. Tosen Kaname, you dare to hurt my woman, today May 13th is the day you die. Yamamoto Hong roared. The Ryutsu in his body exploded like a surging tide, and the air around him was stirred violently by this powerful Ryutsu. Shihao and Yoruichi quickly stopped Yamamoto Hong and said, "Leave Hong to me. I want to avenge Konghe and test the power of Galaxy Starburst." Yamamoto Hong nodded and said, "Okay." The next moment, Yamamoto Hong rushed to Shiba Konghe anxiously. Seeing the wounds on her body, his eyes were red with heartache. He carefully checked her injuries, muttering to himself, "Konghe, how are you? Does it hurt? It's all my fault. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have been injured." As he spoke, he gently held Shiba Konghe's hand, his eyes full of self-blame. Shiba Kuriko gently shook his head and comforted Yamamoto Hong, "Hong, this is really not your fault. It's my own lack of strength that caused the injury. Don't blame yourself. Seeing you by my side now, I feel that all the pain is nothing. Shibakaku raised his left hand and gently stroked Yamamoto Hong's face, with a happy smile on his face, as if all the pain in his body was dispelled by this love. Yamamoto Hong looked at Shiba Konghe with deep affection in his eyes. Konghe, don't say that. I will work harder to protect you in the future and will never let you get hurt again. No matter what danger you encounter, I will be by your side at the first moment. Shiba Sora was so moved that her eyes filled with tears. She leaned in Yamamoto Hong's arms and whispered, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. I believe in you, and I believe that we can face all difficulties together. The two hugged each other tightly, as if they were the only ones left in the world. Not far away, Shiba Yanji was staying with Jinyan and Yunyan. Seeing this scene between Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Kyokaku, Shiba Yanji couldn't help but roll his eyes and said with disgust, "Oh, are these two going to stop? This is too disgusting in public. My wound was almost gone, but now they're stimulating me like this, it's starting to hurt again." Jinyan also echoed, "That's right, my heart feels like it's been stuffed with a lot of dog food, it's very uncomfortable. Our injured person is still here, and these two are just busy showing off their love." Yin Yan sighed helplessly, alas, who can blame them for being so affectionate? But to be honest, Master Hong is so capable and cares so much about the eldest lady. I really don't worry about our safety anymore. Although Shiba Ganju complained, he had to admit in his heart, yes, Yamamoto Hong is indeed strong. With him around, no matter how many enemies come, they probably won't be his match. But I really can't stand their display of affection. I feel like I've suffered 10,000 points of damage. The three of them complained while looking at Yamamoto Hong and Shiba Sora. Although they said they were unhappy, they knew in their hearts that with Yamamoto Hong and Shihao and Yoruichi there, their safety was firmly guaranteed. In this dangerous world, this strong support makes them feel extremely safe, and even if they have to continue eating this dog food, it does not seem so unbearable. Tosen Kaname secretly groaned in his heart. He originally wanted to capture Shiba Kyuzuru and lure Yamamoto Hong into Hueco Mundo, and then use the number of people to watch Yamamoto Hong. Unexpectedly, Yamamoto Hong actually arrived. Tosen Kaname knew how powerful Yamamoto Hong was and that he was no match for him at all. At this moment, he began to think of retreating. Just as he was thinking about it, Shihao and Yoruichi took the initiative to speak. "Tosen, this is the first time the two of us fight, I'm really looking forward to it." Shihao and Yoruichi's eyes revealed confidence and provocation, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she didn't take Tosen Kaname seriously at all. Tosen Kaname snorted coldly and replied calmly, "Your time has long passed. You are no match for me now." Although Tosen Kaname was tough on the outside, he was actually thinking about how to find an opportunity to slip away. As soon as he finished speaking, Tosen Kaname launched an attack instantly, and his figure appeared behind Shihao and Yoruichi like a ghost. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand towards Shihao and Yoruichi's waist without hesitation. He used all his strength to strike Shihao and Yoruichi off guard. However, is Shihao and Yoruichi so easy to deal with? Just when Tosen Kaname's knife was about to touch her, her figure suddenly disappeared. Tosen Kaname was startled and thought to himself that something was wrong. Before he could react, a powerful force attacked from the left and he was kicked away like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Tosen Kaname fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to raise his head and looked carefully, only to see Shihao and Yoruichi standing to the left of where he had just been, with a teasing smile on his face. "Tosen, even if you hollow, you're not fast." Shihao and Yoruichi sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Tosen Kaname was angry and annoyed. He knew that his previous knife attack had failed and instead exposed his intention to retreat. At this point, he became more determined to retreat, but he couldn't let Shihao and Yoruichi see his flaw. "Humph, don't be too proud," Tosen Kaname said through gritted teeth, trying to cover up his embarrassment with harsh words. He was thinking frantically in his heart, if this continues, I will die here. Yamamoto Hong is still watching me closely. I must find a way to escape. He stood up slowly, his body trembling slightly, but his eyes were still fierce. He looked at Shihao and Yoruichi warily while thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. If I turn around and run now, she will definitely catch up. I have to find a way to hold her back first, and then find a chance to slip away. Tosen Kaname clenched the zanpakut in his hand, trying to find Shihao and Yoruichi's flaw. Shihao and Yoruichi looked at Tosen Kaname's miserable appearance and laughed in his heart. She knew that Tosen Kaname would definitely want to escape, but she would not let this rare opponent go easily. Tosen Kaname, don't think about leaving here easily today. Shihao and Yoruichi said coldly, his tone full of threats. Tosen Kaname never thought that his thoughts could be seen through by Shihao and yet. The rage in his heart suddenly rose up, and his originally stern face was distorted by anger. He clenched zanpakut tightly with both hands, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. How dare this woman look down on me like this? He roared in his heart, hatred and unwillingness spreading wildly in his heart. At this moment, he was already blinded by anger and no longer cared about any plans or retreats. He just wanted to give Shihao and Yoruichi a fatal blow. Since you want to die so badly, don't blame me for being rude. Tosen Kaname roared, and madly injected his Ryutsu into zanpakut after his whole body was hollowed out. I saw a faint blue light on zanpakut growing stronger, and strange purple lines flashing in the light, which was the power of the void surging. Go to hell! Tosen Kaname swung zanpakut violently, and a huge dark blue Siro rushed towards Shihao and Yoruichi like a ferocious beast, roaring. Wherever Siro passed, the air seemed to be boiled, making a sizzling sound, and the space was slightly distorted. The ground was ploughed into a deep gully by Siro's power, and gravel flew everywhere like cannonballs. Shihao and Yoruichi looked at the attacking Siro, his eyes showing no fear, but instead a hint of excitement. You've come just in time, Tosen Kaname, let me show you what true power is. She shouted, and the Ryutsu around her instantly surged like a surging tide. These Ryutsu spun rapidly around her, forming a huge Uzumaki. Stars twinkled in the Uzumaki, like a vast starry sky. Galaxy starburst. Shihao and Yoruichi pushed her hands forward, and with this roar, countless brilliant starlight shot out from her hands. These starlights gathered together to form a huge energy ball, which contained endless star power, as if it could destroy the entire world. The energy ball rushed towards Tosen Kaname's Siro with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever it went, the space cracked like a broken mirror, making a sharp sizzling sound. The moment Tosen Kaname's Siro and Shihao and Yoruichi's galaxy starburst collided, the whole world seemed to stand still. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar resounded throughout the world, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center. This energy fluctuation was like a destructive storm, sweeping everything around it into it. The ground collapsed instantly, forming a huge deep pit. The rocks at the bottom of the pit melted by the high temperature and turned into boiling magma. The surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to dust under the impact of this force, and the smoke and dust covered the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Under this powerful impact, Tosen Kaname's Siro was easily shattered like fragile bubbles. The countless rays of faint blue light dimmed in an instant before the star power of the Milky Way starburst, turning into tiny fragments that dissipated in the air. Tosen Kaname himself was also knocked away by this powerful recoil force. His body drew an arc in the sky like a meteor, and then fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Tosen Kaname spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the blood splashed in the air like a blooming blood flower. His body rolled on the ground several times before he barely stopped. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered and covered with cracks and holes left by the energy impact, revealing his scarred skin. His face was also full of pain, and the sunglasses that originally covered his eyes had long disappeared, revealing his empty and lifeless eyes. At this moment, there was no longer the coldness and determination in his eyes, only endless fear and despair. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which kept dripping down his chin and onto the dusty ground, leaving patches of dark red bloodline. Tosen Kaname struggled to stand up 1.4 meters, but found that his body seemed to be falling apart, and every bone felt as if it was crushed and painful. His arms and legs were fractured in many places, and the bone fragments even pierced the skin, revealing white bones and bloody wounds. His chest was also severely injured, with several ribs broken. Breathing became extremely difficult, and every breath felt like a knife was twisting in his chest. How could it be? How could it be possible? Tosen Kaname murmured to himself, his heart filled with resentment and regret. He never expected that his carefully prepared attack would be so easily broken by Shihoran Yoruichi, and that he would be seriously injured. Shihoran Yoruichi slowly walked up to Tosen Kaname and looked down at him. Tosen Kaname, look at yourself now. This is the result of your betrayal. Do you think that Hollow can make you strong and realize your plan? You are so naive. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Tosen Kaname raised his head and looked at Shihoran Yoruichi, his eyes full of resentment. Don't be complacent. Even if I fail today, Master Aizen will not let you go. He will definitely realize his plan and make Soul Society pay for their actions. Although he was seriously injured, he did not speak stubbornly. Shihoran Yoruichi snorted coldly, Aizen? He won't have a good ending either. You are just a pawn of his, and he is using you without even knowing it. Just as Shihoran Yoruichi was about to kill Tosen Kaname, a black cavity appeared in the sky, and Ichimaru-jin walked out of the cavity. Chapter 81. Ichimaru-jin walked out of the dark room with his signature playful smile on his face, but his eyes held a hint of elusive meaning. Oh my, Captain Tosen, how did you become like this? He tilted his head slightly, his tone seeming to be concerned, but actually full of teasing. Shihoran Yoruichi stared at him coldly, a disdainful smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and said, looks like I'm going to catch 2 traitors today. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Ichimaru-jin like lightning, raised her right fist high, and smashed it straight into Ichimaru-jin's face with a whistling sound. This punch condensed her anger and strength, and she was determined to teach this traitor a lesson. However, when her fist was about to touch Ichimaru-jin, something strange happened. Her fist actually passed through Ichimaru-jin's body without any hindrance. Shihoran Yoruichi's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed inwardly, how is this possible? This is Hong's Shisui. How could he possibly do this? She was well aware of the power of the mirror Shisui, a technique created by Yamamoto Hong that allowed the user to create a double, like an image in a mirror, visible but intangible. She had never imagined that Ichimaru-jin would actually know this trick. Before she could recover from her shock, Ichimaru-jin, who was standing there, suddenly disappeared. Just as she looked around warily, another Ichimaru-jin appeared out of nowhere and quickly picked up the seriously injured Tosen Kaname who had fallen to the ground. Ichimaru-jin still had that annoying smile on his face and said, excuse me, Miss Yoruichi, I'll take Captain Tosen away today. After all, it's Captain Aizen's fate. Ah! Shihoran Yoruichi gnashed her teeth in anger. She shouted, Ichimaru-jin, don't be so complacent. You may have escaped for a while today, but you can't escape forever. Aizen's conspiracy will not succeed in 24 hours. You traitors will not have a good end. Ichimaru-jin paid no attention to her scolding and simply responded with a smile, Ms. Yoruichi, save your harsh words for later. When Captain Aizen succeeds, the whole world will have to obey him. Then you will realize how foolish it was to make an enemy of us. After saying that, he carried Tosen Kaname on his back, turned around and strode into the black chamber. The black chamber was like a huge black hole, swallowing their figures in an instant, leaving Shihoran Yoruichi stamping his feet in anger. Damn it! Shihoran Yoruichi clenched her fists, her heart filled with resentment. She knew that if she let these two escape today, it would definitely cause even greater trouble in the future. But she also secretly vowed that if she encountered them again, she would never let them get away so easily. Yamamoto Hong walked over slowly with Shiba Konghe. Seeing Shihoran Yoruichi stamping her feet in anger, Yamamoto Hong gently patted her shoulder and comforted her, "Yoruichi baby, don't be angry. Next time I meet them, I won't let them get away so easily." Shihoran Yoruichi rolled his eyes at Yamamoto Hong and said, "It's all your fault. If you had taken action just now, you would have definitely caught them all." Yamamoto Hong smiled helplessly, hugged Shiba Kyokaku to his side, and said, "Okay, don't be angry. Besides, with Kyokaku, we still have unfinished business. Kaku is still injured. You only think about those things." Shihoran Yoruichi glared at Yamamoto Hong and said. Yamamoto Hong raised an eyebrow, looked at Shiba Kaku, and said, "This was Kaku's own suggestion." Upon hearing this, Shihoran Yoruichi looked at Shiba Kaku in surprise. Shiba Kaku's face flushed red, and she lowered her head slightly, whispering, I haven't seen Hong in so long, I miss him. Besides, I feel like when I'm with him, my wounds don't hurt as much." Shihoran Yoruichi couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. You. However, seeing Shiba Konghe's happy face, she said nothing more. Yamamoto Hong smiled evilly, holding Shihoran Yoruichi with one hand and Shiba Kyokaku with the other, and said, "Then let's go and do our business." The three of them came to where Shiba Kyokaku's Kyokaku cannon was. Due to the previous battle, Shiba Kyokaku's house had been completely destroyed, with bricks and rubble scattered all over the ground. Shiba Ganji was crying as he, along with Jinyan and Yunyan, cleaned up the rubble and prepared to rebuild the house. Yamamoto Hong brought Shihoran Yoruichi and Shiba Kaku into the Kaku cannon. Although the layout inside was simple, Yamamoto Hong didn't care. As soon as he entered, Yamamoto Hong couldn't wait to hold Shiba Konghe in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and said, "Kahi, I'm sorry for making you suffer." Shiba Kuriko leaned in Yamamoto Hong's arms and said happily, "As long as you are by my side, I can endure any hardship." Shihoran Yoruichi looked at the two of them being affectionate and said with pretended jealousy, "Do you two still have eyes for me, a living person?" Yamamoto Hong smiled and stretched out his hand, pulling Shihoran Yoruichi into his arms, saying, "How could that be? You two are both my treasures." Thus, in the Konghe cannon, the three of them started a shameless time. Outside, Shiba Yanji was carrying bricks and stones while complaining to Jinyan and Yunyan, "Look at those three, they just left this mess to us and went about their business." Jinyan smiled and said, "Let's not worry about it. The important thing is to quickly build the house." Yunyan also nodded in agreement, "Yes, after the house is built, the young lady will not treat us unfairly." Although Shiba Yanji was still muttering, his hands did not stop moving. Inside the Sky Crane cannon, Yamamoto Hong, Shihoran Yoruichi and Shiba Sky Crane enjoyed this rare time together, temporarily forgetting the dangers and troubles of the outside world. They snuggled up to each other and expressed their love to each other, as if they were the only three people left in the world. At this moment, their hearts are filled with happiness and warmth. They only hope that such time can last forever and no longer be interrupted by the disturbances of the outside world. 3 days later, in the present world of Karakura Town, Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo are in the subway station, watching the strange spirits coming and going. What is strange about these souls? They are not complete. They look like humans but do not have the shackles of human souls. Soul shackles are present in every soul. They are the connecting medium that locks the human body and soul. If the soul shackles are cut off, it is said that the person is dead. Rukia Kukaki explained, "These spirits are called Ode souls, they wander around behaving strangely and are resistant to any conventional methods of exorcism. The setting of Old Souls is that the souls that were supposed to reincarnate went to the Broken Realm for unknown reasons, and the souls in the Broken Realm gathered together to form Old Souls. The soul that owes money will lose its own memory, and the aggregation of these memories is the missing bead. The missing pearl makes the souls instinctively approach. Anyone who is interested can control the missing pearl to get the souls. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki were at a loss when a Shinigami flew past them. However, Rukia Kukaki had never seen this Shinigami before. This Shinigami is a girl with short purple hair and a red headband tied on her hair. She has an ordinary figure. After seeing her, Rukia Kukaki looked down at herself and said to herself, "This person is younger than me, but I'm not that bad." The next moment the female Shinigami unleashed her Zanpakuto, Lure the Night, Moroku Maru. As the Shinigami's Zanpakuto was liberated, those strange spirits disappeared. When Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki walked over to say hello, the people were gone. Rukia Kukaki felt strange and went back to Soul Society to investigate the matter, while Kurosaki Ichigo met the girl from yesterday again while strolling around. The girl looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said with a smile, "So it's the Shinigami from yesterday." Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Who are you?" The girl looked at me like an idiot and said, "Are you an idiot? You'll know I'm a Shinigami after seeing this." Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Of course I know you are a Shinigami. Which division are you from? What's your name?" The girl was slightly startled when she heard what Kurosaki Ichigo said, then she said, "My name is Akane Shizuku, remember that?" But when Kurosaki Ichigo asked her which team she was from, Akane Shizuku's expression suddenly became a little strange. A trace of confusion and panic flashed across Akane Shizuku's eyes. The corners of her mouth drooped slightly, and she said with a bit of grievance, I forgot. I really don't remember which team I belong to." Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. How could anyone forget which squad he belonged to? This was almost impossible in Godai 13. Every Shinigami has a strong sense of belonging to his own team. The team is like their home, and their brotherhood and responsibilities have long been engraved in their hearts. He looked Akane Shizuku up and down, trying to find flaws in her expression and tone, wondering if she was deliberately hiding something. But looking at Akane Shizuku's innocent and aggrieved look, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little shaken again. Her eyes were full of loss, and she didn't seem to be lying. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head and tried to sound gentle. It's okay. Maybe you just can't remember it right now. Why don't you try to recall it again?" In fact, he had no idea what to do, but he instinctively wanted to comfort the girl in front of him who looked a little helpless. Akane Shizuko lowered her head, biting her lips tightly, her hands unconsciously clenching the corners of her clothes. Her heart was like a surging tide, filled with pain and confusion. "I tried really hard to think, but my mind was blank. I just knew I was a Shinigami, but I couldn't remember anything about the squad." She cried silently in her heart, "Who am I? Why did I lose this memory? Did I do something wrong to deserve this punishment?" This feeling of losing her memory made her feel extremely scared and lonely, as if she was lost in the dark and couldn't find her way home. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Akane Shizuku, and although doubts remained in his heart, sympathy prevailed. He thought that since Akane Shizuku was able to free Zanpakuto and had just used Zanpakuto to deal with those strange ghosts, it meant that she was not a bad person at heart. "Forget it, since you can't remember, just forget about it. Anyway, you are Shinigami, so there should be no problem for 267 to be with me. I'll take you to a place where you can rest for a while. Maybe after you've rested, you can remember it," Kurosaki Ichigo said. Akane Shizuku raised her head, tears in her eyes, and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo gratefully. "Really? Thank you so much. I really don't know what to do." Her voice was choked with sobs. Meeting Kurosaki Ichigo, who was willing to help her, brought a little warmth to her originally desperate heart. You're welcome. We are all Shinigami. It's only natural for us to help each other, even though I'm just a Shinigami agent. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile, trying to lighten the atmosphere. He took Akane Shizuku and walked towards the Unohana store. Neither of them spoke along the way. Kurosaki Ichigo would steal glances at Akane Shizuku from time to time, still pondering over her amnesia, feeling that there was something strange about it. Akane Shizuku followed Kurosaki Ichigo silently. Her mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she is very interested in Kurosaki. Ichigo's help was full of gratitude. In this strange and confusing situation, Kurosaki Ichigo was like a lifeline to her. On the other hand, she felt extremely painful and anxious about her memory loss. She tried to find some familiarity in her surroundings, but everything was so strange. Where am I from? Where are my friends? These questions kept circling in her mind, causing her head to ache. Arriving at the Unohana store, Unohana Kisuke saw Kurosaki Ichigo come in with a strange girl, raised his eyebrows and showed his signature smirk. Hey, Kurosaki-san, what's wrong with you today? Why are you free to come over? And you brought a pretty girl with you from somewhere. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head awkwardly. Unohana-san, her name is Akane Shizuku, she is a Shinigami, but she has lost her memory and can't even remember which squad she was in. I thought I would. She brought it here to see if there was any way. Unohana Kisuke put away his smile and looked at Akane Shizuku seriously. Amnesia? This is a bit troublesome. But it doesn't matter, stay here first, I will study it and maybe I can find a way to restore it. A way to restore her memory. Akane Shizuku bowed slightly and said, thank you so much for your help. Akane Shizu's heart was filled with hope, yet also a little worried, wondering if she could really recover her lost memories here. An idea flashed through Unohana Kisuke's mind, it's impossible for a Shinigami to forget his own team. The only possibility is that this little girl is not a Shinigami. Chapter 82. The strange sight of the streets of the real world appearing in the sky above Soul Society puts everyone on alert. Yamamoto Genryūsai Ishigakuni immediately summons Hitsugaichware and Matsumoto Rangiku from the real world to investigate. Rukia Kukaki returns to Soul Society and finds that the entire Godi I-13 is on high alert. Huge riots filled the air, and Shinigami were hurrying back and forth, as if they were preparing for something important. She happened to find Hitsugaichware and Matsumoto Rangiku and asked about the situation. Kukaki, you've arrived just in time. Hitsugaichware frowned and said seriously, a new space has appeared in the boundary between the living world and the Soul Society, and this space is constantly expanding, causing the living world and the Soul Society to begin to connect. Those strange bodies are coming out from there. Rukia Kukaki was shocked. How could this happen? This definitely didn't happen naturally. Someone must be behind this. Matsumoto Rangiku went on to say, we have sent people to investigate, but we have no clues yet. The three of them soon arrived at Unohana's shop. Unohana Kisuke listened with a serious expression and said, a new space has appeared in the boundary between the living world and Soul Society. It's called the Valley of Screams, and it's constantly expanding, connecting the two worlds. Those souls who were lost between the two worlds were originally stripped of their memories. The Valley of Screams is made up of these missing souls, but they themselves shouldn't have caused this space to expand to this extent. I speculate that the lost memories of the missing souls have condensed into something called the bead of thoughts, so we must find it now. Hitsugaichware's eyes flashed, and the Haranmaru in his hand trembled slightly, so he could feel the master's determination. No matter how difficult the search may be, the Pearl of Longing is crucial to the safety of both worlds. We must find it. Matsumoto Rangiku nodded seriously and said, that's right. We must not allow this strange situation to continue to deteriorate. Unohana Kisuke pondered for a moment and then said, Captain Hitsugaya, Vice Captain Matsumoto, start by investigating the area bordering Soul Society and the Broken Realm. Pay attention to the movements of the grief-debt souls. Perhaps they can lead you to the location of the bead of longing. Kukaki, observe the areas in the real world where grief-debt souls frequently appear. If you find any unusual activity, notify us immediately. After that, everyone started to act on their own. Hitsugaichware and Matsumoto Rangiku returned to Soul Society and headed directly to the area adjacent to the Bankai. There is a strange atmosphere here, gloomy and depressing. From time to time, scattered ghosts float by, their eyes are empty and their movements are slow. On the other side, Kurosaki Ichigo and Akane Shizuku came to a cemetery. According to Akane Shizuku, this was her family's tomb and she remembered what happened before her death. At this moment, a group of people in black cloaks suddenly appeared, emitting an evil aura. Leading them was a white-haired man with a gloomy face. Hand over that girl, Shinigami agent, this is not something you can interfere in. The white-haired man said coldly to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo stood in front of Akane Shizuku and asked, "Who are you? Why are you arresting her?" The white-haired man sneered, "We are the Dark Clan. You don't need to know our purpose. You just need to know that girl is very important to us. I won't let you take her away." Kurosaki Ichigo roared, waving Zanpakuto and rushing towards the white-haired man. The white-haired man simply waved his hand, and his men immediately rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo engaged in a fierce battle with the white-haired man's men. These people were all very powerful, and their attacks were sharp and strange. But Kurosaki Ichigo was no less powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo wielded Zanpakuto, and every sword strike carried a powerful Ryutsu, repelling anyone who rushed towards him. During the battle, Kurosaki Ichigo discovered that these people seemed to know Akane Shizuku's location very well. No matter how he protected her, the men in black could always attack Akane Shizuku accurately. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked and realized that there must be some ulterior motive behind these men in black. The Ryutsu around Kurosaki Ichigo instantly exploded to ultimate, instantly shaking off the white-haired man's men and rushing towards him. However, the white-haired man was very powerful and blocked Kurosaki Ichigo's attack with just one finger. The next second, the white-haired man disappeared. "Ichigo, be careful!" Akane Shizuku exclaimed and saw a white-haired man stabbing Kurosaki Ichigo in the back with a spear. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and blocked the fatal blow with her Zanpakuto. Akane Shizuku's Zanpakuto blocked the spear, but her left hand was also pierced by the spear. "You bastards, I won't let you go!" Kurosaki Ichigo roared, releasing all his Ryutsu and launching a crazy counterattack against the white-haired man. In the fierce battle, Kurosaki Ichigo and Akane Shizuku gradually fell into trouble. The white-haired man didn't want to take action at all, but instead asked his men to deal with Kurosaki Ichigo, and the strength of those men should not be underestimated. Kurosaki Ichigo and Akane Shizuku were both injured, but they still did not give up and fought tenaciously. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo and Akane Shizuku were feeling desperate, Rukia Kukaki brought people from the Soul Society to the place called Byakuya Kukaki, Abarai Renji, Jaishur Yukatake, Yubanyachware, and Matsumoto Rangiku. The white-haired man looked at the people coming over and snorted, saying, "You're lucky." Then he disappeared. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to thank Rukia Kukaki, he saw Jaishur Yukatake step forward and said, "Kurosaki-kun, hand over that girl." Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Captain Jushiro, what does this mean?" Jaishur Yukatake said, "This girl is Si Nianzhu." Kurosaki Ichigo's wounds were still oozing blood, but upon hearing this, he suddenly protected Akane Shizuku behind him. Impossible. Akane Shizuku is just an ordinary girl. Jaishur Yukatake's eyes were rarely clouded. He raised his hand to signal the restless Shinigami behind him to quiet down. The core of the Valley of Screams is stripped memories. Akane Shizuku not only possesses memories of the present world, but can also sense the Ryotsuo of the Soul Society. Her very existence is the embodiment of countless memories of missing souls. Before she finished speaking, a strange halo suddenly appeared on Akane Shizuku's pale face, and the air around her began to distort. The previously repelled souls swarmed out from the void and circled around her to form Uzumaki. Byakuya Kukaki suddenly took a step forward, causing Senbonzakura to tremble slightly. If we don't bring her back to Soul Society and seal her away, both worlds will be completely destroyed by the Valley of Screams. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Akane Shizuku's blood-stained left hand, which was glowing. What oozed out of the wound was not blood, but tiny particles of light, like fragments of shattered memories. "I see," Matsumoto Ranjaku suddenly exclaimed. "We discovered in the Broken Realm that the souls of the destitute instinctively gather at the Akane Shizuku family cemetery. It's not because of the heavy yin energy here, but because..." Her eyes swept over the tombstone behind Akane Shizuku. "Her past is buried here. Those souls want to take back their memories." Akane suddenly trembled violently, her pupils turning a strange, glassy color. Her voice seemed to reverberate from countless directions. It's not me, so many voices." Hitsugaichware immediately released cold air to protect everyone, but the ice began to melt the moment it touched Akane Shizuku. Kurosaki Ichigo felt his Ryotsu being pulled by some force, and alarm bells rang in his heart. It was very likely that the Dark Clan didn't want Akane Shizuku alive, but wanted to completely destroy the pearl. 0147090224 Phila 1330525500. They're going to make Akane Shizuku collapse. Kurosaki Ichigo roared and slashed a sneak attacking ghost with his sword. Once her memories become completely chaotic, the Valley of Screams will spiral out of control. Before she could finish her words, countless black chains suddenly descended from the sky, trapping Akane Shizuku in the center. The figure of the white-haired man reappeared, a long sword in his hand. He looked at everyone and said, "Shinigami always like to do useless things. This girl is a mistake that should not have existed in the first place." Jaishur Yukatake asked, "Are you from the Ryudaji clan?" The white-haired man laughed harshly. "It used to be that way, but now, I want to make the boundaries of Soul Society disappear completely." He directly grabbed Akane Shizuku away. Kurosaki Ichigo rushed forward, but was seriously injured by the white-haired man's sword and fell to the ground. Rukia Kukaki and Abarai Renji quickly stepped forward to help Kurosaki Ichigo up, and Jaishur Yukatake said, "You are a member of the Ryudaji clan. If you surrender now, we can deal with you leniently." "Ha ha 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 ha," the white-haired man laughed. "Who do you think you are? If my grandfather hadn't been framed, not to mention you, even Yamamoto would be my running dog," said the white-haired man. "Really? Are you so brave?" The white-haired man turned around and saw Yamamoto Hong had arrived without him noticing and appeared behind him. The white-haired man said, "Yamamoto Hong, the son of Yamamoto Yuan Liuzai Zongguo? What do you want to do?" Yamamoto Hong said, "Yanlong of Longtang Temple, a remnant of the Longtang Temple clan, attempted to use the missing pearl to destroy Soul Society to avenge his clan. Let go of that girl, and I can give you a decent death." Yanlong of Longtang Temple laughed heartily and said, "Just you." The 5 retainers of Longtang Temple Yanlong appeared beside him in an instant, rushing towards Yamamoto Hong with various weapons. Yamamoto Hong looked at one of the purple-haired beauties and said with some regret, "Alas, it's a pity that I can't get this pair of powerful weapons. Let me show you the power of star-crushing, galaxy starburst." As soon as Yamamoto Hong finished speaking, the Ryotsu around him burst out like substance, and the air was twisted into a strange Uzumaki. An illusory star map appeared behind him, and the starlight gathered into a dazzling nebula, as if the power of the entire universe was condensed in the palm of his hand. With a loud shout, Yamamoto Hong pushed forward with both palms, and countless starlight shot out like arrows, forming a dazzling sea of light. Before the 5 retainers of Longtang Temple Yanlong could react, they were enveloped by a terrifying force. Their eyes widened in horror, wanting to raise their weapons to resist, but they found that the weapons in their hands were like fragile pieces of paper under the vast starlight, and were torn into pieces in an instant. The brilliant starlight transformed into a surging torrent of energy, completely engulfing the 5 retainers. Their bodies were twisted and deformed by the impact of the starburst, and they let out shrill screams. However, before the scream could be fully heard, it was drowned out by the endless starlight. The powerful impact caused the space to begin to collapse, and the air around it made a sharp roar, as if the entire world was trembling under this force. Under this suffocating pressure, everyone had to close their eyes and raise their hands to block the dazzling light. As the light gradually dissipated, only a few spirit particles remained where the 5 retainers had stood, like broken starlight, slowly drifting away in the void and eventually disappearing. Yan Long of Longtang Temple took advantage of the chaos caused by the powerful energy explosion, and a hint of viciousness and determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that he was no match for Yamamoto Hong, so he abandoned his retainers without hesitation, hugged Akane Shizuku and turned into a black shadow and left. Want to run? Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as he was about to chase, he saw the figure of Longtang Temple Yan Long. After it disappeared, he frowned, feeling unwilling. Although he easily defeated the 5 retainers and demonstrated the power of the galaxy star explosion to destroy the world, he still allowed Ryudaji Yan Long to escape with Akane Shizuku, which undoubtedly brought greater disasters to the 2 worlds. Crisis. At this moment, the people around were still immersed in the shock of the terrifying power just now. Byakuya narrowed his eyes slightly, and the blade of Senbonzakura trembled slightly in the wind, as if it was also afraid of this powerful force. Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to stand up from the ground, looking in the direction where Ryudaji Yanlong disappeared, gritting his teeth and saying, "We can't let him get away." Akane Shizuku is still in his hands. The wounds on his body were still bleeding, but at this moment, he only had the firm belief to rescue Akane Shizuku. Yamamoto Hong turned around, his eyes filled with a hint of solemnity, and said, "Longtang Temple Yanlong will not give up easily. He has the missing bead with him, and there will definitely be bigger moves next. We must find him quickly." Rukia Kukaki said, "Master Hong, where should we go to find him?" Yamamoto Hong said, "It's very simple. Just go to the Valley of Screams." Jaishur Yukatake said, "Then I will arrange for personnel immediately." Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, "No, I can go by myself." Yamamoto Hong flew towards the place where Yanlong Ryutsu disappeared from Longtang Temple. Yamamoto Hong didn't want to care about this matter at all, but Yamamoto Yu and Liuzai Kongwo called him over. Otherwise, he would still be having a warm time with Shihao and Yoruichi and Shiba Kyokaku. Chapter 83. Yan Long of Longtang Temple carried Akane Shizuku in his arms and galloped all the way, and soon they arrived at Jiaogu. The place was filled with a strong and strange atmosphere, and gloomy fog was swirling in the valley. Countless painful roars could be heard faintly from all directions, as if they were the desperate cries of the souls trapped in it. Yanlong of Ryudaji threw Akane Shizuku roughly to the ground, then took out the black chains he had prepared in advance and tied her up tightly. Akane struggled desperately, her eyes filled with fear and despair. "What are you doing? Let me go." Yanlong of Longtang Temple turned a deaf ear to it, his eyes flashing with madness and determination, and he began to chant an ancient and evil spell. As the spell was chanted, the surrounding souls, as if summoned by some powerful force, surged toward them. These souls surrounded Akane Shizuku, forming a massive uzumaki. Their bodies gradually merged with hers as they spun. With each fusion, Akane Shizuku trembled, a look of pain on her face, and a painful moan escaped her lips. The Longtang Temple clan was a prominent noble family in the Soul Society 1,000 years ago. They controlled powerful forces and occupied an important position in the power center of the Soul Society. However, in the struggle for the dominance of Soul Society, they were ambushed and unfortunately lost. Central 46 issued an order, and the Longtang Temple clan was exiled to the Broken Realm, starting a long and painful life of wandering. In the Broken Realm, they constantly avoided the threat of the Juliu, and their numbers dwindled with each crisis. However, in this difficult environment, they unexpectedly mastered the ability to control the delinquent souls. This ability was initially only for survival, but as time went on, the hatred in the heart of the weathered Longtang Temple Yanlong became stronger. He no longer fantasized about regaining the rule of Soul Society, but decided to use the most extreme way, destroy Soul Society to avenge his people. At this moment, he placed all his hopes on Akane Shizuku. As the embodiment of the missing pearl, Akane Shizuku possesses a powerful and mysterious power, which is enough to blur the boundary between the real world and Soul Society, leading to a collision between the two worlds. In the imagination of Yanlong of Longtang Temple, at least one of the parties would be destroyed in this disaster. If luck is good, both worlds would be destroyed together, which would be the perfect ending. As the fusion progressed, Akane Shizuku's body began to change 460 degrees. Her skin glowed with a strange light, mixed with countless broken memory images. Those were the memories of the souls. Her eyes began to become empty and lifeless, and her soul seemed to be taken away from her, leaving only a body controlled by power. Ha 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 ha! Yanlong of Ryudaji laughed crazily as he watched Akane Shizuku gradually merge with him. Soul Society, just wait. Today is your end. For all the suffering you've endured over the years, I'm going to make you pay double. His laughter echoed in the valley, interweaving with the roars of the soulless ones, forming a creepy melody. On the other side of the world, Yamamoto Hong is heading towards the Valley of Screams. His eyes were determined, and his heart was filled with a sense of mission. Although he had not wanted to intervene in this matter, he had no choice but to go and solve it when Yamamoto asked him to. Besides, he also wanted to try out his new skills. Yamamoto Hong's Ryutsu kept surging during the high-speed flight, and the death suit on his body fluttered in the wind. Finally, Yamamoto Hong arrived at Jiaogu. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the evil aura and powerful power fluctuations that permeated the place. Yamamoto Hong saw the tied-up Akane Shizuku and Ryudaji Yanlong laughing wildly beside her. Yanlong turned his head and looked at Yamamoto Hong, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Yamamoto Hong, do you think you can stop me by coming here? It's too late, everything is irreversible. The fusion of the missing pearl and the dead soul is about to be completed, and neither Soul Society nor the present world can escape. Yamamoto Hong snorted coldly, and the Ryutsu around him instantly burst out. The powerful momentum was like an invisible force, dispersing the surrounding fog. You are too naive. Today, I will let you know how foolish it is to become my enemy. Upon hearing this, Yanlong of Longtang Temple showed even more disdain on his face. He swung the long sword made of the gathered souls fiercely. A strange light flickered on the sword, and countless souls rolled and twisted in the sword, letting out painful roars. As he moved, a group of souls spurted out from the tip of the sword, rushing towards Yamamoto like a black tide, trying to restrain him. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were icy, and he moved with lightning speed, easily dodging the attack. The souls were caught in vain, twisting around in mid-air. Seeing this, Yanlong of Longtang Temple roared and approached like a ghost. With the long sword in his hand, he chopped towards Yamamoto Hong's neck with a whistling sound. This sword contained his anger and unwillingness. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a hissing sound. Yamamoto Hong was not in a hurry. He slightly turned sideways, stretched out two fingers of his right hand, and gently clamped the long sword of Longtang Temple Yanlong. The seemingly casual movement actually contained a powerful force. Yanlong of Longtang Temple only felt that his sword was clamped between steel and he could not break free no matter how hard he tried. Is that all you can do? Yamamoto Hong said disdainfully, his tone full of contempt. Yan Long of Longtang Temple was filled with shock and anger. He lashed out with his long sword and simultaneously summoned a short sword formed from the gathering of souls. The short sword also shimmered with a faint light, and the souls emanating from its tip snaked like snakes towards Yamamoto Hong. He spun around, swinging both long sword and short sword simultaneously. For a moment, the sword shadows were so numerous that they were dazzling. Yamamoto Hong, however, moved effortlessly through the dense barrage of swords and soul-defeating attacks. He dodged a fatal blow by sidestepping, then kicked away a lunging soul, each movement a stroke of grace and grace. Though fierce, Longtang Temple Yan Long's attacks were like child's play before Yamamoto Hong, posing no threat at all. Yamamoto Hong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of mockery, "Star puppet line." In an instant, countless invisible threads shot out from Yamamoto Hong's fingertips and wrapped around Longtang Temple Yan Long like spider silk. These threads seemed thin, but contained powerful power. It was said that even if they pulled the stars, they would not break at all. Yan Long of Longtang Temple only felt that his body was suddenly out of control, as if he was tightly bound by an invisible force. He widened his eyes in horror. Yan Long of Longtang Temple struggled desperately, but found that his struggle was in vain. Those star puppet strings were like living things, tightly wrapped around his body and gradually tightened. What kind of weird move is this? Yan Long of Longtang Temple shouted in horror, his voice full of fear and despair. Yamamoto Hong looked at him calmly with a playful smile on his face. He moved his fingers slightly, and the fingers of Longtang Temple Yan Long's right hand began to break one by one. Crack sounds rang out one after another, accompanied by the painful screams of Yan Long from Longtang Temple. His fingers twisted into strange shapes, and blood flowed out from between his fingers. Ah! Yan Long from Longtang Temple screamed like a pig being slaughtered, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and his face turned pale with pain. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "What part of your body are you going to break next? Your left hand, your legs, or your neck?" Yamamoto Hong's voice was full of teasing, like the whisper of a devil, echoing in the ears of Longtang Temple Yan Long. Yan Long of Longtang Temple gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain, and said, "Don't be so complacent. I won't be defeated by you so easily." He mobilized the power in his body, trying to break free from the constraints of the star puppet strings. The weapons composed of Ode souls also began to struggle frantically, releasing even more powerful power. However, it is not so easy to break free from Yamamoto Hong's star puppet strings. The threads became tighter and tighter, penetrating into Longtang Temple Yan Long's skin and even beginning to cut his bones. Bloodstains appeared on Yan Long's body, and blood kept flowing out, dyeing his clothes red. "Humph, still want to resist?" A cold light flashed in Yamamoto Hong's eyes. He moved his fingers again, and the fingers of Longtang Temple Yan Long's left hand began to break one by one. The crack sound rang out again, and the screams of Yan Long from Longtang Temple echoed in the Valley of Screams, making people terrified. At this moment, Akane, who was tied up nearby, watched this scene with horror and pity in her eyes. Although she was used by Yan Long of Longtang Temple and fell into this terrible crisis, she was kind by nature and did not want to see anyone get hurt. "Please, don't hurt him anymore," Akane Shizuka cried, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Yamamoto Hong glanced at Akane Shizuku, frowned slightly, and said, "He brought this upon himself. He attempted to destroy Soul Society and the present world, so he must pay the price." Although Yamamoto Hong's tone was cold, he still slightly reduced the power of the star puppet line. He didn't want Longtang Temple Yan Long to die so soon. He wanted him to pay a sufficient price for his actions. Taking advantage of Yamamoto Hong's distraction, Longtang Temple Yan Long used his last bit of strength to break free from the constraints of the star puppet line. He stumbled back a few steps, gasping for breath, his face covered in sweat and blood. His hands were broken, his fingers were twisted beyond recognition, blood was dripping, but there was still a glint of madness in his eyes. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" Yan Long of Longtang Temple roared. "I have one last trick." As he spoke, he summoned a spear made up of missing souls. This spear was different from the previous weapons. It could be extended or shortened in an instant, and a powerful dark force surged on the spear. Yan Long of Longtang Temple grasped the spear and poured all his strength into it. The spear instantly extended and thrust fiercely at Yamamoto Hong. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light, as if it could pierce through everything. This strike contained Longtang Temple Yanlong's last hope. He knew that if this move could not defeat Yamamoto Hong, he would be completely finished. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed. He felt the powerful force of this attack, but he was not afraid at all. He once again cast the star puppet threads, and countless thin threads entwined themselves around the spear. The moment the threads came into contact with the spear, a sizzling sound was heard, as if they were competing with each other. The spear was restrained by the star puppet line and could not move forward at all. Yan Long of Longtang Temple widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that his full-strength attack was easily blocked by Yamamoto Hong. He tried his best to push the spear, but the spear seemed to be nailed in the air and did not move at all. "How is it possible?" Yan Long of Longtang Temple muttered to himself, his eyes full of despair. Yamamoto Hong sneered and said, "Now, you have no tricks, right?" He strengthened the star puppet lines again, and those thin lines began to wrap around Longtang Temple Yanlong's body, starting from his legs and spreading upwards little by little. Yan Long of Longtang Temple's legs gradually lost consciousness as they were entangled by the star puppet strings. His knees bent and his body slowly fell, but he was still unwilling to give up. He used up his last bit of strength and shouted, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." As he said that, he detonated the soul-sharing power in his spear. A powerful explosive force erupted with Yan Long of Longtang Temple as the center, and the entire valley began to tremble violently. The surrounding mountains began to collapse, boulders rolled down, dust flew up, and the soul-deprived people fled in all directions in the explosion, screaming in pain. Yamamoto Hong was well prepared. At the moment of the explosion, he used his Ryutsu defense shield. Ryutsu, a layer of golden light enveloped his body, forming a solid defensive barrier. The force of the explosion hit the barrier, making a deafening sound, but the barrier remained motionless. When the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, Yan Long of Longtang Temple had already fallen to the ground, dying. His body was completely mangled and his blood dyed the surrounding ground red. His eyes were filled with resentment and regret. He knew that his plan had completely failed. Yamamoto Hong slowly walked to Longtang Temple Yanlong and looked down at him condescendingly. "Look at yourself now. This is what happens when you become my enemy," Yamamoto Hong said coldly. Longtang Temple Yanlong looked at Yamamoto Hong, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. "You, don't be so proud, although I am no match for you, but even if I die, I will curse you forever in hell." His voice grew weaker and weaker, and his life force was gradually fading away. Yamamoto Hong laughed heartily and said, "You want to curse me? Then curse me slowly and see if I will lose a hair." As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong raised his hand, and a powerful Ryutsu gathered in his palm. "No!" Yan Long of Longtang Temple cried out in despair, but it was too late. Yamamoto Hong waved his hand, and the Ryutsu shot towards Longtang Temple Yanlong like a lightning bolt. Under the impact of Ryutsu, Ryudaji Yanlong's body instantly turned into powder, drifted away in the wind, and completely disappeared from this world. After dealing with Yanlong of Ryudaji, Yamamoto Hong walked over to Akane Shizuku, untied the restraints on her body, and helped her up. Akane Shizuku looked at Yamamoto Hong gratefully, "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do." Yamamoto Hong looked at her and said, "Don't thank me. This is what I should do. Now, come back with me to Soul Society." It's a safe place. Akane Shizuku nodded. She knew she had nowhere to go now, and Soul Society might be her best destination. Yamamoto Hong took Akane Shizuku and left the Screaming Valley. After they left, the Screaming Valley gradually returned to peace. The ghosts no longer fled around, but slowly dissipated. The problem was finally solved completely. Chapter 84. When Yamamoto Hong returned to Soul Society with Akane Shizuku, he checked his personal template. Just when Ryudaji Yanlong admitted defeat, he had gained a new skill. Personal template. Yamamoto Hong, 95 years old. Ryutsu, top captain, 49%. White hits, Centennial captain, 17%. Kid, captain of the century, 91%. Slashing technique, 100 years captain, 72%. Shunpo, elite captain, 32%. Skills, 6 King's Spear, Diamond Dragon Stronghold Shattering, Paradise Lost, Hades-style sword drawing technique, Abyss, Dark Refining Slash, Shikuki, Flash Time Cone, Demonic Lightning Cannon, Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, Shining Dragon's Radiant Heaven, True Dragon, High-Level Attachment, Absorb Spell, Mirror Shisui, Crimson Lotus Thunder Blade, Cosmic Illusion, Sky Soaring Dragon Flash, Fairy's Radiance, All Delete, Fang Zero, Fire Spirit, Twist Uzumaki, Hell Dragon Break, Ultra Ego, Use. After Ryutsu upgrades to Centennial Captain, White Hits upgrades to Shunpo upgrades to Top Captain, White Hits, Kid, and slashing techniques double their power, Fistbone Impact, Thunderbolt Flash, Flame Dragon King, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon, Phoenix Phantom Demon Fist, Galaxy Starburst, Holy Sword Drawing Technique, Black Whirlwind, Holy Shadow Dragon Fang Flash, Black Spike, Great Snake Style Body Replacement Technique, Star Puppet Thread, Heaven and Man Harmony. Heaven and Man's Harmony comes from the ability of Libra Gold Saint Do and Saint Seiya. Integrate yourself with the entire nature and become the world itself, that is, I am the world and the world is me. Let the endless power of the future become your powerful helper. When he was a teenager, Do used this method to crack the secret technique of natural fusion passed down from generation to generation in the Alberich family during his sparring match with Alberich 13. Yamamoto Hong brought Akane Shizuku to the residence of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni and respectfully reported to him the events of the incident. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni listened carefully without much expression on his face, only frowning or nodding slightly at key points. After listening to the report, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni nodded and said calmly, "Well done. Since Seinen Sasaki Shizuku is no longer a threat, I will continue to serve under you." Upon hearing this, Akane Shizuku bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Captain General." Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni nodded slightly, then said to Yamamoto Hong, "Honger, there is someone who will take the captain's test tomorrow, come and take a look." Yamamoto Hong nodded and replied, "Yes, father." Afterwards, Yamamoto Hong took Akane Shizuku back to his secret base. When Ichino's Maki saw Yamamoto Hong, he immediately stepped forward and greeted him respectfully, "Master Hong." Yamamoto Hong nodded. He briefly introduced Akane Shizuku, "This is Akane Shizuku. She will be here from now on. Please take good care of her." After that, he walked into the base alone, leaving Akane Shizuku and Ichino's Maki to guard outside. For Yamamoto Hong, although Akane Shizuku has a special identity, he has no other thoughts about her. In his own words, "I can't afford her." In his mind, Akane Shizuku was more like a task that needed to be placed, and was far less attractive to him than Randeo, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki. Walking into the base, Yamamoto Hong saw Randeo, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki sitting in a corner, their eyes revealing despair and helplessness. When they saw Yamamoto Hong coming in, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes, but more of it was numbness. Yamamoto Hong walked up to them, a sly smile on his face, Why, are you unhappy to see me? Landao bit his lip and lowered his head without saying a word. Soma Yoshino said softly with tears in his eyes, Master Hong, we. Yuxi glared at Yamamoto Hong, not hiding the hatred in his eyes, UBD, what else do you want? Yamamoto Hong didn't care about Yuxi's attitude at all, instead he laughed, what do I want? You guys are all my people, of course you have to serve me well. As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Yuxi's chin, forcing her to raise her head, don't think you can resist. You can't escape from me. Yuxi struggled hard, trying to break free from Yamamoto Hong's hand, let me go. Don't go too far. Yamamoto Hong increased the strength of his hands and sneered, too far? This is not even close. Soma Yoshino quickly pleaded, Master Hong, please don't be angry. Yuxi is ignorant, please don't bother with her. Landao also said, yes, Master Hong, we will be obedient. Please don't treat Yuxi like this. Yamamoto Hong looked at Soma Yoshino and Landao, released Yuxi's chin, and said, you are smart. I am in a good mood today. If you behave yourself, I might be nicer to you. Although Yuxi was filled with anger, he knew that resistance was useless at this moment, so he could only suppress his anger and turn his head away. Yamamoto Hong sat down beside the hot spring, looked at the three people and said, come here and give me a good massage. The three of them walked up to him helplessly and started to massage him. While massaging him, Landao was thinking about how to escape from this place. She knew that if she continued like this, her fate would only become more miserable. Soma Yoshino was crying silently in her heart. She regretted that she had been involved in this dispute and ended up like this. Yuxi's hands unconsciously exerted force during the massage, and her nails almost dug into Yamamoto Hong's skin. When Yamamoto Hong noticed this, he glared at her and said, you'd better be honest, or you'll be in trouble. Yuxi gritted his teeth, temporarily suppressed the hatred in his heart, and whispered, yes, Master Hong. During the massage, Yamamoto Hong enjoyed it wantonly. He treated them as his playthings and didn't care about their feelings at all. Landao, you said you were in the 12th division before, why are you so useless now? You can't even give a good massage. Yamamoto Hong mocked. A trace of humiliation flashed across Landao's eyes, but he still said humbly, I'm sorry, Master Hong. I will try my best to do well. Soma Yoshino also quickly said, Master Hong, don't be angry, I will also give you a good massage. Yamamoto Hong looked at them with a sense of pride in his heart. He felt that he was in control of their fate, and this feeling greatly satisfied his desires. Humph, you guys have some good sense. Yamamoto Hong finished speaking and turned his gaze to Yuxi, you are so stubborn. If you don't obey me, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Yuxi clenched her fists tightly and swore in her heart that one day, she would make Yamamoto Hong pay the price for his actions. At this time, Akane Shizuku and Ichino's Maki outside had no idea what was happening inside the base. Akane Shizuku asked Ichino's Maki curiously, who are those three people inside? Ichino's Maki glanced at her, hesitated for a moment and said, they are young Master Hong's people. Stay away from them from now on and don't cause trouble. Akane Shizuku nodded, not quite understanding, but her heart was filled with doubts about this mysterious base. Inside the base, Yamamoto Hong continued to indulge his desires in the desperate eyes of Landao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki. His laughter echoed beside the hot springs, as if declaring his absolute control over everything here. But he didn't know that his actions had already planted the seeds of hatred in the hearts of the three people, and this seed might bring him unexpected trouble one day in the future. After tormenting Landao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki to his heart's content, Yamamoto Hong watched them faint one by one, then he lay down in the hot spring contentedly, ready to enjoy himself. The warm spring water wrapped around his body, gradually relaxing his tired body. He narrowed his eyes slightly, immersed in the comfort of the moment, his mind still recalling the scene just now, and a smug smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a dazzling white light flashed without warning, instantly illuminating the entire secret base. Yamamoto Hong only felt a white blur in front of his eyes and subconsciously closed his eyes. The sudden bright light startled him, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. He secretly wondered what was going on. Was it a new enemy attacking, or was there some mysterious force at work? When the white light gradually dissipated, Yamamoto Hong slowly opened his eyes, but the scene before him completely stunned him. The familiar secret base disappeared, replaced by a vast ocean. The waves hit the shore, making loud noises, and the air was filled with a salty and humid smell. In the distance, there stood many strangely shaped buildings. He had never seen those architectural styles before, and they were full of science fiction and fantasy. What shocked him even more was that in front of him stood a person who looked exactly like him. To be more precise, it was his former self before he traveled through time. The person in front of him was wearing ordinary modern clothes, with messy hair and a ferocious look in his eyes. He looked at Yamamoto Hong, who was wearing a Shinigami costume and exuding powerful Ryutsu. After a long while, Ben Hong stammered, Who are you? And where is this? The man spoke and said, This is your inner world, and I am your Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Hong was surprised and said, You are my Zanpakuto? Does that mean I can shikai? When Yamamoto Hong heard that the person in front of him was actually his own Zanpakuto, he was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. The laughter echoed freely in this inner world that was like a boundless ocean. Although he has many powerful skills, it would be even better if he could shikai. After all, after shikai, Ryutsu will increase several times, and he may even gain special abilities. Zanpakuto knew what Yamamoto Hong was thinking and said, Don't think I'll let you use me so easily. Yamamoto Hong nodded and said with a smile, I know you have a request. Tell me, what is it? Zanpakuto said, Let's fight. If you win, I'll let you use me. If you lose, I'll imprison you here, and I'll take your place outside. Your identity, your body, and your woman will all be mine. Haha, as expected of my companion Zanpakuto, your desire is comparable to mine, perhaps even greater. He pondered inwardly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but, you want to imprison me and take everything from me? Humph, that's simply wishful thinking. 0. Yamamoto Hong stared intently at Zanpakuto, who looked exactly like him, his eyes filled with excitement and high fighting spirit. He shouted, All right. Let's do as you say and have a fight. Today, I want to see who is the true master of this body, who is the Almighty King, and who will be reduced to a driven mount. After saying that, Yamamoto Hong subconsciously clenched his fists, and the Ryutsu around him surged uncontrollably, like a prehistoric beast about to awaken, gathering all its strength for this fateful battle. Humph, don't underestimate me. Zanpakuto snorted disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. He raised his head slightly and put on an arrogant attitude, as if victory was already in his grasp. Those so-called powerful skills of yours, don't think they can pose much of a threat to me in this inner world. This is my home turf, and my power is not restricted by too many constraints. Yamamoto Hong raised his mouth corners and revealed a confident smile, Stop talking big, today. God will let you know who is the one who truly controls everything. He silently calculated in his mind that he had many skills and his strength should not be underestimated. The seemingly powerful Zanpakuto in front of him might not be his opponent. I have defeated so many powerful enemies along the way. How dare you, a mere Zanpakuto, be so presumptuous in front of me? The arrogance in his heart was completely aroused. Let's begin. Zanpakuto had just finished speaking when he flashed in front of Yamamoto Hong and punched him in the face with a whistling sound. The punch was extremely fast and powerful, and the air was squeezed by this force, making a sizzling sound. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Good timing! He shouted loudly, and a blazing flame instantly ignited on his right hand. This was his signature skill, Flame Dragon King. A huge flaming dragon flew out from his hand, rushing towards Zanpakuto with its fangs and claws bared. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be distorted, and the surrounding seawater was steamed by the high temperature. It turned into billowing mist. Zanpakuto was not afraid at all. It sneered and waved its hands, forming a black barrier in front of it. The Flame Dragon King crashed into the barrier, causing a deafening explosion. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the collision point, creating huge waves. Is that all you can do? Zanpakuto scoffed. It seems that you are nothing special. Taking advantage of the gap when the Flame Dragon King's attack was blocked, it flashed again and attacked Yamamoto Hong from another direction. This time, a black long sword condensed in its hand, with a strange light flashing on the sword, and stabbed towards Yamamoto Hong's chest with a powerful oppressive force. Yamamoto Hong thought to himself that this was not good. He did not expect Zanpakuto's counterattack to be so quick. He quickly used his Shrinking the Earth skill, instantly disappearing from his original position and reappearing dozens of meters away. Chapter 85. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "Is this all you have?" Zanpakuto snorted and said, "That was just a small test." Had S91st Senjujiao Yentai Cannon. Countless huge Ryotsu beams shot out from his hands, like 1,000 huge cannons, with the power to destroy the world, bombarding Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes widened. He never thought that a Zanpakuto could actually use Kid. Yamamoto Hong felt the powerful force of this move. He couldn't take it head-on, so he quickly pulled out the sealed state from his waist and performed the sky-soaring dragon flash. In an instant, Yamamoto Hong's figure disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning, and then he shuttled between the beams of Senjujiao Shinmyo Cannon at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. He swung the sealed state in his hand, bringing out several sharp sword energies. These sword energies were like giant dragons, carrying the power to destroy everything, and slashed towards the Ryotsu beam fiercely. Each sword energy hit the target accurately, colliding with the Ryotsu beam, making a deafening explosion. Powerful energy fluctuations raged in this space, stirring up huge waves tens of meters high in the sea water, and the strange buildings on the shore were also tottering under the impact of this force. Under Yamamoto Hong's full force, the Ryotsu beam of Senju's Tiantai cannon was completely destroyed by him. The air was filled with smoke and energy aftermath. Yamamoto Hong landed steadily on the ground. His eyes fixed warily on Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto looked at Yamamoto Hong, a smile on his face, and said, "Your slashing technique is quite impressive, but from now on you will be my 623. Yamamoto Hong also laughed, his laughter full of confidence and disdain, and responded, "With the strength you just showed, you are just daydreaming. Don't think you can easily take away everything from me." Zanpakuto didn't care about Yamamoto Hong's ridicule at all. He raised his head slightly, with a strange light in his eyes, and said, "You should have noticed that I am the collection of your desires. The greater my desire, the stronger I become. You indulge your desires outside, constantly conquering women and pursuing power, and all of this is constantly nourishing me." As he spoke, Zanpakuto's Ryotsu began to rise at a high speed, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this powerful Ryotsu, making a sizzling sound. The originally calm sea surface was now filled with huge waves, and the huge waves surged in all directions like mountains. Yamamoto Hong secretly thought that this was not good. He knew very well that if Zanpakuto's power continued to grow, he would probably be in a desperate situation. Without hesitation, he immediately used the twisting Uzumaki. He danced his hands quickly, and the powerful Ryotsu surged wildly under his control, generating a powerful Uzumaki through fierce twisting. Uzumaki expanded rapidly, instantly transforming into a sharp and huge blade, whistling towards Zanpakuto. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be cut open, making a harsh sound. However, the next second, Zanpakuto had two long swords with scarlet blades in his hands. These two swords are filled with the aura of destruction and desire, and just looking at them makes people feel a deep fear. Zanpakuto sneered and swung the sword in his hand lightly. The seemingly indestructible twisting uzumaki was easily cut open. The power of the cut uzumaki dissipated instantly, turning into countless Ryotsuha fragments floating in the air. This is me after liberation. How about it? Am I powerful? Today I will let you experience its power. Zanpakuto said, and his figure flashed like a ghost. He instantly came in front of Yamamoto Hong, and with the scarlet sword in his hand, he slashed at Yamamoto Hong fiercely with an indomitable momentum. The sword was so fast that even Yamamoto Hong, who had used the technique of shrinking the earth, could not dodge it. The scarlet sword slashed straight into his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Yamamoto Hong's mouth, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground, raising his head. A deep wound appeared on his chest, and blood continued to flow out, staining his death tyrant suit red. Ha 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 ha! Zanpakuto laughed wildly. Do you think you can escape? Your resistance is meaningless in front of me. Yamamoto Hong gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his chest, and slowly stood up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing determination and unyielding spirit. Don't be too proud, this battle is not over yet. As he spoke, Yamamoto Hong mobilized the Ryotsuha in his body and gathered strength again. He knew that facing such a powerful Zanpakuto, he had to give it his all, otherwise he would be doomed. Galaxy Starburst! Yamamoto Hong shouted loudly, and the Ryotsuha around him burst out like substance. An illusory galaxy map appeared behind him, and the starlight gathered into a dazzling nebula, as if the power of the entire universe was condensed in the palm of his hand. With a roar, he pushed forward with both palms, and countless starlight shot out like arrows, forming a dazzling sea of light, surging towards Zanpakuto. Seeing this, Zanpakuto's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity, but he quickly returned to his arrogant look. You think you can defeat me with just this? It brandished the scarlet sword in its hand and headed towards the galaxy starburst. The long sword collided with the starlight, making a deafening sound. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. It seemed as if this space could not withstand such a powerful force, and cracks began to appear, like a broken mirror. During the fierce confrontation, Yamamoto Hong discovered that Zanpakuto's strength was indeed beyond his imagination, and every collision made his arms numb. But Yamamoto Hong did not retreat, instead his fighting spirit became even stronger. I won't lose to you! He roared in his heart and increased the output of Ryotsuha again. The light of Galaxy Starburst became more dazzling and more powerful. Zanpakuto felt the power of Yamamoto Hong's attack, and for the first time, a hint of panic appeared in its eyes. Humph! Don't think you can beat me like this! It poured all the Ryotsuha in its body into the long sword, trying to resist the attack of Galaxy Starburst. The two scarlet long swords shone brightly, competing with the starlight of Galaxy Starburst. For a while, the two were in a stalemate. Do you think you can stop me? Yamamoto Hong shouted angrily. I've fought countless battles in this soul society, defeating powerful enemies one after another. You're just a hurdle on my path, and I will definitely overcome it. Zanpakuto snorted coldly, you're just making a last-ditch effort. Look at you now, covered in blood. How much longer can you hold on? Your desires have made you greedy and blind. You think you can control everything, but you don't realize you've already fallen into a desperate situation. My desire? Yamamoto Hong laughed. My desire is my motivation. It makes me stronger and allows me to get everything I want. Today, it will also help me defeat you. At this moment, Yamamoto Hong suddenly thought of a way. While continuing to maintain the attack of Galaxy Starburst, he quietly gathered another kind of power. He knew that it would be difficult to win against Zanpakuto head-on, and he had to come up with a surprise attack. Do you think you can see through everything about me? Yamamoto Hong raised his lips with a smile. Then take a look at this move. He suddenly unleashed his newly acquired skill Star Puppet Threads. Countless invisible threads shot out from his fingertips, entwining him like spider silk. These lines contain great power, and once entangled, it is difficult to break free. Zanpakuto sensed the danger and tried to dodge the entanglement of the star puppet strings, but these strings were extremely fast and seemed to be alive, chasing it closely. What a weird move! Zanpakuto shouted in horror. At the moment when the star puppet strings were about to wrap around Zanpakuto, it suddenly exerted force and swung the sword in its hand tightly, trying to cut the strings. However, the star puppet string was extremely tough. Although it was hit by the long sword, it did not break. Instead, it became tighter and tighter. Don't be so complacent! Zanpakuto roared. It forcibly broke free from the constraints of the star puppet strings, and its Ryutsu increased wildly again. I want you to know how foolish it is to be my enemy. As it said that, it rushed towards Yamamoto Hong again, and the long sword in its hand carried the power to destroy everything, and slashed at Yamamoto Hong fiercely. Yamamoto Hong was well prepared this time. He used the technique of shrinking the earth, and just when Zanpakuto's sword was about to hit him, his body suddenly disappeared. It appeared dozens of meters away, and in its place, a stand made of Ryutsu appeared, which was chopped to pieces by Zanpakuto's sword. Do you think you can avoid my attack like this? Zanpakuto roared angrily, and turned around to attack Yamamoto Hong again. Yamamoto Hong looked at the crazy Zanpakuto and secretly thought of a countermeasure in his heart. He knew that Zanpakuto's power was closely related to his own desires, and as long as his desires remained, Zanpakuto would not be easily defeated. But he couldn't just let Zanpakuto run rampant, he had to find a way to completely resolve this crisis. Since you are the embodiment of my desires, I will suppress my desires first. Yamamoto Hong made a secret decision in his heart. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and tried to temporarily suppress those overexpanded desires. As his mind gradually calmed down, Zanpakuto's power seemed to be affected, and its attack speed and strength weakened slightly. Humph, do you think this will work? Although Zanpakuto noticed the change in his own strength, he still didn't believe that Yamamoto Hong could defeat him. Even if your desires are temporarily suppressed, I am still stronger than you. It swung the sword again and slashed towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong did not dodge this time. He clenched his sealed state and looked at Zanpakuto with a firm gaze. Come on, I'm going to fight you today. He shouted, unleashing his strongest slashing technique, injecting all the Ryutsu in his body into the sealed state. The sealed state shone brightly, and with an unparalleled momentum, it faced Zanpakuto's attack. The two weapons collided with each other, making a loud noise that shook the earth. The entire space was shaking violently under this powerful force, as if it could collapse at any time. The powerful energy fluctuations caused huge waves hundreds of meters high in the surrounding sea water, and the buildings on the shore were completely reduced to dust under the impact of this force. At the moment of collision, both Yamamoto Hong and Zanpakuto felt the powerful force of the other. For the first time, a trace of fear appeared in Zanpakuto's eyes as he realized that Yamamoto Hong in front of him was no longer an opponent that could be easily defeated. Yamamoto Hong gritted his teeth, with only one belief in his heart: he must defeat Zanpakuto and take back his body and everything he had. You, how could you? Zanpakuto's voice was filled with shock and unwillingness. Cracks began to appear on its body. Under Yamamoto Hong's powerful attack, its strength was gradually suppressed. I said, I won't lose this battle. Yamamoto roared, increasing Ryutsu's output. The light of the sealed state became increasingly dazzling, gradually suppressing Zanpakuto's longsword. No. I won't give up. Zanpakuto struggled frantically, trying to increase his strength again, but found that his strength could not be exerted at all under the suppression of Yamamoto Hong. It's over! Yamamoto Hong shouted, and swung his sealed state with great force, and the powerful force directly cut off Zanpakuto's sword. Under the impact of this force, Zanpakuto's body turned into countless fragments that floated in the air. As Zanpakuto dissipated, this inner world began to return to peace. The waves gradually receded, and the smoke in the air gradually dissipated. Yamamoto Hong slowly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had finally defeated Zanpakuto. Hey, it's finally over! Yamamoto Hong muttered to himself as he watched the dissipating Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Hong's body was exhausted from the fierce battle, but his eyes were full of the joy of victory. However, just when he thought everything was over, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Do you think you really won? I am the embodiment of your desires. As long as your desires are still there, I will never disappear. Chapter 86. Zanpakuto's voice was still echoing in Yamamoto Hong's mind, and the next second, the familiar figure appeared in front of him again. A strange aura emanated from Zanpakuto's body. The broken sword reappeared in its hand, and the scarlet blade flashed with a dangerous light, as if declaring its indomitable spirit to Yamamoto Hong. It's not over yet! Zanpakuto roared and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong like lightning. The long sword in its hand, with the sharp blade light, cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and pierced straight into Yamamoto Hong's heart. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed. Although he was shocked by Zanpakuto's reappearance, his years of combat experience allowed him to react quickly. He dodged sideways, easily avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, he swung the sealed state in his hand, and a sharp sword energy shot towards Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto snorted coldly and swung his sword to block the sword energy. Then, it launched a series of attacks. Each sword was as fast as lightning and with astonishing power. Yamamoto Hong did not dare to be careless, and displayed his superb swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce battle with Zanpakuto. The flashes of swords and the shadows of sabers intertwined as the two figures moved rapidly in this space that was gradually returning to calm. Every collision triggered a powerful energy fluctuation that made the surrounding air tremble. During the battle, Yamamoto Hong found that although Zanpakuto's attacks were still fierce, they seemed to lack the irresistible oppression they had before. He had an idea and realized that this might be related to Zanpakuto's resurrection. Sure enough, after several exchanges, he successfully seized a flaw in Zanpakuto and stabbed him in the body. Hey, you think you can beat me with this little skill? Zanpakuto said stubbornly despite being injured. However, its body slowly dissipated, turning into countless fragments floating in the air. Yamamoto Hong just breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect Zanpakuto to be resurrected again. Its figure regrouped, and its eyes revealed an even more frantic killing intent. I told you, this is my inner world, I can be resurrected infinitely. It roared and attacked Yamamoto Hong again. Yamamoto Hong frowned, he knew that this was not a solution. Although Zanpakuto is defeated every time, it keeps resurrecting, draining his strength and energy. Moreover, no one knows what changes will happen in this inner world, so he must find a way to end this battle as soon as possible. After killing Zanpakuto again, Yamamoto Hong began to carefully observe its resurrection pattern. He discovered that with each resurrection, Zanpakuto's Ryutsu would be significantly weakened, and the speed and power of his attacks were much less than before. But even so, it still caused Yamamoto Hong a lot of trouble with its infinite resurrection ability. It seems that I have to use that trick. Yamamoto Hong decided secretly in his heart. He took a deep breath and prepared to activate the Ultra Ego form. He was well aware of the risks of this form, but at this moment, he had no other choice. As Yamamoto Hong's determination surged, a strange power began to surge in his body. His brow ridges gradually lowered, his eyebrows disappeared, and his hair slowly turned Tyrian purple, dancing like flames. The irises at the corners of his eyes turned magenta, his black pupils were clearly visible, his muscles bulged slightly, his lines became more distinct, and his whole body exuded a powerful and dangerous aura. At the same time, purple flames swirled around his body like burning flames, making Yamamoto Hong look like a god of war. Is this the Ultra Ego form? Zanpakuto saw the changes in Yamamoto Hong, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. Even if you become like this, don't think about defeating me. It swung the sword again and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. You are just struggling to survive now. There was a strong confidence in his voice, as if he already had control over the outcome of this battle. Zanpakuto's sword came at him with great force, but Yamamoto Hong did not dodge or avoid it. He let the long sword pierce his shoulder, and blood gushed out instantly, but there was no expression of pain on Yamamoto Hong's face. On the contrary, he used the impact to thrust his body forward, and smashed his right fist into Zanpakuto with tremendous force. This punch contained the powerful force of the Ultra Ego form. The air made a sharp whistling sound under the pressure of the fist wind, as if it was being torn apart. Zanpakuto had no time to dodge and was hit hard by the punch. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. It's not enough! Yamamoto Hong shouted, the Ryutsu around him surged wildly, and his arrogance burned even more fiercely. Galaxy Starburst! He pushed his hands forward, and with this roar, countless brilliant starlight shot out from Yamamoto Hong's hands. These starlights gathered together to form a huge energy ball, which contained endless star power, as if it could destroy the entire world. The energy ball rushed towards Zanpakuto with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever it passed, the space cracked like a broken mirror, making a sharp sizzling sound. Zanpakuto watched the incoming galaxy starburst in horror. It tried to raise its sword to block it, but at this moment its strength seemed so small in the face of Yamamoto Hong's powerful attack. No! Zanpakuto cried out in despair. Under the powerful force of the galaxy starburst, Zanpakuto's body began to dissipate again. This time, it dissipated faster than before. Countless fragments were instantly turned into powder under the impact of the starlight and completely disappeared in this space. However, the power of the galactic starburst did not stop there. The powerful energy continued to wreak havoc, engulfing the buildings and oceans of the inner world. Those strangely shaped buildings collapsed under the impact of energy and turned into ruins. The originally calm ocean was also hit by a huge tsunami. The seawater boiled and evaporated under the action of energy. Large areas of sea disappeared, leaving only a wasteland. Yamamoto Hong stood in the devastation, feeling the powerful force brought by the Ultra Ego form, but there was no joy in his heart. He knew that although this form was powerful, it was extremely taxing on the body, and he was not sure if Zanpakuto had truly been completely destroyed. Hey, I hope this is all over. Yamamoto Hong exhaled slowly, his body trembling slightly due to excessive exhaustion. He released his Ultra Ego form, his hair and eyes returned to normal, and the purple aura gradually dissipated. Just as he was about to leave this inner world, suddenly, a familiar wave of Ryutsu appeared again. Yamamoto Hong's heart tightened and he looked around vigilantly. Is Zanpakuto not dead yet? His eyes were full of confusion and worry. Sure enough, Zanpakuto's figure slowly emerged again, but this time, it looked extremely weak, and Ryutsu was also extremely weak. Its body was looming, as if it would disappear at any time. You think you can defeat me completely like this? Zanpakuto's voice was full of weakness and unwillingness. I won't disappear so easily. Yamamoto Hong looked at the weak Zanpakuto in front of him, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He hadn't expected that Zanpakuto could be resurrected again. Even though it was now extremely weak, this unlimited resurrection ability was truly a headache. You have no chance now. Yamamoto Hong said coldly. Your power has been weakened to this extent. Even if you can be resurrected, you can't pose a threat to me. Zanpakuto suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter was full of weirdness. You are wrong. As long as your desires are still there, I will never disappear. Besides, do you think you can leave here now? This is my inner world, and I am the master here. Yamamoto Hong frowned. He knew that what Zanpakuto said made sense. As long as the desire in his heart still existed, Zanpakuto might regain his strength again, but he would never be trapped here like this. Yamamoto Hong mobilized Ryutsu again, ready to give Zanpakuto the final blow. Although his body was still exhausted, his eyes were full of determination. Zanpakuto looked at Yamamoto Hong with a hint of fear in his eyes. He knew that in his current state, he could not withstand Yamamoto Hong's attack at all. But it was still unwilling to fail like this. Come on, let me see what you can do. Zanpakuto roared, trying to muster up the last bit of strength. Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath and gathered all the Ryutsu in his body into the sealed state in his hand. The sealed state emitted a dazzling light, which was brighter than before, as if it contained endless power. You asked for this. Yamamoto Hong said, waving the sealed state, and a huge sword energy shot towards Zanpakuto. This sword energy contained all of Yamamoto Hong's strength and was as fast as lightning. Wherever it went, a long crack was torn in the space. Zanpakuto looked at the incoming sword energy and tried to dodge, but found himself unable to move at all. His eyes were filled with despair, and at the moment the sword energy hit him, he let out a final scream. No! With this scream, Zanpakuto's body completely dissipated, turning into countless spirit particles floating in the air, and there was no sign of resurrection. Yamamoto Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Zanpakuto completely disappear. It's finally over, he muttered to himself. At this moment, this inner world has become unrecognizable. Most of the buildings and the ocean have disappeared, leaving only a desolate space. Yamamoto Hong knew that it was time for him to leave. He concentrated his mind and tried to find a way to leave his inner world. Suddenly, he found a bright light in front of him. The light was like a beacon in the darkness, guiding his direction. Yamamoto Hong walked towards the light without hesitation. As he got closer, the light grew brighter and the space around him began to change. The originally desolate world gradually became blurred, replaced by the secret base he was familiar with. When Yamamoto Hong stepped out of the light, he finally returned to the real world. He found himself lying in a hot spring. Everything around him was the same as before he entered his inner world. Randao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki were still unconscious beside them, while Akane Shizuku and Ichino's Maki were guarding outside the base. Yamamoto Hong slowly stood up from the hot spring. He felt physically exhausted, but his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After this battle with Zanpakuto, he not only improved his strength, but also gained a deeper understanding of his own heart. Moreover, after defeating Zanpakuto, he can now Shikai. It seems that I have to be more careful to control my desires in the future. Yamamoto Hong thought to himself. He knew that although desire could be his driving force, it could also bring unexpected dangers if not controlled. He walked to Randao, Soma Yoshino and Yuki, and looked at their unconscious appearance. He felt a slight movement in his heart. Perhaps, he should change his attitude towards them? After all, they were forced to do this by him. Let them have a good rest first, Yamamoto Hong said softly. He decided to temporarily let go of his control over them and give them some freedom and dignity. Yamamoto Hong walked out of the secret base and saw Akane Shizuku and Ichino's Maki. When they saw Yamamoto Hong coming out, they immediately walked forward. Mr. Hong. Master, are you okay? Ichino's Maki asked with concern. Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, I'm fine. I just went through an important battle and now it's resolved. Akane Shizuko looked at Yamamoto Hong, her eyes full of curiosity. Master Hong, what happened to you in there just now? Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, "This is a long story. I'll tell you someday. Right now, we have more important things to do." He remembered that Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni asked him to watch the captain's assessment, and the time was almost up. "Let's go and take a look at the captain's assessment," he said to Ichinos Maki and Nishi Shizuku. The three of them walked towards the examination site. Along the way, Yamamoto Hong thought about his next plan. Although the Zanpakuto issue was temporarily resolved, the crisis facing Seoul society was not completely resolved. Aizen Kyūsuk is still a huge threat, and those Arancars may launch an attack on Seoul society and the real world at any time. When they arrived at the assessment venue, in addition to Yamamoto, there were already 3 captains, namely Jaishur Yukatake, Kyōka Suigetsu, and Zaraki Kenpeki. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni sat in the main seat with a dignified look. Yamamoto Hong walked to Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni and saluted respectfully, "Dad, I'm here." Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni nodded slightly and said, "Honger, you're here. Today's assessment is very important. You must observe carefully." Yamamoto Hong nodded and said, "Yes." Chijiro Sasakaibe, who was standing beside Yamamoto, said loudly, "Please invite the examiner Amagai Shisuke to come in." Chapter 87. As soon as Chijiro Sasakaibe finished speaking, Amagai Shisuke walked over from the end of the corridor. His messy black hair fell in front of his forehead, like untamed crow feathers in the pale moonlight, trembling with his steps. The stubble cast a shadow on his angular jaw, and when his eyes, as deep as a cold pond, swept over the crowd, they seemed to carry the coldest frosty wind of Seoul society. His figure seemed even taller in the darkness, a height that ordinary people could hardly reach. The outline of his broad shoulders and narrow waist was outlined as sharp as a knife by the Shinigami uniform. The Shinigami suit had long lost its shine when he first joined the 13th Division. The frayed edges of the fabric resembled a battle-worn banner, raising fine dust as he walked. The black belt around the waist makes the slender figure look more upright, but it also makes the whitened folds on the cuffs and the raised blood serum on the boots more eye-catching. The corners of clothes stained with old stains and the traces of time hidden in the wrinkles all silently tell the story of the long war in the interweaving of light and shadow. He raised his hand to tuck the fallen hair behind his ear. The scars on his knuckles flickered in the firelight, as if they would turn into the cold light of Zanpakuto in the next second. Kyōka Suigetsu saw the 2 swords on Amagai Shisuke's waist and thought to himself, 2-sword style. Jaishur Yukatake also said to himself, it looks like a pair of Zanpakuto like Kirikou and I. When Yamamoto Hong saw Amagai Shisuke, he immediately thought of this most regrettable captain of Godai 13. In the original work, Amagai Shisuke takes over the position of the original captain of the 3rd Squad, Ichimaru Jin. Because he is always away on expeditions to subjugate hollows, few Shinigami in the Godai 13 know him. The real mastermind behind the Kazuma-Jaiji family, in order to avenge his father, personally took Yoruichi hostage and went to Captain Yamamoto to use the power of the taper sword, Bankai, to seal Yamamoto's Rijinjaka. Later, Kurosaki Ichigo arrived in time and a fierce duel ensued. After learning the truth, Amagai Shisuke used Zanpakuto to burn himself to death as an apology. Kira Izuru knelt on the ground to bid farewell to him, gaining the respect and understanding of everyone. Although he initially pretends to be an ally, Amagai Shisuke is actually a very friendly and easygoing person. While he appears to be quite loyal and law-abiding, he is willing to bend or break the law if it means helping someone find the truth. Decisive, charismatic, and ethical, he quickly proved to be a capable leader and earned the respect of all. Tianbei Zaihuzu walked towards the field step by step, and every step seemed to be stepping on his own memories. When his sight fell upon the majestic figure of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni, the flames of hatred suddenly rose in his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed them, as fast as a fleeting meteor in the night sky. "Old thing, I finally see you again. These years, I have been thinking about this day all the time," thinking about how to multiply the pain you inflicted on my father 1,000 times. Tianbei Zaihuzu muttered in his heart with gritted teeth. His father, Kisaragi Kinjian, was once such a brave Shinigami, but was killed by Yamamoto Genryūsai Ishigakuni. From then on, the seeds of revenge were planted deep in his heart. As time passed, they took root, sprouted, and grew into towering trees. Soon, it will be your day of retribution. No matter the cost, I will make you pay for what you did back then. All those days I fought desperately on the battlefield, those lonely nights with no one to talk to, were all thanks to you. I endured humiliation for so long, pretended to be loyal, and worked hard to improve my strength, all for this moment. He clenched his fists slightly. His knuckles turned white from the force. However, I can't act rashly now. In front of everyone, I can't reveal my purpose. I must be like a hunter lurking in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike him the fatal blow. Let this so-called assessment be the beginning of his nightmare. When he least expects it, I will bare my fangs and make him taste the bitterness of betrayal and revenge. Amagai Shusuk took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, put on a respectful look, and walked towards Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni and others. There was only calmness and obedience in his eyes, but the hatred deep in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, hot and surging. Yamamoto said, "Tenbei Zaiusuk, show us your Zanpakut." Tenbei Shusuk pulled out his Zanpakut, raised it high, and shouted loudly, "Cut it off!" Thunder and fire. With this roar, a powerful Ryutsu erupted with him as the center, and the originally ordinary Zanpakut underwent an astonishing change in an instant. The end of the weapon was curved into a hook shape, like a sharp eagle claw, as if it could easily tear apart anything that blocked it. Compared to when it was not liberated, the overall shape is more unique and full of a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. The blade became slender, and the original length was extended by nearly 1/3 after being released. The lines of the blade were as smooth as the trail of a meteor across the night sky. Each arc contains the ultimate beauty and deadly lethality, and at first glance, people can feel the sharp feeling coming at them. The handle of the knife had somehow turned into a device similar to an accelerator. The surface is engraved with fine and complex lines, which seem to contain mysterious power and shimmer under the illumination of Ryutsu. And from the pipe of this accelerator, blazing flames are continuously gushing out. The flames licked the blade, causing it to appear a fiery color like a mixture of deep red and bright orange. The blade itself seemed to be a ball of blazing flames, emitting billowing heat waves and distorting the surrounding air. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni nodded slightly, a glint of recognition in his eyes, and said, "Yes, after Shikai there is the level of elite captain. Show us your Bankai." Upon hearing this, Amagai Shusuk's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle's. He slammed the flaming Zanpakut into the ground, stood firmly on his feet, and chanted loudly in Bankai, "Thunder Fire Karma Flame Shell." In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by an even more powerful and terrifying Ryutsu. The Zanpakut and the Tenbei Shiu assistant began to change drastically. The blade grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, first growing to twice the height of an ordinary person, and then its width continued to increase, eventually forming an incomparably gigantic flaming sword. This flaming sword was as thick as a man could hug, and its length was an astonishing 5 feet. The sword was burning with flames of deep red and bright orange all over. The flames seemed to have life, constantly jumping and rolling, making a crackling sound, and each explosion was accompanied by a strong heat wave. The blade became wider and thicker, with jagged flames flashing on the edge. Those serrations were like burning teeth, as if they could easily bite through any defense. The flames flowing on the sword not only make the sword look hotter, but also faintly form some mysterious runes. These runes are faintly visible against the backdrop of the flames, as if telling of an ancient and powerful power. The hilt of the sword has turned into a huge energy core. The original accelerator-like device has now become more complicated, with various pipes and gears intertwined, constantly emitting flames, providing a constant supply of energy to the sword. The flames flowed down the sword body from the hilt, like a long and endless river of fire, making the power of the entire sword even greater. This huge flaming sword gives people an extremely oppressive visual impact. Jaishur Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui, Zaraki Kenpeki, and others standing by couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling the pressure brought by this powerful force. Yamamoto Hong's eyes were even more solemn. He knew very well that Amagai Shosuk was hiding the thoughts of revenge. Now seeing his powerful Bankai power, he became secretly alert. Amagai Shosuk gripped the massive flaming sword tightly in both hands. The Ryutsu on his body echoed with the flames on the sword, and he seemed to become one with the sword, becoming the master of the flames. 01470902441330721770. Yamamoto Genryūsai Ishigakuni nodded and said, "Okay." Upon hearing this, Amagai Shosuk slowly released Bankai, and the huge flaming sword gradually transformed back into its original Zanpakuto form. The flames also died out, but the scorching temperature still remained in the air. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni looked at Amagai Shosuk and said, "You can take over as captain of the third squad tomorrow." A subtle flash of excitement flashed across Tianbei Zaihuzu's eyes, and he quickly said respectfully, "Thank you, Captain." Jaishur Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui, Zaraki Kenpeki, and others gathered around and said congratulations. Afterwards, everyone dispersed. Amagai Shosuk also turned and left. His steps seemed steady, but his heart was surging with emotion, thinking that his years of forbearance had finally paid off, and that his revenge was one step closer. But he hadn't walked far when he heard Yamamoto Hong's voice behind him, "Captain Tianbei, do you want to talk?" Tianbei Shiuzhu turned around and saw Yamamoto Hong alone. He was suddenly wary, but he still responded politely, "What's the matter, Master Hong?" Yamamoto Hong looked at him calmly, "Let's go to Bipolar Hill." Tianbei Zaihuzu was slightly startled, then nodded. Neither of them spoke along the way. Tianbei Zaihuzu looked at Yamamoto Hong's back, and murderous intent surged in his heart. In his eyes, Yamamoto Hong is the son of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, the blood of his enemy. At this moment, there are thousands of opportunities to kill him, but reason tells him not to act impulsively. I can't let this happen. I've been planning for so long, how can I let it go awry because of a momentary impulsiveness? As long as I can get revenge, any amount of patience will be worth it. Tianbei Zaihuzu gritted his teeth secretly and forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Soon, the two arrived at the Bipolar Hill. It was empty and quiet here, with only the sound of the wind whistling past. Yamamoto Hong stopped, turned around and looked at Amaji Hidetoshi, breaking the silence first, "Captain Amaji, I know you have a lot of secrets." Tianbei Zaihuzu's heart tightened, but his face remained calm, "Master Hong, where do you get this from?" Yamamoto Hong narrowed his eyes slightly and stared into Tianbei Zaihuzu's eyes, "The hatred in you is too obvious. I can feel it from the look you give your father." Tianbei Zaihuzu's body stiffened. He didn't expect Yamamoto Hong to be so perceptive. "Has my plan been discovered?" "Impossible. I have been hiding it very well. He is just testing me. I cannot reveal any flaws." Tianbei Zaihuzu thought quickly in his mind. He sneered and said, "Master Hong must have misunderstood. I have only respect for the captain, but I don't have any hatred for a lie." Yamamoto Hong was not fooled by his words and continued, "Captain Tianbei, I don't want Seireitei to lose a talent like you. If you have any difficulties, please tell me and maybe I can help you." Tianbei Shiuzhu was disdainful in his heart, "Can you help me? Help me kill your father? Stop being so hypocritical." But he still responded politely, "I appreciate Master Hong's kindness, it's really nothing." Seeing that he refused to tell the truth, Yamamoto Hong sighed slightly and said, "Captain Amagai, Seoul society is facing many crises right now. Aizen Kyōsuk and Arrancar may attack at any time. We need unity, not internal discord, zhao. Tianbei Zaihuzu was annoyed. It's already this late, and you're still spouting these high-sounding words. I don't care about the Soul Society's crisis. All I care about is revenge. But he still replied perfunctorily, Master Hong is right, I understand this. Mountain. Ben Hong seemed to notice his perfunctory attitude and his tone became serious. Captain Tianbei, I hope you can think carefully. If you do something that harms Soul Society because of personal hatred, you will become a target of public criticism. Tianbei Xiuzhu was furious. So what if I'm the target of public criticism? As long as I can get revenge, I don't care. You don't understand the pain I've been going through all these years. But he still suppressed his emotions and said, Master Hong, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Yamamoto Hong looked at him with a firm gaze, I hope so. I believe you are a capable person, and Soul Society needs people like you to protect it. Tianbei Zaihuzu felt mixed emotions. Yamamoto Hong's words made him a little shaken, but the idea of revenge was deeply rooted in his heart and could not be easily shaken. Protect Soul Society? Then who will avenge my father? All of you Yamamoto family deserve to die. Amagai Shusuk roared in his heart. Tianbei Zaihuzu looked at Yamamoto Hong, clenched his fists, and his nails dug deep into his palms, leaving blood marks. Just wait, Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, your good days won't last long. Even if Yamamoto Hong finds out something, I won't let you escape my revenge. Yamamoto Hong saw Tianbei Zaihuzu's expression and said, You are Uncle Ryu's son, right? Although I have never seen you, I can feel that Uncle Ryu is your son. He's a good man, and he's also my father's only disciple besides senior brothers Kiraku and Jushiro. Chapter 88. One of the top 4 members of the First Division of Kisaragi, a disciple of Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni and the father of Amagai Shusuk. Many years ago, Ryu Kinjian was sent as a spy to investigate the situation of the Zaiatala clan, but was taken hostage and forced to use the taper blade that corrupted his mind. Then ordered to kill those who sent him, Yamamoto was left with no choice but to kill Ryu Kinjian. Ryu Kingsuan realized that he had made a terrible mistake, so before closing his eyes, he told his son Tianbei Zaihuzu who came running over to him to be careful of the Mo Yao knife. Tenbei Zaihuzu thought that it was the taper sword developed by Yamamoto Motoyazu Shigakuni and the Kazumajayaji clan that killed his father, so he planned a series of events. When Tianbei Xiuzhu heard Yamamoto Hong mention his father, he, who had been pretending to be calm, suddenly flew into a rage. His eyes were red and veins popped out on his forehead. He roared, How dare you mention my father? My father was ruthlessly murdered by your father. For so many years, I have struggled in pain, dreaming every night of the tragic scene of my father's death. Can you understand that pain? What gives you the right to stand here and hypocritically talk to me about the crisis of Soul Society and unity? In my heart, the only thing is to avenge my father. His heart was in turmoil at this moment. The hatred of so many years was like a heavy mountain pressing on his heart. Every time he thought of his father, his heart was filled with pain and anger. Countless times in the middle of the night, he cried alone and vowed to make Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni pay the price for his actions. For this moment, he had hidden too deeply and for too long, like a lone wolf lurking in the darkness, silently enduring everything and waiting for the opportunity for revenge. Now, Yamamoto Hong easily punctured the most sensitive scar in his heart, and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong quickly said, Calm down, Tianbei. Things aren't what you think. Dad was forced to do that. Your father was controlled by the Mo Yao knife and lost himself. He had to make that difficult decision. Forced to do so? That's easy to say. Tianbei Xiuzhu simply couldn't hear it. That's my father. He lived an upright life, risking his life for Soul Society, but ended up like that. Couldn't your father think of another way? He's just cold-blooded. As 957 spoke, Amagai Shusuk's hand had already tightly grasped the hilt of Zanpakuto. Ami, you are blinded by hatred now. If you take action now, you will only regret it. Yamamoto Hong tried to dissuade him. He knew very well that Ami Zyasuk had lost his mind at the moment, and once a fight broke out, the consequences would be disastrous. Regret? I've waited too long for this day. Today, even if it means my life or death, I will seek justice for my father. Tenbei Zyuzu has only one thought in his mind, that is revenge. He feels that Yamamoto Hong is just making excuses for his father and cannot understand his pain at all. In his eyes, Yamamoto Hong and Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni were both his enemies. Then, Tenbei Shusuk suddenly drew out Zanpakuto and shouted loudly, "Cut it off!" Thunder fire! As he roared, a powerful Ryutsu erupted from him. The Zanpakuto instantly transformed, its tip curved into a hook, its blade becoming slender. The accelerator device on the handle sprayed out a blazing flame, which licked the blade and distorted the surrounding air. Tianbei, you really misunderstood. Yamamoto Hong Yi was ready for a fight. He didn't want to be an enemy of Tianbei Zyuzu, but at this moment, he had to stop Tianbei Zyuzu from doing something irreparable. Stop talking nonsense. Today it's either you die or I die. Amagai Shusuk waved the flaming Zanpakuto and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong. His eyes were filled with madness and determination. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't kill Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni today, being able to get rid of his son first would be an important step towards revenge. Yamamoto Hong dodged sideways, easily avoiding Amagai Hidetoshi's attack. He said, "Amagai, look at you now. Is this what your father would want to see? He certainly wouldn't want you to become consumed by hatred for revenge. Don't talk about my father." Tenbei Zyasuk launched another attack, this time even more fiercely. The flame Zanpakuto came with a whistling sound, as if it was going to burn Yamamoto Hong to ashes. "I know you hate Dad, but this really has nothing to do with my dad. It's all caused by the Kashomajayaji family." Yamamoto Hong dodged the attacks while trying to wake up Amagai Shusuk's mind. "Bullshit! All of this was caused by Yamamoto Motoryazai Shigakuni and Kashomajayaji's family." Tianbei Zyuzu simply couldn't listen to what Yamamoto Hong said, with only the flame of revenge burning in his heart. In his opinion, all those things Yamamoto Hong said were excuses, all to protect Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni. The two fought back and forth on the bipolar hill, and the aftermath of the battle caused the surrounding land to begin to crack. Tenbei Zyusuk's attacks became more and more crazy, but Yamamoto Hong kept dodging with the strength he gained from the previous battle with Zanpakuto and his own combat experience. "Tianbei, stop it! Hatred will only get you deeper and deeper into trouble." Yamamoto Hong dodged and persuaded. He didn't want to see Tianbei Zyuzu lose himself because of hatred, and he didn't want to see Seoul society fall into crisis because of this internal strife. "Impossible. My revenge will not stop until I die." Tianbei Zyuzu gritted his teeth, the hatred in his heart was like a surging tide, hitting his reason wave after wave. He felt that there was no turning back. After so many years of forbearance and so much pain, he could not give up the idea of revenge. Yamamoto Hong looked at Tianbei Zyuzu, who had fallen into madness, and knew that if he continued like this, the situation would only get more out of control. He was helpless and could only hope to use tough measures to calm Tianbei Zyuzu down. Yamamoto Hong quickly crossed his arms and shouted, "Great illusion of the universe!" In an instant, a terrifying and mysterious force erupted from the bipolar H. A huge illusion of a demon's eye appeared in the background, emitting a strange light, as if it could see through everything. This was the great illusion of the universe, an extremely domineering space-based attack skill with overwhelming power. As Yamamoto Hong performed his moves, the space began to distort violently, and Tianbei Zyuzu only felt a powerful force wrapping himself tightly. Before he could react, Tianbei Xiuzhu was thrown into an independent and different space. In this strange space, Tianbei Xiuzhu felt spatial fluctuations coming from all directions like sharp blades, constantly impacting his body. Yamamoto Hong didn't use his full strength, only using 10% of his power. 0147090224 Phila 1330722340. Even so, the power of this move cannot be underestimated. Tianbei Xiuzhu was struggling to hold on in the different space. The powerful attack left him with multiple injuries, blood constantly gushing out, and he became in a miserable state. Finally, he could no longer bear it and fell heavily to the ground, breathing weakly and falling into a state of serious injury. However, Tianbei Xiuzhu has an indomitable and ruthless spirit in his bones. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and withstood the power of thunder and fire, slowly standing up again. His eyes were still filled with hatred and madness as he stared at Yamamoto Hong. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong hurriedly said, "Tianbei, calm down and listen to me. Things are really not what you think." But at this moment, Amagai Zyasuk was completely blinded by hatred and was unwilling to listen to Yamamoto Hong's explanation. He waved the burning Zanpakut and rushed towards Yamamoto Hong again. Yamamoto Hong sighed in his heart. He knew that he had to take tougher measures. He concentrated Ryutsu and shouted, "Phoenix Phantom Fist!" His fist was surrounded by blazing phoenix flames, and with great power and oppression, he punched Amagai Shisuke between the eyebrows. After this punch, Tianbei Xiuzhu felt dizzy and his consciousness began to blur. In a trance, Yamamoto Hong disappeared in front of him, and was replaced by the figure of his father Ryu Kingsuan. Ryu Kingsuan still looks the same as in memory, wearing a death suit and having a short beard. He is a middle-aged uncle with a sense of vicissitudes of life. When Tianbei Xiuzhu saw his father, his eyes instantly became moist and he quickly called out, "Dad!" His voice was filled with endless grievances and longing. Ryu Kinjian looked at his son, his eyes full of heartache and helplessness, and asked, "Tianbei, what are you doing?" Tianbei Shisuke clenched his fists, a fierce look flashing in his eyes as he said, "Dad, I'm going to avenge you. I won't let that old BD Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni go. I've been waiting for this moment all these years. I'm going to make him pay for what he did back then." Ryu Kinjian shook his head slightly, a sigh lingering in his tone. "Tianbei, you're wrong. Your real enemy isn't the teacher, but the Kazumajao Road clan. Back then, I was sent as a spy to investigate the Kazumajao Road clan, but unfortunately, I was taken hostage and forced to use the taper blade, which corrupted my mind. Under those circumstances, I lost myself and did many things against my will. The teacher had no choice but to kill me. He also wanted to protect Soul Society and more people." Tianbei Xiuzhu showed an expression of disbelief on his face after hearing what his father said. "How is it possible? Dad, don't lie to me. How could he have been forced to do so? He obviously had other ways. For so many years, I dreamed of the tragic scene of your death every night. How could I forget those pains? I suffered so much just to avenge you." As he spoke, Tianbei Xiuzhu burst into tears. Ryu Kinjian stepped forward, gently stroked Tianbei Xiuzhu's head, and said softly, "Silly child, listen to me. At the moment of my death, I had actually broken free from the control of the Moyadao and regained consciousness. I know I made an unforgivable mistake, and being able to free myself at that time was actually a blessing for me. Sensei is an upright man. He has always been concerned about the entire Soul Society. He would never make such a decision if it wasn't absolutely necessary." Tianbei Xiuzhu's body was trembling slightly, and he was struggling painfully in his heart. Over the years, revenge has become Tianbei Xiuzhu's only motivation to survive. Now his father tells him that the object of his hatred is wrong, which makes him find it difficult to accept. "But, Dad, I've already paid so much, what should I do?" Tianbei Xiuzhu asked in a trembling voice. Ryukinjian looked at his son, his eyes full of encouragement. Tenbei, let go of your hatred. Hatred will only make you sink deeper and deeper, and make you lose yourself. You are a capable person. Seoul society is facing many crises right now. Aizen Kyōja and Arrancar may attack at any time. You should use your strength to protect Seoul society and those innocent people. This is what you should truly do. Tenbei Zaihuzu was silent for a long time, his mind replaying his father's words. He thought of everything he had done in the pursuit of revenge over the years, all the disguises, all the pain, now seemed to have lost its meaning, and Yamamoto Hong's words echoed in his ears. Dad, I seem to be really wrong. Tenbei Zaihuzu raised his head and looked at his father. The hatred in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a trace of confusion and regret. Ryukingsuan smiled with relief. Child, as long as you can understand. It's good that it's white, it's not too late now, you still have a chance to make amends. Go and have a good talk with Yamamoto Hong, he's a good kid, he will help you. At this moment, Tenbei Shiuju felt a trance in front of his eyes, and his father's figure gradually disappeared. He came to his senses and found himself facing Yamamoto Hong. At this moment, most of the hatred in his heart had disappeared, leaving only fatigue and regret. Yamamoto Hong, I wronged you and Captain Yamamoto. Tenbei Zaihuzu lowered his head and said in a low voice. Yamamoto Hong looked at Amagai Hidetoji and breathed a sigh of relief. Amagai, I'm glad you figured it out. Our top priority now is to expose the Kazuma-Jaiji clan's conspiracy. Amagai Shusuk nodded and let go of his hatred for the Yamamoto family, but he did not give up his hatred for the Kazuma-Jaiji family. Tenbei Zaihuzu said, what should we do next? Yamamoto Hong said, it's very simple, you go to contact the Seattle clan and put them in the open. As long as the matter gets out of hand, we can take action. You can use one person. That is Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo. Tenbei Zaihuzu asked, how to use it? Yamamoto Hong roughly told him about the method of Tenbei Zaihuzu in the original book. Tenbei Zaihuzu nodded and felt that Yamamoto Hong's method was very consistent with his own wishes. This was how he intended to take revenge on Yamamoto, but this time the target had changed. Chapter 89. It was just dawn, and the soft sunlight had just given Seireitei a faint golden edge, when the tranquility of the 3rd Squad's barracks was broken by a commotion. The moment Amagai Shusuk and 3rd Seat Takafune Riki stepped into the team barracks, the team members who were originally talking in low voices suddenly fell silent, and their gazes, filled with scrutiny and suspicion, pierced the new captain like needles. Just him? Can he do it? We've been on expeditions before and rarely seen him. A team member muttered in a low voice. Although his voice was soft, it was particularly clear in the quiet atmosphere. That's right, Captain Ichimaru-jin is so powerful, how can he compare? Another team member echoed, his eyes full of distrust. Tenbei Shiuju seemed oblivious to these doubts. He remained composed, a gentle smile playing on his face as he spoke, from today on, I will be your captain. Let's work hard together in the days ahead. However, the only response he got was silence. The team members whispered to each other, and the suspicion and gloom in their eyes did not diminish. As long as I am your captain, I will always protect you. Tenbei Zaihuzu raised his voice and looked at everyone with a firm gaze. The sincerity and determination in his eyes moved some team members slightly, but the seeds of doubt had already been planted and could not be eliminated in a short time. Vice Captain Kira Izuru was caught in the middle, feeling helpless and embarrassed. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but swallowed the words back. So he went to consult Matsumoto Rangiku, who then casually suggested, why don't we hold a welcome party? It'll be lively and everyone can get acquainted with the new captain. Kira Izuru seemed to have grasped a lifeline. She nodded quickly and said, that's a good idea. I can relax at home. So Kira Izuru went back and told the team members about this proposal. Although the team members were still a little reluctant, they couldn't object, so they all got busy preparing for the welcome party. After a while, simple food and wine were served, and everyone sat around together, but the atmosphere was still a little stiff. Kiraizaru picked up a glass of sake, walked up to Amagai Shusuke, forced a smile, and said, "Captain, welcome, this glass of sake is for you." Tianbei Zaihuzu took the wine, a barely perceptible embarrassment flashed across his face, but he still tilted his head back and drank it. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, Tianbei Zaihuzu's face quickly turned red and his eyes began to blur. Before anyone could react, he fell to the ground with a thud and fell into a deep sleep. What's going on? The team members were suddenly in an uproar, showing surprised expressions. Takafune Riki smiled helplessly and explained, "Captain Amagai has a very low alcohol tolerance, 1 glass of wine is enough to make him drunk." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh and cry, and they had a better understanding of the eccentricity of this new captain. But before everyone could recover from this embarrassing situation, an emergency report came: Minos Grande has invaded the Broken World. Seireitei's order was quickly issued: main team attack immediately. Kiraizaru and Takafune Riki hurriedly organized the team to set off. Under their leadership, the third squad quickly arrived at the Bankai. As soon as they arrived at the battlefield, the team members immediately engaged in the battle, and with their superb skills and tacit cooperation, they killed most of Minos Grande. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, a strange wave came and a huge monster suddenly appeared. It opened its bloody mouth and devoured the remaining Minos Grande one by one. The powerful sense of oppression made the members of the third team feel nervous. "Not good, retreat quickly!" Kiraizaru shouted loudly, and the team members immediately turned around and evacuated, but there were still a few team members who were a little slow and were covered by the poisonous attack. Kiraizaru was extremely anxious and turned around without hesitation to go to the rescue. At this moment, a staggering figure blocked his way. Kiraizaru looked closely and saw that it was the drunk Amagai Shusuke. Although Amagai Shusuke's steps were unsteady, his eyes were extremely firm, and he said loudly, "I said, I will protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out Zanpakut, and a powerful Ryotsu burst out, rushing towards Juto like a surging tide. "Cut it off, Lai Huo!" With a roar from Tenbei Shusuke, Zanpakut released a dazzling light, instantly enveloping Juto. There was a deafening roar, and Atu was reduced to ashes under this powerful attack. After resolving the problem, Tianbei Xiuzhu seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His body went limp and he fainted again. Kiraizaru and Takafune Riki rushed forward and lifted him up steadily. The team members gathered around and looked at the unconscious Tianbei Xiuzhu. The doubts in their hearts had long disappeared, replaced by admiration and amazement. "I didn't expect the captain to be so powerful. Yet, I really misunderstood him before." The team members discussed with each other, and their eyes were full of respect when they looked at Tianbei Xiuzhu. On the way back, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on everyone, reflecting a warm golden color. Kiraizaru and Takafune Ri carried Amagai Shusuke and walked in front, and the members of the 3rd Division followed behind. Although there was not much talking in the team, there was an atmosphere of unity and trust. This experience was like a timely rain, which extinguished the doubts of the team members about the new captain and made them see the strength and responsibility of Tianbei Zaihuzu. As for what kind of journey Amagai Shusuke, the seemingly ordinary yet mysterious new captain, will lead the 3rd Division in the future, everything is still unknown. But at this moment, the team members have more expectations and trust in their hearts, and are ready to face future challenges with this new captain. One day, 3 strange transfer students came to Kurosaki Ichigo's class in a high school. The leading one was a little blonde girl, Kazumi Aji Rurakiyo. The Kazumi Jayaji family is an upper-class noble family second only to the 4 noble families of Seoul society. Generations have been led by women, who master the technology of Seoul society to create weapons. Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo is the legitimate heir of the Kashoma Jayagi family. Her mother died shortly after giving birth to her, and her father also died one after another. Therefore, she became the head of the Kashoma Jayagi family at a young age. However, he was too young to take on this important task, and his family was in turmoil. The retainer, Kyung-hwa, took advantage of this opportunity to exploit his position within the family to usurp the Kashoma Jayagi clan and attempt to assassinate Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo. Therefore, Inyalong and Saralong, hereditary servants of the Kashoma Jayagi clan, secretly brought the princess out of the world and protected her all the way, though Rurokiyo herself was initially unaware of this. 0147090224 Fula 1330725540. The man on her left is Inyazaki Ryasei, also known as Inyalong. He is a retainer of the Kashoma Jayagi family and is dedicated to protecting Princess Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo. When Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo was hunted down and came to the human world, he and Seireitei accompanied Rurokiyo diligently and took a high-handed attitude towards Ichigo and others. When he learned that Kurosaki Ichigo was a Shinigami agent, he asked Kurosaki Ichigo and others to protect Rurokiyo. Although he sometimes has conflicts with Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo over some things, he still cares about Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo the most and is Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo's most beloved and loyal retainer. The tall and taciturn man on the right is called Sarukawaka Saburo, also known as Saralong. He is the personal guard, the highest-ranking attendant to the princess. As soon as Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo came to the classroom, she kept talking about how great she was. The teachers couldn't do anything with her because she gave a large sum of money to the school. The principal had to flatter her. Kurosaki Ichigo was annoyed by the words and actions of Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo and others, and the anger in his heart suddenly rose up. He didn't care about anything else and reached out to drag Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo to the balcony. This sudden action instantly made the atmosphere around him extremely tense. Inyalong's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what was happening. His face flushed crimson with anger, and the veins on his forehead popped out like earthworms. He shouted, "What are you doing? You treat Her Highness the Princess so disrespectfully. Do you have any respect for the law? Do you have any respect for hierarchy?" Inyalong clenched his fists tightly, his joints turning white from the force. The anger in his heart was rising, and he wanted to rush up immediately and teach Kurosaki Ichigo a lesson, so that he would know that there would be a price to pay for offending the nobles. In his opinion, the princess is of extremely noble status, and Kurosaki Ichigo's behavior is simply treasonous. Kurosaki Ichigo ignored Inyalong's anger. He looked him straight in the eyes, his tone full of dissatisfaction and questioning. "You nobles, what are you doing in the human world for no reason? The human world is not your sole society. You will not be tolerated here as you please." Kurosaki Ichigo thought to himself, "These nobles have always been high and mighty, I wonder what they are planning now. I hope they don't bring all that messy trouble here and affect the city he is protecting and the people around him." Inyalong snorted coldly, raised his head, and said arrogantly, "How can you, a little Shinigami agent, interfere in the affairs of us nobles? Your only responsibility is to protect Her Royal Highness the Princess. This is your obligation." Inyalong felt that Kurosaki Ichigo was too presumptuous and dared to question the actions of the nobles. In his heart, the status of the nobles was far higher than that of a little Shinigami agent. "Please give me flowers." At this time, Kashoma Jayagi Rurokiyo straightened her messed-up clothes, nodded, and said with an arrogant look on her face, "Yes, I just came here to have fun. I wanted to give you a chance to get close to the nobles. You should feel honored." She grew up in an aristocratic family and was used to being pampered. In her opinion, giving Kurosaki Ichigo the opportunity to contact her was a gift to him. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned, his face filled with impatience. He responded directly, "Excuse me, I have no interest in getting close to the nobility. I grew up in the modern world and don't understand your class concepts. My only responsibility is to protect this city. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. Kurosaki Ichigo secretly complained in his heart, nobility, gifts, in his eyes, are not as important as protecting the city in front of him and the people around him. The dog dragon was so angry that he was shaking all over. He shouted again, "How dare you speak to Her Royal Highness like that? This is an unforgivable crime." Inu Ryu feels that Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude has seriously challenged the authority of the nobles, and he must protect Kosei's dignity. Although Yuanlong couldn't speak for some reason, his face was terribly gloomy and his eyes revealed a strong warning. 00. He stood beside Kashoma Genryūsai, leaning forward slightly, as if ready to attack at any time. He kept thinking in his heart that this Shinigami agent was too arrogant. If he were in Soul Society, he would not be allowed to be so presumptuous. He must teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at them like this and sighed helplessly, his inner irritation growing even worse. "I really don't want to argue with you. You'd better leave here quickly and don't bring the complicated troubles of Soul Society into the real world. If you really bring danger to this city, I will definitely not sit idly by, but this is different from helping you solve the mess between the nobles." Kurosaki Ichigo knew that the appearance of these nobles must be serious, and he did not want to be involved in their disputes. But as a Shinigami agent, he cannot turn a blind eye to the possible dangers. Inyalong wanted to continue arguing, but was stopped by Kazumi Genryūsai. Kazumi Genryūsai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly calmed down and thought to herself that this boy was different from anyone she had met before. He was stubborn and determined. "Okay, Inyalong. It seems that Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo has his own ideas." She paused, a faint smile on her face. "Perhaps, we can find another way to cooperate. I know you don't have a good impression of the nobles, but we are indeed in trouble now, and this trouble may very well affect the real world." Kurosaki Ichigo said, "Tell me about it." Kazuma Genryūsai sighed softly, "To be honest, someone in my family has secretly colluded with some forces. They might attack the present world, and this city might be implicated. I hope you can help us, but of course, I won't let you help for nothing." She thought that perhaps with the help of Kurosaki Ichigo's power, she could solve the family crisis and protect herself. Kurosaki Ichigo was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He knew that if it was really as Kazumi Genryūsai said, then he really couldn't just ignore it. "I can help you, but I have my conditions. You must listen to my arrangements and not act recklessly like before. Also, once this is over, you must leave this world immediately. Don't cause any more trouble here." He thought that as long as he could protect the city, it would be fine to cooperate with these nobles temporarily. Kazuma Genryūsai nodded, "Okay, I promise. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." She appeared calm on the surface, but in her heart she felt relieved, feeling that she had finally found someone she could rely on. Although Inyalong was still reluctant, he had no choice but to obey Kazuma Genryūsai's decision. Yuanlong frowned slightly. He still had some distrust towards Kurosaki Ichigo, but there was no other way. Chapter 90. Taking advantage of the night, Amaji Zaihuzu quietly arrived at Chuangji Hill. Moonlight cast a long shadow on the ground, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Yamamoto Hong had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Tianbei Zaihuzu, he nodded slightly. Kazuma Genryūsai has already escaped to the real world under the arrangement of the guards, and Yunjing has also begun to clean up the dissidents in the Kazuma Genryūsai clan. Amagai Shusuk said in a low voice with a hint of excitement in his voice. Yamamoto Hong's eyes gleamed, "That's great, everything is going according to plan. When they have almost finished messing around internally, we will wipe out the Kazuma clan. Let their conspiracy fail completely." Tenbei Shusuk nodded, but his expression was a little serious. Yamamoto Hong noticed his strangeness and asked, how is Takafune? When mentioning Takafune Ri, Tenbei Zaihuzu felt a pain in his heart, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was full of helplessness and pain. Takafune was attracted by the power of the Kamiao sword. I never thought that he would fall into it. Amagai Shusuk's voice trembled a little, and his eyes were full of disappointment. Takafune Riki was his trusted subordinate who had always followed him in battles. He thought that Takafune Riki had the same firm beliefs as him. But now, Gai Fengli was bewitched by the Yayadao, which was hard for him to accept. Yamamoto Hong frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Do you need me to help? Tianbei Zaihuzu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. No need, I can handle my own people myself. This is my responsibility, I can't push him to others. Amagai Shusuk thought to himself that Takafune Riki had once fought alongside him in the 873 and those days of fighting side by side were still vivid in his mind. He still remembered the nervousness when Gai Fengli first went to the battlefield, and the excitement when he made military achievements, but now, everything has changed. Tianbei Zaihuzu looked into the distance, his thoughts drifting away. I have always valued Takafune and regarded him as my right-hand man. We have been through so many battles together, and I thought he had justice and soul society in his heart, just like me. But the power of the Yayo sword was like a demon, easily devouring him. His voice was full of self-blame. Perhaps I didn't care enough about him and didn't notice the changes in his heart in time. Yamamoto Hong patted Tianbei Zaihuzu's shoulder and comforted him. This isn't your fault. The power of the Yayadao is too strange. Many people find it difficult to resist. Your father was a victim. Don't blame yourself too much. Tianbei Zaihuzu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I know, now is not the time to blame myself. The conspiracy of the Kashomajayaji clan has not been fully exposed, and Soul Society is still facing a huge crisis. I must cheer up and deal with the matter of Gi-Fun. I can't let him become a stumbling block to our plan. His eyes gradually became firm. I'll try to bring him back to consciousness. If that doesn't work, I won't show any mercy. Tianbei Zaihuzu silently swore in his heart that for the sake of Soul Society and his father's last wish, he would not hesitate even a little. Even when facing his most trusted subordinates, he must make the right choice. Yamamoto Hong looked at Amagai Shusuk with approval in his eyes. I believe you can handle it. If there's anything I can help you with, feel free to ask. We're allies in the fight against the Kashomajayaji clan, aren't we? Tenbei Zaihuzu nodded, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. In this difficult time, he felt a little relieved to have a partner like Yamamoto Hong. Thank you, Lord Hong. I feel much more at ease with you around. The two men stood on the bipolar hill, and under the moonlight, their figures appeared particularly determined. Although there are still many difficulties ahead, they all understand that in order to protect Soul Society and expose the conspiracy of the Kashomajayaka clan, they must move forward bravely and not retreat. At this moment, Amagai Shusuk also made up his mind to solve Takafune's problem by himself. No matter what the result was, he would not shirk his responsibility. At this moment, a man wearing a purple nightgown and a purple mask appeared and said, Tenbei Zaihuzu, you don't really want to cooperate with Master Yunjing. The voice was low and cold, sounding particularly eerie in the silent bipolar hill. Tianbei Zaihuzu was shocked, but remained calm on the surface. He said, it's Panasonic. You actually saw it. What do you want to do? He thought to himself that Panasonic's appearance was too sudden. It seemed that Yunjing had a trick up his sleeve and arranged spies to keep an eye on him in the dark. But he was not afraid. He had gone through countless hardships and dangers in order to seek revenge over the years, so how could he let this small episode disrupt his plans? Matsushita snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. I will take your heads and give them to Lord Yunjing. His words were full of unquestionable murderous intent. Yamamoto Hong laughed heartily after hearing his words. his eyes filled with disdain. To think of fighting against two captain-level figures is an idiot. He thought to himself that Panasonic was too conceited. It was really ridiculous to think that he could easily defeat them with just a strange knife. However, he did not dare to be careless. Judging from the strange aura emitted by the Moyao knife in Matsushida's hand, this knife must be extraordinary. Panasonic didn't seem to care about Yamamoto Hong's ridicule. He slowly took out a knife that looked like a living creature, which was the taper knife. The knife has a strange shape, the blade is flashing with a cold light, and there are several slender tentacles extending around it. There is a core similar to an eye in the center of the blade, which is slowly rotating and emitting a strange light. Matsushita said proudly, "This is the taper blade. It absorbs the wielder's Ryutsu and then enhances its own power through the core hidden within the blade. You captains are no match for us." Matsushita was full of confidence. In his opinion, with the Moyao sword, Ben Hong and Tianbei Shiuju were just lambs to be slaughtered. Matsushita, who possessed the Moyao sword, was extremely arrogant and did not take Yamamoto Hong and Tianbei Zayasuk seriously at all. Amagai Shusuk was burning with rage. He placed his hand tightly on the knife, wishing he could immediately draw out Zanpakut and kill this ignorant guy. But Yamamoto Hong stopped him and said softly, "Let me do it, it's too obvious if you do it." Yamamoto Hong knew that Tianbei Zaihuzu now had a special identity. If he easily exposed his opposition to Yunjing, his subsequent plans would be greatly hindered. He decided to test the power of the Moyao knife first. Seeing this, Panasonic laughed even louder. "You all come together." He felt that the two people in front of him were just pretending to be calm and could not pose any threat to him at all. As he spoke, Matsushita allowed the taper blade to absorb his Ryutsu. As the Ryutsu continued to be injected, the taper blade became larger and larger. The originally slender tentacles became thick and powerful, waving in the air, making a whoosh sound. The light on the blade became more and more dazzling, and the light in the core was even more dazzling, like a small energy uzumaki. Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath and slowly gathered the Ryutsu in his palm. His eyes became as sharp as an eagle, and he was secretly thinking about how to deal with the situation. Yamamoto Hong understood that the power of this taper blade increased greatly after absorbing Ryutsu. "Humph, then let me see how powerful your so-called magic knife is." Yamamoto Hong snorted coldly and launched the first attack. He flashed and rushed towards Matsushita like a ghost, and his right fist, with tremendous power, hit Matsushita's face directly. A sneer appeared on Matsushita's lips as he calmly swung the taper knife. A tentacle quickly stretched out, like a tough rope, and wrapped around Yamamoto Hong's arm. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed, and he dodged the attack of the tentacles by moving sideways. At the same time, he changed his left fist into a palm and chopped at the tentacles. With a bang, the palm and the tentacle collided with each other, making a dull sound. Yamamoto Hong only felt a powerful force coming, making his arm slightly numb. There really is something to this. Yamamoto Hong secretly marveled in his heart, but he did not back down. He pushed off the ground with both feet, jumped high, and somersaulted in the air to avoid Panasonic's attack again. "Look at my holy sword!" Yamamoto Hong shouted, and a powerful Ryutsu appeared in his palm in an instant. As Yamamoto Hong waved his hand, a powerful sword pressure slashed towards Matsushita. Panasonic saw this scene, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. "Moyao, devour these attacks," he roared. The core of the Moyao knife shone brightly. The moment the sword approached the Moyao knife, it was sucked in by a powerful suction force and disappeared without a trace. "Is that all you can do?" Panasonic sneered. Yamamoto Hong ignored his ridicule. He found that although the Moyao sword was powerful, it took a certain amount of time to absorb attacks and there must be some limitations. It could not absorb attacks that were too strong. Yamamoto Hong sneered in his heart, "Since you are so arrogant, I will let you taste the power of this cosmic illusion." He quickly crossed his arms and shouted, "Cosmic illusion!" In an instant, a terrifying and mysterious force erupted on the bipolar bed. A huge illusion of a demon's eye appeared in the background, emitting a strange light, as if it could see through everything. The space began to distort violently, and a powerful force surged towards Panasonic like a surging tide. Panasonic's face suddenly changed. He never expected that Yamamoto Hong would suddenly use such a powerful move. Under the impact of this force, the Mo Yao Dao absorbed Ryutsu crazily, but before it absorbed a quarter of the force, the core in the center of the blade, which looked like an eye, could no longer withstand it, making a sizzling sound, and then exploded with a bang. The tentacles on the blade instantly lost their vitality and drooped limply. The blade also became dull and completely lost its previous majesty. Panasonic was directly hit by the power of the great illusion of the universe. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and he fell heavily to the ground, spurting out a large mouthful of blood. His whole body fell into a state of heavy defense. Yamamoto Hong looked at Panasonic lying on the ground struggling, and secretly felt relieved that his guess was confirmed. Humph, just as I expected, this Mo Yao sword is strange, but it is not invincible. If it were really that powerful, Yunjing would have absorbed Dad's Ryutsu and dominated the world long ago. Tianbei Zaihuzu stepped forward and looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes full of surprise and admiration. "Master Hong, your trick is really amazing." Yamamoto Hong shook his head slightly. Although the taper blade can absorb attacks, its absorption speed cannot keep up with the intensity of my attacks, and its core's endurance is limited. Yunjing must know this, so he didn't dare to attack Dad easily. Matsushita lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. "Don't be complacent, Master Kyujing won't let you go. He will definitely avenge me." Yamamoto Hong snorted disdainfully, "Just him? Once we expose the Kazumagayaji clan's conspiracy, he won't be able to save himself. You'd better just tell me your plan, and maybe I can give you a quick death." Matsushita gritted his teeth and refused to answer. "Dream on. I'll never tell you even if I die." Yamamoto Hong frowned, thinking about how to get information from Panasonic. At this time, Tianbei Zaihuzu came forward, squatted down, stared into Matsushita's eyes and said, "Matsushita, do you think that if you work hard for Yunjing, he will really treat you well? Look at your current situation of 1.2, he just treats you as a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. That's all." Panasonic's eyes wavered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "Don't try to sow discord between me and Master Yunjing. I'm utterly loyal to him." Tianbei Zaihuzu continued, "Loyal? You are controlled by the Mo Yao Dao and have lost yourself. Is this what you call loyalty? Think about your family and friends. What do they think of you? How sad would you be if you were like this now?" Matsushita's body trembled slightly. It seemed that Tenbei Shusuk's words had hit a sore spot. The faces of his family members appeared in his mind, and a sharp pain pierced his heart. Seeing this, Tianbei Zaihuzu struck while the iron was hot. "Matsushita, you still have a chance to turn back now. Tell us the conspiracy of the Seattle clan. We can help you get rid of the control of the Mo Yao Dao. You are free." Matsushita said, "Yunjing Da. Yunjing wants to be the most powerful noble in Seoul society. First he must control the Kazumagayaji clan, and then use the power of the taper blade. Make everyone surrender." Yamamoto Hong nodded, "Very good, you are quite sensible. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with us, we will not make things difficult for you." Matsushita nodded slightly, his eyes filled with fatigue and regret. He knew he had made an unforgivable mistake and only hoped to make amends in this way. Yamamoto Hong stood up and looked at Tianbei Zaihuzu. "It seems that we have to speed up our actions. We can't let Yunjing's conspiracy succeed." Tianbei Zaihuzu clenched his fists and said, "Well, I will deal with the matter of Guifuni as soon as possible, and work with you to expose the conspiracy of the Kazhomageiji clan. Chapter 91. Matsushita endured the pain in his body, dragged his heavy steps, and returned to the courtyard of the Kazhomageiji clan as instructed by Yamamoto Hong. This courtyard is like a luxurious maze, with carved beams, painted buildings, flying eaves, and brackets. Every detail shows the nobility and wealth of the Seireitei family as upper-class aristocrats. The ground was paved with carefully polished marble, which shone with a cool luster under the moonlight, like a huge mirror, reflecting the magnificent buildings around it. Various rare flowers, plants, and trees are neatly arranged in the courtyard, some of which were even transplanted from the mysterious land of Soul Society, exuding a strange fragrance. Walking along the winding gravel road, Panasonic finally arrived at Yunjing's room. The door of the room is tall and heavy, made of precious wood, with intricate carvings on it. It is the family crest of the Zayadala family and some ancient mysterious patterns symbolizing the family's glory and inheritance. Matsushita took a deep breath, raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. Yunjing's cold and majestic voice came from inside the room, "Come in." Panasonic pushed open the door and walked in slowly. The room was even more luxuriously decorated. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and its dazzling light illuminated the entire room. Yunjing sat on a chair made of gold, with a huge scroll behind him depicting the glorious achievements of the Kazhomadera family in the past. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked at Matsushita with cold eyes. When he saw the injuries on Matsushita's body and the broken moyao knife in his hand, his brows frowned instantly. "What's going on?" Yunjing's voice was filled with obvious displeasure and anger. Following Yamamoto Hong's instructions, Panasonic lowered his head and said, "I was spotted by Tianbei while I was under surveillance. He realized I was following him and attacked me without a word. I was no match for him at all. He even broke my moyao knife." Matsushita secretly congratulated himself on his acting skills, but at the same time, he was furious at Yunjing's attitude. He thought, just as Tenbei Shusuk said, Yunjing doesn't treat us as human beings at all. He only sees us as chess pieces to be discarded at will. I must find a way to get back at the humiliation I suffered today. Yunjing snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "Useless trash, no wonder you guys can't even join Team 13. You can only work for me like dogs." Matsushita gritted his teeth, clenched his hands into fists in his sleeves, and his nails dug deep into his palms. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and not let it explode in front of Yunjing. Panasonic kept telling himself in his heart, "Just bear with it for now. When I get the chance, I will definitely let you taste my power." Yunjing didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Matsushita. He waved his hand and said, "You've been discovered, and he didn't kill you. This proves he still has some sincerity. You can leave now." Panasonic quickly said, "Yes." Then he turned around and slowly walked out of the room. The moment he closed the door, he looked back at Yunjing, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. After Panasonic left, Yunjing clapped his hands, and a man with a scar on his face instantly appeared behind him. This man's name was Kenjing Hanzuo, the leader of the Yunjing assassination unit. He was sturdy and his eyes were fierce and cold, emitting a chilling message. Yunjing asked, "How are things going with Lu Liqiu?" Guanjing Hanzuo bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It's all arranged. Jutio Yulong and Tonghu will deal with In Yulong and Ape Long. Those two guys are quite skilled, so they should be more than enough to deal with In Yulong and Ape Long. Once they're dealt with, Lu Liqiu will be isolated and helpless, and we will be at our disposal." Guanjing Hanzhou thought to himself that as long as he completed this task, his position next to Yunjing would be more stable, and he might even get more power and wealth. Yunjing nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. "Well, you're worthy of me. Inyulong and Saralong have always been loyal to Yoruichi. Only by getting rid of them can we successfully control the Kazhomageiji family. That little girl Yoruichi thought she could escape my control by hiding in the real world. She's so naive. There was a greedy glint in Yunjing's eyes. He seemed to have seen the moment when he would take control of the entire Kashomageiji family and become the most powerful noble in Seoul society. Guanjing Banzuo raised his head slightly, looked at Yunjing and said, "Sir, although the nine-headed dragon and the bronze tiger are very powerful, the dog dragon and the monkey dragon should not be underestimated. Should we send more people over there? Just in case." Guanjing Hanza was a little worried about the failure of the mission. After all, Inyalong and Saralong showed great strength in protecting Kashomageiji Rurokiyo. If something unexpected happened, his position in Yunjing's heart would definitely be affected. Yunjing thought for a moment and said, "No, Jutio Yulong and Tonghu are enough to deal with them. We can't disperse too much power now. There are other important things to arrange. As long as they can quickly eliminate Inyalong and Apalong, Liulicho will be ours. Once we control Liulicho and harness the power of the taper blade, the entire Seoul society will be under my control." Yunjing became more and more excited as he spoke. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room, his eyes full of ambition. Guanjing Banzuo nodded and said, "Your Excellency is wise. I will make some arrangements first and have Jutio Yulong and Tonghu act as soon as possible." Yunjing waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. Remember, you must do it cleanly and quickly, and don't leave any evidence behind." Guanjing Hanzuo bowed again, then turned and quickly left the room. Yunjing watched Guanjing Banzuo's departing figure with a sinister smile on his face. He walked to the window and looked out at the luxurious courtyard. Yunjing thought to himself, "The Kashomageiji family will soon belong entirely to me. Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni, and those who stand in my way, will all be trampled under my feet." In another corner of the courtyard, a black cat lay quietly on the wall, its eyes flashing with mysterious light, as if watching everything. Suddenly, the black cat leaped lightly and disappeared into the darkness, as if it had never appeared. However, the courtyard of the Kashomaderu clan was still filled with a luxurious yet dangerous atmosphere. A greater conspiracy was quietly brewing. The black cat quietly sneaked into the real world, shuttled through the shadows of the bustling city, and finally came to the back alley of Uruhara's store. It jumped lightly onto the windowsill and meowed as if sending a signal. Inside the store, Uruhara Kisuke, who was fiddling with a mysterious prop, heard the sound. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He stopped what he was doing and walked to the window. "Hey, Yoruichi-san, what interesting news do you bring this time?" Uruhara Kisuke said as he picked up the black cat and put it into the inner room. Kuroniko transformed back into Shihaoran Yoruichi. With a serious expression, she told Uruhara Kisuke all the conspiracy she had heard in the courtyard of the Kashomageiji clan. After hearing this, Uruhara Kisuke pushed up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses showed a thoughtful glint. It seems Yunjing is planning something big. Even the new captain is collaborating with him. He has completely controlled the power of the Mo Yao sword. Seoul society and the real world are in danger. Yoruichi-san, please go to Seoul society again and discuss this matter with Yamamoto Hong. Shihaoran Yoruichi nodded and replied briefly, "Okay." At the same time, Yamamoto Hong, who had returned to the secret base, had just stepped into the place and keenly noticed something strange. An unusual atmosphere permeated the usually quiet base. He walked in cautiously, and the scene before him startled him slightly. Randao, Soma Yoshino, and Yuki were wearing maid outfits, and the exquisite clothes made their figures look even more graceful. Yamamoto Hong frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you want to do?" Randao blushed slightly, his eyes filled with a hint of shyness yet a certain degree of determination. "We've thought it through. During this time at the base, we've felt young Master Hong's strength and determination, and we want to give him a gift." The three of them exchanged glances and then all of them walked towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong looked at the three people approaching and felt a little flustered. During this time, he was busy fighting Zanpakuto and handling the affairs of the Soul Society, and he almost ignored the girls around him. At this moment, their proactive actions made his inner desires begin to stir, but reason was pulling him back desperately. No, I can't do this. There are so many crises in Soul Society waiting for me to solve. I can't be swayed by these desires. He kept reminding himself in his heart. But his body reacted involuntarily, and desire surged like a tide, hitting his rational defenses. Randao walked up to him, gently took his hand, and said in a soft voice, "Master Hong, we really want to do something for you." Soma Yoshino and Yuki also echoed, their eyes full of anticipation. Yamamoto Hong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Why are you doing this? I wasn't nice to you before and forced you to come here. You should hate me." Soma Yoshino shook his head and said, "No, Master Hong, we know you have your own difficulties. In this chaotic world, you are also trying to protect many things. We want to be the ones who can help you." Yamamoto Hong was touched, but the desire was still surging in his heart. "Do you know what you are doing? Once you do this, there may be no turning back." His voice trembled slightly. He was asking them, but also giving himself a last chance to struggle. Yuxi walked forward, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him gently on the cheek. "We know, Master Hong, we are willing, let's enjoy it today." At this moment, Yamamoto Hong's rationality was completely overwhelmed by desire. He no longer suppressed himself and hugged Landao tightly with both hands, feeling her body temperature and heartbeat. Soma Yoshino and Yuki also snuggled up to him, and the atmosphere in the room became ambiguous and hot. Yamamoto Hong's desire was fully vented at this moment. He thought to himself, "Just this once, let it be a chance to relax my exhausted body and mind." However, after the passion, Yamamoto Hong regained some of his sanity. Looking at the three people sleeping beside him, a complex emotion surged in his heart, including satisfaction and guilt. "I can't just sink into despair. The Soul Society crisis is still waiting for me to resolve, and I have a more important mission." He secretly vowed that after dealing with these things, he would make it up to them. At this moment, there was a slight noise outside the base. Yamamoto Hong stood up alertly, quickly put on his clothes, and walked out of the room to check. Shihoran Yoruichi was standing outside the base. Seeing Yamamoto Hong coming out, she spoke straight to the point, "Yamamoto Hong, the Kashomajayaji clan is plotting something big. Yunjing is trying to take control of the entire clan and use the taper blade to rule Soul Society. We need to find a way to stop him." Yamamoto Hong said calmly, "I knew that a long time ago." He thought to himself that he and Tianbei Zaihuzu had been keeping an eye on the movements of the Zayatala clan for some time, and he had already figured out Yunjing's intentions. Combined with what he got from Matsushita, he already knew Yunjing's conspiracy very well. Shihoran Yoruichi was slightly startled, then continued, "The new captain, Amagai Shusuke, is also one of their helpers. I saw him in contact with Kyumwa with my own eyes. She still holds a trace in her heart. I hope that the news I brought can touch Yamamoto Hong." Yamamoto Hong still looked calm. "I know that too." In fact, Yamamoto Hong knew everything about Tianbei Zaihuzu. They even discussed how to take advantage of the situation and expose. What about the conspiracy of the Kashomadera clan? At this point, Shihoran Yoruichi was completely stunned, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. She roared furiously in her heart, "I've toiled all night, running back and forth between Soul Society and the real world, and you know everything? What's the point of all this trouble?" After a while, she finally realized what was going on and said angrily, "Since you already know everything, why haven't you taken any action? You're still just sitting here leisurely." Yamamoto Hong smiled and patiently explained, "Yoruichi baby, it's not that I didn't take action. Tianbei Zaihuzu and I had planned it long ago and deliberately let Yunjing think that we were still in the dark. This is the only way to completely expose his conspiracy, and then we can catch him in one fell swoop and eliminate the trouble forever. Shihoran Yoruichi frowned, half doubting and asking, "Are you sure this plan is feasible? If something goes wrong, and the Kashumi Aji clan has the taper blade, Seoul society will be in danger." She was still a little worried. After all, this was no small matter. If it failed, the consequences would be disastrous. Yamamoto Hong patted his chest confidently and said, "Yoruichi baby, don't worry. I know in my heart that although the taper blade is powerful, it is not invincible. When we fought Panasonic, we discovered its weakness. As long as we seize the opportunity, we will definitely be fine." Shihoran Yoruichi looked at Yamamoto Hong's determined eyes, and her worries were slightly relieved. She sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, since you have arranged it, I will also. I won't say much. If there's anything I can help you with, please feel free to ask." Yamamoto nodded gratefully. "Yoruichi, I feel much more at ease with your words. If I ever run into a tough situation, I'll definitely need to trouble you." Chapter 92. The next night, the riverside of Karakura town was quiet and peaceful. The moonlight gently sprinkled on the water, rippling it. Kashuma Genryūsai was taking a leisurely stroll accompanied by Inuryu and Saruryu. After going through so many things before, it was rare for Kashuma Genryūsai to have such a relaxing moment. She hummed a little tune and felt particularly relaxed. "Your Highness, although the scenery here is beautiful, it is better to be careful. After all, our current situation is not safe." Chuanlong looked around vigilantly, his eyes full of worry. Kashuma Genryūsai waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "What are you afraid of? With you and Yuanlong here, what could possibly happen? Besides, how could those pesky guys find their way here?" However, just as she finished her words, two men in purple nightgowns and purple masks suddenly jumped out from the shadows. They were Jutio Yulong and Tong Hu. Without saying a word, they attacked Liulicho and the others. Jutio Yulong held tightly in his hand the Baiwu taper blade, which was similar to a spear and had serrated edges. He swung it violently, and a sharp air blade shot towards the In Yulong. In Yulong was unable to react in time and was hit in the shoulder by the air blade, and blood gushed out instantly. "Who are you? How dare you attack Her Royal Highness the Princess?" In Yulong roared angrily, suppressing the pain and drawing his weapon to fight back. Jutio Yulong sneered sinisterly, "We are here to take your princess' life. If you are smart, surrender immediately. Perhaps we can still spare your life." Bronze Tiger was not to be outdone, and rushed towards Yuanlong like a ghost, and the two of them started to wrestle with each other in an instant. Although the ape dragon was considered a good fighter, the Bronze Tiger's attack was so fierce that for a moment, the ape dragon was at a disadvantage. Kashuma Genryūsai's face turned pale. She never expected to be attacked suddenly. "Dog dragon, ape dragon, you must hold on!" she shouted anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. The dog dragon and the ape dragon fought hard, but the nine-headed dragon and the bronze tiger were too strong. They gradually became exhausted and had more and more wounds on their bodies. In the end, both the dog dragon and the monkey dragon fell to the ground and lost their ability to fight. The nine-headed dragon approached Kashuma Genryūsai step by step, with a cruel light flashing in his eyes. "Little girl, your time of death has come." As he said this, he raised the taper blade, ready to deal a fatal blow to Kashuma Genryūsai. At this critical moment, a black shadow flashed by and Kurosaki Ichigo arrived in time. He shouted, "Stop!" His voice was full of anger and majesty. Chizuryu stopped what he was doing and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with disdain. "Who are you? How dare you ruin my good thing?" Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes were firm. "I am Kurosaki Ichigo, Shinigami agent. I will not let you hurt anyone." Chizuryu sneered, "Shinigami agent? Humph, Even if the captain of Godi I-13 comes today, he can't save her. After that, he waved the taper sword White Mist and attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly drew out his Zangetsu and blocked the nine-headed dragon's attack. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed in the night sky. You have some skills, but do you think you can stop me like this? Jutio Yulong said, injecting Ryutsu into the white mist of the taper sword. He and the Mo Yao knife instantly turned into a ball of white mist, filling the surroundings. Misty corridor! Juzuryu shouted, and the white mist quickly spread, enveloping Kurosaki Ichigo. Countless phantoms appeared in the fog and attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked around vigilantly, waving Zangetsu continuously to fend off the attacks of the phantoms, but the phantoms appeared one after another, and he gradually became overwhelmed. What kind of strange ability is this? Kurosaki Ichigo secretly exclaimed in his heart, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The voice of Juzuryu came from the fog, Shinigami agent, you can't escape from my fantasy corridor. Obediently die. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and said, don't underestimate me. I won't give up easily. He concentrated his mind and tried to find the true form of the nine-headed dragon. Suddenly, a phantom attacked from behind. Kurosaki Ichigo had no time to dodge and was hit in the back, stumbling forward a few steps. Haha, what do you think? Do you feel how powerful I am? Jutio Yulong's laughter echoed in the fog. Kurosaki Ichigo wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and said, don't be complacent, the battle has just begun. He took a deep breath and raised his Ryutsu to ultimate slash. Crescent Moon Sky Strike! Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, and a huge crescent-shaped sword energy spread out in all directions. Wherever the sword energy went, the phantoms dissipated and the white mist was also blown away a little. Seeing this, Jutio Yulong was shocked. Interesting, but this is not enough. He increased his Ryutsu output again, the white mist became thicker, and the phantom became more powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo fought hard in the fog, constantly dodging the attacks of the phantoms while looking for the nine-headed dragon's weakness. Damn it, this is not a solution. Kurosaki Ichigo thought to himself, veins bulging on his forehead. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that every time the phantom launched an attack, the nine-headed dragon's true body would reveal a flaw in a brief moment. Now is the time. Kurosaki Ichigo seized the opportunity, flashed, and rushed towards the true body of the nine-headed dragon. Juzuryu didn't expect that Kurosaki Ichigo would find his weakness. In a panic, he used the taper sword White Mist to resist. With a clang sound, Zangetsu and the Mo Yao collided with each other, sparks flying everywhere. You, how could you find me? Jutio Yulong said in horror. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly, don't think your ability can trap me. Today, I must stop you. As he said that, he increased his strength and forced the nine-headed dragon to retreat again and again. Jutio Yulong steadied his body, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, in that case, I will fight you to the death. He injected all the Ryutsu in his body into the white mist of the Mo Yao sword, and the serrations on the spear flashed with a strange light. Misty corridor! The nine-headed dragon roared, and the white mist instantly became as hard as substance, pressing towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the immense pressure, he put his feet firmly on the ground, holding Zangetsu tightly with both hands. I will never lose. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted loudly, and the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly, gradually stretching out the white limbs that were as round as a circle. Seeing this, Jutio Yulong's face changed drastically. How is this possible? How can your power be so strong? Kurosaki Ichigo took advantage of the situation and attacked. Zangetsu slashed at the nine-headed dragon with great force. No! Kurosaki Ichigo shouted in horror and tried to block with his taper sword, but Kurosaki Ichigo's attack was too powerful and the taper sword White Mist was instantly cut off by Zangetsu. Jutio Yulong lost his weapon and collapsed to the ground. You lose. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Juzuryu and said coldly. Jutio Yulong's eyes were filled with resentment. Don't be complacent, Master Yunjing won't let you go. He will definitely avenge me. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted disdainfully. Use whatever tricks you have, I'll take them. At this time, Tonghyu looked at the nine-headed dragon lying on the ground, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but was soon replaced by greed. He walked quickly to the side of Jutio Yulong, the taper blade lay in his hand flashing with a strange light. This taper blade is shaped like a sickle, with one end of its long chain inserted into his chest, continuously absorbing his spiritual power. At this moment, he wants this blade to absorb the power of the nine-headed dragon. Jutio Yulong, I'm sorry, your power will be inherited by me. Tonghu said in a low voice, with a hint of determination in his tone. As the Mo Yao sword came into contact with the nine-headed dragon's spiritual power was absorbed into the sword like a tide. His body gradually became transparent and eventually dissipated in this world. After absorbing the nine-headed dragon's spiritual power and the taper Yao knife, the bronze tiger's aura suddenly increased, and a more dangerous aura emanated from its body. He turned his head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with disdain in his eyes. Shinigami agent, do you think that by defeating the nine-headed dragon, you can defeat me? How naive! In my current state, even a captain-level figure is no match for me. Kurosaki Ichigo held Zangetsu tightly, his eyes firm. Don't be so arrogant. No matter whose power you absorb, I will not let you hurt Ryūri Ichigo. After saying that, he took the lead in launching an attack, rushing towards the bronze tiger like lightning, and the Zangetsu in his hand, with a sharp blade light, slashed at the bronze tiger fiercely. Tonghu snorted coldly, and calmly swung the taper blade fierce thunder, easily blocking Kurosaki Ichigo's attack. Is that all you can do? It seems like you're just that good, Shinigami agent. Bronze Tiger sneered. Kurosaki Ichigo ignored his taunts and attacked again with his sword, and the two of them instantly engaged in a fierce confrontation. Kurosaki Ichigo used Crescent Moon Sky Strike 10 releases and shot a huge invisible sword energy towards the bronze tiger. Seeing this, Tonghu curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. He opened his mouth and bit off a part of the Mo Yao knife. In an instant, countless sharp blades grew out of his body. These blades shot towards Yuiot Yenchong like raindrops, and easily broke Kurosaki Ichigo's Yuiot Yenchong. What do you think, Shinigami agent? My power is not something you can contend with. Bronze Tiger laughed triumphantly. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. He knew that the bronze tiger in front of him was more troublesome than the nine-headed dragon before. But he didn't back down. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Relieve it! Tianchuo Zinyu!" As Kurosaki Ichigo roared, the Ryutsu in his body surged wildly, and the huge Zangetsu blade gradually shrank. The blade turned completely black, the handle was black and red, and a small section of iron chain extended from the end of the handle, and the guard took on a swastika shape. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo's clothing was changed from the standard Shinigami uniform to a black robe with red lining, and the whole person exuded a powerful and majestic aura. Is this Bankai? It looks interesting. Tonghu narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing across his eyes, but he quickly regained his disdain. However, even if you Bankai, don't even think about defeating me. Kurosaki Ichigo did not respond to his words. He flashed and appeared in front of the bronze tiger like a ghost. The Tensa Zangetsu in his hand slashed towards the tiger with great force. Tonghu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly swung his taper blade to block. However, this time, he clearly felt the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo. Every collision made his arms numb, and his body retreated repeatedly. How is this possible? How could your power become so strong? Tonghu said in horror, the disdain in his heart gradually replaced by fear. This is my power. Today, don't even think about hurting anyone. Kurosaki Ichigo said, increasing the intensity of his attack. Every move and every style of his contained powerful Ryutsu, making Tonghyu overwhelmed. Under Kurosaki Ichigo's fierce attack, Tonghyu gradually fell into trouble. His heart was filled with resentment, and he roared, "I will not lose." As he spoke, he poured all the Ryutsu in his body into the taper blade thunder. After absorbing all of the Ryutsu from the bronze tiger, the taper blade Lile emitted a dazzling light, and the long chain on the blade danced wildly, causing the surrounding space to distort. However, this powerful force did not go as Tonghyu wished, but instead backfired on him. Ah! Tonghyu let out a scream, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the sharp blades on his body fell off and stabbed into his body. His skin began to crack, blood kept gushing out, and he was in extreme pain. Why is this happening? Bronze Tiger shouted in despair. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the struggling Tonghyu with no mercy in his eyes. This is the price of your greed. You will do anything for power, but in the end, you will only hurt yourself. Tonghyu gritted his teeth, trying to resist the backlash of the Moyao knife, but his strength seemed so small in the face of this powerful backlash. Lord Yunjing! Tonghyu's voice became weaker and weaker, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. No one can save you now. Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. The only thing you can do now is to accept it all. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little reluctant. As time went by, Tonghyu's body gradually became transparent, and his life force gradually dissipated. Finally, his body completely dissipated, leaving only a broken Moyao knife lay falling to the ground. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the broken taper sword on the ground, slowly put away Tensa Zangetsu, and returned to normal. He walked over to Kashomajaya Jiruikiyo and helped her up. Are you okay? Kashomajaya Jiruikiyo's face was pale, with a hint of fear in her eyes, but she forced herself to remain calm and nodded, I'm fine, thank you, Kurosaki Ichigo. If it weren't for you, Ft. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand, you're welcome, this is what I should do. However, the conspiracy of the Kashomajayaji clan is not over yet, you should be careful in the future. Inyalong and Saralong also struggled to stand up. They walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo and bowed. Thank you very much for saving my life, Mr. Kurosaki. I apologize for any offense we caused you. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, it's okay, as long as you don't be so arrogant in the future. Kashomi Jiruikiyo looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with her eyes full of admiration. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are really amazing. I have never seen a Shinigami as powerful as you before. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head, I just did what I thought was right. Okay, you guys go find a safe place to hide first, I'll go ask the Kashomajayaji clan what other conspiracy they have. 11. Kashomajayaji Jiruikiyo nodded, okay, you have to be careful too. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at her, nodded seriously, then turned and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, Kashomi Jiruikiyo and the others, escorted by Inu Ryu and Sararyu, hurriedly left the riverbank of Karakura town. They knew that this crisis was far from over. Chapter 93. Dejected, Guanjing Hanzuo returned to the courtyard of the Kashomajaya clan, his steps heavy, each one a tread upon his heart. Yunjing sat in the luxurious room, his eyes gloomy as he stared at the door, as if he had anticipated some bad news. Guanjing Hanzuo walked into the room, but before he could speak, Yunjing's icy voice rang out, tell me, how is the mission going? Guanjing Hanzuo's heart tightened. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, Master Yunjing, the mission failed. Jutio Yulong and Tonghu are both dead. Yunjing slammed the table so hard that the teacups on the table jumped up and the tea splashed everywhere. Waste. Yunjing roared, I sent you to kill a powerless little girl and 2 guards, and you failed. What on earth are you doing? Guanjing Banzuo didn't dare to look up and could only silently endure Yunkai's anger. Yunjing panted heavily and continued to question, although the dog dragon and the ape dragon have some skills, they are only at the level of a seated official. How could they possibly defeat the nine-headed dragon and the bronze tiger, who possess the taper blade? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Kanjing Hanzuo swallowed and said cautiously, Sir, it was Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo who intervened. He is very powerful. Chizuryu and Tonghu are no match for him at all. Kurosaki Ichigo. Yunjing gritted his teeth and pronounced the name, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. A little Shinigami agent ruined my plan. He paced back and forth in the room, his face distorted with anger. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted, Let Yanya go. He's already a vice-captain. With the taper blade, ordinary captains are no match for him. I don't believe he can't handle Kurosaki Ichigo. Guanjing Hanzuo nodded quickly, Yes, sir. I will arrange it right away. After that, he hurriedly left the room. Leaving the room, Kanjing Hanza complained to himself, This mission is becoming increasingly difficult. Lord Kumajing is becoming increasingly irritable. If Yanya fails again this time, I'll be in big trouble. I hope Yanya can show some courage and get rid of Kurosaki Ichigo, otherwise our plan will be ruined. Guanjing Banzuo came to the place where Yanya was practicing. It was a hidden valley surrounded by towering mountains. There was a mysterious atmosphere in the valley. Yanya was tall and wore a white hooded suit. The armor on his chest gleamed with a cold evil in the sunlight. Seeing Guanjing Banzuo, Yanya immediately greeted him respectfully, Master Guanjing, you are here. Guanjing Hanzuo nodded and said, Yanya, this time I have an important mission for you. Chizuryu and Tonghu failed in their attempt to assassinate Kashomajayaji Rurakiyo and died at the hands of Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo. Lord Yunjing ordered you to take the taper blade and kill Kurosaki Ichigo. You must not take it lightly. Yanya's eyes flashed, and he said firmly, Yes, Lord Guanjing. Please rest assured that I will complete the task. After that, he picked up the Moyao knife and prepared to set off. At this time, Matsushita happened to be nearby. He saw Yanya about to deal with Kurosaki Ichigo, and with an idea in mind, he quietly hid aside and contacted Yamamoto Hong using the Ryutsu communication device. Master Hong, it's bad. Yunjing has sent Yanya with the taper blade to deal with Kurosaki Ichigo. He is about to enter the real world through the gate. You must think of a solution. After receiving the news, Yamamoto Hong immediately rushed to the Broken Realm. Yamamoto Hong stood near the gate of the Broken Realm, quietly waiting for Yanya to appear. Yanya passed through the gate and just stepped into the Broken World. He saw Yamamoto Hong. He was shocked, as he never expected Yamamoto Hong to appear here. Why are you here? Yanya widened his eyes and vigilantly gripped the Moyao knife in his hand. Yamamoto Hong smiled and greeted, Hello, Yanya, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I was waiting for you here. Yanya was in a panic. He knew that Yamamoto Hong was not easy to deal with, but he had a mission to accomplish and he could not retreat. Yamamoto Hong, don't meddle in other people's business. I am following orders today, and no one can stop me. Yanya said loudly, trying to give himself courage. Yamamoto Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Following orders? You are nothing more than Yunjing's pawns. He uses you all as tools for his own ambitions, and you foolishly work for him. Yanya was shocked. Yamamoto Hong's words hit his sore spot. In fact, he also understood Yunjing's character, but in order to gain power and status, he could only choose to obey Yunjing's orders. Stop your nonsense! Yanya roared, I'm going to pass by you today, and no one can stop me. Yamamoto Hong said calmly, Do you think you can get past me? Now that I'm here, I won't let you succeed. If you turn back now, it's still not too late. Yanya gritted his teeth, struggling in his heart. He knew that Yamamoto Hong was very powerful and he might not be his opponent, but he could not afford the consequences of mission failure. I can't turn back, I must complete the mission. Yanya clenched his fists, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Yamamoto Hong looked at Yanya and shook his head helplessly. Since you don't listen to my advice, don't blame me for being rude. Today, you can't go anywhere. Yanya suddenly made up his mind and yanked out his taper blade, Horn Wing. The blade was enormous, covered in strange stripes, and the serrations on the edge of the blade gleamed with a cold light, like a ferocious beast seeking its prey. He roared, injected Ryutsu into the sword, and shouted, Yamamoto Hong, don't underestimate me. Today I will let you see the power of the taper blade Horn Wing. As Ryutsu surged, Yanya swung the taper blade, and a huge rock wall instantly formed in front of him. This rock wall is formed by the condensation of Ryutsu, emitting a strange light, and has stripes similar to the taper sword on it. Yanya curled up the corner of his mouth with a sneer and said, this is the ability of the Mo Yao Dao Jiao Yi. Let's see how you dodge it. After that, he controlled the rock wall and slammed it towards Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong's eyes flashed, and his figure flashed like a ghost, easily avoiding the attack of the rock wall. He looked at Yanya and said with disdain, Yanya, is this all you've got? Is this the humiliation you get for abandoning your dignity as a Godai 13 and becoming someone's dog? When Yanya heard this, the anger in his heart suddenly rose up. He thought back to his past in Godai 13, where he had been a member of the 10th Division and had hoped to take over as captain after Kurosaki Ishin disappeared. At that time, he practiced hard every day, eager to stand out in the team and become a captain respected by everyone. Unexpectedly, Hitsugayichware suddenly appeared. At a young age, he won the recognition of everyone with his strong strength and talent, and successfully became the captain of the 10th Division. Yanya was filled with resentment, as he felt that he was no worse than Hitsugayichware mainly taking the initiative to initiate the challenge. He still remembered that battle vividly. Hitsugayichware's Haranmara displayed astonishing power, but he was unable to fight back under the opponent's fierce attack and was easily defeated. At that moment, his self-esteem suffered a great blow. He began to doubt his own abilities and also resented Godai 13's promotion system. In the pain and unwillingness of failure, Yanya gradually lost himself. He felt that only by gaining greater power could he obtain the status and respect he desired. At this moment, Yunjing found him, showed him the power of the Mo Yao knife, and promised that as long as he served him, he would have endless power and glory. Yanya, blinded by desire, abandoned Godai 13 without hesitation, became Yunjing's subordinate, and embarked on this dark path. Now, Yamamoto Hong's words were like a sharp knife, piercing the most sensitive part of his heart. He roared, Yamamoto Hong, stop your sarcasm. Today I'll let you know that betraying Godai 13 was the right decision for me. As he spoke, he swung the taper knife again, injecting more Ryutsu this time than before. The rock wall became thicker and stronger, the stripes on it flashed with a strong light, and the teeth seemed to become sharper. This is the strongest ability of the Mo Yao Dao Jiao Yi. Just prepare to die. Yanya shouted, and his whole body merged into the rock wall. The rock wall rushed towards Yamamoto Hong at an even faster speed. The moment it approached Yamamoto Hong, Yanya suddenly emerged from the rock wall, and the taper blade in his hand stabbed towards Yamamoto Hong's heart with great force. 0147090224 Fila 13309270. Seeing this, Yamamoto Hong snorted coldly and said, "Things like this want to hurt me? Look at my pitch-black thorns." As he spoke, he quickly concentrated Ryutsu on his arm, and his arm was instantly wrapped in dark lightning. The lightning flashed with dazzling light, as if it contained the power to destroy everything. Yanya was shocked. He felt the powerful force of this move, but it was too late for him to retract the attack. Yamamoto Hong's figure flashed, and he rushed towards Yanya like a black lightning. The dark lightning on his arm directly hit Yanya's Moyao knife. Boom! With a loud noise, Yanya felt a powerful force rushing towards him. The Moyao knife in his hand was shaken out of his hand, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Yanya spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, but found that his body seemed to be pressed down by a heavy burden and he could not move at all. The remaining lightning wrapped around him, restricting his movements and causing him unbearable pain. Yamamoto Hong slowly walked over to Yanya, looked down at him, and said, "Yanya, look at yourself now. For the sake of so-called power and status, you are willing to betray your companions. Do you think it's worth it?" Yanya gritted his teeth, his heart filled with remorse, but he still said stubbornly, "What do you know? In Godai 13, I will always be trampled underfoot. Only Master Yunjing can give me everything I want." Yamamoto Hong shook his head and said, "You are wrong. True strength is not gained by betraying and hurting others. Godai 13 is a big family. We support each other and work together to protect soul society and worldly peace. But you abandoned all of this for your own selfish desires. You deserve to be in this situation now." Yanya felt a sharp pain in his heart, and Yamamoto Hong's words made his defenses begin to waver. He recalls his days with Godai 13. Although he wasn't captain, the time he spent training and fighting alongside his teammates was truly wonderful. Back then, he was ordinary, yet full of hope. But now, in his pursuit of power, he has become deserted by his friends and relatives and has lost the most precious thing he once held. I can't go back." There was a hint of despair in Yanya's voice. He looked at Yamamoto Hong with complicated emotions in his eyes. Yamamoto Hong looked at Yanya, sighed slightly, and said, "As long as you are willing, it is never too late. Let go of your desires and turn back. Yunjing's conspiracy will not succeed. Don't be stubborn anymore." Yanya was silent for a long time, struggling in his heart. He knew that what Yamamoto Hong said was right, but he was afraid that he would be despised and rejected by everyone after returning to Godai 13. Accusation. Just when he was hesitating, suddenly, a powerful Ryutsu came from a distance. Yamamoto Hong's face changed slightly, he felt the strong familiarity of this Ryutsu. Oh no, it's Guanjing. He must have noticed the commotion here and rushed over. He looked at Yanya and said, "Yanya, this is your last chance. Join me in destroying Yunjing's conspiracy and redeem yourself." Yanya was shocked. Looking at Yamamoto Hong's determined eyes, the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go with you. I want to see, but Guanjing is a very strong guy, so you have to be careful." Yamamoto Hong nodded, helped Yanya up, and said, "He must be injured. Be careful. I want to see how strong this so-called Guanjing is." Yanya clenched his fists and said, "Today, I will pay for my mistakes and work with you to stop his conspiracy." Yamamoto Hong laughed and said, "Yes, this is the person from Godai 13. Chapter 94. Kanjing Hanzuo rushed over and saw Yanya lying on the ground with serious injuries. His heart tightened and he asked hurriedly, "What happened? Is that Shinigami agent so strong?" He firmly believed that it was Kurosaki Ichigo who beat Yanya like this. After all, Chizuryu and Tonghua were defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo before. Yanya struggled and said, "I haven't gone to the real world yet. I was beaten by the second person." Guanjing Hanzuo frowned and asked, "Who hit you?" At this moment, Yamamoto Hong's voice came slowly, "It's me." Guanjing Hanzuo looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned when he saw Yamamoto Hong appear. He had never expected to run into Yamamoto Hong here. After a moment's pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's you." Yamamoto Hong raised his lips slightly, with a hint of joking, "Well, are you surprised?" Guanjing Banzuo snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, it seems that you know something, but I can just kill you. After saying that, he took out his Mo Yao knife without hesitation, the rock-breaking knife. This knife is shaped like a long sword, with a mirror on the blade. It flickers with a strange light in the dim light, as if hiding endless dangers. Guanjing Hanzhou thought to himself that since Yamamoto Hong appeared here, he must have noticed Yunjing's plan, and he must not be allowed to leave alive. He whispered the words of liberation, seal it, shattered rock. He decided to perform a move first to test the depth of Yamamoto Hong. In an instant, the mirror-like surface of the Mo Yao knife's broken rock reflected the moonlight, and a strange light shot towards Yamamoto Hong. Guanjing Hanzhou was secretly proud of himself, thinking that this trick could make Yamamoto Hong lose consciousness temporarily, and then he could easily deal with him. Humph, Yamamoto Hong, try the power of this move. Once you faint, you'll be at my mercy. When Yamamoto Hong saw the light coming towards him, he knew in his heart that this was Guanjing Banzou's method of attack. He rolled his eyes and decided to pretend to be attacked. He swayed his body slightly, pretending to lose consciousness, and slowly closed his eyes. However, he was secretly alert in his heart, waiting for Guanjing Hanzhou to approach. When Guanjing Hanzhou saw Yamamoto Hong fall for the trick, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. It's that simple, I thought you were so powerful. Guanjing Ban held the Mo Yao knife in his left hand and approached Yamamoto Hong cautiously, preparing to give Yamamoto Hong a fatal blow once he got close. Just when Guanjing Banzuo was only a few steps away from Yamamoto Hong suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You're too young to knock me out. He shouted, clenched his right fist quickly, and struck towards Guanjing Banzuo with powerful force. This punch contained Yamamoto Hong's anger and disdain for the enemy. The fist whistled and hit Guanjing Banzuo like a cannonball. Guanjing Hanzuo had no idea that Yamamoto Hong was pretending to be unconscious, and he had no time to dodge. The punch hit him directly in the chest. He only felt a huge force coming at him, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ahem! Guanjing Banzuo struggled to get up from the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was filled with shock. This guy didn't get hit, and he still has this trick up his sleeve. I really underestimated him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. I have some skills, but you are like this. Let me show you my second move. Guanjing Hanzhou knew that he could no longer underestimate the enemy. He held the Mo Yao sword tightly with both hands and poured all his strength into it. The mirror on the rock-breaking knife shone brightly, and a powerful suction force came from the mirror, directly sucking Yamamoto Hong in. Let's see how you escape this time. Now that you are trapped in the mirror, just wait for me to torture you slowly. Guanjing Hanzuo thought viciously. After being sucked into the mirror, Yamamoto Hong found that he was surrounded by cold mirrors. He seemed to be in an endless space and his body was restricted and unable to move. But he did not panic, and quickly thought of a countermeasure. Humph! You think you can trap me with just this little trick? He snorted coldly and decided to use Boros's trump card skill, the star-shattering roaring cannon. Yamamoto Hong concentrated his mind and mobilized all the energy in his body. He felt the Ryutsu in his body gathering like a surging tide and constantly compressing in his chest. As the energy accumulated, a dazzling light emanated from Yamamoto Hong's mouth, and a powerful energy wave spread out. Star collapsing roaring cannon. Yamamoto Hong roared, and a huge energy wave spurted out of his mouth. This energy wave streaked across the mirror space like a meteor, bringing with it a devastating impact. Wherever the energy wave reached, cracks began to appear on the mirror surface. Then, with a loud bang, the mirror surface was instantly destroyed, turning into countless fragments that floated in the air. Guanjing Hanzuo looked at the destroyed mirror and was completely stunned. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. How is this possible? He's so strong that he can even break my second form. Fear began to spread in his heart, but his years of career as a killer forced him to remain calm. Yamamoto Hong walked out of the shattered mirror with a confident smile on his face. Are there any other moves? Yamamoto Hong's voice was full of provocation, as if he was telling Guanjing Hanzhou that his attack was not worth mentioning to him at all. Guanjing Hanzhou gritted his teeth, a crazy thought surging in his mind. I don't believe you can block my final move. He poured all his Ryutsu into the rock-crushing Mo Yadao without reservation and shouted, "Final move!" In an instant, a huge barrier quickly formed with Guanjing Banzhou as the center, trapping Yamamoto Hong inside. At the same time, a strange mist filled the barrier, causing Yamamoto Hong to have hallucinations. In the hallucinations, Yamamoto Hong saw Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigakuni. Humph, do you think you can fool me like this? Yamamoto Hong sneered in his heart, and saw through it at a glance that this was an illusion created by the Mo Yao knife. Even Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu can't do anything to me, let alone this mere Mo Yadao. He said disdainfully. Yamamoto Hong decided not to waste time on Gonei Hanzhou and decided to end the fight quickly. He concentrated his Ryutsu, igniting the fire dragon flame in his right hand, forming a flaming flame blade, while his left hand was wrapped with the thunder dragon's thunder, transforming into a thunder blade. As his body spun, the flame blade and the lightning blade merged together, forming a whirlwind with dual attributes. The whirlwind was also carrying dazzling lightning, like a roaring beast. Red Lotus Explosion Blade. Yamamoto Hong shouted loudly, and blasted this huge whirlwind of fire towards Guanjing Hanzhou and the barrier. Wherever the whirlwind of fire went, the space seemed to be distorted. Make a sizzling sound. Guanjing Hanzhou was filled with fear when he saw this terrifying attack. He tried to mobilize the power of the taper sword to resist, but in front of the Red Lotus Thunder Blade, his resistance seemed so powerless. No! This is impossible, he shouted in despair. The Red Lotus Exploding Thunder Blade not only destroyed the barrier instantly, but also enveloped Guanjing Banzhuo in powerful flames and lightning. Guanjing Hanzhuo screamed in pain as his body was gradually burned to ashes by the raging flames and lightning. He never expected that his carefully planned attack would be so vulnerable in front of Yamamoto Hong. Yamamoto Hong watched Guanjing Banzhuo disappear in the flames and slowly put away the Ryutsu. Yamamoto Hong knew that this battle was only part of the struggle with the Kazumajayaka clan, and there were more difficult challenges waiting for him. Yanya returned to the courtyard of the Xiaodala clan in a mess, covered in wounds. With every step he took, the wounds on his body felt excruciating pain, but he gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and prepared to fabricate a lie to Yunjing according to Yamamoto Hong's instructions. Seeing Yanya's appearance, Yunjing's originally gloomy face instantly turned pale with fear. He quickly walked up to Yanya and asked anxiously, "What happened? How did you get hurt like this? Where is Guanjing Hanzhou?" Yanya feigned weakness and panted heavily, saying, "Lord Kyumwa, is the Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo. He is too powerful. Lord Kyumwa and I together are no match for him. Lord Kyumwa is probably already." Yunjing's eyes widened in disbelief. That Shinigami agent is so powerful. Yunjing paced back and forth in the room, the anger and unwillingness in his heart burning like a raging fire. Suddenly, he stopped, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "We can't go on like this. Yanya, go and secretly kidnap Kazumi Aji-Ruricho and bring her back to Soul Society. With her in our hands, our plan will succeed." Yanya's heart tightened, but he nodded, "Yes, sir." After getting Yamamoto Hong's permission, Yanya came to the real world. At this time, his heart was full of complicated emotions. Once, he betrayed Godei 13 for power and status. Now, under the persuasion of Yamamoto Hong, he decided to turn back, but the road back was full of difficulties and obstacles. He knew very well that this action was not only a blow to Yunjing's conspiracy, but also an opportunity for him to redeem himself. In the present-day residence of the Kashomageiji clan, Inyalong and Saralong were vigilantly guarding Kashomageiji Rurokiyo. When they noticed Yanya's arrival, they immediately took a defensive stance. The dog dragon shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Yanya looked at them, a trace of guilt flashing through his heart, but he had a mission to accomplish, so he could only bite the bullet and go ahead. "I'm sorry, both of you. I have to take the princess away today." After saying that, Yanya ignored the pain in his body and rushed towards the dog dragon and the ape dragon. The battle broke out instantly. Although Chuanlong and Yuanlong fought hard, Yanya was a deputy captain after all. In addition, he was determined to win, so soon Malong and Yuanlong gradually fell behind. The Mo Yao knife in Yanya's hand flashed with a strange light, and every swing brought with it powerful force. "Don't force me. I don't want to hurt you, but I must complete the task today," Yanya shouted. The dog dragon and the ape dragon exchanged a look of determination. "If you want to take the princess away, you'll have to step over our corpses first." However, their resistance seemed powerless in front of Yanya, and eventually, both the dog dragon and the ape dragon fell to the ground, seriously injured. Kashomageiji Rurokiyo watched all this in horror. She didn't expect to encounter such a sudden change. What do you want to do?" she asked tremblingly. Yanya walked up to her and said softly, "Princess, I'm sorry, but I'm just following orders." After saying that, he brought Kashomageiji Rurokiyo back to Soul Society. Yunjing saw that Yanya had successfully brought back Kashomageiji Rurokiyo, and a smug smile appeared on his face. "Very good, Yanya, you did a good job. Next, we just have to wait for Kurosaki Ichigo to take the bait." Yanya looked at Yunjing and thought to himself, "Do you think you can get away with it like this? Lord Yamamoto and his men will definitely not let your conspiracy succeed." On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo was extremely anxious when he learned that Kashomageiji Rurokiyo was captured. He immediately decided to go to Soul Society with Inyalong and Saralong to rescue Rurokiyo. "No matter how many difficulties there are, I will not let Rurokiyo get hurt," Kurosaki Ichigo said with a firm look in his eyes. Yamamoto Hong was also closely following the development of the situation. He knew that the final showdown with Yunjing was approaching. "Yunjing, your conspiracy is about to fail completely," Yamamoto Hong muttered to himself as he looked into the distance. Chapter 95. Kurosaki Ichigo anxiously told Rukia Kukaki that Kashomageiji Rurokiyo had been captured. Upon hearing this, Rukia Kukaki frowned, her eyes revealing worry and determination. "No, we can't let Yoruichi fall into danger, we must go save her." She was well aware of the complexity of the Kashomageiji clan and understood that this rescue operation was fraught with difficulties, but as a Shinigami, it was her duty to protect innocent people, not to mention that Rurokiyo was someone she cared about. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia Kukaki and nodded firmly. "Rukia, I knew you would come with me. Inu Ryu, Sararyu, let's go." Although Inyalong and Yuanlong were seriously injured, they gritted their teeth and endured the pain when they thought that the princess was still in the hands of the enemy, preparing to go to Soul Society together. Everyone passed through the gate and quickly arrived at the Soul Society. As soon as she entered the Soul Society, Rukia Kukaki used her connections in Godi I-13 to gather information. Soon, she learned a shocking news from other Shinigami. The Kashomageiji family was preparing for the wedding of Kashomageiji Rurokiyo and Kanoki. Guanzhimu entered the Kashomageiji family and was Rurokiyo's fiancé. However, he has no ambitions and prefers a leisurely life, but he fell in love with his fiancée Kashomageiji Rurokiyo at first sight when they first met. His fiancée is the heir to the Kashomageiji family, second only to the four great noble families, and the princess of the Kashomageiji family. This family has always been headed by women. However, when Kashomageiji Rurokiyo escaped from pursuit and came to the human world, the ambitious Yunjing took advantage of his innocence and wanted to hold the emperor hostage to control the princes, control him, and completely take control of the 527 and the Kashomajayaji family. Rukia Kukaki's heart sank. She understood that whether Yunjing wanted to find a substitute to make everything a fait accompli in order to consolidate his position in the Kashomajayaji family, or whether it was a trap set to capture Rurikiyo, they had no choice. She told Kurosaki Ichigo the news, and Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes instantly became sharp, and he said, "No matter if it's a trap or something else, we have to bring Ruricho out." When they arrived at the wedding scene, it was decorated with lights and there was a festive atmosphere. But Kurosaki Ichigo and the others had no intention of appreciating it. Their eyes were eagerly searching for the figure of Kashomajayaji Rurikiyo in the crowd. Finally, they saw Kashomajayaji Rurikiyo sitting on the high platform, wearing a gorgeous wedding dress. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't hesitate at all, and rushed towards the platform in a flash. The dog dragon and the monkey dragon followed closely behind. They knew that time was running out and they could not afford to delay even a little. Kurosaki Ichigo came to Kashomajayaji Rurikiyo and picked her up. "Ruricho, we are here to save you." However, when he saw the face of Kashomajayaji Ruricho, his heart sank, and he found that this was actually a substitute. At this moment, the captain of the second team, Sui-Feng, appeared with the vice-captain, Omadame Rekiyo. Sui-Feng looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, his eyes filled with anger. "Kurosaki Ichigo, you dare to ruin a noble's wedding. Do you know how great a sin this is?" As the commander of the criminal army, Sui-Feng has always strictly enforced the rules of the Soul Society. In her eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo's actions seriously violated the etiquette of the nobility and the order of the Soul Society. Rukia Kukaki quickly stepped forward to explain, "Captain Sui-Feng, things are not what you think. Kashomajayaji Ruricho was captured by Kyōma, and we are here to rescue her." But Sui-Feng didn't listen to her explanation at all, his anger had been ignited. "Shut up. Kukaki, it's not your turn to speak here. Kurosaki Ichigo, you must pay for your actions today." Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Sui-Feng, knowing that it was useless to say more at this moment. He took a deep breath and his eyes became firm and resolute. "Rukia, it seems we have no choice but to leave here first." As he said that, he Bankai without hesitation, Tensa Zangetsu appeared in his hand, and the powerful Ryutsu burst out instantly. He grabbed Rukia Kukaki and Guan's Himu, and disappeared in a flash. Dog Dragon and Ape Dragon were very familiar with the terrain of Soul Society. They used the surrounding environment to cleverly avoid the enemy's pursuit and successfully escaped. Kurosaki Ichigo brought Rukia Kukaki and Guan's Himu to a secluded place. He left them behind, feeling annoyed. "Damn it, we actually fell into Yunjing's trap. He must have prepared that substitute long ago, just waiting for us to take the bait." Rukia Kukaki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and comforted him, "Ichigo, this isn't your fault. Kyōma is so cunning, it's normal for us to be careless for a moment. Now we have to find a way to find the real Rurikiyo." Guan's Himu said, "I know where Yunjing might be hiding Lu Licho. I heard some rumors from the Kashomajayaji family before. He has a secret basement in the family's underground secret room. It's heavily guarded, and Lu Licho is likely imprisoned there." Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Guan's Himu, his eyes full of anticipation. "Really? That's great. Guan's Himu, can you lead the way for us?" Guan's Himu nodded and said, "Yes, but the defense there is really tight, and there are many masters guarding there, so we must be careful." Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists. "No matter how difficult it is, I will rescue Ruricho. Rukia, let's go." Just as they were about to head to the underground secret room, Yunjing was furious in his room. He looked at the ruined wedding scene, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. "Kurosaki Ichigo, how dare you ruin my good thing? I will make you pay the price." he said as he paced back and forth in the room, thinking about his next plan. At this time, Yanya stood aside, feeling very uneasy. Although he was still Yunjing's subordinate on the surface, he had actually reached a cooperation with Yamamoto Hong and was ready to betray Yunjing at any time. He looked at Yunjing's angry expression and secretly rejoiced at his choice. He said to himself, "Yunjing, your conspiracy will not succeed. Lord Yamamoto and the others will definitely expose your true face." Yunjing seemed to notice something was wrong with Yanya. He stopped and looked at Yanya with suspicion in his eyes. "Yanya, you've been acting a little strange today. Are you hiding something from me?" Yanya was startled, but he quickly calmed down. "Master Yunjing, you are worrying too much. I was just thinking about how to deal with Kurosaki Ichigo to relieve your worries." Yunjing stared at Yanya for a while, then nodded and said, "I hope so. Go and strengthen the defense of the underground secret room. Don't let Kurosaki Ichigo find Ruri Mikiya." Yanya was delighted, as this was exactly part of his and Yamamoto Hong's plan. He pretended to be respectful and said, "Yes, Master Yunjing, I will arrange it right away." After Yanya left the room, he immediately contacted Yamamoto Hong using the Ryutsu communication device and said, "Master Hong, Yunjing asked me to strengthen the defense of the underground secret room. Li Yulicho is there. I will find a way to create an opportunity for you." Yamamoto Hong said on the other end of the communication device, "Okay, Yanya, you did a good job. We will be there soon, you must not expose yourself." Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kukaki, and Guanzhimu, led by Guanzhimu, quietly approached the underground secret room. Along the way, they carefully avoided patrolling Shinigami. 01470902 Phila 133092410. When they arrived at the entrance to the underground secret room, they found that it was indeed heavily guarded. There were more than a dozen Shinigami patrolling there, and there were some mysterious runes flashing around, which were obviously used to prevent enemy invasion. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a little puzzled. He said, "With so many Shinigami and all these runes, how are we going to get in?" Rukia Kukaki thought for a moment and said, "I've seen these runes before. They're defensive runes. We need to find the core of the rune and destroy it to remove the defense." Guanzhimu said, "I know where the core of the rune is. I once accidentally saw Yunjing set up these runes. The core is right above the entrance." Kurosaki Ichigo looked up and saw a glittering crystal above the entrance. That must be the core of the rune. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'll go destroy it. Rukia, you and Guanzhuteng wait here for me." With that, Kurosaki Ichigo flashed and rushed towards the entrance. The patrolling Shinigami saw Kurosaki Ichigo and immediately shouted, "There's an enemy! Stop him!" They all drew their Zanpakuto and attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo dodged the Shinigami's attacks while approaching the rune core. He unleashed Crescent Moon Sky Strike, and a huge crescent-shaped sword energy shot towards the Shinigami, who quickly dodged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kurosaki Ichigo finally reached the rune core. He gripped Tensa Zangetsu tightly and swung it with all his might. Slash! The rune core was instantly severed, and the surrounding runes vanished with it. Kurosaki Ichigo landed on the ground, looked at Rukia Kukaki and Kanoki, and said, "Okay, let's go in." The three of them walked into the underground secret room carefully. As soon as they entered, they saw many cells inside, and there were people imprisoned in each cell. They searched for Kazuma-Jaiji Rurakiyo in the cell, and finally, in a corner, they saw the imprisoned Kazuma-Jaiji Rurakiyo. When Kazuma-Jaiji Rurakiyo saw Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "It's Ichigo, you finally came to save me." Kurosaki Ichigo walked to the cell and easily cut the lock with Tensa Zangetsu, then said, "Rurakiyo, let's go." Just as they were about to leave, Yunkai appeared with a group of people from the Zayadala clan. Yunjing looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a ferocious smile on his face. Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo, do you think you can easily rescue Ruri Mikio? Today, none of you will leave here alive. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Kyōma with a firm look in his eyes and said, Kyōma, we've seen through your conspiracy. Give up, you can't escape. Yunjing snorted coldly, stop talking nonsense. Come on, take them all down. As he said that, the Shinigami attacked Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kukaki, and Kanoki immediately took up their fighting stances. Kurosaki Ichigo unleashed the powerful force of Bankai and engaged in a fierce battle with the Shinigami. Rukia Kukaki was not to be outdone, she wielded Zanpakut, repelling anyone who approached. Although Guan's Himu was not as strong as them, he also helped them and shared the pressure. During the battle, Kurosaki Ichigo discovered that these Shinigami were all very strong and were obviously carefully selected by Kyōma. But he did not retreat at all. He had only one belief in his heart, which was to protect Kazumi Aji Ruricho and bring her out of here safely. Yunjing looked at the battle scene and felt a little anxious. He knew that if he couldn't get rid of Kurosaki Ichigo and the others as soon as possible, his plan would be completely ruined if someone discovered it. So Yunjing took out the Moyao knife and prepared to take action himself. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Yunjing's posture and said with a smile, is it finally your turn? Come on then. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Hong and Amagai Shusuk were at the bipolar hill. Amagai Shusuk said, the Shinigami agent has now broken into the Kazumi clan. Yamamoto Hong smiled and said, do you think they can rescue Kazumi Aji Ruricho? 4.1. Tien Baiziazul looked solemn and worried. Yunjing is very strong. Although his own strength is very weak, the Moyao knife in his hand has absorbed no less than the even-numbered taper blade, Ryatsu, is so powerful that even I, Bankai, may not be his match. That guy has been secretly strengthening himself with the power of the taper blade and has now become a serious threat. Yamamoto Hong frowned slightly, thinking secretly about Tianbei Zaihuzu's words. No wonder Amagai Shusuk designed such a complicated revenge plan in the original work. It seems that in addition to being motivated by Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni's strength, he also wanted to find an opportunity to sneak attack Yunjing. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Hong said, when I fought with Panasonic before, I found that the taper blade has a limit to absorbing attacks. As long as we grasp this weakness, we can find a breakthrough. Tianbei Zaihuzu clenched his fists, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Master Hong, I understand, but Yunjing is very cunning, and he has many minions around him. We must be careful. Be careful. Yamamoto Hong looked into the distance with a firm look in his eyes. Don't worry, I have already contacted Yanyi, and he will provide us with help at the critical moment. Amagai Shusuk nodded, still a little confused about Yanya's change of heart. Is Yanya really reliable? After all, he betrayed Godai 13 before. Yamamoto Hong patted Tianbei Shiuju's shoulder and said, everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is to know when to turn back. Isn't that the case with you and Panasonic? Yanya has already realized his mistakes. He made a mistake and wants to atone for it. We have to trust him, and we are also prepared to deal with it. Chapter 96. Yunjing hooked his finger at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, come on, kid. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, his eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. Ryatsu surged wildly around him, and the power of the black crescent moon Tianchong gathered in his hands. He shouted loudly, and a dark, crescent-shaped sword energy emitting a terrifying aura, carrying the momentum of destroying the world, roared towards Yunjing. This black crescent-shaped attack was an all-out attack he unleashed in desperation, hoping to break the current deadlock. However, the taper blade in Yunjing's hand emitted a strange light, instantly swallowing up the powerful attack, greedily absorbing all power like a black hole. Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kukaki, and Guanzhimu were all stunned. They didn't expect that the ability of the Moyadao was so strange that even the powerful Black Yongchang could not pose a threat to it. Humph, is that all you can do? Yunjing laughed triumphantly upon seeing this, his laughter full of sarcasm. Let me show you how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, the Moyao knife in his hand shone brightly, and a sword pressure so powerful that it was suffocating burst out from him. The sword pressure was like an invisible force, rushing towards Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki with overwhelming force. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened as he tried to mobilize his Ryutsu to resist, but the sword pressure was too strong. He felt like a small boat in a storm, powerless to resist. Rukia Kukaki also tried his best, but was still hit hard by the force. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki both vomited blood instantly, their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings, and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of October dust. Ichigo. Rukia Kukaki struggled to raise her head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was also seriously injured beside her, her heart full of anxiety and self-blame. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger. Kurosaki Ichigo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said through gritted teeth, Rukia, don't say that. It's that guy's taper blade that's too strange. Let's retreat first. As long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. He knew very well that he couldn't act impulsively at this moment, otherwise he would only fall into a more dangerous situation. Guanzhimu was so frightened that his face turned pale, but he still suppressed his fear and ran to the two of them. Kurosaki-san, Kukaki-san, let's go quickly, it will be too late if we don't leave now. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, struggled to stand up, helped Rukia Kukaki up with one hand, and pulled Guanzhimu with the other, ready to escape from this dangerous place. Yunjing looked at their bewildered state and snorted coldly, do you think you can escape? Godai 13 will put you on the wanted list. He firmly believed that with the power of Godai 13, Kurosaki Ichigo and others would be unable to escape. As Kyumwa said, Godai 13 soon received an order from Central 46 to arrest Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo and 10th Squad Sergeant Rukia Kukaki. As soon as this order was given, the entire Godai 13 took action. However, not everyone in Godai 13 was willing to carry out this order. Abarai Renji, the vice captain of the 6th Division, frowned and was full of doubts after hearing the order. Ichigo would definitely not do such a thing for no reason. There must be something hidden behind this. He knew Kurosaki Ichigo's character very well and firmly believed that he would not casually disrupt the affairs of the nobles. At the same time, Madarame Ikeku, the third seat of the Tien team, also questioned the order. With that kid's personality, would he ruin a noble wedding? I don't believe it. He and Kurosaki Ichigo had fought side by side and knew his justice and bravery. Abarai Renji decided to find the 9th Division Vice Captain Kaisaki Shuaei and persuade him not to participate in the pursuit. The two met in a quiet corridor. When Hisagi Shuaei saw Renji, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Renji, what do you want to do? I will not disobey orders. Hisagi Shuaei said. Abarai Renji stepped forward and looked at him earnestly. Shuhei, calm down and think about this. Don't you know what kind of person Kurosaki Ichigo is? He would never ruin a wedding for no reason. The Kazuma-Jayaji clan must be behind this. We can't blindly follow orders and go after our own friends. Hisagi Shuaei frowned slightly, feeling a little hesitant, but years of discipline made it difficult for him to make a decision. But this is an order from Central 46. If we disobey, the consequences will be. Abarai Renji patted his shoulder and said, I will bear the consequences. As Shinigami, we are the guardians of justice. If we go after innocent people without even finding out the truth, what's the difference between us and those who do evil? Believe me, Kurosaki Ichigo will not let us down. Hisagi Shuaei was silent for a long time, and finally sighed, okay, Renji, I believe you. But if things are really as you said, we have to find a way to let other Shinigami know the truth. Elsewhere, Madara Mikako and the 7th Division Vice Captain, Hama Tetsuzumon, confronted each other in the courtyard. Shota Tetsuzumon held his weapon and looked at Madara Mikako with a firm gaze. Madara, do you want to disobey orders? This is not a wise move. Shiba Tetsuzumon said. Madara Mikako didn't flinch and shouted back, Tetsuzumon, I believe in Kurosaki Ichigo. He was framed because he was trying to save someone. We can't be puppets. We have to make our own judgments. Shiba Tetsuzumon frowned. You say it lightly, but orders are orders. If we don't carry them out, we'll be betraying Soul Society. Madara Mikako clenched his fists. True betrayal is a disregard for justice. Kurosaki Ichigo protects humanity in the living world. He's done so much for Soul Society, and we're going to taunt him when he's in trouble? I can't do that. Shiba Tetsuzumon was shocked, and Madara Mikako's words made him fall into deep thought. He remembered the courage and justice that Kurosaki Ichigo had shown in battle, and the balance in his heart gradually tilted. Okay, Madara, I'll go with you. But we have to be careful and not let others find out easily, said Shooting Ranger Tetsuzumon. Meanwhile, next to an abandoned tower, Vice Captain Kira Izuru and Third Seat Takafune Risa were at loggerheads. All of this was ordered by Amagai Shusuke. He knew very well that Takafune Riki had been bewitched by the power of the Mo Yao sword and he had to find a way to wake him up. Takafune Ri looked at Kira Izuru with disdain in his eyes. Kira, do you think you are my opponent? Kira Izuru said solemnly, Takafune, Captain Amagai is right. You have been deceived by power. If you continue like this, you will only get deeper and deeper into trouble. Takafune Riki burst into laughter. To be powerless is a sin. Look at me. I've worked so hard for so many years, but I still haven't received any recognition. Only by possessing great power can I achieve the status I deserve. Takafune Ryu recalled his time at the Spiritual Arts Academy. He had excellent grades and was at the top of the class every year. He thought he would be able to become a chief officer after graduation, but he was unexpectedly assigned to an inconspicuous position. In order to fight for the position of a seat officer, he practiced hard day after day and finally learned Shikai. However, when performing missions, he always ignores his teammates in pursuit of power, causing other Shinigami to have great dissatisfaction with him. Even Central 46 questioned him, isn't it your duty to protect your teammates? From then on, he completely lost the opportunity to become a chief officer and was ordered to join the expedition. Those people don't understand me at all. They just ignore my abilities because I have no background. Only power can shut them up. Takafune Riki became more and more excited as he spoke, and the Zanpakuto in his hand began to tremble slightly. Kira Izuru looked at him, her heart filled with regret. Takafune, you are wrong. Power is not a tool to satisfy selfish desires. As Shinigami, we protect Soul Society and the peace of this world. What you are doing will only make you further away from justice. Gai Fengli simply refused to listen. He roared, don't give me these big talk. Today, I'll let you see my power. After saying this, he immediately released his Zanpakuto and shouted, roar violently, Gale. Takafune's Zanpakuto changed instantly, and the ordinary samurai sword turned into a huge three-edged weapon, connected by a straight rod. Two edges extended like arrows, and the third edge was shaped like a fan. The strong wind howled, as if to destroy everything around it. Kira Izuru was not careless either. He quickly released Zanpakuto, look up, Wabisuke. After being released, the front end of the Wabisuke is hooked back, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Kifune, stop it. It's still not too late to turn back. Kira Izuru tried to persuade Kibune again. Takafune Riki sneered, turn back? There is no turning back for me. Today, either you lose or I die. After that, he controlled the fierce wind and launched a fierce attack on Jikeng Ihe. The fierce wind spun at high speed, like a sharp blade, flying towards Kira Izuru. Kira Izuru's eyes flashed, and he dodged the blow sideways. He knew Takafune Riki's strength well, and he dared not slack off in the slightest. Kifune, don't be stubborn! Kira Izuru shouted loudly, while swinging Wabisuk and slashing at Kibune Ri. Wabisuk slashed the edge of the fierce wind, and Takafune Riki felt the weapon in his hand sink, as if some of the power was drained away. He was shocked, not expecting Kira Izuru's Zanpakuto to have such power. Humph, interesting. But this is not enough. Takafune Riki increased the Ryutsu output, and the gale spun faster and more powerfully. The two fought back and forth in an extremely fierce battle. Every collision triggered a powerful Ryutsu wave, making the surrounding air tremble. Kira Izuru knew in his heart that he had to wake Takafune up as soon as possible, otherwise the battle would only result in losses for both sides. Takafune, look at yourself now. Is this what you want? For the sake of power, you have lost your mind and your previous beliefs. Kira Izuru persuaded while fighting. Takafune Riki was a little shaken, but his desire for power over the years made it difficult for him to give up immediately. Faith? What can faith bring me? Only strength can make me respected. Kira Izuru knew that it would be difficult to convince Takafune Riki with words alone, and he had to use actions to make him wake up. He concentrated his Ryutsu and prepared to use more powerful moves. Takafune, take it! Kira Izuru shouted, swinging Wabisuk continuously and hitting Gale 3 times. Wabisuk's power began to take effect, and the weight of the gale continued to double, and Kibune gradually became a little tired. How could this be? Takafune Riki widened his eyes. He didn't expect Kira Izuru's attack to be so tricky. Noble Ship 230, give up. You are no match for me, and you should not be blinded by strength. Kira Izuru said. Takafune Ri gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. He looked at the fierce wind in his hand and suddenly thought of the power of the taper knife. Takafune Ri took out a taper blade, which exuded a strange aura. He merged it into the fierce wind without hesitation. In an instant, Li Feng underwent an astonishing change. The surface of the originally ordinary blade was covered with a layer of white hard shell, which was hard and had a cold luster, as if it were a layer of indestructible armor. The guard on his left hand also formed a mysterious connection with the Moyao knife, extending several dark grey tentacles that coiled around the blade like a nimble yet dangerous snake. These tentacles were not simple, they began to dance wildly, injecting new power into the gale. The amount of energy caused Zanpakuto's rotation speed to accelerate suddenly. The already powerful gale now spun with a sound even sharper and more piercing, as if it could pierce a person's eardrums. Every rotation is like a small storm brewing, the surrounding air becomes increasingly chaotic, and the destructive power increases exponentially. Takafune Riki had a maniacal smile on his face as he continuously injected his Ryutsu into it, trying to completely counteract the weight-doubling effect on Wabisuk. As Ryutsu continued to pour in, the white hard shell on the gale flashed with a strange light, and the tentacles became more active, not only speeding up the rotation, but also whipping around from time to time. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be whipped into twisted ripples. Kira, did you see that? This is power. The power of the taper blade makes me stronger. You are not my opponent at all. Takafune roared loudly. His eyes were full of madness. And proud. Kira Izuru looked at the crazy Takafune Riki in front of him, his heart full of worry, but his eyes remained firm. Kifune, wake up. This power will make you lose yourself and fall into an endless abyss. Kira Izuru shouted loudly while carefully dealing with Kifune's increasingly fierce attack. The strong wind swept towards Kira Izuru with great destructive power. Wherever it passed, deep gullies were plowed into the ground, and the surrounding buildings were also torn apart by the impact of this force. It began to crumble. Kira Izuru didn't dare to take it head-on. He kept dodging the attacks like a ghost, and the wabisoke in his hand was also looking for opportunities to counterattack. Damn it, this can't go on any longer. Kira Izuru thought to himself. He knew that if he didn't stop Takafune Riki quickly, the consequences would be disastrous. He focused all his attention on observing Li Feng's attack trajectory and the changes brought about by the Mo Yao knife.